7, 5, 9 and 20 miles today, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war. If your eyes drop, they will get atop of you. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Try to think of something different. Oh my God, keep me from going lunatic. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Hello followers, and welcome to another video. Bear with me as I censor these to keep the YouTube gods happy. Content warning. This story contains graphic violence, attempted suicide, sexual abuse, physical abuse, extreme mental health disorders, and necrophilia. This is a tough listen. Viewer discretion is highly advised. Part 1. Tom Herriman didn't know why he fell so deeply in love with the house on Chestnut Street. But love is a funny thing, isn't it? Once Cupid's arrow pierces your heart, ration, logic, and reason go right out the window. A 2-story Cape Cod at the junction of 2 quiet streets lined with leafy oak trees and cast iron lamps, it was what the realtor charitably referred to as a fixer-upper. The wooden shakes in which it was sided, so much like a fish's layered scales, were grey and rotting. Shings peeled back from the roof like flecks of dead skin, and the back deck sagged as if under the weight of years. Inside, the smell of musk lingered on the stale air, the linoleum in the kitchen crackled underfoot, and water stains from a leak in the attic splotched the second-floor ceiling. The yard was overgrown and dense bushes pressed tight to the north and south walls. The last owner, an old lady in her 70s who had lived there since the 1970s, died 3 years ago, and it had sat empty ever since. "The kids in town say it's haunted," the realtor said cautiously, as if revealing a great and terrible secret. A tall woman with carrot-colored hair and a fire-truck red smile. She wore a red blazer and clutched a folder protectively to her crotch. They were standing in the sun-washed kitchen on a golden Saturday afternoon in early August, the cool, bright kinds that hit at the temperate days of September. Tom's wife, Julia, methodically went through the cabinets looking for signs of mice, and Tom squinted into the corners where the walls met the ceiling. Cobwebs danced in a breeze Tom could not feel, and that damp, mildewy odor caressed his nose like the scent of a cheap woman with cheaper virtues. "I believe it," he had said. Walking by on the narrow sidewalk, anyone with any imagination at all would think 625 was home to ghosts, goblins, and possibly vampires too. It reminded Tom of a house in the town where he grew up. Boys used to dare each other to run up the walk and ring the bell. Legend had it that if they did, a ghost would throw open the door, grab your wrist, and drag you in, which he'd either eat or assault you. Its intent changed as the youthful tellers grew older and dirtier. Being a grown man with a level head and the computer science degree to back it up, Tom didn't believe in ghosts. The scariest thing he and Julia, a commercial artist, had encountered so far were leaky pipes, peeling wallpaper, and a few daddy longlegs nested in one of the bedroom closets. The house was flooded twice, per the realtor, once in 1977 and again in 1994. And there was a minor termite problem in 2010. Those things alone would normally have been enough to make Tom raise his hands, palms out. But despite it all, he liked the place, especially the antique features. The clawfoot bathtubs and pull-chain toilets were pretty darn cool, if you asked him. Maybe it was the visionary part of him, but Tom could vividly picture the house as it would be once he and Julia moved in. Warm, cozy, and sepia tones like a comfortable old photograph. The big room at the end of the second-floor hall would be perfect for their daughter, Meagan, and the finished basement would make a neat, rumpus room with a little spit and elbow grease. Another consideration was the location. Appalachian County Middle, where Meagan would attend classes if they moved in, was 4 short blocks to the west, and Ridgewood Park, a vast expanse of playgrounds, walking trails, and duck ponds, lay just 10 minutes to the east. Rossville itself was the kind of place Tom had always wanted to raise a family in, with its quaint brick stone fronts, horizontal parking spaces, and small-town charm. When he first laid eyes on it, he was instantly put in mind of a Norman Rockwell painting.
"Ooh, this is nice,"
Julia marveled from the passenger seat, her big green eyes widened to take it all in. There was high praise coming from her. Short and fiery red hair and enchanting cat's eyes that made Tom's heartbeat quicken every time he gazed into them. Julia was typically an intelligent and easygoing woman, but she had been uncharacteristically rigid and hypercritical during their 6 months of house hunting. Tom could hardly fault her. She wanted everything to be perfect, and so did he. Even though he was 41 and she was 38, they were really just beginning their life together. Biology had long denied them a baby of their own, and finally they agreed to adopt. Early last year, they visited a facility in Mountain View and instantly fell in love with the little girl wearing big, dorky glasses and stumbling over her feet with every step. Thin and wispy with dull blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail and clad in a cute floral dress. Meagan came right up to them and held out her hand.
"Hi, I'm Meagan, and I fall down a lot."
She was bright, funny, and so adorable that we decided right then and there to adopt her. It was a long process filled with red tape, paperwork, and lots of visits by social workers, but in the end, it all paid off. They'd never been happier, and even though they'd been married nearly 20 years, it felt like they were newlyweds all over again. This, they figured, would be the perfect time to buy their dream home. Like adoption, however, home buying isn't a simple matter. They'd look at every Foursquare, Frame, and Victorian in West Virginia, but nothing quite grabbed them and said, "Buy me, losers." Until the Cape Cod. Standing there, wrapped in air as warm as wool fresh from the dryer, and communing with the house like a seer with the spirit world, Tom felt the same stirring in his chest that he felt when he first met Meagan. It wasn't as sharp or as sudden, but promised to blossom over time until it consumed him, just as wholly as his love for his daughter. Julia was smitten as well, but not quite as much as him. "It's going to take a lot of work," she said that night in bed. The amber glowing of the bedside lamp cast her face partly in shadows, her lovely and delicate features taking on a campfire ghost story air. "Like, a lot." "I know," he said with a nod of acquiescence. "But even so, it's still pretty great." She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. Yeah, it's nice," she admitted. "And the price." The price was well below market value, and even after they'd put in the necessary work, they'd still have gotten it all at a steal. "Meagan will love it," he said, to sway her even further. "Do you see that backyard? It's huge." Julia laughed in that melodic way of hers, the way Tom had come to crave, like a flower craves water and sunlight. "As far as the backyard goes, it is pretty big." "We can get a dog," he pointed out. "A golden retriever?" She pursed her lips in thought. "Every family needs a dog." Her lips spread into a big, happy smile, and her face positively glowed. She had long wanted a family, perhaps more than Tom, and every mention of their finally having one made her beam. "What do you say?" he asked. She took a deep breath through her nose and made a show of considering his proposal. Tom arched a faux critical brow, and she laughed. "I say, let's get a dog," she said. Then, "and the house." They signed the paperwork on August 25th and told Meagan that morning at breakfast that they would be moving.
We're moving?
She asked with a hint of apprehension. She sat at the table with a bowl of cereal in front of her and a marble notebook sitting nearby. Julia had been teaching her to draw, and she was catching on quick. She looked small and far younger than her dozen years, like a duckling that hadn't kept pace with its siblings and was hopelessly behind. Her records were partially sealed by court order, and Tom knew very little about her origins, but she was born prematurely and given up for adoption instantly, which accounted, he supposed, for her small stature. In his darker moments, he thought it was because she didn't get enough love and nurturing in those group homes the state stuck her in. A child needed love the way a plant needed water, and like a plant, if a child doesn't get what it needs, it wilts. "We are," Julia said with endless love and patience. Meagan had been with them since January. She was shy at first, hesitating to call them Mom and Dad and this home hers. There was no clearer sign of this to Tom than her never taking her shoes off. In the beginning, she would leave her shoes on all day, except when she took a bath and went to bed. She came out of her room every morning in her keds, even when she was still in her PJs. They would not take them off again. Julia was the first one to realize why. "She still isn't entirely comfortable here," she said defeatedly. That made sense. The places where Meagan had grown up were cold, tiled, and institutional. This wasn't like those. This was her home, and though it was such a small thing, it bothered him that she couldn't fully relax. By the beginning of April, however, she was starting to come out in just her socks, and Tom and Julia counted that as a huge win. All that to say, she was comfortable here, and as expected, the idea of moving, of being pulled away from where she was beginning to settle, upset her. "To a really nice house a few towns over," Julia continued. "And we're getting a dog." Meagan blinked in confusion, the 1-2 punch knocking her off kilter. "A dog?" Her lips pulled back from her teeth in a big, excitable grimace that made even Tom's jaw ache.
"What kind? What's his name? Can we play fetch with him? I never played fetch with a dog, except for the one time at the park, but when he came running back, he knocked me over and I got a concussion, so I don't remember it too well." She squinted one eye in thought, completely oblivious to her parents' amused smiles. "Actually, it may have been 2 dogs. We were thinking a golden retriever," Julia said. "What kind of dog is that?" Meagan asked, bemused. Julia took out her iPhone, brought up Google Images, and handed it to Meagan, whose brow furrowed analytically. She looked at the screen and brightened. "Oh, hey, these dogs are cute. Look, this one's a puppy. Can we get a puppy one?" "Just as soon as we move in," Julia assured her. That afternoon, the 3 of them piled into Tom's car, a red 2019 Dodge Caravan with a sliding rear door, and drove to the U-Haul rental agency in Stanton. The man Tom spoke to was fat with a bad comb-over and teeth as big and square as chiclets. He rented Tom the biggest model they had, the one with the extended 26-foot cargo hold, and thanked him for his business. Their house, a 1-story, 3-bedroom ranch on a parcel of land backed to a graded slope falling away from I-80, was packed with more memories than personal possessions, and it took Tom 2 days to load the truck. Meagan volunteered to help, and watched her struggle with boxes as big as she was made Tom smile. At one point, she dropped one onto the lawn and the flaps popped open, spilling kitchenwares across the grass. She stared forlornly down at it and heaved a big, shoulder-shaking sigh. "I tried my best," she said, "and it just wasn't good enough." Coming over and standing next to her, Tom slipped his arm around her shoulders and drew her close. Her feet tangled, and she threw out her arms to steady herself. "Whoops. Sorry, hon." "Sometimes it's not," he said, hoping to sound wise and sage. "What matters is that you do try." She meditated on his words a moment, then stooped down and started to sweep the things back in. "I just hope I didn't break anything." On their last night in the house, they slept in sleeping bags on the living room floor, their makeshift beds in a rough circle around a single Coleman lantern that sent shadows flickering across the walls. The place was empty, and every loud noise echoed,
which, for some reason, unnerved Tom. Houses aren't supposed to be desolate. They're supposed to be filled with joy, laughter, and things. Since all the dishes were buried somewhere in the truck, they ordered pizza from Papa John's and ate it over an intense game of Uno. Meagan, though bookish and cerebral, could get mighty competitive. And when she played, brother, she played to win. She hit him with 3 draw 4s in a row, then flashed a terse smirk at his genuine horror.
Let's see you win now,
She said. I can't, Tom cried. I just picked up 12 cards.
And the excuse factory is open for business,
She said with an eye roll. In the end, neither of them won. Julia laid down her last card and broke into a mocking victory dance that would have earned a red flag had she done it on a football field. Tom and Meagan exchanged a glance, then Tom shook his head. I think you made your point, he told his wife. Later, Meagan snuggled up in her sleeping bag with her favorite stuffed animal, a plush rabbit with a carrot emblazoned across his white, furry chest, and Tom knelt over to kiss her forehead. I love you, honey, he said, and he had never meant any declaration more.
I love you too, Dad,
She said, and no title had ever pleased him more. Next, Julia kissed her and brushed the little girl's hair lovingly back from her forehead. Sweet dreams, Bug.
I'll try,
Meagan said.
You too.
Later, when Meagan's breathing had slowed, signifying sleep, Tom took his wife into his arms and held her close, his nose burying in her hair and imbuing its clean fragrance. Tomorrow, they were moving into their new home with their new daughter, and everything was right in the world. Julia spoke, breaking the tranquil silence, and Tom realized that he was beginning to doze. I hope she adjusts okay. There was a hint of worry in her voice. I'm sure she will, Tom said and drew her closer. She's adaptable. He said that admiringly. From what he knew, Meagan had never suffered abuse or neglect, but even so, she'd dealt with a lot in her young life, from lacking the love and warmth of parents to living with 10 other kids, most of whom had behavioral problems and picked on her. She was no worse for the wear, indeed. She was probably even better off for it. She had known and surmounted adversity, and that, more than anything else, built character. And Meagan had a lot of character. He said as much, and Julia sighed deeply. I know, she started. I just worry. What if she doesn't do well in Rossville? She will, Tom vowed. We'll all do well. Julia turned in his arms and searched his eyes for traces of deceit, and when she found none, she offered a tiny, closed-lipped smile. She held up her hand, pinky extended. Pinky promise? Pinky promise, he laughed, and hooked his pinky around hers. Things might not be perfect in Rossville, but they would be as close as they could get. Of that, Tom was certain. Part 2. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Or lemon meringue pie, maybe. Sitting in the back of the caravan on the morning of August 29th, her stuffed rabbit, Mr. Bob, perched on her lap. Meagan stared out the window at the passing countryside and scrunched her lips from one side to the other, a nervous tic she didn't even realize she had until people started making fun of her for it. She tried to not do it, but hey, might as well try not to be half blind without her glasses, right? Tom and Julia, calling them Mom and Dad still felt kind of weird, but good, too, if that makes sense, chatted in the front, and music whispered from the speaker next to Meagan's head. Mr. Bob, named because he looked kind of like a bob, gazed sightlessly ahead, a toothy smile frozen to his furry face. And though Meagan obviously knew he wasn't real, she pretended that he was just as edgy as she was. It made her feel better to not be alone. They were following a winding 2-lane highway through 2 foothills, and every so often a sign flashed by, the distance to Rossville closing a little at a time. 20 miles, then 15, then 10. With each revolution of the van's tires, the anxious churning in the pit of her stomach increased, until she was one rough jostle away from hurling. The air in the van, cold because the AC was on, was impossibly hot now, and breathing was a little difficult. It was almost like the asthma attacks she had when she was little, the chest tight, lungs aching, head swimming. If she didn't know any better, she'd say she was going to launch into one. But she outgrew those years ago. And thank goodness, because they suck. She did her best to not show how messed up she was, and, not to brag, she thought she was doing a pretty good job of it. Her reflection in the window was drawn, but not a queasy shade of green. So, when there, her slender fingers picked absently at Mr. Bob's fur like a Catholic praying the rosary for strength, and one foot jittered a restless jig. You'd think that with all the times she'd been the new girl, she'd be used to it, but you'd be very wrong. Very, very wrong. Oh, she was accustomed to it, sure, but it still made her a little weak in the knees. See, every time she'd done this before, she went in with high hopes, promising herself that things would be different this time. No one was going to call her names or bully her, and guess what? Things were never different. The other girls, usually all older than her, were always B words, and the staff was always authoritarian H words, H here meaning Hitler's. Every new start led to the same old pratfalls as the last one, and no matter what she did, she wound up being unhappy. But things really were different now. She had two parents who were pretty great. Don't tell them that, or it might go to their heads. And soon, they'd be getting a dog. With all that stuff, could she be nervous? Could she really? Yes. Yes, she could. In the group homes, anonymity was her best friend. When you blend in, there's less of a chance people will pick on you. Starting a new school, well, how much more conspicuous can you get? Walking through the doors on the first day, she'd stand out like a big, yucky sore thumb. Might as well wear a flashing neon sign that says, "Hi everyone, look at me. Wahoo, brand spankin' new." That was just her pessimism rearing its ugly head again. The same pessimism that she swore off when Tom and Julia adopted her. Gee, she thought, as she sat in this very spot on that first glorious ride to her new home. Things are sure looking up. Maybe she didn't think in those exact words, but the spirit was the same. And for the first time in a long time, as she could remember, she allowed herself a spark of hope. A spark that turned into something bigger over those first few months. She was happy, and she learned something about herself. She liked being happy. Cynicism, therefore, had no place in her life any longer. Nope, none. Goodbye. See ya. You are not welcome here anymore, buddy. She just had to think positive. Things aren't always bleak and glum and all that other stuff, so why act like they were? She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Julia twisting around in her seat to look at her. "You excited?" Meagan's head bobbed up and down just a little too quickly, her ponytail tickling the back of her neck. "Yep," she said. "Really excited." Her voice sounded shaky to her own ears, and she searched her mind for something to qualify her statement. "I can't wait to see my room. It has a nice view," Tom said, and flicked his eyes to the rearview mirror. Julia nodded her agreement. "The way the sunlight filters through the trees outside the window is really pretty." A few miles later, the hillock running along the southbound shoulder fell away, and Rossville appeared in the valley below. The thin summer haze lent it a dreamlike quality, putting her in mind of theatrical backdrops painted on canvas. A wide, still river defined its northern border, and thick forest spread away in the south, the terrain gradually getting steeper and steeper until it officially entered mountain territory. Narrow streets dotted with trees ran east to west. A green church steeple towered from a stand of trees, and a red brick schoolhouse looked down from a hill like a strict headmaster keeping watch over his rambunctious flock. In the distance, the blue mountains separating Virginia from West Virginia melded with the dusty, azure sky. Meagan's jaw dropped as she pressed her face to the window. It looked like something from one of the books she read. She swept her gaze left to right, picking out every little detail. "It's pretty," she said earnestly. "That's what I said," Julia commented. Rossville reminded Meagan of a postcard you'd find in a gift shop. The kind that people buy and send home because they're just that picturesque. When she was in the group home, she imagined living in a place like this. And being here now, as the highway curved to the left and then down to the green truss bridge over the river, her chest clutched in pleasant anticipation. The roiling nerves faded away, and in its place came the giddy excitement she just moments ago claimed but didn't actually feel. She liked the house on 181, liked her school and the few acquaintances she's made. She couldn't really call them friends since she didn't get to know them too well, but something told her she'd like it here even more. The bridge carried the road across the river, and Meagan craned her neck to see the water through the framework. It swirled, rippled, and eddied around jutting rocks. And along either shore, fallen tree trunks broke the surface like prehistoric bones. A couple of men fished from one muddy bank, and further down, a group of shirtless boys splashed in the shallow water. Perfect for swimming, Julia pointed out. Meagan didn't really like swimming, but if there was a big, shady tree surrounded by soft grass to sit in, it would make the best reading spot ever, with the lulling chug of the river, the quiet rustle of the warm breeze slipping through the trees, and the warming light of the sun. Oh, Mama, that sounded nice. In town, Route 29 turned into Main Street and flowed past low brick buildings screened behind well-manicured trees. The bank here, the barber shop there, town hotel, feed store, cafe. Everything a small town should have as far as Meagan was concerned. People in light, summery clothes made their way up and down the sidewalks, on errands or just enjoying the weather, and Meagan studied them as the caravan rolled past. They looked okay, but Meagan's hackles were up, and when that happened, she was like a dog that wouldn't trust you until it sniffed your hand and made double sure you were nice. People, she had learned, can be kind or mean sometimes, but they could also be pretty great sometimes, like Tom and Julia. Gotta look on the bright side, Meg. Stop being such a gloomy Gus. Jeez. At the corner of Main and Pine, Tom turned left. A gang of teenagers stood against a brick wall, texting on their phones and talking, while a boy in a knit cap and an AC/DC band shirt did kickflips on a skateboard. On the right, a man-sized door stood open. Inside, it was a pit of shadows from which loomed clunky things like filing cabinets. When he saw the single word above the entrance, white on faded red, she understood. Huh, Julia said with evident interest. They have an arcade. Do they? Tom asked and glanced over, but they were already past. I wonder if they have laser tag. Once a month, sometimes twice, Tom and Julia took Meagan to the Chuck E. Cheese in Harrisonburg for a night of pizza, games, and ducking from the kind of sort of scary mouse-suited mascot. She wasn't very good at some of the games, like skee-ball. Skee-ball was the enemy, but she dominated at laser tag. She was so good, in fact, that she let Tom and Julia be on the same team, so they had a fighting chance. Julia hummed thoughtfully. It looks a little small for laser tag, she said, then looked in the rearview mirror. We can check it out later if you want. Sure, Meagan said. She was already itching to explore Rossville. No one would instantly recognize her as new just walking around, and if they did, well, like SpongeBob said, a stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. Huh. Yeah. Let's go with that. Better than thinking they're a bully you haven't met yet. Though to be entirely fair, she'd known more bullies than she had Tom and Julia's. A lot more. They turned onto Chestnut Street, and Meagan shoved that thought aside. Big, spreading chestnut trees from which the lane derived its name overhung the pavement, sunlight falling through their boughs and dappling the asphalt with golden coins of summer brilliance. A woman in black yoga pants and a white tank top walked a shaggy dog along the sidewalk, and Meagan turns to look. Its mouth hung open and its tongue flapped in the wind, making her giggle. That reminded her. When can we go to the pond? She asked. Tomorrow, Julia said at length. I guess. She looked at Tom for confirmation, and he nodded. I don't see why not. The house, a 2-story Cape Cod with grimy windows and a single dormer, and shaded in a mix of wooden shakes and weathered gray half-rounds, stood out an overgrown corner lot, unruly bushes growing along one wall. A chain-link fence chest-high to Meagan enclosed the front yard, and a splintered wood stockade fence of similar height wrapped around the back. A brief porch provided access to the front door, and a flagstone walk led to the gate, beside which a crooked mailbox leaned heavily to one side, like a stooping old man resting after a long day of being elderly. Shingles peeled back from the roof, one wavering in a strong breeze as if in sarcastic welcome, and the brick chimney rising into the heavens was so scoured by the elements that it looked like it would fall over if you so much as breathed on it. What you could see of the cement foundation seemed okay if you ignored the moldy green stuff. Meagan's brow knitted as Tom turned onto the side street, and she cocked her head to one side as if to rattle her brain into working properly. Okay, she had no right to complain about anything, which is why she never did, out loud, but why is this house all corpsey? From the way Tom and Julia talked about it, it was basically a mansion. The little bungalow in front of her, on the other hand, was not. A gravel alleyway bordered by tall wooden fences and lined with trash cans abutted the backyard. A lot big enough to fit 2 cars served as a driveway, and a tumble-down detached garage with 2 green-painted doors huddled beneath a giant oak tree on the right, its side window crisscrossed by thin vines that reminded Meagan of the arteries on a cross-section of the human body. Tom cut the engine, and dust hung in the air around the caravan like smoke. "Here we are," he said.
It's nice,"
Meagan fumbled.
"It's a fixer-upper," Julia said in the rearview mirror. "It's going to take some work, but on the plus side, we get to decorate it from the ground up."
Tom unclasped his seatbelt. "We'll start in your room. We can design it any way you want." Any way she wanted, huh?
"Can I have one of those window seat thingies to read in?"
she asked hopefully. "You sure can," Tom said. "And built-in bookshelves if you want them." That could be nice. She had to see her room before she made any major decisions, though. Like Julia taught her in regards to drawing, every scene has its own character, and to keep in harmony with said character, you don't add anything to disrupt that character. Throwing open their doors, they got out and stretched their legs. The gritty early afternoon heat swaddled itself around Meagan like a dissected hand, and the dry breeze blew dirt into her glasses and mouth, making her gag. A hushed pall hung over the neighborhood, broken only by the distant whine of a lawnmower. The tang of freshly cut grass found Meagan's nose, and she drew a big breath only to choke on more dust. "Ugh, it's in my lungs." She fisted her hands to her mouth and coughed deeply. "You all right?" Tom asked with a touch of concern.
"Just getting used to the air,"
she lied. Tom arched his brow. "It's the same air as the old house."
"Could have fooled me."
A wooden gate with rusted metal hinges and a shattered latch opened into the backyard. The grass reached Meagan's knees and teemed with late summer grasshoppers. One landed on the back of her hand, and she lifted it to her face in order to inspect it more closely. Maybe she was a weirdo, but grasshoppers were kind of cute. Until they spit on you, which this one did in short order. "All right then, back you go." She flicked it off with her finger and climbed the steps. They creaked under her feet, and nails' heads that had worked themselves loose tore at her keds. A glass patio table anchored by a big canvas umbrella, riddled with tears, occupied a space immediately to the right of the back door, and a couple plastic lawn chairs sat in an uneven row, inviting the meek and weary to come have a seat, and probably fall when the fragile legs gave out.
"First thing we have to do," Julia said, "is cut this grass. What time did Jason say he'd be here?"
Tom thought for a second. 12:30, but knowing him, more like 1:30. Jason was Jason Turner, Tom's best friend. Tom was, to put it nicely, kind of straight-laced. He always wore his shirts tucked in and followed all the rules to the letter. Jason was the complete opposite. He was like the fun uncle who let you stay up all night eating ice cream and chocolate bars, but when the time came to be serious, you couldn't exactly rely on him. Not because he was bad or anything. He was just basically a big kid himself, and not a particularly responsible one at that. Before they left the old house that morning, Tom hooked Julia's Prius to the U-Haul and put Jason in charge of bringing it over, since driving such a big truck made him nervous, and Jason had experience handling honkin' big land whales. Meagan was just a teensy-weensy bit leery, All her stuff was in the truck, and who's to say Jason wouldn't wreck it playing chicken with another car or something? She could totally see him doing that. "As soon as he gets here, I'm cutting the grass," Julia said. "God only knows what's in it." Probably snakes, spiders, and vampires. Meagan saw this movie in the group home once where a vampire popped up out of a really tall grass and attacked this boy, and it scared her so bad she peed a little. Vampires aren't real, though. Snakes, on the other hand. "I'll do it," Tom offered. "I just want to get some of the furniture in first." He came up the stairs, fished the keys out of his pocket, and cycled through them while Meagan stood on the sidelines looking up at the kitchen window. Fingerprints, probably older than she was, smudged the glass, and dead bugs clung to the screen. Tom found the right key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. He went in, and Meagan followed, braced for it to be just as messed up inside as it was out. It wasn't, thankfully. The floor, yellow linoleum, was cracked in places and popped beneath her tread, but it looked clean. Floral paper covered the walls, ripped here and there, and to her left, a bulky old refrigerator stood next to the countertop. Ahead, an open archway led into the dining room and the living room beyond, both of which seethed with shadows cast by the wavering foliage without. Meagan sniffed the air like a tiny field mouse for hints of danger, and her nose crinkled at the pungent scent of mildew. Ew. It wasn't overpowering, but you know how sometimes a blunt edge hurts worse than a keen one? It was slight, but the more it clawed at her senses, the more off-putting it became. Julia slipped in from the deck and closed the door behind her. She tested the light switch, and the overhead light came on with a low electrical sound. "Power's on," she said. "It kind of stinks in here," Meagan said, which was the most critical assessment she would allow herself. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth, and her entire life right now was a gift horse. A gift horse with a really bad breath. In the middle of the room, Tom sighed and nodded. "Yeah, it does, but we'll take care of it. Want to see your room?" Well, she did, but now she was a little apprehensive, if it was anything like the kitchen. "Sure," she said. The stairs were off the dining room and through a door that hung askance on hinges that weren't much better than the ones outside. The treads were bare wood, and the plaster constituting the two close walls were stained yellow with nicotine. Light cascaded through a window at the top, but it barely reached down here, leaving most of the stairwell in gloom. Gulp. She suddenly wished she didn't leave Mr. Bob in the car. For a moment, her resolve flagged. Then she steeled it and started up, her fingers trailing the wooden handrail and her little heart beginning to pound. Dust motes swirled around her like phantoms and tickled her nose, and pausing halfway up, she sneezed. Yeah. She already missed the old house. What did Tom and Julia call this? Their dream home? A bad dream, maybe. Sweat sheened her face, and her glasses began to slip. She pushed them up her nose and went on. At the top, she rounded the newel post and stopped. 3 doors opened off the hall, every one of them standing open. To the left was Tom and Julia's, ahead was the bathroom, and to the left and down, hers. The floors were bare, save for a thick layer of dust, and overhead, the single light fixture peered emptily down at her, like an all-seeing eye. Stop being such a baby. There's nothing to be scared of. Right. Nothing at all. She went the rest of the way and stepped tentatively into her room. 2 large side-by-side windows, framed by vegetation, looked out onto the side yard and a neighbor's house beyond. Bright sunshine soaked every square inch, and for that, Meagan was thankful. As far as bedrooms went, it was kind of on the bland side. There was a closet on her right, door firmly closed, and an electrical outlet to the left. It wasn't much to look at, but as she floated through it, she could see all the possibilities within. Pink walls, a desk by the window for drawing and doing homework, a big, comfy bed against the wall, and, oh, that built-in bookshelf Tom mentioned would look great. In the closet, something thumped. The smile that had begun to lift Meagan's face drained away, and she halted mid-step. Maybe it was... Now her chest clenched, and her fists curled reflexively to her breast. There was nothing, she told herself. Just Tom or Julia moving around on the first floor. As if to confirm her suspicions, The sound came yet again, and this time the door shook in its frame, as if whatever was inside was trying to get out. Okay, that wasn't Tom or Julia. It was a ghost, a vampire, some other equally horrifying third option. She didn't know, but her legs were already carrying her toward the door, and her heart fluttered. Oh no, I've seen way too many horror movies to fall for this one. She tried to wrench away, but an unseen force tugged at the front of her dress, drawing her forward, and her feet refused her brain's frantic demands to stop. Abruptly, the atmosphere was different. Heavier, darker, charged and crackling like the air before a violent summer storm. Just a moment ago, the space was warm with sunlight. Now, in the twinkling of an eye, it was inexplicably cold. At the door, she stopped and looked up at it, feeling much smaller and vulnerabler than usual. She sucked quick, rasping breaths through flaring nostrils and brushed her teeth worriedly over her bottom lip. Every instinct she had screamed at her to run, but she could only watch, helplessly, as her arm reached shakily out and her fingers closed around the burnished brass knob. She turned the handle, and something shoved the door open from the inside, ripping it from her hand. A black mass with blazing eyes and sharp teeth hurled itself at her, and a high, skull-cracking scream dislodged from her throat. She staggered back and fell on her butt with a breathless umph, every muscle tensing for attack. Instead, the creature screeched out the door, and a moment later, Julia cried out in alarm nearby. A moment later, just as Meagan started to cry, Julia rushed into the room, her eyes big with worry. "Are you okay?" she asked as she knelt and took Meagan into her arms. "Did it scratch you?" Meagan shook her head, trying hard to get a grip on herself and largely succeeding. Her heart blasted into her ribs with such power it ached, and the cold terror in the pit of her belly washed through her like sludge. She recalled the brief glimpse she'd gotten of the creature's face, and trembled like a small, frightened animal. "What was that?" "A cat," Tom said, having come in without Meagan noticing. "A hissing, spitting, feral cat." Just a cat. Relief came over Meagan like a soothing tide. For a second there, she thought it was a girl-eating monster. "What was it doing in the closet?" she asked, her voice still not entirely steady. "The door was closed." Frowning, Tom went over and leaned into the closet, looking up. "There's a hole in the ceiling," he sighed in a tone of defeat. He turned away and closed the door behind him. "Must have gotten into the attic and come through when it heard you walking around." "Where is it now?" Julia asked and brushed her fingers comfortingly through Meagan's hair. Tom shrugged. "It's somewhere." "Well, go get it. God knows what it has. What if it bites Meagan?" Sighing, Tom slumped his shoulders. He looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he took a deep, resolute breath. "All right," he said. "You two stay here." With that, he disappeared, and as Julia continued to console her, Meagan made up her mind. She did not like this house. Part 3. The boy hated summer. Striding down the sidewalk flanking Elm, his hands shoved into the pockets of his black hoodie and his head defensively lowered, he fumed with 2 months' worth of pent-up loathing and frustration, the length of his step increasing as his mind wandered farther afield until he was practically goose-stepping like a Nazi in an old newsreel. He was blind to the houses lining the way, their antiquated facades stately and calm. He was blind to the occasional car passing into the street. He was so wrapped up in the rage coursing through him that he wasn't even aware that he was sweating and panting for air. 12, almost 13, and tall for his age, with lank black hair, sallow skin that never seemed to flush, and flat, listless eyes that stared through you rather than at you. Cody Millers was the most hated boy in Rossville. His father hated him, his mother hated him, the other kids at Rossville Middle hated him, and even the adults in town hated him. They whispered among themselves about how bad he was, even though he'd never done anything wrong. When someone broke into the school last year after hours and slicked the hallway floors with lard from the kitchen, He was the first and only kid Principal Stone questioned. When someone burned down Old Man Johnson's chicken coop at the beginning of this summer, he caught the blame, even though he was home that night. His mother knew that, but his father, passed out drunk, was convinced he snuck out and punished him with his belt. Mom didn't even say anything. She just let it happen like she always did. "The boy's not right," he overheard Mr. Garthy, the barber, say once. "You could see it in his eyes." And that was one of the nicer things they said about him. They acted like he was some kind of crazy madman who was always one step away from hurting someone. And you know what? These days, after all the hell he caught at home, all the times the kids called him names and shoved him into lockers, all the whispers, all the stares, all the bullshit. After all of that, maybe he was one step away from hurting someone. Every day, the gaseous ball of anger always simmering in his chest burned a little hotter, growing a little bigger. Sometimes, as he lay in bed at night and listened to his father tearing down the house in one of his wanton rages, he imagined himself hurting the people in town, starting with the kids he went to school with, and ending with Dad. He never allowed himself to think too deeply on the topic, because if he did, it would disturb him. In his heart, he didn't want to hurt anyone. He just wanted to be normal, like everyone else. The other kids at school, even the geeks, had friends. He had nothing. It was all too easy to envy them. By now, though, he didn't. He didn't even hate them. At once, being outcasted hurt, but now he was used to it. As long as they left him alone, he was fine. Most did, but some didn't. Like Zeke Harper. Zeke was just as big a prick as he'd expect the captain of the football team to be. Toned and handsome with brown hair and perfect teeth, he made the lives of everyone below him on the social food chain miserable. But Cody was his favorite target. At lunch, Zeke would walk behind him and accidentally spill his tray down his back. "Whoops, sorry, Miller." And whenever Cody had to get up and walk past him in class, he always stuck his foot out, making him trip. Oh, and how everyone laughed. Was it really still funny after the 50,000th time? Telling didn't work. Zeke's dad was the sheriff, and everyone knew sheriffs play favorites with their kids. Even if Sheriff Harper didn't, everyone else did. Rossville, like many small towns across the country, was obsessed with football. Every Friday night from September to December, everyone crowded the high school athletic field to watch the Raptors play, and every Saturday, their exploits were splashed across the front page of the Rossville Review in bold black and white. Middle school ball wasn't as important as high school ball, but the kids on the team were still revered as minor celebrities, and Zeke was the star of the show. One day, they said, he'd go all-state, whatever that meant. The teachers let him get away with everything. The principal let him get away with everything. And everyone in town just loved how wholesome and all-American he was. They didn't see the side of him that Cody did. But you know what? They didn't want to see it, so they never would. It was probably him who broke into the school and torched that coop. In fact, Cody would bet money on it. Zeke Harper and the others weren't what bothered him today, however. It was summer. Most kids loved being out of school for 2.5 months, but not Cody, because as bad as school was, being at home with his parents was even worse. Dad worked the night shift at the Tyson plant in Harrisonburg Monday through Thursday, and the rest of the week he was home, sitting in his recliner, sucking down one beer after another, and cultivating his own anger. Anger because they were poor, anger because Cody existed, anger over nothing at all. No matter where Cody went in the house or what he did, Dad would eventually track him down and start badgering him, picking apart his every move and criticizing every little thing. Shutting a door too hard, flushing the toilet, opening the door to go outside and letting the AC out. Mom was just there, like a piece of furniture. She took pills from an orange bottle with no label, and Cody was beginning to think they weren't from her doctor. Since having peaceful days at home was almost impossible during the summer, Cody spent most of his time out. He walked the trails crisscrossing the forest surrounding the park, sat by the river and thought, and wandered the streets of town like a lost spirit. If he found enough change on the ground, he'd go to the arcade, even though all the games sucked and the guy who ran it, Mel, was a jerk. If Cody got a soda or a hot dog, Mel would shout the order to his sole cook.
"It's for the future school shooter."
Every once in a while, Zeke and some of his cronies would drift in just to pick on him, then leave. And if there were other kids in, they stared at him and whispered to each other. It was almost as bad as being at home. One of his favorite places was the library. It was cool, quiet, and always empty, save for people using the free computer terminals or old ladies trawling for Danielle Steele novels. No one ever bothered him there, so he'd stay for hours, just sitting in one of the overstuffed chairs in the reading nook and paging through magazines. A few times he set out an idle mission to find the oldest book there, but got bored and gave up every time. His absolute favorite place was the abandoned house on Chestnut Street. There was something about the place that pulled him, like steel to a magnet. If he set out from his own house with no destination in mind, his feet would carry him the 8 blocks to Chestnut of their own accord. He didn't know why the house attracted him so, but it did, and the closer he got to it, the more he could feel its presence in the air. Waves of power like those emanating from a transformer, calling to him, beckoning him, dragging him ever to it. A few times he crawled in through a broken basement window and walked aimlessly from floor to floor with bated breath, the certainty that something was going to happen weighing down his stomach like a pile of rocks. The feeling was strong in the back bedroom on the 2nd floor, the one looking into the neighbor's yard. The air was colder than it was everywhere else, and the wind, when it blew in the eaves, sounded like a stir of whispers. The place creeped him out, but the compulsion to trot its floors and know its secrets compelled him as surely as a pyromaniac's obsession with fire. He wouldn't go there at night, though. Never at night. Presently, Cody crossed Elm and started down Birch, his body on autopilot and his mind far away. The houses here were smaller and shabbier, their lawns not as well kempt as the ones on Elm. Car parts and trash littered a few, and in one, a fat woman in a bikini sunned herself next to an inflatable pool where 3 toddlers squealed and splashed each other. Cody stared down at his rotting Nikes and nibbled his bottom lip. The house was 2 blocks away, but he could already sense it, and his step subconsciously quickened. When he got there, he'd go in through the window and probably sit in the middle of the living room with his back to the wall. There was a perfect corner where 2 walls met that was out of sight from any window. He could log his phone onto someone's Wi-Fi. Unsuspecting Van wasn't password protected, but it also wasn't very strong, and have complete and total peace, except for the maddening urge to climb the stairs and follow the whispering wind. 10 minutes later, Cody turned right and followed the gravel alley running along the backyards of the house on Chestnut. Tall stockade fences flanked the road, and clusters of trash cans waited for tomorrow's pickup. Flies buzzing around them like planes landing and taking off. The stench penetrated the misty fog in his brain, and he wrinkled his nose. He came to the house and stopped. An orange and white U-Haul was backed up to the gate, its cab blocking the street. A puke-green Prius and a red Dodge Caravan was parked beside it, the latter's back hatch standing open. Cody missed a step, then lowered his head and hurried past, his mind reeling. Was someone moving in? That shouldn't surprise him. That's what houses are for, isn't it? But it did, and even before he reached Chestnut, his chest twanged with loss. He crossed the street and cut west, back the way he had come, and stopped directly across from the front porch. A woman in black slacks and a white blouse pushed up to her tippy toes to hang a potted plant from one of the beams, and a girl with glasses and blonde hair in a ponytail stood dutifully by, holding another. Cody stuck his bottom lip sullenly out and blew a puff of air that stirred his bangs. His soul cried out for the house, like a dehydrated man for cool, blessed water, but instead he wheeled around and stalked off. his hands curling into fists. Great. Some dumb family took his house away. What's next? His bedroom at home, too. His anger was short-lived. A block from the house, it drained away, and he deflated. I'll go to the library, he thought with a sigh. Part 4. When he happened to drive by Millie Beauford's old house and saw new people moving in, Bill Harper knew it was going to be a bad day. Ah, shit, he muttered to himself as he slowed his squad car to a crawl. A man with sandy hair and glasses pushed a mower through the tangled front lawn, and a girl with glasses helped a woman wearing a white blouse pull weeds from beside the foundation. Another man, shaved head and wearing a gray tank top and camo cargo shorts, carried boxes from a big U-Haul and sat them on the porch, where a giant pile of crap had accumulated. Tables, chairs, a reading lamp, and bulging plastic totes covered in Sharpie. Kitchen, living room, bedroom. Something cold and slick turned over in Bill's stomach, and the taste of bile suddenly coated the back of his throat. Spinning the wheel, Bill swung down Ridgecrest, which fringed the yard, and craned his neck to see better. The CB on the dashboard squawked, but he ignored it. Damn thing could wait. Aside from the two men, the woman, and the girl, there didn't seem to be anyone else. He let up on the gas even more and came to a rolling stop, one hand tightening on the wheel and the other lying on top of his considerable thigh, fingers drumming an edgy tempo. The man with the glasses reached the chain-link fence separating the yard from the sidewalk and turned the mower around. He looked up, and their eyes met. Even ensconced in his cruiser, even wearing the gun and golden badge that imbued him with endless power and commanded the respect and deference of everyone he met, Bill, all 250 pounds of him, felt naked, exposed. He whipped his eyes away and accidentally laid on the grass. The car surged forward with a squeal of tires and the belt locked hard against his chest, squeezing a gasp from his lungs like toothpaste from a tube. He stamped the brakes and slammed back against the seat. The man behind the mower watched him bemusedly, and Bill sighed. After all that, he'd better get out and say something, or else it'd look strange. Damn it. Stupid goddamn house. He was a grown man who could handle anything. Anything. Except for 625 Chestnut Street. Just looking at it made his heart beat faster, and whenever he drove by, he had the uncanny feeling of being watched, as though the thing inside were staring out at him, seeing through joists, plaster, metal, and years. That was stupid, he told himself, but he felt it anyway. He went out of his way to avoid that house. If he needed to get to the other side of town, he took every other street he could, even if it turned a 5-minute jaunt into a 15-minute trek. When he did pass it, he kept his eyes straight ahead and his mind firmly on other matters. Taxes, reports, what Amanda was making for dinner that night, his son Zeke's grades. They were good, a little too good. Even then, a shiver never failed to shimmy down his spine. All the kids said it was haunted, and they weren't far off. They weren't far off at all. Why the hell were people moving in anyway? Last he heard, Bobby Beauford, who took it over after his mom died, was having trouble finding a buyer. Bill went to school with Bobby, and for a time they were good friends. Then something happened, and the relationship went out the window. Most people born and raised in Rossville tended to stay in Rossville. Law of averages or some damn thing. Bobby, though, Bobby left right out of high school, packed his old Honda up, and let out that very day. Bill saw him heading out of town. It looked like he was fleeing. 3 years ago, Bobby's mother, Millie, sweet old lady who always handed out full-size chocolate bars at Halloween, fell down the basement stairs and lay there for 3 days, moaning and crying weakly out for help before the neighbor found her. Bill was the first one on the scene, and even if he lived to be 1,000, he'd never forget her face, contorted in misery, mouth open and drooping, eyes cloudy white. She talked out of her head before the ambulance got there, said something pushed her, told him it talked to her at night, told him it mentioned his name. Horror came over him like a splash of cold water, and he almost ran out screaming his head off. Later on, he got a hold of himself. She was dehydrated, concussed, and senile to begin with. She was just rambling. Just rambling. Every so often, though, as he lay down next to Amanda and struggled to shut his mind down to sleep, he wondered if he was wrong. What if Millie Beauford was telling the truth? What if there really was something in that house? What if it pushed her down those stairs just to lure him inside? Right now, in broad daylight, the sheriff of Rossville shuddered. After Millie died in the hospital 3 days later, Bobby came back to town from Florida, where he owned a construction company. He didn't stay long and didn't talk to anyone. Andy Miller said he saw him down in the Save-A-Lot, and when Bobby saw him, he went pale, turned around, and rushed off. The house wasn't like something Bobby wanted to deal with, and it showed in how long it sat empty. Bill was just starting to think it was going to stay that way. And now this. He should have gone in there when he had the chance. He should have gone in and taken that damn thing out. He committed a few times, but he always found an excuse for backing out. As much as he might say he didn't believe in ghosts, all he had to do was think of Millie Beauford, lying at the foot of those stairs, soaked in her own piss and shit, raving about spirits whispering his name, and he shuddered. Inhaling through his nose, Bill looked up at the house. In the light of day, it was entirely unremarkable, like a dozen other houses in town. Wood siding, half-rounds trimming the second-floor exterior, green roof, white trim gone gray with grime. Not so scary, is it? No, it wasn't. The thing inside, though. Bill quashed that thought with the ruthlessness of a communist dictator putting down a rebellion. In the yard, the man with the glasses pushed the mower aside, his eyes never wavering from the car, as though it were a venomous bug that would bite the moment he looked away. The one with the shaved head carried a box up the porch steps, sat it next to another, and returned to the truck, completely oblivious to Bill's presence. Goosebumps raked Bill's arms, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The sensation of being watched crept through him. Drive away. Just forget it and drive away. You're the law. Who cares what they think? Just get away. Bill was a lot of things, and stubborn was one of them. He'd be damned if he let himself get so spooked over a house that he ran away. For that reason, and that reason only, he threw off his belt, flung the door open, and got out. The perfume of mangled grass seasoned the still air, and blazing hot sunshine enveloped Bill like the fires of hell. He slammed the door, hitched his belt up, and walked slowly around the side of the car, approaching the fence. The man in glasses came over to meet him, and the woman and the little girl, kneeling next to each other, turned their heads to watch, a look of mistrust crossing the mother's face. What the hell was he going to say? Welcome to Rossville, folks. That's when he caught it. The U-Haul. On the other side of the fence, the man stopped, his forehead knitting in confusion. His blue eyes flickered with trepidation, and Bill focused on that, and not the malignant house behind him, leering forth like a goddamn pedophile. Afternoon, Bill said with a curt nod. Good afternoon, officer, the man said cautiously. Can I help you? The other man stood by the U-Haul's tailgate, watching the proceeding like a specter to an Old West gunfight. Bill's eyes darted to him, then the house, then back to glasses. You moving trucks blocking the street, he said in his best cordial tone. Can I get you to move it, please? Glasses shot a quick glance over his shoulder as if to confirm the truck was, indeed, blocking the street. It's almost empty, the other man called. 2 more minutes. Bill didn't care whether the truck was blocking Alley Lane or not, but being here, next to this house, and in front of these people, he was uncharacteristically tense. Backing down too easily might look suspicious. I understand there ain't much room, he said. I just want other folks to get back if they have to. Glasses turned and surveyed the lot, and Bill leaned over the fence. Just cut it a little to the left. The other man, having heard, disappeared, and a second later, the U-Haul's engine roared into life. While he maneuvered the truck out of the way, Bill looked up at the house again. Curtains fluttered in a second-story window, and his stomach turned. Just a draft, that was all. Just moving in? he asked mid-conversation. Yes, the man said. The woman and little girl were coming over, and Bill sneaked a glance at them from the corner of his eye. He'd never seen either one of them before, and was sure of it, but the girl was oddly familiar. I'm Tom Herriman. This is my wife, Julia, and our daughter, Meagan. The woman offered a guarded smile, and Bill gave her a nod as curt as the first. 12 at a glance. Meagan was short and petite, her bare arms slender and her knees knobby. She wore a floral print dress, big glasses, and her hair in a ponytail. Deja vu swept Bill, and a puzzled frown touched the corners of his lips.
I'm Sheriff Harper,
Bill said.
and it's nice to meet you folks.
He paused and tried to think of something more to say. Normally, he was at ease with anyone he met, even if they were a hardened criminal who'd shiv his guts out just as soon as he looked at him. But right now, he was antsy. He shifted his bulk from one foot to the other and crossed his arms over his chest, then put his hands on his hips. You too, Tom said. I'm really sorry about blocking the street. The U-Haul rolled forward, swung to the right, then backed up, the tail lights blinking. It went forward again, turned even more, then came back a second time.
Like I said, there isn't much room,
Bill said.
The streets around here weren't made for trucks that big, even though sometimes you need them.
The engine shut off and the man jumped out. The front end still jutted out a couple of feet into the road, but it was good enough for Bill.
That should do it,
Bill said.
It was nice meeting y'all.
You too, Sheriff, Tom said. Nodding one final nod, Bill turned around, went back to his car, and slid in behind the wheel. The feeling of being watched was stronger now, and his heart throbbed like an abscessed tooth. He had the strongest urge to look in the rearview mirror, but resisted. If he saw something staring out of that second-floor window, he'd keel over dead. Without putting on his seatbelt, Bill started the car, put it in drive, and pulled away from the fence. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until his lungs began to ache 2 blocks later. He let it out in a shaky rush and licked his lips. All right, well, 625 isn't empty anymore. That put him in the hot seat again. What now? First order of business was seeing Joey Vandermeer. After that, maybe the others too. Andy Miller, Frank Stone, and Dave Caswell. Frank was the principal at the junior high, and Andy worked the graveyard shift at the Tyson plant in Harrisonburg. He could catch them any old time he wanted, but not Dave. He drove big rigs up and down the East Coast and stayed gone sometimes for weeks on end. He'd have to stop by Helen Meyer's boarding house and see if he was in. A voice crackled over the CB, bringing him out of his fatigue.
Bill? You there?
Terry Bradford, Rossville's sole dispatcher, a tall, lanky woman with short black hair, she comprised a good 40% of the town police department, with Bill and his deputies Chuck and Mark rounding out the rest. Grabbing the handset from its cradle, Bill depressed the talk button on the side and lifted it to his mouth.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got a call from Edith Johnson,
Terry said, her long-suffering inflection thinly veiled.
She says someone spray-painted something on her garage.
Every small town, Bill reckoned, had at least one resident old biddy who lived in her window looking for reasons to phone the police. Edith Johnson was Rossville's and had been going on 20 years. 78 and frail with bushy brown hair that refused to go gray even as her face withered. Edith was the bane of Bill's existence. She called the station at least once a day complaining about cars going too fast on her street. It's a 25, and that Tundra was going at least 30. Teenagers walking past, they're up to no good, I just know it. One time, she even called on the birds in her bushes outside for making too much noise. I don't know animal control's number, so I'm calling you. Bill tried to be patient with her. Her husband died 10 years back, and her adult children never visited, so she was lonely, and her arthritic knees kept her from being able to move around. Some days, however, he could hit her.
All right,
he said into the CV.
I'll take a look.
5 minutes later, he pulled into the driveway of Edith Johnson's one-story ranch on Rossdale Street. Potted plants crowded the front porch, and a line of pink plastic flamingos marched across the front lawn, presided over by a gazing ball on a faux marble pedestal. A flower bed edged the house. A gnome with ruddy cheeks favored Bill with a knowing smirk that made him inexplicably uneasy. Edith, clad in a pink button-up blouse and white pants, was already making her way towards him as he got out, her posture stooped and her steps shuffling. Brown age spots dotted her skeletal arms, lending her the appearance of an overripe banana, and Bill could smell the asparcream before she was even upon him.
He defaced my garage,
she said in a low, trembling outrage. Bill glanced at the big roll-top door fronting the detached garage. Nothing.
Who did?
He asked.
That Miller boy.
She spat. Oh, Cody Miller, Andy's son. If every little town had an Edith, it has a Cody, too. A guy, or gal, who always takes the blame when something goes wrong. Bill wouldn't lie. Cody was a little different, but to the best of his knowledge, he'd never actually done anything to anyone. People had a way of scapegoating him that, well, wasn't very fair. See, his old man was, to put it nicely, a piece of shit. He drank, smacked his wife around, and was responsible for almost every bad thing to happen in Rossville during his youth. Someone egged your windows, Andy Miller. Someone broke into your house and stole $50 from your sock drawer, Andy Miller. Someone did donuts in your front yard. Guess who? In high school, he, Bill, Joey, and the others would cruise around, drink beer, and chase girls. Boys will be boys. Only for Andy, 17 never ended. Bill got serious about life, Dave got serious, even Joey to an extent. But not Andy. Instead, he got serious about booze. In the 15 years since school last let out, he'd been arrested 24 times for DUI, driving on a suspended, domestic battery, possession of coke, possession of pot, speeding, reckless driving. He was a man with a family and a steady job, but in a way, he was still that wild teenager, only more bitter and hateful. Or something. Bill wasn't a psychologist. Andy was bad news, and that was that. Unfortunately, that reputation rubbed off on Cody. The adults were leery of him, and no doubt told their kids he was a bad seed, and the kids picked up on him because kids are like a school of piranha. They move as a pack and descend on the odd man out. It didn't help that Cody looked like he was always plotting a murder. Dark, stormy eyes, strained frown. That was likely on account of everyone mistreating him, which made Bill feel bad for him. But those are the types you gotta watch. The most popular and well-adjusted kids, like his own boy, Zeke, aren't the ones shooting up schools. It's the bullied ones, like Cody.
How do you know it was Cody Miller?
Bill asked now. Edith Johnson's eyes narrowed to reptilian slits.
Right before I called, he walked by. I was standing on the porch and he didn't even look at me, like he was guilty or something.
That doesn't mean he is, Bill said.
It does in my book,
she said in a tone that closed the matter. Bill sighed. When she made up her mind, nothing could shake her. You'd have better luck changing a Democrat's politics or an evangelical's religion.
Where is he?
He asked.
Follow me.
She led him around the side of the garage. A chain-link fence divided her yard from the neighbors, and the unshorn grass reached nearly to Bill's knees.
There,
she said indignantly. Fuck you, old bitch, was splayed across the shabby vinyl siding in white. Bill put his hands on his hips and prodded the inside of his bottom lip with his tongue. Well, someone indeed spray-painted Edith Johnson's garage. But who? She swore it was Cody Miller, but her evidence was tenuous at best. Bill was inclined to think it wasn't him, but he couldn't rule it out.
What are you gonna do?
Edith demanded. Not much of anything, Bill silently decided.
Well, I'll talk to him. That's really all I can do. Are you gonna arrest him?
She pushed. Bill was beginning to lose his patience.
If I find probable cause, yes. If not, it's your word against his. Well, my word counts for more.
No, actually, it didn't. Her word meant crap to him. In fact, with the way she was always bothering him, she almost deserved this. Cry wolf long enough, a wolf's gonna show up, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself.
I'll talk to him,
he repeated, starting back to the car. She followed at a gait, bitching the whole way.
Are you just gonna leave it there?
She asked disbelievingly. Bill was behind the wheel with the window down, the key in the ignition. He had half a mind to gun the engine and speed off. What did she think he was, a cleaning service?
I'll send Mark out to do that,
he said. Mark, the junior-most man on the force, could use a good punishment. He came in late too much for Bill's liking, and that was easier than writing him up.
At least he'll do that.
She sniffed. Bill bit his tongue.
You have a nice day, Miss Johnson.
Backing into the street, he turned right and put Edith Johnson behind him. Now, for Joey Vandermeer. Part 5. At Main, Bill took a left and navigated past Town Square, a tiny commons dominated by a statue of Josiah Ross, Rossville's founder. A group of teens occupied a bench facing the fountain, and an old man tossed chunks of bread to the ducks that nestled there. The old county courthouse stood against the blue sky, its dome putting Bill in mind of a zit. When Rossville was established in 1784, it was the seat of Appalachian County, which in those days consisted of unspoiled wilderness and maybe 2 towns. For 100 years, Rossville was the biggest community in the region until a sawmill opened in Elk Park. In 1901, the seat was moved there, and the courthouse was partitioned between the police department, the Town Historical Society, and several other local agencies. The station was housed across 3 rooms in the basement. The plumbing was ancient, the heat hardly worked, and some people swore it was haunted. Like the house on Chestnut. Bill's stomach rolled, and a grimace rented his face. Boys will be boys, he thought. Yeah. Outside town, low, gentle hills rolled back from the road and gave way to dense forest above. In the west, pasture land stretched for as far as the eye could see. An 18-wheeler pulling a load of timber rounded a bend ahead and screamed past, making the cruiser rock. The ball of nerves in Bill's stomach tightened little by little as the highway dipped and rose. By the time he reached his destination, he was seething like a cauldron over a roaring fire, and a headache twinged above his right eye. Sitting on a lofty ridge like a majestic ship at sail and guarded by an ornate wrought iron fence, Vandermeer's state looked more like a palace than a home, with its ramparts, marble-columned portico, and braggadociously tall windows. An exquisitely crafted fountain stood before it like a modern marvel, and a tennis court and a swimming pool bookended the main building. Every time Bill saw it, he couldn't help wondering what anyone needed with so much house. 15 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a conservatory, a library. Hell, there was even a ballroom where Joey's parents used to throw lavish parties for July 4th, Halloween, Christmas, and just because. At its peak, long before Joey was born, the Vandermeer clan numbered 8, making the house too big even for them. Once, Bill was a frequent visitor here. He swam in the pool, attended every party, and rode 4-wheelers on the trails crisscrossing the woods behind the house. Of all his friends, Joey was the best. Fun and charismatic. He had a certain aura that pulled you to him. Bill imagined JFK had it, and maybe Reagan, too. Greatness, that's what it was, being around Joey Vandermeer. With his dazzling smile and twinkling eyes was being in the presence of greatness. You'd expect someone like him to be a jerk, but instead, he was a friend to everyone, and used to bring the entire class out here for pool parties and socials and the like. Then, something happened. And suddenly, Bill didn't think so highly of him. Then again, he didn't think so highly of himself, either. Slowly, he turned up the horseshoe drive, then drove past the main gate and up the hill, the house growing bigger the closer he got. 5 years ago, Joey's folks died in a car wreck, and he inherited everything. The house, the fortune, and the staff. He lived alone in the echoing halls, save for an elderly maid and the gardener. Billy didn't know what he did with himself anymore, and he didn't particularly care. He couldn't say he hated Joey, but he sure as hell didn't like him. And he contrived to avoid him just the same as he did the house on Chestnut Street. Bill parked at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the double doors and killed the engine. The house was so big it blotted out the sun, and shadows filled the world. He unbuckled his belt and got out. The afternoon had quickly turned humid and wrapped itself around him like a sodden blanket, drawing sweat from every pore. He scanned the sky for storm clouds, but didn't see any. Being so high, Vandermeer Estate commanded a sweeping view of the valley below and the hazy mountains on the horizon. For a moment, Bill contemplated it, stalling, then climbed the steps. Before he could knock, the door opened and the maid appeared, a short, frumpy Mexican woman with steely gray hair and glasses. She'd been here as long as Bill could remember, and would probably be here long after he was gone, an eternal fixture like one of the columns.
"Afternoon,"
he said with a nod.
"Joey here?"
Come in,
she said in lightly accented English. She moved aside, and he stepped into the foyer. The highly polished tile floor glinted in the warm overhead light like the placid surface of a sun-dappled sea, and the oak paneling glowed, as if with their own inner suffusion. A staircase with a forest green runner and intricate golden leaf design in place of spindles led up to the second floor, where a railing guarded the shadowy front hall. Paintings, landscapes, and watercolors dotted the walls, and a lamp shone from an end table at the foot of the stairs. Bill followed the maid into a richly appointed sitting room with gilded woodwork and a big fireplace. A green rug with a fringed edge covered the hardwood floor, and soft music drifted theatrically from an unseen source. Brass lamps on the wall provided low, ambient light, and deep tranquility lay over the room, immediately taking the edge off of Bill's nerves. He sat on a leather wingback sofa with a weary grunt, and the maid rushed off to find Joey. Alone, he let his eyes travel around the room. A liquor cabinet stood against one wall, ready to service thirsty guests, and tall ferns huddled in the corners. Where the panels ended, staid wallpaper with tiny flower shapes took over, and Bill idly wondered if it was original or not. It hadn't changed in all the time he'd been coming here, and he bet it was at least 100 years old. Everything here probably was. A house like Vandermeer Estate is more like a museum than a home, all things preserved in a vacuum of time and sedation. His eyes fell on a portrait of a stern-faced old man with icy blues hanging over the mantel, his steely gaze boring into Bill like lasers. Louis Vandermeer, the first of the current line. In Germany, his people owned an Alpine inn. He came to America in the 1870s, found his fortune in the railroad, and died in 1929 as one of the richest men in the country. If that wasn't the American dream, Bill didn't know what was. He expected to wait a while, but after only a few minutes, Joey came in through a door at the other side of the room. Tall and muscular with curly blonde hair, blue eyes, and a strong, angular jaw, Joey resembled his ancestor only passingly. Clad in white tennis shorts, a white polo that stretched tight across his toned chest, and white sneakers, he looked far younger than his 35 years, an effect cemented by his boyish grin and the mischievous light in his eyes. His presence dominated the room, and even knowing everything he did about him, Bill felt that familiar magnetic pull.
"Hey, you Billy boy,"
Joey said affably as he walked up. He sank into his armchair, catty-corner to the sofa, leaning forward, and clasped his hands between his knees.
"Do you want to frisk me?"
Bill chuckled despite himself.
"Nah, not this time."
He shifted restlessly, and Joey watched him. He didn't look much like Louis Vandermeer, but had the same penetrating stare, and it made Bill uncomfortable.
"Came to tell you something. Whatever it is, I didn't do it,"
Joey choked.
"Honest."
Actually, he did, and sometimes Bill thought he did other things too.
"Well, it's about,
He looked around to confirm they were alone, then lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
Someone moved into Millie Beauford's old house."
Joey favored him with a blank stare of a man who'd just been given a critical piece of information that had absolutely no bearing on his life.
"Oh, okay,"
Joey said.
"Well, if you want to form a welcome committee, I could chip in an Oreo pie and maybe some of Pop's cigars. They've been rotting in a box for 50 years, so I don't know how they taste."
"This is serious," Bill said soberly.
"You and I both know what's in that house."
Letting out a patronizing sigh, Joey sat back in the chair.
"We don't know anything. Bobby could have—"
"He didn't," Bill cut in.
"And you know it."
Joey's face darkened so briefly that Bill might have thought he was mistaken, were it anyone else. Not many people knew what lurked beneath Joey Vandermeer's amicable facade. but Bill did. He'd seen it. Just as quickly as it came, it was gone, and Joey looked hurt, as though Bill had forced a painful memory on him at gunpoint.
Look, he started. I really don't want to talk about this, okay? You're jumping at shadows here. So what someone moved in?
Here, he spread his hands in a gesture of bafflement. I do, Bill said, starting to get hot under the collar. Joey had always been dismissive about this. Oh, at first he was contrite and self-effacing, but then he started to act like it never happened.
Because you're paranoid,
Joey said.
You're damn right I am,
Bill replied.
I've been paranoid for going on 20 goddamn years.
His voice raised with his passion, and he lowered it again.
You aren't.
Even as the words left his mouth, he knew the answer. No, Joey said tightly, the light, buoyant tone of a moment ago replaced by cold, serrated edge.
And I suggest you follow my example. You're a cop, Bill. You know damn well what happens to men who let their paranoia override their senses.
Bill grated. He did know. He knew all too well. Softening his tone, sounding friendly even, Joey said,
I get why you're upset. I really do. Just don't worry about it.
What if they find?
Then they find it,
Joey said with a shrug.
You come out, do your thing, then that's it. We're home free.
Bill sighed. He didn't want it to happen that way. Joey might think being sheriff gave him a blank check to do whatever the hell he wanted, but it didn't. If he didn't do things the way they were supposed to be done, the state police would be on him like bark on a tree. He said so, and Joey nodded in sympathy. That didn't feel quite genuine.
Okay, then do it by the book. Come on, Billy. We're home free. Unless one of your clowns says something.
His brow angled deliberately down, and Bill reflexively shook his head no. He wouldn't tell.
Then stop your worrying,
Joey said with a grin.
Go grab a donut and a cup of coffee, huh? You earned it, big guy.
Maybe Joey was right. Maybe he was just being paranoid.
All right.
He exhaled.
Yeah.
He pushed to his feet, and Joey stood with him. Together, they walked to the front door, Joey's hand resting on Bill's shoulder.
What you need is a vacation. When's the last time you took one?
On the porch, Bill thought.
I don't even remember. Probably the time we went to Atlantic City.
That was, what, 3 years ago?
Bill did the math, then nodded.
Well, take another one,
Joey said, and clapped him on the back.
My treat.
That made Bill laugh.
We'll see.
As he drove away, Bill Harper's smile faded. My treat, my ass. It would be a cold day in hell before he accepted anything from Joey Vandermeer. A cold, cold, cold day. After dropping Kevin off at his house, Tom, Julia, and Meagan went to the Home Depot for supplies. While Tom and Julia browsed, Meagan wandered up and down the electrical aisle and breathed through her mouth because the sawdust choking the air hurt her nose. She stopped at a pin of plastic light switch covers and contemplated them with a thoughtful hum. There were all kinds, some of them in weird colors and shapes. Wonder if they have any shaped like animals. She sifted through and found a pink and purple one that looked like a curved dolphin trying to kiss its own butt. Perfect. She found Tom and Julia in the paint section, the cart already overfull. She stood quietly aside and waited for them to be finished. She didn't really like asking for things from them because she didn't want to look like a greedy freeloader, but she really liked the light switch cover, so she'd break her own rule just this once.
Fine,
Tom was saying.
We'll go with baby blue.
It's the best blue, Julia said.
Right, Meagan?
Meagan nodded. It was, in fact.
What you got there?
Tom asked, and nodded at the dolphin.
It's a cover switch,
Meagan explained, then hesitated.
Can I have it?
Tom held out his hand and she gave it to him. Adjusting his glasses, he held it up to the light and studied it for a moment.
Huh,
He said, impressed.
that's pretty cool.
It's really neat.
Meagan said, impassioned like a defense lawyer pleading her case.
And it'll look good in my room.
It would.
Tom agreed and sat it in the cart. They picked up a few things from the lawn and garden section for the yard, then drove home through the weakened late afternoon light. They pulled into the driveway just past 6. Shadows filled the house's nooks and crannies, and the second-story windows glinted like excited eyes, an image that deeply unsettled Meagan. Inside, with the lights blazing, it wasn't so bad, and after a while, she loosened up. First, she and Tom moved her bed, then she took a bath in the old clawfoot tub. It was really big, like almost big enough to swim in. After that, she, Tom, and Julia snuggled up on the couch and watched Frozen, her all-time favorite movie. 3/4 of the way through, she started to get sleepy, and right before the end, she dozed off with her head lolling against Tom's chest. She came groggily awake when he picked her up in his strong arms and cradled her like a baby, then drifted peacefully back off. She did not stir as he carried her up the darkened stairs, or when he laid her in bed, pecked her forehead, and tucked Mr. Bob in next to her. She was oblivious to it all, and thus passed her first night in the house on Chestnut Street. Part 6. The Appalachian County ASPCA was housed in a surprisingly modern glass building 3 miles outside of Elk Park. Tucked away in a valley formed by small, time-eroded hills on 2 sides and backed against a stand of pine trees, it sat at the edge of a long gravel road that turned off of Route 29 and wound through the highlands like a gymnast's ribbon. At least that was the image that came to Meagan's mind. She was always trying to come up with new and inventive ways to describe things. She loved reading, but so many of her books were the same. Good stories told in cliché, stilted language. She could admire a beautiful turn of phrase just as much as the next Reed fan, but she liked silly and off-the-wall better. Sitting in the back of the caravan with her hands fisted excitedly in her lap, she darted her eyes left and right, as though she could spot interesting and magical things in the woods pushing against the road. Shafts of sunlight fell through the treetops and painted the forest floor in golden tones, and deer slunk furtively through the brush. Quick flashes of brown and white that made her perk up and crane her neck to see better. Shortly, the trees parted, and the ASPCA was revealed, its facade framed by white dogwood and bright purple crepe myrtle. A warm breeze stirred their branches and sent them dancing, and light gleamed off the front of the building, a refracted beam hitting Meagan's eye like James Bond's death ray.
You have ways of making you talk.
Tom pulled into a slot next to a brown on white utility truck with animal control stenciled on the doors and cut the engine. A man in gray coveralls leaned into the truck's open driver's side door and jotted something onto a clipboard, the downward set of his eyes telling Meagan he was irritated.
It's pretty,
Julia said of the building. From her tone, it sounded like she expected it to be drab, dreary, and falling apart.
It looks more like a doctor's office.
They got out and went inside. The lobby was cool and dim, the floors composed of stone tiles and the walls colored cream. A reception desk guarded a door to the back, and a waiting room opened to their right. Tasteful leather chairs and sofas facing glass coffee tables laden with magazines. A perky blonde woman sat behind a computer, her face bathed in soft blue electric glow, and when they walked up, she smiled.
Hi, Tom said. We'd like to adopt.
Was that what he had said when he and Julia decided they wanted a child? Did he stroll boldly up to a desk manned by an underpaid state employee and say, "We want to adopt. Where do we sign?" Meagan often wondered, and sometimes she even wondered why they chose her instead of a baby. The older girls at the group home told her people want babies and not older kids, and they were right. In all her time waiting for a family, so much like the poor shelter animals through that door, she saw only a precious few kids her age adopted. In fact, by the time Tom and Julia came along, she'd pretty much given up hope and was just about to start coming to terms with her lot. The woman handed Tom a couple forms to fill out, and they adjourned to the waiting room. Meagan sat with her knees pressed together and her feet hovered inches above the floor. The chair was really roomy and uncomfortable. She looked around for a wall-mounted TV like at the doctor's office, but there wasn't one. So she settled on flipping through a 6-month-old issue of People with Kate Middleton on the cover. A literal princess, huh? What do princesses even do? Like, in Disney movies, they fall in love and go on fun adventures, but what about real life? She bet they did a lot of sitting around and managing palace staff. Or maybe that fell to the queen. No, she couldn't see a queen dealing directly with butlers and stuff. There had to be a head maid. A little while later, the receptionist waved them through the door. Tom and Julia flanked Meagan as they made their way down a concrete aisle. Chain-link kennels linked either side, each one home to a different animal. A pug here, a writhing litter of kittens there. Meagan's heart swelled as she pressed her face to each one, overdosing on cuteness to the point she could hardly stand up.
Oh, look at him,
Julia said of a fluffy Pomeranian. She stuck her finger through, and shaky with giddiness, it came over and boisterously licked it. Tom stood before the kittens with a wistful smile on his face. They romped, played, and tumbled over one another, clueless of his presence. Meagan loved animals and figured picking one would be kind of difficult, but she didn't know how difficult. There were so many choices, it was simply overwhelming. The worst part was they could only get one. If it were up to her, they'd take all the poor animals home. She knew what it was like to not have a family, and the thought of taking one while the others looked sadly on, wishing it had been them, made her want to cry.
Can we get all of them?
She asked. She already knew they'd say no, but there was a 0.0001% chance they were just as entranced as she was and would agree. Tom and Julia both grimaced, and Meagan frowned. "Let's just start off with one," Julia said. "Then we'll see from there." That was the most polite and hopeful no one could utter, and Meagan decided not to push her luck. She turned in a slow circle, tucking her hair behind her ears to get it out of her eyes and give her maximum vision power, and stopped when she saw the dog. In the final cage on the left, a dog with short, glossy black fur stared glumly out at her, with its head lowered and a chastised look in its brown eyes. It wore a jaunty little red bandana with a bone pattern around its neck, and when it realized it had her attention, it swished its tail demurely. "Hi, I heard you maybe be adopting an animal." It looked far sadder than the others, and in an instant she decided that, unlike his cellmates, he had a loving family once. The kittens were too young to know the difference, but he remembered love, affection, belly scratches, and encouraging compliments of good boy. Maybe his masters lost him, or maybe they moved away and left him on the curb. She pictured him sitting next to a pile of garbage with the exact same expression he had on now, longing, hopelessness, and misery, and her heart twinged. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, she knew she had found the one.
Hi.
She cooed and walked over. The dog lifted its head. "Who? Me?" And his tail whipped giddily back and forth across the cement floor. She thrust her fingers through and had started to lick them with the vigor of the starving. She giggled and crinkled her nose. Tom came over and stood beside her, his arms crossing over his chest. The dog cringed, stopped licking, and looked warily up at him.
This one,
Meagan said, blotting her fingers on her dress. "Chocolate lab," Tom said appraisingly. "Good choice." The dog looked hopefully between them.
do you want to be my doggy?
Meagan asked. His tail swished faster. That, she decided, meant yes. A man in tan slacks and a blue button-up opened the cage, attached a leash to the dog, and led him down the aisle.
Is it a boy dog or a girl dog?
Meagan asked the man. "Boy," the man said. "His name's Brody." Not the name she would have chosen, but since she already had it, she might as well leave it alone. Tom and Julia didn't change her name when they adopted her, so why should she do it to Brody? While the in-house vet gave Brody a final once-over to make sure he was hale and healthy, Meagan sat in the waiting room, as impatient as an expectant father on D-Day. D meaning delivery. She squirmed in her seat, kicked her legs, and wriggled her toes. As soon as she got home, she was going to take Brody for his first walk. She wanted to check out the park anyway, and what better company to do it with than her very own brand-new doggo. After what seemed like an eternity, but couldn't have been more than 20 minutes, the guy in the blue shirt brought Brody out. The lab saw her, and maybe it was her imagination, but his face lit up. His tongue dropped out of his mouth in a happy pant, and he trotted over.
He's up to date on all his shots,
The man explained.
we trimmed his nails and checked everything. He's good to go.
Meagan slipped out of her chair and knelt next to the dog, her fingers threading through his fur. He licked her face, and her glasses slid off her nose, landing on the floor. He followed them with his snout and sniffed them.
What are these things?
Tom and Julia both laughed, and Meagan fumbled for them.
I need these to see.
She explained as she put them back on. The world swam into focus, and Brody's face was right there, filling her field of vision. If he knew any tricks, giving you personal space wasn't one of them.
Can you shake?
She asked, and held out her hand, palm facing up. He sniffed it.
We'll work on that later.
Tom said and got to his feet. For now, let's get this guy home. Since they didn't have a dog carrier, and since Brody was too big and gangly for one anyway, he had to ride in the cargo hold as was. Meagan begged and pleaded to sit with him, since he might need someone to keep him from getting scared or anxious, but as soon as Tom opened the door, he jumped in and sat on his hind legs as though they'd done this 1,000,000 times before.
He's fine,
Julia said.
look.
Sigh. All right. Meagan sat in her usual spot behind Tom, a whole row of seats separated from her new best friend. She twisted around to look and wave at him, and he responded with a big, doggy smile.
When we get home, can I take Brody to the park?
Meagan asked. We should probably give him a bath first. Tom favored her with a sly, sidelong glance. Wouldn't it make more sense to give him a bath after the park?
Who knows when he's last had one?
Julia argued. He's gonna get dirty at the park anyway, Tom said. She opened her mouth to protest, but shrugged. Julia believed in washing new clothes before wearing them. You don't know where they've been, who's touched them, or what's on them. That made sense. A shirt sitting on a shelf at Walmart has been folded, fondled, and fingered by factory workers, delivery drivers, blue-vested associates, and the general public. A dog's different, though. Right. 15 minutes later, Tom pulled the caravan into the driveway and killed the engine. Rustling trees sent shadows flickering across the home, and the second-story window reflected the sunlight like the surface of a still mountain pond. Meagan felt none of the disquiet she had the day before. The strange feeling that came over her before she opened the closet door was rationalized and forgotten. She felt only excitement. Before the van had even come to a complete stop, she threw off her seatbelt and jumped out. She went around the back and opened the hatch. Brody still there, tall and proud, like a king on a throne, and she cracked a sly grin.
Come on, boy,
She said.
we're going to the park.
Brody lifted one floppy ear. We are,
That's right,
Meagan said.
come on.
Panting his appreciation, the dog jumped out. Part 7. Cody Miller knew today was going to be bad when he woke at 7 to the sound of yelling. Lying flat on his back with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, a habit he'd had since he was little and could not account for, Cody jumped when his father's voice shattered the silence.
Don't fucking worry how I spend my money.
Some people are groggy and disoriented when they first wake up, but not Cody. When it took him a long time to fall asleep, he came awake quickly and clear-headed, like a cat from a fitful doze. Even in his sleep, he expected his father to come slamming through the door and could never fully relax. Heart in throat, he listens to the house like a small animal sensing danger with its whiskers. Heavy footsteps came toward his door, and his blood froze. Thankfully, they went past, along with his father's muttered cusses. If Cody knew his parents as well as he thought he did, Dad came home from work with a 12-pack of Natty Ice, and Mom confronted him about it. We can't afford this, he imagined her saying in exasperated tones. She knew how Dad reacted when she did that. Why didn't she just leave him alone? A door slammed, and Cody's stomach rumbled with nerves. The footsteps came again, and this time, they stopped just outside his room. Cody pictured his father standing there, debating with himself. Should I start in on the boy or leave him alone? And he tensed, holding his breath. When Dad decided and walked away into the living room, he let it out in a rush.
Where's my goddamn eggs?
He called. Rolling onto his side with a dejected sigh, Cody stared at the window where pinkish early morning light ghosted across the pane. Sometimes he thought his father outright hated him. He used to try and please him by cleaning the house and bringing him a beer when he got home, desperate to make him happy and earn a fleeting compliment. Instead, Dad barely even looked at him, and when he did, it was with a sneer of contempt. And those were the good old days. On the bad days, he called him names and shoved him away. Get out of here, stupid, or I just got off work, leave me alone. He said other things, worse things, but Cody didn't like thinking of them. He learned a long time ago that his father would never be happy, so there was no use in trying or dwelling. All he could do was try and get by. He accomplished that by giving Dad as wide a berth as humanly possible. That didn't always work, but it minimized their encounters. Even as young as he was, Cody realized that his father was filled with rage, and when Dad confronted him, he shoved everything into the fire like a bunch of wood, getting madder and madder until he was shaking and spittle flew from his lips. He didn't blow up over tiny things, like Cody leaving his backpack in the living room or opening his window and letting out the heat. He blew up because pressure was always building in him. Small things weren't what set him off. They were only a trigger or a fuse. Therefore, Cody went out of his way to give Dad no reason whatsoever to erupt. When he wasn't gone, he stayed in his room, making no noise and doing nothing that could piss Dad off. He came out when he absolutely had to. He'd hold his pee for as long as he could and go hours without so much as a sip of water. Things got better when Dad started working nights at the plant. He woke up at 4 and left at 7, which gave Cody most of the evening free from worry. Usually, Dad was too tired to get mad in the morning, but sometimes he did anyway. Like now.
Why didn't you buy some then?
Dad demanded, telling Cody they were out of eggs.
I didn't have any money.
Mom charged.
You drank it all up.
That's what Dad did with his paychecks, each one just the same as the last. The cupboards were bare, and sometimes the power got turned off for non-payment. Every month, Cody didn't know whether or not the rent would be paid and worried until he was sick to his stomach. In his 12 short years, they'd lived in more trailers, cabins, shacks, and apartments than he could count. And sooner or later, they were always evicted. He hated moving, hated packing everything up, hated carrying it to the car and trying to fit it in because they couldn't afford a U-Haul. Hated the weeks and sometimes months living in motel rooms before they found their next place. The last time it happened, he threw most of his stuff out rather than pack and unpack it again. Most of what he did have was stowed in a gym bag in his nearly empty closet. Just like him, it was ready to go at a minute's warning.
I gave you $50 last week. I had to get school supplies.
Cody's chest clenched. It was his fault. Dad made a noise of disgust that reverberated through Cody's head.
So you fucking wasted it. No, what the hell does he need that cost $50 goddamn dollars?
The special, hateful little twist on him wasn't lost on Cody. Every time Dad referred to him, it was with venom and loathing, as though he were nothing but a piece of slime on the bottom of his shoe.
Notebooks, pens, stuff like that, Andy.
Mom spat, reaching the end of her patience. Cody braced himself for the echoing slap that was sure to follow as Dad lashed out, but it didn't come.
You and your goddamn son.
Dad sighed.
Just make me a fucking bagel. I'm too tired for this.
Their voices tapered off, and 15 minutes later, Dad's footsteps passed in the hall. Cody stiffened, but Mom and Dad's bedroom door closed, and silence crashed down over the house. He was in bed. Cody waited another 15 minutes for him to fall asleep, then got up and crept to the bathroom, being extra quiet so he didn't wake his father. He peed, winced at the deafening splash of his stream in the bowl, sure it would summon Dad. When he was done, he flushed the toilet and went back into the hall, where his father's muffled voice froze him.
Stop making so much goddamn noise.
Cody darted his eyes to the closed door, certain it would burst open was Dad's wrath, but when it didn't, he scurried back to his room, where he sat up with his legs before him in an M. The cuffs of the gray sweatshirt he slept in last night pulled up his bony wrists and drew tight around his neck. He'd need new clothes, soon, which would piss Dad off all over again. Kid needs to stop growing. We just bought him clothes. Yeah, well, if he didn't spend everything on booze, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Speaking of clothes, his hamper, tucked into the space between the wall and the dresser, was overfull. Was Mom going to the laundromat soon? It had been almost 2 weeks since they went, and school was starting in a few days. He needed clean clothes, or else the other kids would pick on him for smelling, like they did last year, and the year before that. They made fun of him for a lot of things, and deep down he didn't think it mattered what his clothes smelled like, or if they were new. He could change what he wore, but he couldn't change his long, narrow face, which made him look like a horse. He couldn't change his pasty skin, and he really couldn't change the fact that everyone in town just didn't like him. He could change everything else about himself, but at the end of the day, he'd still just be Cody Miller, the boy with the creepy eyes. The boy who just wanted to fit in. It was past 9 now by the clock on the nightstand, and Dad should be deep enough asleep that he could slip out undetected. He got to his feet, went to the dresser, and pulled out a pair of jeans with worn knees and a ragged hole in the seat. He didn't have any other pants clean, so he selected a black t-shirt long enough to cover it if he didn't bend over or lift his arms above his head. He grabbed his decaying Nikes from their spots by the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and pulled on yesterday's socks. Dressed, he grabbed his phone from the nightstand and shoved it into his pocket. It was a straight-talk flip model his mom bought at the dollar store. He didn't like taking it out around the other kids because they mocked him for not having an iPhone or Android like them. In the hall, the smell of instant coffee and lingering cooking odors seasoned the stifling air, and the sounds of Good Morning America drifted in from the living room. Ginger Z cracked a dumb joke, and Michael Strahan responded with a fake, stilted laugh. Mom washed dishes at the sink, clad in a blue dress with long sleeves and a white apron that lent her the appearance of a 50s housewife. Her long brown hair was a tangled mess of apathy, and her head swayed back and forth as she struggled knots to nod off. Whatever was in that pill bottle, it made her tired and lethargic, a fact to which the shabby state of the house could attest. The living room carpet was littered with 3-day-old crumbs. The counters were messy, and Cody's shoes stuck to the floor as he crossed the kitchen. As if on cue, she cut the faucet and turned away from the sink, which was still crazily jammed with plates, pans, and silverware. In the brief flash he caught of her face, she was pallid and drawn, eyes bleary and unfocused. She looked like a zombie, and something about it disturbed Cody so greatly that he looked away. "I'm going out," he said. "Where?" she asked, voice thick and slurred. She slapped a hand on the counter to steady herself and squinted as if to see him better. "The park," he said, grasping for the first thing to come to mind. Mom nodded deeply, head flopping limply back and forth. "Okay, just be back for dinner." With that, she shuffled into the living room and dropped onto the sofa. On TV, an aging pop star unironically decried the 1% as though she weren't part of it. Outside, the morning was warm and still. Birds sang to each other from treetop perches, and the shaggy front yard glistened with dew. Cody closed the screen door behind him and hurried down the walk, gaze downcast and hands thrust into his pockets. He ignored the neighborhood as he crossed the street. The tiny, decrepit houses and overgrown parsel lawns strewn with trash, junk, and rusting auto parts. Even the landscape, stunted and deformed trees, hard-scribbled strips of dirt and dying foliage, was worse than everywhere else in town, as though the hate, frustration, and hopelessness of many generations of destitute had soaked into the soil, poisoning it. Like their surroundings, the people were dirty, ugly, and worn out. Dad wasn't the only man on their block who drained his check away on cheap beer, and he wasn't the only one to be carted off to jail for slapping his wife around. Cops and flashing lights were rare in other parts of town, but here they were staples of a normal Friday night. From Westdale Street, Cody walked south toward the park. The soles of his shoes were so worn he could feel every crack and pebble, and he hissed in pain when he stepped on broken glass. He stopped, lifted his foot, and dug shards out of the rubber, then continued on, not caring if he was bleeding, at least not caring much. He took a right at Jointer Avenue and followed the sidewalk to Park Drive, the houses getting nicer and nicer until they were all brick, 2 stories, and trimmed with ivy. Sometimes Cody wondered what it was like to live in one of those houses, to have money and a father who didn't hate your guts. The kids here didn't have to worry about where they'd be in 6 months, or if there would be enough left on their mom's food stamp card to have dinner that night. They were popular, had nice things, and stable. They didn't move around every couple of months the way he did. Sometimes he envied them, and sometimes he hated them. Park Drive borders the southern edge of Ridgewood Park, its left sides defined by dense trees and its right lined with houses. Mind-wandering, Cody's feet dragged him toward the iron arc over the entrance the way they once dragged him to the house on Chestnut Street. He offered no resistance, was barely even aware of being pulled as the tide to the moon. A concrete walking path branched off from the sidewalk and led into Ridgewood's heart. He turned onto it and passed the bathrooms and the playground, numb to the high laughter of kids playing on slides and seesaws. A few college-aged kids, probably on vacation from James Madison University, tossed a frisbee, and a boy about 3 flew kites with a kindly-looking old man who put Cody in mind of every grandfather he had ever seen on TV. Ahead, the path curved off to the right, but instead of staying on it, he crossed a wide, grassy plain salted with oaks and weeping willows. A duck pond lay to the left, its banks muddy, and its algae green surface choked with lily pads. He came to an abrupt stop, as though someone had grabbed the scruff of his neck, and the mist fogging his brain cleared. He remembered walking here, remembered the sights and sounds, the movement, but not why, and his brow creased with confusion. This happens to him a lot, but he always wound up at the house. The house that some dumb family took away from him because the universe wouldn't even allow him that. Why did it happen now? He started to turn back, but a distant shout stopped him.
Brody!
A moment later, a squirrel streaked out from behind a stand of trees on the other side of the pond, followed by a black dog with a leash trailing behind. The squirrel darted up a tree trunk, and, rearing up on its hind legs, the dog pawed at the bark, its head whipping from side to side as it searched for its prey.
Brody, come back!
The dog looked over its shoulder just as a girl appeared, head hung and shoulders slumped. Roughly Cody's age, with glasses and blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, she was strangely familiar. For some strange reason, Cody felt the sudden urge to hide, as though something bad would happen if she saw him standing there. Heart racing, he ducked behind an oak and stumbled on a twisted root, nearly falling. Pressing himself flat to the tree, he leaned over just enough to see past it. The girl picked up the leash and dropped to her butt, legs crossed in front of her. She blew a puff of air and glanced at the dog, who hadn't moved from his perch. She said something Cody didn't hear, and the dog's ears pricked. The more Cody watched them, the more certain he became that he'd seen her before. He racked his brain. Then, a memory came unstuck, like a lethal blood clot. Yesterday. He saw her yesterday at the house. His house. Cody's eyes narrowed, and his nails dug unconsciously into the bark. The dog pushed away from the tree and sat next to its master, tongue lolling. The girl said something else and nodded as if in agreement with herself. Cody felt the pull again, only this time it was stronger than it had ever been before. Blood roared in his temples and echoed in his ears. It sounded like whispering. Deep in the center of his brain, a tiny pinprick of pressure took form, then steadily grew until his skull pulsed in time with his runaway heart. His features screwed up in agony, and a breathy groan hissed from his throat like air escaping a balloon. He clenched his teeth, jammed his nails farther into the bark, cracked them to jagged white splinters, and bowed his head. The edges of his vision strained, turning white, and his feet went out from under him, spilling into his knees. Drool oozed from his lips, hanging in long silvery stalks, and his lungs constricted, burning,
aching, spasming for the littlest taste of cool, life-giving air. The chattering between his ears began to slowly increase in volume, getting louder and louder, deafening, drowning everything else out. "Stop!" As if in reply, the din cut out, and a single voice, low and raspy, filled the void. "Her," it said. Cody fisted his hands to the sides of his head and sucked a sharp intake of air through his teeth. "Her," it said again, quieter this time, as though the source were gradually drawing away. He looked up, and the girl was leading the dog back the way they had come. It tugged her along, and she stumbled.
Whoa, take it easy. I'm new at this.
Kneeling in the dirt, pale and sweaty with exertion, Cody watched them depart with wide, haunted eyes. When they were gone, he took a deep, shuddery breath. There was something about that girl, something special. And though he didn't know why, he knew he had to talk to her. Part 8. Meagan opened one bleary eye and pointed it accusingly at the clock on the nightstand. 6:03 read the glowing green letters. She read them 3 times, but her mist-shrouded brain refused to absorb the information, and when it finally did, it refused to believe it. What? No, it cannot be time to get up already. Her eyes were deceiving her. It was really midnight, and she had hours left to sleep. Slowly, the fog cleared, and the cogs and wheels began to turn. Ah, it is time to get up. A pang rippled through her stomach, and she almost pulled the covers over her head. It was September 4th, the first day of school in Appalachian County. She had been psyching herself up for nearly a week, but despite her best efforts, she didn't feel as prepared as she should have. Walking into a new place filled with new people and being an outsider never got any easier, no matter how many times she did it, and she had done it a lot. Last year was hard, because in addition to starting a new school, she was still adjusting to living with Tom and Julia, so everything was topsy-turvy. She was more settled now and figured that would make things easier. Only one way to tell. Reaching out, she snapped the off button and snapped on the lamp. Muted yellow light pushed back the shadows and stung her grainy eyes. She rubbed them back with the heel of her palm, slipped on her glasses, and sat up and yawned. Brody curled at her feet, lifted his head, gave her a good morning smile, and laid back down. "Morning," she greeted. She rocked forward on her knees and stroked Brody's back. His tail wagged, and he gave a big, joint-popping stretch.
That sounded like it hurt,
Meagan said. His tail beat a steady tempo against the bed, so she doubted it actually did.
"I have school today,"
she said, and scratched under his chin. Slimy nerves bunched in her stomach, and she drew a quivering breath through her nose. It was going to be fine. She'd make friends and fit in just as she did last year. It's not like she was going to walk through the doors and immediately become public enemy number 1 or anything. Right. Her stomach churned.
"I'm a little nervous,"
she confessed. She let her hand fall away, and Brody whipped his head up. "Hey, why'd you stop?"
"But,"
she went gamely on,
"everything will work out, and things will be fine."
She gave a nod that looked far more undaunted than she felt, and Brody nuzzled her hand insistently with his snoot. "Forget about that and pet me." She stroked his head and giggled when he lashed her wrist ebulliently with his tongue.
"I'm kind of a geek, and I won't get along with the cheerleaders or anything, but that doesn't matter."
Last night, while tucking her in, Julia sat on the edge of the bed, brushing Megan's hair out of her face, and skimmed her thumb over the ridge of her cheekbone. "You'll do great tomorrow, honey. You're beautiful, intelligent, and make me smile every single day. They'll see what your father and I see, and they'll love you just as much as we do." They never had before. She was still locked in torment when she fell into a thin and fitful slumber. She thought she dreamed, but she couldn't remember it, and even now, the knots in her gut grew tighter, clenching her middle like an angry fist. Brody licked her hand again, and she sighed.
"I have to get ready,"
she said. Sitting on her butt, she threw her legs over the side, got up, and went to the closet. She picked her outfit days ago. A blue, sleeveless dress with a white dolphin pattern that looked a whole lot nicer than it sounded. At her dresser, she grabbed her underwear, dropped them next to the dress, and shot Brody a stern look. A pensive expression crossed his face. What did I do? I thought I was a good dog.
No peeking,
She said. Understanding, Brody buried his face in the blankets to give her privacy. She hurriedly undressed, then pulled her underwear on, followed by the dress. She fished a pair of pink socks with lime green trim around the ankle out of the dresser, sat on the edge of the bed, and slipped them over her feet, then her shoes. Her backpack forest green with JanSport on the front in white, sat next to the door like a Minuteman's go bag, packed and ready to roll. She picked it up, threaded her arms through the straps, and tested its weight. Kinda heavy, but only because it was crammed with supplies. She could jettison those in her locker later on. She started to go out into the hall, but halted. Wearing your backpack on both shoulders was kind of dorkish, but she didn't think it was prudent to advertise that fact quite so blatantly. Cool kids wore their book bags on one shoulder, and so too would she. Without raising his head, Brody rolled his eyes up to her and regarded her with a castigated expression, as though her leaving were an unjust punishment for a crime he did not commit. Her heart melted, and she stroked his head.
I'll be back later.
She promised, and pecked him between the eyes.
Love you.
Downstairs, Julia sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and the morning paper open before her. Tom was nowhere to be seen, and Meagan assumed he'd already left for work. He telecommuted most days, but every Monday he had to go into the office. In Winchester, which lies over 100 miles north along I-81 in the foothills of the Upper Blue Ridge Mountains, it took almost 2 hours to get there, and another 2 to get back. She went over to the table and let the backpack drop to the floor, then sat. A plate bearing a bagel and a grapefruit half flanked by a spoon and a glass of orange juice awaited her.
Morning,
She said. Good morning, Julia said. She wore a light purple robe and matching slippers, and her short reddish hair stuck out at funny angles. She closed the paper and looked up at Meagan with a warm smile. How did you sleep? Picking up her bagel, Meagan said.
All right.
That wasn't a lie. She did sleep all right, once she actually got to sleep. Excited? Julia asked. Meagan nodded.
Yeah,
She hesitated, then added.
and a little nervous, too.
First day jitters, Julia said understandingly. It's impossible not to have them. She took a sip of her coffee. Do you have your schedule?
Yeah,
She said. She leaned over, unzipped her backpack, and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, which she then smoothed out on the table. Homeroom starts at 7:15, then her first real class at 7:25. The day ended at 2:45, which was 15 minutes earlier than her last school. So, you know where everything is, Julia fretted. You can find your way around?
yeah.
Good. Do you want me to drive you? Meagan shook her head.
No, thank you. I'll walk.
When Julia went off to use the bathroom and get dressed for the day, Meagan ate her bagel and grapefruit, then washed it down with juice. Julia came back just as she was putting her backpack on. Have a good day, Julia said and kissed her forehead. I love you.
Love you too.
The day was warm and quiet, save for the chirping of birds. Meagan hefted her backpack, winced at the strain on her shoulder, and went through the gate, closing it behind her. She turned left on Chestnut Street and passed the front of the house. Brody's morose face filled the front window, and Meagan paused. Donning her biggest and most cheerful smile, she waved, then pointed to her eye, then to him, and hugged herself. I love you. He responded with a big, doggy smile that suggested he understood exactly what she was saying. She blew him a kiss, then was on her way. Appalachian County Middle School sits on the corner of State Street and Schoolhouse Road, a long, low, L-shaped building with an open breezeway running the length of its facade. A horseshoe drive serviced the main doors, and a flagpole stood in the center, Old Glory hanging limp from its summit. Buses idled at the curb, disgorging kids in a steady stream, and the principal, a burly man with glasses and a mustache named Stone, the man was named Stone, and not his facial hair, stood by the door, watching the flow with an expression of mild disdain. Meagan stepped on the sidewalk and took a deep, galvanized breath. All right, let's do this.
She crossed the lawn and joined a rush of kids getting off one of the buses. No one looked at her as they swept into the building, but she felt like they were. Her face flushed a deep shade of red, and her lungs expanded and contracted. Ahead, a long hall led away from the front lobby, maroon lockers on either side. To her left, a glass wall partitioned it from the main office, where secretaries buzzed back and forth like flustered worker ants. An American flag stood to one side of the entrance, and the Virginia state flag the other, blue with the seal. A guy standing with his foot on the chest of a fallen foe, and the legend Sic Semper Tyrannis beneath. Thus always to tyrants. The floors were scuffed dull by generations of feet, and the low lighting lent the place a warm, nostalgic glow. A hall opens to her left and brought her to her locker. She darted her eyes nervously around, and still, no one seemed to notice her. That suggested to her that a new girl didn't stand out that much. Phew. She pulled a scrap of paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and scanned her combination. 36, 24, 36, 0. She put it in, and was somewhat surprised when it opened without protest. Knowing her luck, she expected it to stick, causing her to fight with it, make a scene, and get laughed at. Unshouldering her backpack, she bent, unzipped it, and took out a pen and notebook. She zipped it back up again, shoved it in, and closed the door. The bell rang, and she made her way to her homeroom by memory. The last room on the right. She was the third kid in, and took the first open seat she saw. Miss Friggleford sat at her desk, a massive woman with glasses and frizzy, graying brown hair. She was really nice, if the open house was anything to go by, and it was really mean to say this, but she looked like a pig. Her flesh pink and smooth, nose smushed and slightly upturned. She was hunched over her lesson plan, hurriedly jotting something down with a pen, and as she did so, her back rose and fell with her deep, labored breathing. One by one, the other kids made their way in until all but 3 of the desks were filled. Meagan stole furtive glances at each one in an attempt to get a feel for them. The only one that stood out to her was a tall girl with long blonde hair, high cheekbones, and pink glossed lips. She swished in with the self-aggrandizing saunter of a Hollywood celebrity, and looked like one, too. Clad in a red and white plaid shirt tucked into a pair of tight jeans, she wore earrings, a heart-shaped pendant on a silver chain, rings on every finger, makeup, and held her chin haughtily up, like a queen enduring the dreadful presence of the unwashed masses. Meagan instantly disliked her. She also apparently let her gaze linger just a little too long. The girl caught her looking, and before Meagan darted her eyes away, a tiny ghost of a sneer painted her lips. Meagan anticipated her saying something, but instead she brushed past and went to take her seat. The bell rang again, and using the desk to support herself, Miss Figgleford got to her feet, the chair letting out a rusty sigh of relief. "Good morning, class," she said windedly. "For those of you who don't know me, my name is Miss Figgleford." She turned and wrote her name on the board. "Miss Fatford," the boy behind Meagan snorted, and a few others snickered. "I like to have fun," Miss Figgleford continued, not having heard the taunt. "But there are a few rules we have to follow first." She turned and stepped aside to reveal her name and a list of 5 commandments. "The biggest one is treat everyone with respect." She picked up a stack of papers and went around the room handing them out. "They're all right here. I don't mind if you chew gum, just don't blow bubbles and don't spit it on the floor or stick it under your desk. No eating or drinking and no cell phones. If I see you with your phone out, I'll take it away and give it to you at the end of class. If you do it again, I'll call your parents to come pick it up." She laid a sheet on Meagan's desk, and Meagan thanked her. She studied the rules. They were the same as they were on the board. "I'm really excited for this school year, and I look forward to getting to know all of you better." Meagan's first class of the day was history, her all-time favorite subject. The teacher was a tall, thin man named Mr. Kelly, with receding black hair and a mole above his lip. Meagan was the first one in, and he greeted her with a hearty hello. "Hi," she said, then hesitated. "Where should I sit?" "Wherever you want." Taking him up on his offer, she took an out-of-the-way seat at the very back of the room. To her left, a window gave a view of the athletic field, bleachers overlooking a green and well-manicured strip of grass. The next kid in was a boy with pasty skin that looked gray and corpsey. There was something odd about his eyes, a certain moist shimmer that reminded Meagan of a boy she knew at one of the group homes. He was crazy, or so everyone said. He stared down at the floor, then bristled as if becoming aware of something. He looked up, and for a fleeting moment, their gazes met. Then he lowered his head and sat at the head of the row closest to the door. If she wasn't mistaken, he looked kind of scared. That was odd. Strangers had given her all kinds of looks, ranging from indifference to disdain, but never fear. She was less than 5 feet tall and weighed 100 pounds. There were teddy bears scarier than her. Or maybe she misread his reaction. Or maybe he was hoping to sit here. Well, sorry, but first come, first serve. Soon the room was packed. The snooty blonde girl sat in the row to Meagan's immediate right, and Meagan stole a nervous, sidelong glance at her. When the bell rang, Mr. Kelly got up, wrote his name on the board, and gave a veritable speech on what history meant and how vital it was to understanding it. The blonde girl filled Meagan's periphery, and though she couldn't be sure because the edges of her vision were blurry, she thought she kept glancing at her. There's a saying about being able to read someone like an open book, and Meagan agreed with it. She'd encountered enough of a certain archetype to recognize it. The girl, whose name she did not even know, was mean, the type of person who delighted in picking on other people. In the corner of her eye, the girl moved, and Meagan reflexively turned her head. Her stomach dropped. The girl was indeed looking at her, and when their eyes locked, her face darkened. "What's your problem?" she asked. Meagan's heart pounded. I didn't... You keep staring at me," the girl said. "It's rude." Meagan opened her mouth to say she was sorry, but the girl waved her hand. "Just turn around. You're not allowed to look at me." Meekly obeying, Meagan faced forward, cheeks blushing with humiliation. For the rest of the class, she divided her attention between the board and her notebook. When the bell rang, she gathered her things, waited until everyone else had gone, and scurried into the hall. Her next class was English, another favorite. Thankfully, the girl wasn't in that one. The boy was, though this time he sat in the same row as Meagan. After what happened earlier, she was tense, and the atmosphere in the room weighed heavy upon her. The teacher, a thin blonde named Miss Johnson, handed out textbooks and ordered everyone to read the introductory essay. After that, she talked about the importance of English, much the same way Mr. Kelly had history. Several times the boy glanced over his shoulder, then quickly away, as if confirming to himself that big, bad, scary Meagan was still there. After the bell rang, Meagan made her way to the cafeteria and stood in line. All things considered, she thought, today was going well. Grabbing a tray from a stack by the door, she allowed a lunch lady to load it with lumpy mashed potatoes, anemic green beans, and a hunk of meat that looked suspiciously like shoe leather. She looked around for an empty table, but there weren't any. Darn. She went to the closest one and sat apart from the other kids. A girl with red hair glanced at her, then back to her friends and whispered something, whereupon they all giggled. Meagan's heckles raised. Were they talking about her? They were talking about her, weren't they? Someone sat down next to the redhead, and Meagan looked up. Oh, great. It was the blonde girl.
Hey, Taylor.
The redhead said.
Hey.
Meagan looked down at her tray, suddenly uncomfortable. Maybe she should move. The redhead leaned over the table, and Meagan stiffened.
I like your glasses,
She said, a mocking edge in her voice.
they're really nice.
They're really ugly.
Taylor said contemptuously. Meagan's face burned hotter. I like 'em, a boy with brown hair said. My grandma wears glasses like them. Another boy snorted. You love a grandma, Zeke? I also don't like her glasses. Without a word, Meagan picked her tray up and got to her feet. Nice job, Skinner, Zeke said. You scared her off. What a baby, Taylor spat. Meagan ignored them and walked away. That's what you do with bullies. You never, ever, ever show them that they're getting to you, even if they are, because then they'll never stop. She had learned that the hard way. But they did get to her, and now she was so embarrassed she couldn't bring herself to lift her eyes for fear of meeting derisive stares and taunting gazes. She dropped into the first empty seat she came to and sat her tray on the table. Something rustled across from her, and for the first time, she looked up. The boy from earlier stared back at her with a strained expression of a man confronting his greatest fear. She was suddenly aware of being watched and shot a quick look over her shoulder. Taylor and her friends stared at her and whispered amongst themselves. Meagan distinctly heard. She's sitting next to grody Cody now. Ew. Why were people like this? Of all the questions she had, and she had a lot, that was the one that bothered her the most. What do bullies get out of teasing people? Why couldn't they just leave everyone alone? Cody was still looking at her, rigid and unrelaxed, like he expected her to reach across the table and grab him.
I can sit somewhere else,
she said to break the awkward silence. He blinked and shook his head. No, it's fine, he stammered. You look familiar, that's all. He rubbed the back of his neck and sent his gaze to the table. I'm Cody. Meagan started to speak, but cut off when Taylor let out a fake laugh.
Imagine what their babies would look like. Cody couldn't even get it up.
Skinner said. What's it? Zeke asked. He doesn't have anything to get up. A shadow flickered across Cody's face, and he inhaled through his nose. Meagan got to feeling that he was no stranger to being picked on. I'm Meagan, she said. Just forget about them, Cody said. They always mess with new kids. They'll stop eventually. Lucky for you. The bitter inflection in his voice was hard to miss. Do they do that a lot? She asked. To you? He opened his mouth, seemed to reconsider what he was going to say, then shrugged one shoulder noncommittally. Sometimes, he said. Meagan regarded her mashed potatoes. Well, that sucks, she said, because she didn't know what else to say. Cody said. Whatever. You're new in town, right? She nodded. Yeah, I just moved here a few weeks ago. Where'd you move from? Stanton, she said. That wasn't really where she was from, per se, unless you counted her moving in with Tom and Julia as the beginning of a new life or something. Her birth certificate listed her birthplace as Beckley, West Virginia, but her social worker once said that was just where she was given up by her mother. No one knew where she was actually from, so Stanton it was. Cody nodded stiffly, almost patronizingly. Cool story, bro. He stared slightly to her right, as if looking at her full-on would turn him to stone, and his knobby Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The big city, he said. She couldn't tell if he meant that tongue-in-cheek or not. Stanton was absolutely not the big city, but it was a whole lot bigger than any of the other towns strung out along I-81, except for Harrisonburg. Kind of, I guess, she said, and shrugged one shoulder. I didn't live in it, though, just, outside of it. She looked awkwardly at her milk and studied the cartoon cow across the front. It held a tall glass of white in its hoof and smiled. Wasn't that technically self-cannibalism? Neither one of them spoke for a moment, and the air grew dense between them. Are you from here? She asked, because it seemed rude not to. Yeah, he said. I've been here my whole life. Taylor and her friends laughed. Meagan could only imagine what they were saying. It's a nice town, she said, then winced at how dumb that sounded. It's all right, Cody said quickly, and Meagan doubted he actually believed that. Have you been to the arcade yet? Meagan shook her head. Not yet. I've been really busy with my dog. He's new. You have a dog? Cool. What kind? Call her crazy, but she was certain she glimpsed a flicker of recognition in his eyes, like he already knew she had a dog. That was just paranoia talking, though. The other table was still whispering and laughing, and her face burned self-consciously. He's a lab, she said with a fond lift. His name's Brody, which kind of rhymes with your name. It's a weird name for a dog, he said. I know, Meagan replied. Finally, someone else thought so. Tom and Julia said it was a perfectly normal name for a dog, but she didn't think it was. He came from the pounds and already had it, so I figured we'd keep it. It'd be kind of messed up to change a grown-up dog's name like that. Cody nodded understandingly. Yeah, I could see that, he said. They lapsed into uncomfortable silence again.
Do you have a pet?
She asked. Nah, my dad doesn't like animals, he said.
That sucks.
Cody shrugged one shoulder.
How do you like your house?
Meagan's fork froze halfway to her mouth. Paranoia again, but how did he know she lived in a house? Then again, people use that as a generic term to refer to all kinds of domiciles.
It's nice,
she said, and took a bite of meat.
really big.
Cody nodded and looked down at his food. Cool. Meagan was almost done when the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. She finished off her milk, closed the tabs, and sat the empty carton on the tray. Cody made no movement to get up, but simply sat there, peering into his uneaten mashed potatoes like a gypsy divining tea leaves, and not liking what she was seeing. Just getting up and walking away would be rude. If they hadn't started and maintained a conversation, sure, but they had.
It was nice to meet you,
she offered. You too, Cody said without looking up. Meagan lingered a moment.
I'll see you around, I guess.
You too. She hesitated, then turned around and carried her tray to the window, where she scraped the leftovers into the trash and sat it on a stack. Kids clogged the exit, and she waited a minute for them to clear before heading toward it herself. She looked vigilantly left and right for Taylor and her friends, but thankfully didn't see them. At the end of the day, she fetched her backpack from her locker and emptied it, putting all the supplies on the shelf and closing the door. It was lighter now, and didn't hurt her shoulder. Outside, golden September sunlight bathed the world, and the lush trees lining the street rustled in a warm breeze. Kids piled onto buses and spread out into the surrounding neighborhood on foot. She spotted Taylor's redhead friend. She thought her name was Kelsey, but not Taylor herself. She did see Cody walking away with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders hunched. In the whole school, he was the only person she'd talked to today, and he seemed okay. Indefinably weird, perhaps, but there were certainly people, Taylor among them, who would probably say the same thing about her. Mercifully, everyone who wasn't Taylor or her friends left her alone, which made her first day of school here a lot better than it could have been. Now, to get through the rest. Ducking her head, Meagan started home. Part 9. On his way home that afternoon, Cody Miller thought of Meagan. That morning when he walked into homeroom, he saw her. A chunk of ice splashed into his stomach, and he almost tripped over his own feet. Since that day in the park, he'd taken to walking by her house on his many endless circuits around Rossville. It sat in an L-shaped crook formed by Chestnut Street and Ridgecrest Lane. He stuck to Chestnut Street, which fronts the house during the day, and at evening, when shadows were long and concealing, he took Ridgecrest, craning his neck to see into the backyard as he passed. The inexorable pull of the house had grown stronger, and he thought it had something to do with Meagan, though he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of anything now. He was confused, a little afraid, and deep down, worried he was going crazy, just like everyone said he already was. Lying awake the night after he saw her at the park, he went over the encounter again and again, searching for signs that it was all in his head, and finding none. The whispers and the voice that came from them echoed through his mind as clear as his father's insults, and if he strained a little, he could vividly remember the pins and needles sensation that sent him to his knees. Crazy or not, there was something strange about Meagan, and though he didn't know why, he was supposed to know her. Truth be told, though, she scared him. At lunch, when she sat across from him, an electric tendril streaked up his spine. He watched her come. He'd been watching her since he sat down, and he knew she wasn't looking where she was going, but he still halfway believed she did it on purpose, that she would look up at him and smile evilly, fangs and deadly intent on full display. "Hi, Cody. Give me your soul." She didn't. In fact, she was just as nervous as he was, so he could rule out her being some kind of monster in disguise. Sitting across from her, however, he felt the pull, and deep in the center of his brain, the whispering started again, so faint he could barely hear it, but loud enough that he couldn't mistake it. Why? He kept asking that, but no one ever answered. It was more than just knowing her or being around her. She knew or had something important, something that he needed. Sigh. 15 minutes after setting out, he slipped through the back door and closed it behind him. The kitchen was empty and dark. Mom sat on the couch, feet on the coffee table. On the TV, the People's Court played, the volume low so as not to wake Dad. He'd be up any time, if he wasn't already, and Cody hoped that he could make it to his room before meeting him. He went into the living room that turns down the hall just as Mom and Dad's door opened. Damn it, just his luck. Dad came out in a pair of jeans and nothing else, his bare chest covered in a thick layer of hair. His eyes were narrowed in perpetual displeasure, and the atmosphere instantly darkened. Cody braced himself, but Dad passed by like he wasn't even there. Cody hurried into his room and closed the door, but he didn't lock it. If Dad tried to come in and the handle wouldn't turn, he'd get pissed. Flinging his backpack onto the floor, Cody flipped on the bed and buried his face in the cover. Even now, he could feel the house calling to him. Somehow, he had to find out what Meagan had and why he needed it so badly. And then what? He didn't know. And of everything, that scared him the most. The best thing about having a forever home, Meagan had learned, was that when you were there, life's little troubles melted away. Surrounded by love and familiarity, things that worry you out there in the cold, cruel world have a way of not mattering as much. As soon as she came to the back door, which had been the de facto main entrance, she instantly forgot about Taylor and even Cody. Brody greeted her, wearing a freshly washed bandana around his neck. His face slid up, and without warning he was all over her, licking, panting, and trembling with excitement.
Down, boy.
She laughed and sidestepped him. He sat politely on his hind legs and looked up at her with a big, doggy smile that reduced her heart to a puddle of warm gloop. She took her backpack off, sat it on the table, and knelt down, wrapping her arms around him. She gave him a big bear hug, and he licked her ear, which sent a shiver down her spine.
All right,
She said and got up.
How was your day?
He replied with a heavy pant, which she assumed was doggish for good. Good, she said, and went to the pantry.
Did you miss me?
The fact that he got up, walked 3 steps, and sat beside her said that he did.
I missed you too.
She scanned the shelves, stomach grumbling, and settled for a fun-sized bag of Doritos. She ripped the bag open and went into the living room. The TV set was dark, and the curtains thrown open to admit the brilliant afternoon light. Juliet turns the sunroom off the front door into an art studio, and spent most of her days working on commission pieces in there. Sometimes Meagan hung out with her, sitting cross-legged in a big chair and drawing silently. That's probably where she was now. Crossing the living room, Meagan stopped outside the French doors leading into Julia's domain. A tiny space dominated by a desk, an easel, an armchair, and a white love seat accented by golden pillows. Julia sat on the sofa with her legs under her and her laptop balanced in her lap. When Meagan knocked on the door, she looked up and smiled. Taking that as an invitation, Meagan came in. "Hey," Julia said. "How was your first day of school?"
Good.
Meagan said, the memory of Taylor stirring in the back of her mind, but she shoved it away. "You settled in okay?" Meagan dropped onto the sofa next to her.
Yep.
She said. She slipped a chip from the bag and crunched it between her teeth.
How was your day?
Good. Julia nodded. I finished with that piece I've been working on.
The commission or the just for you?
The just for me, Julia said. I should be done with the other one tomorrow, if I work very hard. She let out an almost exaggerated sigh and flopped her head back. You want to take over for me? You're almost as good as I am. I doubt they'll know the difference. Meagan laughed. She was nowhere near as good as Julia was.
I bet they will,
she said. No, Julia argued. They wouldn't. Do you have any homework?
Nope,
Meagan said. All right. With a sigh, Meagan got to her feet. I'm going to start dinner. While she did that, Meagan went upstairs. Brody followed close on her heels. In her room, she kicked out of her shoes and dropped onto her bed. Brody climbed up and stretched out near to her, his head resting on her chest. She absent-mindedly stroked his fur. She was kind of sleepy. Maybe she'd take a nap. Instead, she read until Julia called up the stairs an hour and a half later. The afternoon light had drained from the sky, and cool purple afterglow held sway. In the kitchen, Tom sat at the table, looking tired.
Hey,
He said.
how was school?
Good?
She said.
How was the office?
He started to say something and stopped. Probably a cuss word. It was crap, he said. That's what he said every time he had to go in. With that attitude, Julia said as she set his plate in front of him. I bet it was.
I tried to stay positive,
He said.
but it didn't work out.
After dinner, Meagan took a bubble bath. The whole time, Brody sat next to her and stared at the foaming suds with a mixture of worry and curiosity. What are those things, Meagan? Are they dangerous?
It's soap.
Meagan explained. She collected a little on her finger and swiped it across Brody's nose, leaving a white trail behind. He went cross-eyed looking at it and sneezed. By the time she was done, it was almost 8 o'clock, and after getting up at 6, she was tired. She went downstairs, said goodnight to Tom and Julia, and went to her room. Brody jumped up on the bed and laid next to her.
It's early.
She said, sounding to her own ears like a cinematic narrator, but I'm bushed. That was a funny saying. She wondered where it came from. Getting under the covers, she leaned over and turned off the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. She left the door open, and thin light trickled in from the hall along with the distant murmur of the television. She rolled onto her side, drew her knees to her chest, and draped one arm over Brody. I love you, she said. It didn't take long for the warm embrace of sleep to carry her away. For a while, she glided free as a cloud, without form and without weight. Then she dropped off and knew no more until a sound echoed through her head. She winced and stirred, and it came again, louder this time. The tide began to recede, and she swam after it, seeking the depths of slumber, but bobbing to the surface instead. Her eyes fluttered open and blinked against the darkness. Quickly, her orbs adjusted, and she was able to make out Brody's profile. He stared fixedly at the closet. Low, silvery moonlight suffused the walls and dappled his dark eyes. In them, Meagan saw fear. She pushed herself up to a sitting position and scratched her head, her muddled mind trying to process all of the information it was being fed, and failed. What's going on? She asked sleepily. Brody's eyes flickered to her, then back to the closet. The sound came again, and this time, Meagan recognized it. The doorknob, rattling, as though something were on the other side, trying to get out. Meagan's soul withered, and her blood turned to sludge in her veins. She followed Brody's line of sight, and an invisible fist crashed into her stomach, driving the air from her lungs. A thin strip of unearthly white light shone in the crack beneath the door, pulsing like the beat of a ghostly heart. It seeped out from the gap and soaked into the floor and walls, imbuing them with uncanny phosphorescence. The knob rattled again, and Meagan's chest clutched sharply. Staring into the light, unable to break from its thrall, she became aware of a low, babbling hiss, not unlike a choir of voices. It wormed into the center of her head, icy fingers digging deep into her brain. Beside her, Brody trembled and whined in the back of his throat, the sound unspeakably eerie. Now, Meagan was clear-headed, and her mind raced like a merry-go-round aflame. What was happening? Was she dreaming? The whispering grew in volume, and the light pulsated, getting brighter. Pins and needles prickled Meagan's toes, then moved up her legs, creeping through her body like the slow, inexorable march of death. Her heart pounded furiously. The middle of her chest nodded much as it had that first day, almost as if a leash had closed around her. She knew what was going to happen next, and tried to fight it, but her body was numb. She felt a pull, and her legs moved without her telling them to. Like a puppet on the end of a string, eyes wide with fright and mind screaming in terror, she got to her feet. The floorboards were cold, the air, too, her skin rippling with goose flesh. This wasn't a dream. Couldn't be. It was too real. Brody moaned miserably, and Meagan tried to wrench away from the force holding her, She sucked a deep breath to scream, but her voice came as a breathless wheeze. Stop! She didn't stop. Couldn't stop. She was completely at the mercy of something she couldn't see, couldn't fathom. The light flickered, excited by her coming, and all she could do was squeeze her eyes closed, but even that didn't work. She could still see its hungry palpitations, could feel it on her face now, frosty like winter wind and slimy like the caress of a garden slug. The knob rattled, and tears filled Meagan's eyes. A strangled sob escaped her throat, and she tried one last time to break free, but the hold tightened around her. At the door, she came to a stop, and the knob turned back and forth with a metallic clink. She felt her arm lift, and her heart launched into her throat. She exerted every ounce of energy she had to keep it from moving, but it did anyway. She watched her hand curl around the base handle, unable to stop herself, unable to look away. The whispers were all around her now. 100 phantom voices, 1,000, rising in pitch and volume until she could plainly make out words. Help me. Open the door. Let me out. Help, please. The knob jiggled under her hand, and she jerked it to one side. The door shoved open, and Meagan sat up in bed, a scream locked in her throat. Her heart exploded against her ribs, beating a frenetic tempo, and her chest heaved for air. Her eyes went to the closet door. No lights. She listened. Above the ragged sound of her own breathing, there were no sounds, no whispers, no voices. A dream. Just a dream. She swallowed thickly and caught her breath. The darkness was alive with danger, just as it had been in her nightmare, and she snapped the light on, dispelling the shadows. Brody looked up at her, and she lay next to him, her arms crossed protectively over her chest. It's okay, she said, more to herself than to him, and the shaky quality of her voice disturbed her. She laid her arm over Brody's side, and he scooted closer, as if understanding that she needed him. Meagan didn't think she would be able to fall back asleep that night, but in 15 minutes, she was snoring. Brody looked from her face to the closet door and back again. A very weak light glimmered under the door. Part 10. Joseph James Vandermeer was a man of secrets. 35 years old and handsome in a wholesome Anglo-Saxon sort of way, Joey was the proverbial pillar of the community. He donated to all the right charities, expressed the right amount of concern for his fellow man, and since it became fashionable, his planet, and conducted himself with just a dash of moral superiority, as was expected of a man of his station. The Vandermeers are one of the oldest families in the region, and had long been the most prominent. The people of Rossville looked upon him either as a god or a devil, an upstanding and imitable ideal or an uppity rich bastard, and it was his responsibility to be a little of both. It wasn't an easy line to walk, but his father walked it before him, and his father before him. If those stuffy pricks could do it, he could do it. He displayed righteous indignation when it was required of him, even when he didn't give one flying shit about the thing he was indignant over, and he was in the front row of St. Paul's Lutheran Church every Sunday, clad in his nicest suit despite the fact that he didn't believe in God. He sponsored all the bake sales and did all the same innate crap his father did, because that's what a Vandermeer does. He did it out of habit more than anything. Father and grandfather were both very conscious of their image and of what other people thought, and drilled into him a certain set of behaviors like 2 drill sergeants. There were times that he would stop what he was doing and wonder why he even bothered. Fuck Rossville, and fuck everyone in it. If they thought poorly of him, so what? Of course, he did care. He wanted people to like him. He wanted people to respect him. He wanted people to bend to him. And in order to achieve that level of social consideration, he needed to carry forth the torch lit by his ancestor Lewis. No one suspected he felt this way, which stood as a testament to his ironclad self-control and his genuinely superior intellect. He was smarter than everyone else and had gotten very good at lying over the years. Practice makes perfect, they say, and he has a lot of practice in that area. He perfected and refined his craft until it was honed to razor sharpness. The same with his smile. Smiles, those fake, hateful things, never felt right on his face, like an ill-fitting suit of clothes, and he practiced in the mirror until it was so dazzling it could part a nun from her panties in nanoseconds. They also didn't suspect his vices. One of the most innocuous was his penchant for the night. Being good Christian men, his father and grandfather advocated keeping godly hours. In bed before midnight, up with the dawn. Joey, however, had always been nocturnal. There was something invigorating about the night, something liberating. From his earliest years, he kept communion with the moon. As a boy, he would sit in his window and gaze longingly upon the night-shrouded forest, yearning to be free. Now, as the king of his castle, he indulged his passion freely and unashamedly. Some nights he walked the streets of Rossville like a restless spirit. When he came to a house whose front window shimmered with blue TV glow, he would stop and stare, contemplating the void and meaningless lives of the people within. The human cattle, the dead-eyed everyman who simply existed. Fucking losers. Some nights, like tonight, he took long and rambling drives to the countryside, traversing back roads or haunting I-81 like a shark on the prowl. Presently, he sat behind the wheel of a red 1989 Ferrari 328 GTS, the warm late summer wind blowing through his curly hair and the green glow of the dash panel casting his angular features in a ghoulish tint. Music drifted from the radio and the hum of the tires over the pavement lulled him. He stared straight ahead, one hand on the wheel and the other cocked on the door. Anyone who saw him might mistake him for a road-savvy statue. His face showed no emotion, and nary a muscle moved. He was driving aimlessly north in the southbound lane of I-81, the headlights extinguished. Save for the first strands of dawn in the east, the world was perfect black. He'd been on his current path for 10 miles and had yet to meet another car. Reaching between his legs, he picked up a bottle of Beck's and took a long drink, his eyes never leaving the road ahead. When it was empty, he tossed it out the window, and it broke on the asphalt with a satisfying tinkle. He grabbed another from the passenger seat and popped the top, steering momentarily with his knees. The front end wobbling and threatened to pull left, and the Ferrari's lithe frame shivered. He took a drink and jammed the bottle between his thighs. Ahead, a pair of headlights rounded a bend, blinding in the pitch blackness, and Joey perked up. They were 3 feet off the ground and massive, like prison search lamps. A tractor trailer. Go time. Putting on his own headlights, Joey swung into the other lane, coming face to face with the oncoming beast. He pressed the gas and the car rocketed forward with a low vroom. The truck 200 yards off still honked, its shocked voice filling the night, and a wide, fevered grin spread across Joey's lips. He shifted into another gear and pushed the pedal to the floor. The Ferrari streaked along, the speedometer creeping past 150 to 175. The truck honked again, and to Joey it sounded frantic. He pictured the driver's horrified face, and his simper turned into a big, shark-like smile. The truck changed lanes, and Joey matched its course, the Ferrari moving with the effortless fluidity of water. 100 yards and closing fast, now 75. The truck's cab was beginning to take shape, and Joey imagined he could see the driver's shadowy outline, a form devoid of life, a soulless, non-playable character in the game of life, there simply as window dressing and maybe to serve the player's needs, just like all people. 50 feet, 30, the truck looming forth like the skeletal face of death. Joey's heart, normally inert, began to race, and adrenaline surged through his veins, crackling off the tips of his nerve endings and flooding his chest with power. Sweat sprang to his brow, his palms went slick, and his lungs began to pump. Less than 25 feet. They were too close. He might not make it this time. He had to veer off. Couldn't. Had to wait. Just a little closer.
feet hanging off the edge, earth crumbling beneath him, rocks, dirt, air horn blasting, prehistoric cry of terror. Just before they collided, Joey came alive and wrenched the wheel to the right. The truck screamed by, the wind displaced by its passage rocking the Ferrari. Joey held tight to keep from losing control, the back end straining to fishtail. He jerked left, corrected, and tore down the center line like a bullet. The 18-wheeler receded in the rearview mirror, and Joey began to giggle. He envisioned the terror on the driver's face at the last moment. "Oh no, I'm going to die," and shrieked laughter. He balled his fist, slammed the wheel, and snatched the bottle from its spot. "Fucker." He snorted and took a long drink. The warm liquid splashed down his throat and expanded in his stomach. This was a game he had played countless times over the years, one of those vices no one knew about. It started when he was a teenager, drunk one night and coming home from spending time with a girl he met on OkCupid.com. He nodded off, only to snap awake to the wail of an air horn. Lights as dazzling as twin suns stung his eyes, and his murky mind swelled with heart-stopping terror. He jerked the wheel and sailed off the highway, landing in a ditch, totaling the front end of his 16th birthday present. Sitting there behind the wheel, gasping for breath and waiting for the shakes to subside, he realized something. For the first time, in maybe forever, he felt alive. Since he was small, there was numbness in his breast, a hollow chasm that he'd spent years trying to fill. He drank, he did drugs, he fucked random sluts, wooed with false promises and sweet nothings, but none of those things worked. He floated through life, dead and empty. But this was different. His heart slammed, his knees quaked, his stomach flipped end over end, even though it was over. And the rush, Jesus, it was better than coke. His father was pissed, grounded him for a month, and made him pay for the repairs from his trust fund, but he didn't care. It was like a drug, and he was a junkie. Every Friday and Saturday night, when he was allowed to roam, he played chicken on the highway, and every time it left him so amped he stayed awake for days. Some deep part of him expected it to lose its thrill after a while, but it never had. He was perched on the dividing line between youth and middle age, and it still excited him more than drink, and far more than rough sex. Rough sex came close, though. Hitting, biting, scratching. His favorite times were the ones where you couldn't tell if your partner was playing along or fighting back. The screams, the thrashing, panicked walls clamping down on his member. "Slap that nut button, 'cause Joey's coming to town." Well, that wasn't entirely true. His favorite encounters were actually the ones where you knew she wasn't enjoying herself. By now, the first amber rays of morning slithered across the dwindling night and refracted through the trees bordering the northbound lane. Soon, the highway would be flooded with commuter traffic heading toward Winchester, Hagerstown, and northern VA. Low, barren hills lifted back from the retaining wall, and clusters of underbrush dotted marshy valleys where crickets and bullfrogs sang to one another in a duet of melody. Joey took the first off-ramp he came to and blew through a red light guarding a rural intersection. He got back into the right lane and crossed an overpass flowing above the interstate. Half an hour later, with the sun fully up, Joey rounded a curve and Rossville spread out before him, its buildings huddled together as if for warmth, and the Blue Water Tower standing tall and proud like the masthead of a ship at sail. The highway zigzags down the mountain, doubling back on itself in spots. At the bottom, Routes 29 crossed the river and became Main Street. Joey reduced speed, hurriedly finished the beer, and chucked the bottle out the window. Drinking and driving was uncouth. Couldn't let the fine people of Rossville know he did it. Even worse was drinking before 5 p.m. That made you a drunk, like Andy Miller. His father told him so, and father was just an endless font of wisdom. Kids made their way to school, and yellow buses stopped every couple feet to take on more of the little bastards. Joey propped his elbow on the door and nervously chewed his thumbnail. What he said, or thought, rather, was true. His fortune was dwindling. The company Lewis founded went belly up during the Great Recession, and Dad lost most of his other revenue sources in the ensuing decade.
When he died, the last of them dried up. Joey expected to step into his place, but the assholes Dad dealt with refused to do business with him. They didn't have faith in him. They didn't say it outright, but he knew that's what their problem was. He couldn't say he was upset. He wasn't. The last thing he wanted to do with his life was wear a suit and sit in board meetings, fly around the country, shaking hands, closing deals, smiling in the faces of underlings. Fuck that. As it stood now, he'd be out of money in 10 years. That bothered him because, without his money and prestige, he was just another Rossville redneck. But then he reminded himself that, no, he wasn't. Money or not, he was better than the trash in this town. Absent-minded in his thoughts, he turned onto Hillsdale Street and paused behind a school bus. More kids followed the sidewalk, and he stared at them, especially the girls. 14, 15, silky hair, developing bodies, fruits ripe for the picking. He began to stir and forced himself to look away. That's when he saw him. Cody Miller, bent slightly at the waist, hands in the pockets of his black hoodie, and his gaze downcast. He scurried past like a scolded dog. Joey's eyes narrowed and his lips peeled back from his teeth in a distasteful grimace. Of all the people he hated Cody Miller the most. He and Andy's son had never exchanged 2 words, had hardly ever been in the same place at the same time, but Joey's loathing was total nevertheless. Just looking at him made Joey sick. It wasn't his appearance so much as his aura. He had the air of pussy about him. He was weak, submissive, ineffectual. He also reminded Joey of things he'd rather forget. The bus went on, and throwing the car into drive, Joey followed it. As he passed 625 Chestnut, he turned his head, as he always did. Speaking of things he'd like to forget, the last time he drove past, the windows were vacant, like dead eyes. Now they were hung with curtains. He let off the gas and craned his neck to see better. Unlike his dear, fat friend Sheriff Harper, Joey Vandermeer was not perturbed in the slightest. In fact, the house being occupied, like charging Mack trucks in the dead of night, made things interesting. He was reminded of another game he sometimes played. Russian roulette. You take a revolver, put 1 bullet in the cylinder, spin it, snap it closed, and put it to your head. That's exactly what this was, only the stakes were higher. A girl in big, painfully dorky glasses and a jaunty ponytail came down Ridgecrest, her thumbs threaded through the strap of her backpack. Rossville was a small town, and he had lived here all his life, but that didn't mean he knew everyone. He had no reason to connect her to the house, but his gut told him she was. He squinted to see her better, and a frown creased his lips. She looked familiar. Slowing even more, steering with one hand, he leaned over the passenger seat. About 13, sandy blonde hair, high cheekbones, plain but not unattractive. The set of her eyes, the arrangement of her lips. Something, a memory perhaps, niggled the back of his mind, and his face fell into a thoughtful glower. He was still wearing it 20 minutes later when he parked in the detached garage on the grounds of Vandermeer Estate. He climbed out of the Ferrari, rolled his neck, and slammed the door behind him. He crossed through the gardens and went into the kitchen door. He was certain he knew that girl, but from where? Maybe he was mistaken, and she was a local. Only that explanation didn't sit well with him. She was familiar, yes, but the more he turned it over in his mind, he realized it wasn't her, but her genetics. Perhaps he knew her mother. He didn't know, but for some inexplicable reason, it bothered him. Meagan Herriman's second day of school started well enough, then went majorly downhill. In first period, Miss Figgleford taught from Chapter 1, which touched upon the American Indians who populated the continent before the advent of Columbus, and Meagan followed along in her own book like a sports car forced to observe the speed limit. Indians were really interesting, and Meagan loved reading about them, but got really annoyed because Miss Figgleford was going so slowly. Oh my God, can we hurry it up, please? This is my favorite subject.
After 15 minutes of fidgeting and straining to launch into second gear, Meagan threw caution to the wind and forged ahead on her own. Miss Fickleford's voice fell away until it was a toneless hum, and Meagan lost herself to the world of natives and indigenous peoples. She didn't stop until the bell rang, by which point she was already well into Chapter 2 and just getting acquainted with the colony of Roanoke. She reluctantly closed the book. Soon we shall be reunited, my love. Tucked it under her arm and carried it to her locker, where she changed it out for her English book. Miss Johnson wasted no time in delving into the lesson plan, and Meagan spent most of the class taking notes. It was funny. English and math were both practical subjects, but while she was good at the former, she stank at the latter. Why? The people she had read tend to be either right-brained or left-brained, creative and artistic, or mechanical and methodical, respectively. She, of course, was right-brained, and the ordered logic of math didn't jive well with her. English was different, though, but to be fair, linguistics interested her. After all, it was how people expressed themselves. In a way, it's a form of art, like drawing, only with words. She liked drawing far more, but she did enjoy writing now and then. She wasn't very good, though. Her adventure stories turned out being adventures in how not to write. When the bell rang, she waited for everyone else to pour out, then grabbed her book and returned to her locker, which seems to always be the furthest point from whatever class she happened to be in. Funny how that worked out. She shoved the book in, used the bathroom, and went to the cafeteria. She stood in line between a fat boy with bushy hair and looked around for a place to sit. Most of the tables were already packed, and after yesterday, she was a little wary of sitting with anyone. She spotted Cody in the same spot he occupied yesterday. He was all right. Maybe she'd sit with him. He was the only person she sort of knew. The line moved, and she picked up a tray from the stack next to the door. She grabbed a carton of chocolate milk and moved along the counter, the lunch ladies haphazardly slopping chicken, mashed potatoes, and carrots into the compartments. She thanked them and went out into the cafeteria. The din of 100 voices bounced off the tiled walls, drowning out Meagan's thoughts. Should she sit with Cody? Were there any other open seats? She looked around and saw that there were, but none of them were set far enough apart from the others for her liking. Decided, she started over. To get there, she had to pass the end of a table. Just her luck. Taylor Hogan was sitting there, but wasn't paying attention. Meagan tensed, but the girl showed no signs she was aware of her presence. Okay, so maybe. Meagan kicked something, and before she knew it, she was pitching forward like a felled oak. There was nothing she could do to save herself, and in the instant before she hit the floor, she braced for impact. She landed on top of her tray with a jolt, the milk carton bursting beneath her weight and soaking the front of her dress. For a split second, time seemed to stop. Then, the entire room exploded into laughter. Meagan pushed herself up, face blazing crimson. Her dress was caked with milk and mashed potatoes, bits of chicken and carrots clinging to the fabric. Hateful, mocking laughs battered her from every side, like a flurry of punches, and her blush deepened.
Oops.
Taylor drew with contrived innocence.
Sorry.
No, she wasn't. Burning with humiliation, Meagan got to her knees, picking the tray up, and stood, balancing it carefully to keep from spilling any of the milk currently sloshing in the compartments. A quick glance told her the food was ruined, but she didn't care about that. Her stomach was a pit of nerves, and what appetite she had moments ago was gone. She could feel the eyes of everyone in the cafeteria on her, and her knees started to wobble as they always did in times of great stress. A metal band of anxiety closed around her chest, cutting off her airflow, and she ducked her head in embarrassment. At the table, she sat her tray down and sank into the seat with a sigh. Cody sat across and several seats down, looking at her with a mixture of pity and wariness, like she was a wounded animal that could still bite him if he didn't exercise extreme caution. What he said yesterday came back to her, and she realized that he was probably afraid of her because everyone picked on him. If a dog is kicked, he'll be skittish every time he meets someone new, just in case they're like the person who hurt him. She was kind of the same way, she guessed. For some reason, that revelation depressed her. The laughter had tapered off and turned into a babble of gossipy whispers, and the back of Meagan's neck burned hotly. Kids all around her stole glances, their eyes dancing with taunting light,
and she felt 2 inches tall, maybe even 1.5. Ignoring it all, she stared down at the mess stuck to her chest. She pinched the dress between her thumb and forefinger, leaning over the tray and picking a piece of chicken carefully off. Cody grabbed his food and sat across from her. "You all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," Meagan replied gamely. "It's nothing." She peeled a carrot off and slapped it onto the tray. It landed in a puddle of milk like a branch in a river. "Here," Cody said, and held out a handful of napkins. "Thanks," she said, and took the napkins, unable to keep the desolation out of her voice. Falling down and getting a stain was bad enough, but doing it in front of virtually the whole school was infinitely worse. Using the napkins, she got all the food off, but she'd need to stop at the bathroom on the way back to class and scrub with water. Cody looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't know what, then busied himself opening his milk and taking a drink. They sat in silence for a long moment, neither quite sure what to say. "You want some of mine?" Cody asked and nodded to his lunch. A ripple cut through Megan's stomach at the thought of food, and she shook her head. "No, thank you." Everyone was back to ignoring her, and she said a little prayer of thanks. This, however, wasn't the end. She knew full well that she'd never hear the end of this. To paraphrase that meme, one does not simply live down an epic trip and fall. Not in middle school. "So, other than that," Cody said, "how has, your day been?" That question, so innocuous and commonplace, struck her as contrived. It was better than not saying anything, she supposed. It's not like they really knew each other yet. "All right," she said. "Yours?" He shrugged one shoulder. "Not bad." Few kids still glanced in her direction and smiled cruelly, and if she could ball up and fade away, she totally would have. "So, what do you do for fun?" she asked. Since they didn't know each other, they might as well get acquainted. Cody hesitated like a boy trying to come up with the answer to a complicated equation. I read sometimes, play video games, things like that. "I like to read too. What do you read?" "Mainly manga," he said with a self-conscious hilt. "Those are like comic books, right?" she asked. There was a boy at one of the group homes who liked those. Cody nodded. "Yeah, basically." "What kind of music do you like?" He thought again. "None, really." "None at all?" She scoffed. "You have to like something." Behind her, Taylor said something, and her friends laughed uproariously. Meagan couldn't tell if it was at her expense or not, but she suspected it was. "Well, I hear stuff on the radio I like, but I'm not really a fan of anything." Okay, she could get that. She was kind of the same way, but there were a few bands and singers she really liked. As for genres, she had a soft spot for oldies, because Julia played it while she painted, mainly the Beach Boys, the Bee Gees, and stuff from the 80s. She said as much, and Cody nodded. "That's cool," he said. He grasped for a question of his own. "What's your favorite subject?" "History," she said quickly. "English is second. You?" "None of them." That made her laugh. Then she sobered when she realized he wasn't joking. "You don't like anything?" "Not really." "Huh. So you don't like school?" He shook his head. "No, I hate school." Well, she couldn't say she blamed him, per se. Not if stuff like what happened to her regularly happened to him. In that case, she'd hate school too. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be," he said. "Unless you're the one who invented school." He flashed a wan, lopsided smile to show that he was joking, and she returned it. When the bell rang 10 minutes later, Meagan picked up her tray and carried it to the window, sidestepping the spot where she fell. Taylor Hogan was gone, but a slippery lump of mashed potatoes was smeared across the floor. She sat the tray on top of a stack and went to the bathroom, where she wetted a wad of paper towels and scoured the front of her dress. A group of girls came in while she worked, and in the mirror they smirked and giggled. Meagan hurriedly finished, threw the paper towels into the trash can by the door, and went into the hall. Because of the pit stop, she was late to her next class, and everyone else had taken their seats. As soon as she walked in, they all turned to look at her, and a quiet titter went through them. Her cheeks turned red yet again, and she slunk to her seat. Later, as she went to her next class, a girl called out to her.
Did you have a nice trip?
Then, a black boy passing by nodded at her.
What's up, Klutzilla?
Each insult brought her lower, and by the time she left to walk home, she was starting to see why Cody didn't like school. Part 11. Hurry. Marianne Prescott let the screen door bang closed behind her and darted her eyes nervously along the street. Golden sunshine saturated the trees and houses staring back at her, and late summer grasshoppers jumped among the unkempt tangle of her front lawn. A couple of high school kids moved along the opposite sidewalk with the unhurried leisure of youth. One of them, a girl with brown hair and dressed in a tank top that bared her midriff, looked over, then whipped her head quickly away when she saw Marianne. A tall, emaciated woman with messy blonde hair and shifty eyes, Marianne was crazy. Or so they said. Mothers warned their children not to go near her, and whispered rumors of her exploits swept to the town from time to time. Women at the hair salon would lean in and lower their voices. Did you hear what the innocent city saw Marianne doing? Why, she was walking up the side of Route 29 talking to the sky. Lies. All of it. She had problems, but she wasn't crazy. At least, up until last week, she didn't think she was. Hurry. The voice urged. She hesitated. Being outside the womb-like safety of her house, so much like a cozy burrow, made her uncomfortable. The world was so big, so open, so filled with danger. Inside, she was cocooned, protected. Out here, she was exposed. A car passed in the street, and Marianne tensed, ready to give up and race back inside, but the voice came again. Hurry, it said. And though it had been toneless since she first heard it, this time she imagined a pleading edge. Taking a deep breath of warm September air, she lowered her head and went down the walk. Her house, a one-story ranch she inherited when her mother died 4 years ago, sat on a quiet, little traveled side street. Its brick face discolored with moss and age, its roof shedding tiles and its windows coated thickly in grime. The attached garage was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, and strips of wild grass grew up from cracks in the pavement. The inside wasn't much better. Crumbs scattered across the counters and floors. The threadbare living room carpet was a patchwork tapestry of stains and spills, and week-old clothes lie discarded here and there, left where they'd fallen. The nostril-twinging stench of mildew and unwashed things hung heavy in the stagnant air, and every time Marianne came in from being out, it turned her stomach. But not enough to clean it up. She tried, she really did, but she never got far before the motivation drained from her like coffee from a broken mug. She managed to get the trash out to the curb, but that was about the extent of it, and every day the mess grew more imposing, more intimidating. I'll just do this tomorrow, she'd think, and stretch out on the couch. But tomorrow was the same. Once, she used to have headlong, manic highs. Energy would surge through her, and she would clean the house 2 times over. Now, those came few and far between. The lows, the real lows, didn't happen much anymore, either. It had been a month since she last cried desolately in her hands for no reason at all, and it had been 3 months since her last suicide attempt. She sliced her wrists with a shaving razor in a half-hearted venture she knew would fail, and maybe even wanted to fail. Hurry up, the voice hissed. All right, she said in a croak. When she realized she answered aloud, where people could hear her and gossip, she pursed her thin lips to prevent a repeat. It started last week, or maybe the week before. A low, crackling static in her ears that she mistook for the first signs of hearing loss. She had Obamacare and could go to the doctor anytime she wanted, but she didn't want to. Being around people, even the ones who didn't know her troubles, made her nervous. She only left the house late at night or early in the morning, and even then, there somehow managed to always be someone around, a jogger or an early bird at the grocery store. She resolved, then, to ignore it. Out of sight, out of mind, just like all of life's problems. Then, over the course of a day, the whispers began to form words, few and garbled at first, then louder and more clearly, as though the source were coming closer. It claimed to be her sister, Alyssa, and she accepted it at face value. It knew and talked about things only her sister would know, so it had to be her, didn't it? Or was she crazy? Crazy people never think they're crazy. The voice, no. So you're insane. That did make sense. At the end of the walkway, Marianne cut right and followed the sidewalk to the end of the street. It didn't sound very much like Alyssa, though. Alyssa's voice was light, airy, and smiling. The new voice was cold, rattling, and dead. A shiver went down Marianne's spine. But of course it was, because Alyssa was dead. At least that's what the voice told her. 15 years ago, when Marianne was a teenager, Alyssa, 3 years younger and beautiful with chestnut hair and vibrant green eyes like a cat, left the house to meet a friend at the park and never came back. No one saw anything, no one heard anything, no one knew anything. The police said she ran away, but why would she do that? She was a good girl and never did anything wrong. She was happy, popular, well-adjusted. People like that don't run away. Their mother held out hope until her dying day that Alyssa would come home again, but days, weeks, and months turned into years, and she stayed missing. Marianne knew she was dead, even before Alyssa told her last week when she first spoke. But Mom wouldn't hear it. She kept the porch light on every night just in case Alyssa returned. And when the phone rang, there was always a flicker of hope in her eyes that went out when she picked up and found that it wasn't her long-lost daughter on the other end. Marianne loved Alyssa as much as anyone loved their sister, and there was forever a hole in her heart and a nagging question mark in the back of her mind. What happened? Then, after 15 years, Alyssa came back and told her everything. He hurt both of us, Alyssa said, and Marianne nodded tearfully. It was early evening, and she was sitting on the couch with a pillow hugged to her chest. She was sick to her stomach after listening to what her little sister went through in her final hours on Earth, and the guilt she carried with her, stored way deep down in some hidden place, bubbled to the surface. She should have done something. She should have protected her baby sister somehow. Hurry, or you'll miss her. She was doing it again. She looked guiltily around, but save for a big gang of middle schoolers walking along Pine, she was alone. 3 days ago, Alyssa started talking about her. She's coming. She can help us. For days, Alyssa had been talking about a girl who could somehow make things right. Marianne asked again and again how, but Alyssa wouldn't tell her. Just trust me, she said. And what choice did Marianne have? They couldn't go to the police. A car horn honked, and Marianne's heart jumped into her throat. She was standing in the middle of Elm Street, the front end of a late-model Kia Soul less than 3 feet from hitting her. She'd been so caught up in her own thoughts that she'd lost track of her surroundings. That happened sometimes, but never out here, in the great wide world. She was too alert, too vigilant, to let her guard down. The last time she did, the driver, a fat man in a windbreaker, threw up his hands. Were you gonna move or what? And Marianne hurried to the other side. Right, Alyssa said. Obeying her sister's commands, Marianne turned right, then left onto Park Place. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she swept the neighborhood with her eyes, looking for hidden dangers, but seeing only kids on their way home from school. A few of them looked at her strangely, then whispered to their friends. Her step unconsciously quickened, and her heartbeat sped up. She hated being out during the day, when people could see her. She was far more comfortable hidden in the shadows of night, but even then, being out kind of scared her. Because he might see her, and if he did, There was no telling what he would do. "Don't worry about him," Alyssa said. Marianne nodded and blew a resolute exhalation. The park ended at a stand of trees separating the houses from the park. Marianne came to a halting stop and regarded the pines with the mistrust of a small girl. The park is where Alyssa disappeared, and where, 4 years later. "Hurry," Alyssa said. Marianne swallowed thickly. Terror swelled in her chest like a leaden balloon, and she felt more vulnerable than she had since leaving the house. "Go," Alyssa said. "Please." An image came unbidden to her mind. Her little sister lying on the ground, nude, crying, hurt, her messy hair tangled with leaves and twigs, her face bloody and battered. Rage and sorrow filled Marianne's chest, and those spurred her on. She found the trailhead and went in, the trees closing around her and blotting out the afternoon sun. The path unfurled ahead, flat and even, and a mix of pines, oaks, and firs pressed close, golden illumination filtering through their boughs and painting the forest floor in coins of brilliance. Small animals slipped through the brush unseen, and Marianne's heart thudded in her chest, certain that one would emerge from the growth and be not a critter at all, but a man. She squeezed her eyes closed and regulated her breathing, lest she launched into a panic attack. Alyssa's voice soothed and encouraged her, and she went on, not for herself, but for her sister. After a quarter mile, the trees fell away, and the path led out into a wide, grassy area, in the center of which was a marshy duck pond. Geese fluttered around its edges, and bullfrogs croaked, a tuneless ode to the coming night. A concrete walkway skirted the far bank of the pond, and Marianne looked, but saw no one. She had no idea what this girl looked like, how old she was, or anything else about her, but she trusted Alyssa to tell her when the time came. "Where is she?" Marianne asked, unaware that she had spoken aloud. "Coming," Alyssa whispered. Marianne darted her eyes left and right. In the meadow, she was really exposed. The only thing standing, an eye that passed would be drawn right to her, and the owner of it might come and hurt her. "They won't," Alyssa assured her. "I'll protect you, like I protected you," she blurted. "Shh, she's coming." Marianne's stomach clenched, and she looked around for a place to hide, but saw none. There, too late. A girl about 13 appeared on the walkway. Her books pressed to her chest, and her gaze pointed to the ground. She wore a sleeveless dark blue dress, white tennis shoes, and glasses. Her sandy blonde hair was pulled back from her forehead in a ponytail that swung from side to side with the force of her stride. Her face, or what Marianne could see of it, was drawn, lips sucked in, jaw strained, a mask of worry. "Who is she?" Marianne asked. Even as she voiced the question, she realized that, by some means, she knew the girl. Alyssa didn't respond. "Who is she?" Marianne pressed. Nothing. The girl disappeared behind a screen of trees, and Marianne took a step forward to see her better, but stopped when the girl's identity hit her like a speeding freight train. Her heart jolted, and her jaw fell slack, cold horror threading through her like the coils of a snake. "Is that—" "Yes," Alyssa said. Marianne's knees shook, and the world seemed to move beneath her feet. She opened and closed her mouth like a fish, trying and failing to form words, then turned sharply away as if to hide herself. Blood pounded in her ears, and her lungs burst for air, her breasts heaving like a tempest-tossed sea. It couldn't be her. It couldn't. There was no way. It didn't make any sense. "It is her," Alyssa said. "Why is she here?" "She's going to help us." An invisible weight settled Marianne's shoulders, and she sank stiffly to the ground, her arms crossing protectively over her chest. The day was warm, but she was cold, and memories she didn't want to entertain flooded over her. Her head spun with disbelief, and she hugged herself tighter. "How?" she asked. Alyssa didn't reply. "How will she help us?" She tried to sound firm, but her voice was uneven. "You'll see," Alyssa said. "You'll see." Part 12. Meagan. Meagan's eyes blinked open, and her sleep-shrouded mind began to turn. She was lying flat on her back in bed, the room wrapped in shadows and beads of rain streaking the window. A nightlight plugged into the wall provided a tiny orb of rust-colored illumination, and the clock on the nightstand glowed the hour. 3 a.m. Something woke her, but in that blurry borderland between worlds, she couldn't say what, or even if it was real or not. She rolled onto her side and felt for Brody, but he wasn't there. Pushing up unwary arms, she looked around and spotted him perched at the foot of the bed, gazing at the closet door. Her mind went back to the nightmare she had last week, the one where the closet was filled with light, and her heart sputtered.
What is it?
She asked lowly. Brody didn't respond. Was she dreaming again? Since that first night, she'd had 3 more, each of them about the closet. In one, she was frozen in bed as it slowly swung open on creaking hinges. She couldn't flee, couldn't scream, could only squeeze her eyes shut as a wave of chattering whispers spilled out and consumed him. In another, a sound brought her awake, and she went to the closet. Only now, there was a tiny door in the back wall, roughly 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. She knelt and opened it. The hardwood floor cooled beneath her knees, and the door splintery as she pried it from its frame. Beyond it lay a cramped, lightless space, coated in a thick layer of dust. She lit a match, and the feeble spark revealed a white face inches from her own, black eyes glinting, red smile fixed in place. She screamed and fell back before she realized it was only a porcelain doll. She looked around, and they were everywhere, standing, sitting, perched on creaking rocking chairs, boys, girls, babies, some nude and others in elaborate costumes, each wearing the same mad, leering smile. A draught of cool air blew over them like the breath of infernal creation, and slowly they began to move. Limbs twitching, eyes blinking, heads turning left and right, testing new and unholy life. Meagan's body stiffened, and a burst of air exploded from her lungs, but she was struck motionless, wrapped in horror at the stirring creatures around her. One, a girl in a bonnet, saw her, and her mouth dropped open in a big, cannibal yawn. The others took notice, and their mouths opened too. 12, 2 dozen, 3, all lurching woodenly forward, dragging broken feet, panting dark excitement, whispering. In the final one, she opened the closet door to put something away, and a girl around her age was there, framed by hanging clothes and smiling. In this one, Meagan wasn't scared, just confused. "Why are you in my closet?" she asked. "I've always been here," the girl replied with a Mona Lisa smile. She was tall, with long, reddish hair and pretty green eyes. Freckles smattered her face, and a slight gap parted her front teeth. Meagan looked nothing like her, but she knew that it was somehow her. Now, a shiver went through her, and if there was any doubt before, it was gone now. This wasn't a dream. It was real. "What is it?" she asked again, louder this time, more needy, as if begging the dog to offer reassurance. A gust of wind roared in the eaves, and Meagan's stomach clenched. It sounded like her name. Brody leaned heavily over the footboard, and coming alive, Meagan snapped the bedside lamp on. Shadows scattered to the corners of the room, and the closet door came into focus. Shut as she left it when she went to sleep 4 hours ago. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, Brody jumped down and approached it at a crouch. He sniffed at the bottom, then sat on his butt and stared up at the knob in canine confusion. It took a long time for Meagan to pump herself up enough to get up and cross the room, and she did it only to prove to herself that there was nothing in the closet. If she didn't, she would lie awake all night like a fraidy little baby. And that was the last thing she needed right now. School had become torment over the past week and a half. Everywhere she went, Taylor Hogan and her friends were there, just like the dolls in her dream, and home was the only place where she found respite. If she didn't have this, what would she have? Standing next to Brody, she took a series of deep breaths, then reached out and took the knob in her hand, sure that it would jerk beneath her touch. It did not. She turned it slowly, fighting the panic clutching her chest, and pulled it open. Shirts, skirts, dresses, and jackets greeted her, but nothing else. No ghosts, no creepy dolls, and no monsters. Brody slipped past her and sniffed the floor like a bloodhound, seeking a convict's scent, then came out and looked up at her. All clear, boss. Of all the people in the world, she trusted Brody the most, even more than Tom and Julia. If he said it was okay, it was okay. But what if it wasn't? What if there really was something wrong? What could it be, though? There was nothing here, except for a crack in the wall. Squinting, Meagan bent forward at the wrist to investigate it. Barely an eighth of an inch wide, it zigzagged along the plaster to her left. Though it didn't look wide enough to admit any wind, she could feel it on her face. Chilly, stale, and damp. She ran her finger along it, and as soon as her flesh touched it, the jolt of electricity shot into her. A vision flashed through her mind. The girl's face and her own name rang through her head. Gasping like a girl submerged in cold water, she yanked her hand away and stumbled back a step. Brody whined. Shaking, she closed the door and went back to bed, dimly aware of what she was doing. Thoughts drunkenly clouded. She pulled the covers up to her chin, leaving the light on. Brody curled up beside her and laid his head protectively on her chest. She absently stroked his fur and stared up at the ceiling. Gradually, her mind cleared, and she blinked rapidly, the memory of what happened already fading. Another blast of wind hit the house, and the haunting way it moaned, like the voice of the dead, made her shudder. There was nothing in the closet, and she absolutely did not hear her name. The wind woke her, and she was already keyed up from school and the other dreams, so she hallucinated, or something. Now, can we please go back to sleep? Please? Meagan. Meagan's heart seized. Just the wind, she told herself, but she looked uneasily at the closet door anyway. Breath bated. Minutes ticked by, and nothing happened. Meagan relaxed and let the breath out in a rush. She once read somewhere that the human brain is wired to make meaning out of chaos, that we will see faces, hear voices, and find messages where there is only static, because we are creatures of order. It was an exciting theory to which she subscribed. That's what was happening here. The wind was singing itself a song of gibberish, and her mind was translating it into words that weren't there. Even so, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was saying her name. A force from the outside, an entity that dwelled in the walls and spoke in low, sub-audible whispers after dark. She pictured ghosts in every nook and cranny of the house, stacked 10 deep in places and standing in line for a chance to scare her. And the sinister spell broke. Humor was really good at that. It got her through a lot of bad times in the past, and whenever they reared their ugly heads again, she made light of it. Turning something into a joke, laughing at it, robs it of some of its power. As settled as she could hope to be, she snuggled up next to Brody and draped her arm over him. He licked her face, and she grimaced. "You're a good dog, do you know that?" He licked her again. 15 minutes later, she drifted off, and the wind continued to howl.
Meagan.
On the morning of September 15th, Julia Herriman woke to the soft hiss of rain. Thin, grey light spilled through the water-beaded window and lent the shadowy room an ashy pallor more suited to late autumn than late summer. Julia was of those rare and mystifying creatures called morning people, who don't simply tolerate mornings, but embrace them. There was a certain indefinable tranquility about the hours around dawn that had always appealed to her, even as a child and teenager. The day was new, fresh, and clean, and the solitude of sunrise made her feel as though the universe were letting her in on a secret. As a freelance artist, she made her own hours, but even with that power at her disposal, she still chose to rise early. Tom thought she was nuts, and she laughed. If it were up to him, he'd stay up all night and sleep until noon. While she appreciated the lonely splendor of night, she preferred the light of day. Nothing could compare to the warm summer afternoons, smoky autumn twilights, and silent winter mornings. She was especially fond of the latter. A snowy glen inspired her the way she imagined the smuggy slums of London inspired Dickens, and the crisp, biting air had a way of clearing her mind, unlike anything else she knew. Winters had taken on a new significance since she and Tom adopted Meagan. She absolutely could not wait for the first snow to fly, for when it did, there would be frolic and fun aplenty. Tom had mentioned taking a vacation to Massanutten Ski Resort during Meagan's Christmas break, and she was 100% on board. They'd been there a dozen times since they were married, and though she wasn't very handy on a pair of skis, she loved it there. With Meagan along, it would be so much better, and she was already looking forward to it the way a small girl might the advent of Santa Claus. Stretching, she rolled onto her side. Tom's half of the bed was empty, and light emanated from beneath the door to the master bedroom. When he worked from home, he slept until she woke him up at 10, ate brunch, and started his day at 11:30, sometimes noon. Lately, however, he was needed in the office every day. Something about a major data breach, like the kind you see on the news. He wasn't allowed to talk about it, and she respected that. His company serviced a lot of big-name clients, Wells Fargo and Walmart among them, so he was sworn to secrecy a lot, which made things exciting because it was like being married to a spy. The rain fell in a steady roar, and she sat up, leaned over, and moved the curtain back. The front yard had turned into a soupy mess, and the first fallen leaves of the season were plastered to the blacktop, while twigs and trash sluiced through the gutters. She was a liberal parent and allowed Meagan as much autonomy as you can a 12-year-old girl, but sometimes you just gotta put your foot down, and today was one of them. There was no way she was going to let Meagan walk in this. Turning away from the pane, she slipped into the bathroom and shut the door behind her. Steam filled the air and fogged the mirror. Through the opaque curtain, she could just make out Tom's naked form. Water splashed and gurgled down the drain, and he turned in a slow circle, humming a snatch of music she couldn't place. She'd never seen him happier than he'd been since they adopted Meagan, and it made her happiness greater, like oxygen feeding a fire. She went to the curtain and pulled it aside just enough to stick her head in. Tom faced away, massaging shampoo into his scalp, and soap suds coursed down his back. She admitted the view a moment, then cleared her throat.
Good morning.
Good morning,
He replied without missing a beat.
How'd you sleep?
Same as always,
He said. Tom's mind, like hers, refused to shut down nicely at bedtime. Some nights they'd both lie awake, heads racing with thoughts, memories, and fancy until they got up and went into the kitchen for warm milk and midnight conversation. Since moving into the house, that hadn't happened much. It was as though they were finally comfortable in their lives and beginning to settle.
You?
Fine.
She said, returning the curtain and went over to the toilet.
I had a dream.
Tom ducked his head under the spray.
What about?
A frosted riverside.
She said as she flushed the commode. She recalled the dream with the vivid detail of a born artist, and her chest tingled.
It was summer, and the lighting was just right.
She found it hard to put her visions into words. Some people could paint beautiful portraits and landscapes in type, but she could not. She needed pastels, oil, ink, and pencils. Meagan was very good at describing things. She could create a living, breathing panorama with a paragraph, and Julia was beginning to think that her artistic talents might be better suited to creative writing. She enjoyed bonding with the girl of her art, however. She would encourage her in whatever she pursued, but she secretly hoped it was drawing.
Sounds nice,
Tom called.
You gonna draw it?
At some point, she said. She stood, closed her robe, and tied the belt around her stomach.
I have 3 commissions to finish, then I can do a for-me project.
The majority of her commission work came from magazines. Earlier in the year, she was contracted by Virginia Outdoor Quarterly to draw 4 pictures, each one to grace the literary section of a different issue. The editor wanted them evocative of Western Virginia, which was like asking Picasso to draw a cube. Julia had lived west of the I-81 corridor her entire life, and no one knew or loved this land better. In the bedroom, she dressed in a pair of black slacks and a forest green turtleneck sweater, then sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her socks and boots on. After dropping Meagan off, she needed to stop at the grocery store. She had the strongest cravings for tacos, but none of the ingredients to make them. Standing, she went out into the hall and made the short walk to Meagan's door. Usually Meagan was up and ready before she was, but lately she was having trouble getting out of bed, and then getting going. It was almost like she didn't want to go to school. That wasn't like Meagan, and such a marked change in personality led Julie to believe that something was wrong. But Meagan vehemently denied it every time she asked. Turning the knob, she leaned into the room. Meagan was sitting on the edge of her bed and yanked her rain boots on. They were black with pink and purple hearts. Julia couldn't resist picking them up when she saw them. Brody sat at Meagan's feet and stared intently at the closet door. Meagan, for her part, looked downtrodden, and Julia's heart broke. "You okay?" she asked, startling the girl.
Yeah, why?
Meagan asked quickly. "You look glum," Julia said. "Anything the matter?" Meagan shook her head.
Nope, just tired.
Something told Julia that wasn't the truth, but she didn't push. Meagan would come to her if she had a problem. Children need time and space. All the books said so. "Why?" she asked cautiously. "Not sleeping well."
Brody kept farting last night.
That caught Julia off guard, and she laughed. The dog's ears pricked, but he didn't turn from his vigil. "Well, maybe we should change this food." Downstairs, she popped a plain bagel into the toaster, got the cream cheese in the fridge, and poured orange juice into a glass, which she then sat at the head of the table. Next, she started a pot of coffee. When the bagel was done, she picked it out with her thumb and forefinger and laid it on a plate before it could burn her. She opened the cream cheese, scooped some out with a butter knife, and spread it on with a crisp scrape. Just as she was finishing up, Meagan came in and sat down, Brody following close on her heels. She then brought him home. The dog had been all but inseparable from Meagan. Whenever you saw her, you knew he wasn't far behind. That pleased Julia. When she was a girl, she had a dog named Socks, because he was jet black with snowy white paws. Socks was her best friend, and they made many happy memories together. "I'm going to drive you today," she said, and sat Megan's plate in front of her. She halfway thought Meagan would argue, but the girl only nodded. She exuded tension, and Julia frowned. "I don't want you to wash away," she added to lighten the mood. Meagan forced a smile.
Yeah, I might wind up in China.
Her voice lacked the buoyant quality that Julia had come to love, and she decided then and there that on the way to school, she would ask again what was wrong. The books be damned. Tom came down a few minutes later in a blue Izod tucked into tan chinos, poured himself a cup of coffee, and gulped it down. "I gotta go," he said. He kissed Julia on the cheek, then Meagan on the forehead, then rushed out the door. Rain pounded the back deck, and, as if on cue, a long, low peril of thunder rolled across the sky.
Drive safe,
Julia called after him. "I will," he promised. Then he was gone. Meagan finished her bagel and got to her feet, brushing non-existent crumbs from her lap.
See you later, Brody.
she said disheartedly. Ducking their heads against the deluge, Meagan and Julia hurried out to the Prius. In the short trip from back door to driver's seat, Julia's head and shoulders were both soaked.
This rain.
Julia said and started the engine.
Yeah, it sucks.
Meagan agreed and pulled her seatbelt over her lap. I wish it was snow, Julia said. She threw the car in reverse, glanced back, and pulled into the seat.
Me too,
Meagan said, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. Julia wasn't going to say anything yet, but since Meagan seemed down in the dumps, she could use a little boost. This winter, we're going to go to the ski lodge at Massanutten. You'll love it. Meagan's face lit up.
I've never been skiing,
She said.
but it looks like a lot of fun.
Tom can teach you, Julia said. He's really good. Me, on the other hand, not so much.
I'll probably fall down a lot,
Meagan said.
but that's par for the course.
It's part of learning, Julia said. You don't just pick up on something like that your first time. A bus passed on Chestnut, its big tires kicking up a sheet of dirty water, and she pulled out behind it.
I guess.
Meagan said.
Like drawing.
Well, you do have natural talent there, Julia said honestly. Meagan was a gifted artist even before coming to live with them, and she had excelled exponentially over the past 9 months. But who knows, maybe you'll be a natural on the slopes, too. Meagan laughed.
I doubt that.
The bus pulled to a stop, and a group of kids piled on. For a while, they drove in silence as Julia grasped for the right way to go about this. She was still new at this whole mom thing, and even though she was enthusiastic, she wasn't very knowledgeable yet. It's part of learning, she had said. And didn't that apply here as well? Are you absolutely sure nothing's bothering you? She asked, going for the heart.
Yeah.
Meagan said, with a contrived nod. Julia looked at her and did her best stern mother expression, which wasn't very stern at all. Really? Meagan hesitated, and that was as good an admission as any. What's up? She asked soberly. For a long time, Meagan stared down at her lap and bunched her lips back and forth like a pendulum, a nervous tick that screamed her emotions as clearly as a front-page headline.
It's nothing, really,
she finally said. She trailed off and let the thought hang unfinished between them. Is someone picking on you? From the way Meagan bristled, Julia knew.
Kind of,
she admitted, grudgingly.
I mean, sometimes.
Bullies and teasing are common pratfalls of childhood. She anticipated Meagan having to deal with it at some point, but was really hoping she wouldn't have to. Have you told your teachers?
No,
Meagan replied.
it's not that bad.
Are you sure about that? Julia asked incredulously. Meagan nodded.
Really?
They were in front of the middle school now, buses and cars all around. A fierce, maternal part of Julia wanted to get the full story, then go inside and make whoever was bothering Meagan pay. Instead, she could only sigh. Some people are just assholes, she said, and unfortunately, they get off on making other people's lives miserable. Meagan was a beautiful and intelligent girl, and Julia loved her more every day. How someone could meet her, know her, and not feel the same way genuinely perplexed her. I want to talk about this more later on, okay? Meagan nodded reluctantly. Okay. If it keeps on, tell the teacher.
I will,
Meagan said. She grabbed her backpack, threw open the door, and climbed out into the rain.
I love you.
Julia said earnestly.
Love you too.
Meagan replied. She slammed the door and hurried around the front of the car before joining a rush of kids filling into the building. Julia watched her until she was gone, then drew a deep breath and pulled away from the curb. A half hour later, after picking up what she needed at the store, Julia came through the back door bearing bags. Brody sat in the middle of the floor and gave her a big doggy smile.
I'm back,
she announced. She set the bags on the counter and slowly put their contents away, her mind on Meagan. She shoved a package of hamburger meat into the fridge, washed her hands, then went upstairs. Brody, who'd been sitting by the back door this whole time, got up and gave chase, almost like he didn't want her to go alone. I have a bodyguard, she thought bemusedly. That makes me important. In the master bath, she used the toilets, flushed, and washed her hands. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she peeled her boots and socks off and sat them aside, then changed her slacks into a pair of lounge pants and a simple gray sweater. When she worked, she wore comfortable clothes. Anything else distracted her. She started downstairs, but a noise drifting from Meagan's room stopped her. Brody sat before the closet, his ears flattened against his skull, and a low, warning snarl rumbled in the back of his throat. His lips curled back to bare his teeth, and Julia's brow wrinkled in confusion. Brody was the most docile dog she had ever known, and not once in the almost month they'd owned him had she heard him growl, even when he chased gophers and possums outside. "What is it?" she asked. He ignored her, didn't even seem to register her presence. Her eyes went to the door, closed tight, and her heart stumbled. Was someone in there? That was the only explanation for his behavior. Were he simply scratching and sniffing, she'd pass it off as him having heard a mouse. God knew there was still a lot of them in the walls, even after the exterminator came. He wasn't, though. He was braying and showing his fangs, which, in her limited knowledge of dogs, meant something was wrong. She hesitated a moment, not knowing what to do. The house was suddenly filled with tension, and dark waves seemed to radiate from the closet. Breaking, she went back to hers in Tom's room, heart pounding, and opened Tom's nightstand drawer. A tiny, compact .38 revolver, bought after someone burglarized their home 3 years ago, sat next to a technical manual, its silver body reflecting the muted water light falling through the window. She tossed a harried glance over her shoulder, found no one sneaking up on her, and picked the gun up. She crept to the door and poked her head tentatively into the hall. Empty. If someone were in the closet and tried to come out, Brody would have alerted her. Emboldened, she returned to Meagan's room. The dog kept sentry, his head lowered and his muscles bunched, ready to leap at the slightest provocation. Julia took a deep breath, tightened her hold on the gun's polished grip, and brushed past Brody. The dog's growls tapered off, and he whimpered as if in fear for her safety. In one fluid motion, she opened the door and thrust the gun out in front of her. But the closet was empty. She was so convinced she would find an intruder that for a second she was totally confounded. A few shirts and dresses hung from the rod, and a neatly organized mess of things were heaped on either side, but there was no killer, no rapist, not even a Jehovah's Witness. She pushed aside a pink blouse with the barrel of the gun, but no one crouched behind. Had they been, she would have seen them at once. A cold, musky draft flowed through her hair, and inexplicable goosebumps raced up and down her arms. Brody let out a high, wavering howl, and for some reason Julia could not explain, her blood ran cold. The air was heavy now, pressing down on her, and something flickered in the corner of her eye, but when she turned, nothing was there. She didn't know she was going to speak until she heard the unsteady quaver of her own voice. "Hello?" Why was she calling out? No one was here, just her and Brody. But she felt like someone was there, standing just out of sight and looking right at her, hating her. Something touched her leg, and she let out a sharp cry. Brody looked up at her, then to her left. She followed his line of sight. A hairline crack that wasn't there a minute ago marred the plaster. Julia's heart slammed furiously, and the hairs on the back of her neck bristled. "Stop being stupid," she scolded herself. Brody went over to the wall and sniffed along the baseboard, and slowly, by degrees, the tension she thought she sensed dissipated. Backing up, she closed the door and let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, her fingers brushing her hair out of her face. Brody sat down and looked up at her, tail wagging, and she chuckled at her own jitteriness. "You..." she admonished playfully, and the dog cocked his head innocently.
You freaked me out. I thought someone broke in while I was gone.
She bent and rubbed Brody's furry face. Relaxed now, she went downstairs to start on her work. She'd have to tell Tom about the crack. One bad thing about old houses, they're always settling. In Meagan's room, Brody's ears pricked, and he turns to the closet door. The knob turned, and lowering his head again, he started to growl. Part 13. Meagan poked her head into the hole, looked left and right, then scurried out, her books pressed to her chest. Kids streamed by on either side of her, and she had to shoulder through a group of boys to get to her locker. She input the combination, looked around again like a timid mouse scanning for hawks, then shoved her books in. She slammed it, locked it, and turned towards the main doors, relief washing over her. Phew. Looks like I slipped my bullies. Now I can...
Look, girls.
A snide voice rose behind her.
It's Meagan.
Meagan's stomach turned. They surrounded her before she could slink away. 3 girls, all of them seemingly much bigger than her, even though they were the same age. Taylor Hogan stood behind her, and the other 2 flanked her on either side, boxing her in. Kelsey, with reddish hair and a couple pounds extra on the right, and Chanel, a black girl with big hoop earrings and clad in a denim jacket, the hem of which rested just above her stomach. I take it you put your little sisters on by mistake. On the left, Taylor flashed a cold, tight-lipped smile and crossed her arms with a flourish, her hip cocking to one side. Meagan's eyes darted around the crowded hall in search of help, but there was none to be had. No one looked and no one cared. Not even the teachers. What were they going to make fun of this time? Her glasses, her being small. That was the most fantastic thing about these girls. You never knew what they were going to come out with next. Uncrossing her arms, Taylor reached out, and Meagan flinched in expectation of a slap, scratch, or poke, even though things had never gotten physical. Yet. Taylor's fingers brushed her hair, and the older girl sniffed.
A prime example of what not to do. Get it?
Meagan usually brushed her hair every morning, but lately she kind of didn't. She didn't get along with mornings the way Julia did. Add to that the dreams and disturbed sleep, and you have a recipe for morning time apathy. Taylor's toadies giggled, and Meagan's face burnt with a mixture of righteous indignation and shame.
When's the last time you brushed your rat nest, Meagan?
Taylor asked in a patronizing tone and mockingly batted her eyes.
It's been a while, huh?
No, Meagan said. Taylor chuckled in the back of her throat.
You guys know what Meagan's favorite movie is?
The corners of her mouth sharpened and she leaned in. Meagan cringed and hated herself for it. A cruel glint shone in Taylor's eyes, and when she answered her own question, she spoke slowly, her pink, glossed lips carefully pronouncing each letter.
Tangled.
Chanel and Kelsey threw their heads back and laughed snottily. Taylor pursed her lips and crossed her arms again.
What's your favorite food?
The blush on Meagan's cheeks deepened and she hung her head in humiliation.
Nachos.
Kelsey and Chanel laughed even harder. Was her hair really that bad? Her fingers tingled with the urge to check, but she resisted it. The key, she had learned, was to not let them know they were getting to her. If she pretended not to care, they'd go away.
I think I see gnats jumping around.
Chanel said.
I smell it.
Kelsey gagged and pinched her nose.
Do you even take baths?
Yes, I take a bath every night, Meagan retorted. Taylor snorted.
Do you wash your hair every night?
Yes, I do. Meagan spat. She was starting to get mad. Why couldn't they just leave her alone? Why are some people so damn mean?
Doesn't look like it,
Taylor said.
It looks nasty.
She flicked her eyes distastefully up Meagan's body and wrinkled her nose.
Just like the rest of you.
Shaking her head in disgust, Taylor turned and held her head up, a signal for her troops to follow.
Come on, let's get out of here before we catch Meagan's crabs.
Shocking and uncharacteristic rage boiled up in Meagan's chest, and her hands closed into fists so tight her fingernails bit into the soft padding of her palms. Blood pounded hard against her temples, and the edges of her vision suddenly grayed. Her eyes, normally open and filled with warmth and curiosity, narrowed to predatory slits and zeroed in on the back of Taylor's dumb blonde head. Every slight, every snub, every shitty remark came back to her in a black crest, and her lips tugged back from her teeth in a hateful sneer. She smoldered from the tips of her toes to the crown of her forehead, and a violent shudder ran through her like the rumble of a nuclear blast felt before it was seen. She saw herself springing forward, grabbing Taylor's hair and retching back with all her might. In her mind, she crashed her fist into the side of Taylor's face. The bully cried out in pain, and savage satisfaction came over Meagan like a warm blanket. She did it again and again, moving to her face, shattering her nose, knocking her teeth out. When she was done, she was panting, and Taylor was covered in blood, her eyes pooled with misery. That image snapped her out of it, and her anger drained away with an almost audible sucking sound. Her eyes widened in horror, and her heart twinged. Taylor and the others were gone, and Meagan stood alone. She realized her hands were still fisted, and released them with a start as though they were repulsive. The vision of Taylor's bruised and battered face lingered before her eyes like the visage of a terrible phantom, and Meagan's stomach twisted. She was so close to actually doing it, to hitting someone until they were bleeding, that she trembled. Why was it so hot in here? She pressed her hands to her forehead, and her skin burned as if with fever. She remembered the vivid feeling of Taylor's nose breaking under her knuckles, like glass in a velvet bag, and hot bile rose in the back of her throat. Taylor's eyes, pleading and desperate, like an abused kitten in one of those ASPCA commercials, filled her sight. And that was it. She was going to puke. Clamping one hand to her mouth and the other to her stomach, she took off toward the girls' room at a frantic, headlong run. An Hispanic girl with her black hair and pigtails came out, drying her hands on a paper towel, and Meagan bumped into her.
Hey!
Ignoring her, Meagan whipped into the bathroom, slammed one of the stalls open, and dropped to her knees just as the contents of her stomach shot from her mouth in a bitter, stinging rush. Tears welled in her eyes, and her tiny fingers gripped the porcelain rim. She gagged, and her stomach muscles contracted, squeezing a groan from her chest. Another spasm racked her, and she dry-retched, her body having nothing left to give. Quivering and panting for air, Meagan closed her eyes and attempted to catch her runaway heart. The acrid taste of intestines coated the inside of her mouth, and the hot reek of partially digested food pinched her nostrils, pushing her dangerously close to hurling again. The bell rang while she was indisposed, making her ungodly late to her next class. She pictured walking in and everyone looking at her. Her stomach gurgled. Maybe she should skip. Of course, that wasn't a serious option, but right now it sounded reasonable. They can't make fun of you if you're not there. Instead, she forced herself to her locker and got her books. The hall was empty, and the clang of metal echoed like a ghostly voice, reminding her of last night. Suppressing a shudder, she hugged her book to her chest and went to class. The door was closed when she got there, and past the wire mesh window, everyone faced forward as the teacher pointed at the board and lectured. With a deep breath, she turned the knob and went in. As predicted, everyone turned to look at her, and the teacher's drone ceased like throwing a switch. Her face flushed, and she hurried to her seat, feeling awkward, cumbersome, and self-conscious. "Nice of you to join us, Miss Herriman," the teacher said, and a few kids snickered. Ignoring them, Meagan sat and opened her book. The teacher went back to teaching, and the class to ignoring her, and she slouched in her seat as if to make an even smaller target of herself. Out of sight, out of mind. All during that period, her stomach cramped and spasmed. A twinge of pain over her left eye turned into a simmering headache, and before long, fatigue came over her like a wet blanket. She squirmed uncomfortably in her chair and fought to keep her eyes from falling shut. What was wrong with her? She went back to her burst of fury in the hallway. That never happened before, even at the group home, where she didn't have the luxury of escaping her tormentors at the end of the day. Violence made her sick, and she never, ever daydreamed about hurting someone. Remembering the look of terror in Taylor's eyes and the way her nose gushed blood, her middle clutched. When the bell rang half an hour later, she waited meekly for everyone else to leave first. then got up and took her book back to her locker. She didn't encounter Taylor or her goons on the way. For that, she was thankful. Before going to the cafeteria, she went to the bathroom. The idea of being surrounded by people, 1,000 uncaring eyes and taunting smiles, nauseated her, and she considered sitting in one of the stalls until lunch was over, but she'd get in trouble if she did that. Flushing the toilets, then, she got up and dragged herself to the line. The din of voices hurt her head and put her uneasily in mind of the night before, listening to the wind and imagining they were whispers chanting her name. Tray in hand, she sought out Cody and found him at the usual table. A group of kids clustered around the other end, a field of empty seats between them and him, as though he were a leper. Cody, so far, was the only friend she had, and she used that term loosely. Sometimes they didn't even talk, just ate their lunch in close proximity. Someone, probably Taylor, started a rumor that the janitor found them making out in the mop closet. And even now, as she made her way over, someone whistled and a bunch of others giggled, menacing shapes in her periphery. She sat diagonal from Cody, and he glanced up, then back down again. "Hey," he greeted.
Hey,
She said. She stared down at her food with a distasteful twist of the lips and exhaled through her nose. Her stomach was still sour, though the headache had gone and the smell made her queasy. Deciding she should eat something, she picked up her roll, tore it in half, and took a bite.
I wonder if they're gonna kiss again.
Someone at the next table over said.
Yuck, I hope not.
Taylor replied loudly, making darn sure Meagan heard.
I don't want to see that.
Cody opened his milk and took a long, thoughtful drink. He didn't seem bothered by the taunts being hurled in their direction, but he did look like he had something to say. He opened his mouth, and his resolve visibly crumbled. The bullies eventually tired of picking on them and stopped, and Meagan ate her bread with the sparing reticence of a shy bird. Several times she caught Cody examining her from the corner of his eye, like she was a queer and fascinating bug, and by the time the bell rang, she was getting nervous. She grabbed her tray and got to her feet. Cody opened his mouth again, then thought better of it at the last minute. I'll see you later,
you too.
she said quickly. Turning, she hurried off to face the rest of the day. Part 14. Crashing silence ruled the world, and darkness blinded Meagan's vision. Rain pattered on the roof, and a bare wind-stirred branch tapped at the window like a night ghoul seeking ingress. On some level, she knew there was no tree outside her bedroom window, so this must be a dream. But this didn't quell her rising fear. She tried to move, but her body was frozen, each limb weighing 1,000 pounds, and her chest crushing under a phantom pressure. She went to turn her head, but it was locked in place. She opened her mouth to cry out, but no sound issued forth. The branch tapped and the wind moaned. Shadows crept across the ceiling like slithering serpents, and all at once, whispers danced mockingly around Meagan like pagans round a fire. Her heart battered her ribs, and she squeezed her eyes closed, but that didn't help. She could still see, still hear. Her name, abject pleas for help, high, hitching laughter, disconsolate weeping. Meagan wasn't quite sure if she believed in God or not, but she started to pray anyway. The voices reached a skull-cracking crescendo, then cut out entirely. Meagan sucked hot breath into her lungs, her small body trembling. Was it over? Meagan. The other times, she could tell herself it was only the wind, but not now. The voice was low, hissing, and clear, coming from her right. She could feel something there, crouching next to the bed and leaning in with a bloodthirsty, cemetery smirk. A sob welled in her throat and came out as a broken whimper, and she thrashed against the invisible bonds holding her. It had to be a dream. What else could it be? Real. Meagan. Meagan struggled to keep hysteria from consuming her. Where was Brody? Why wasn't Brody protecting her? Overhead, the interlocking branches made a threaded tapestry in which she imagined she saw a headless dog. Tears sprang to her eyes, and her lips contorted in childlike misery at her friend's fate. Meagan. The voice rattled like dead, dry leaves in an autumn breeze, and the stench of earthy decay pinched the back of Megan's nose. If she strained just a little, she could paint a mental picture of the thing just out of sight. Wet, white skin, black, soulless eyes, crooked yellow teeth. "Who are you?" Meagan asked, finding her voice. The creature did not reply, but she could hear the rustle of its moving, and a cringing tingle shot down her spine.
What do you want?
A moment later, it replied, this time to her left. "I need your help."
With what?
Time sped up, or folded in on itself, and Meagan was standing in front of the closet door. White, wraith-like vines of light spread out from beneath it, and the knob turned back and forth. It opened, and the glow was so intense that she could not see. It dimmed as if to accommodate her, but it did not recede entirely. The walls throbbed with it, a flashy, otherworldly phosphorescence that waxed and waned like the cycles of the moon. She was guided to the crack and held there, as if by a hateful hand. The fissure was bigger now, and through it poured rich, golden sunlight. Her arms lifted and her fingers picked at the gap, widening it, nails bending and breaking, bits of plaster littering the carpet. Frenzy overcame her, and she worked faster, compelled to open the chasm now, to free whatever was inside. The crack became a hole, bare struts framing its ragged edges, and her mania grew, taking on the keen fervency of a zealot. A rusted nail slashed the side of her hand, but she did not stop, did not even feel the sting of tearing flesh, the tacky trickle of blood. Her breathing came in short, fiery bursts, and her eyes took on the glazed cast of a girl in a trance. The whispers returned, more than she could count, each urging her on, begging her to rip the house asunder and liberate their source. A chunk of plaster fell to the carpet and broke into pieces, its dust swirling around Meagan's head like a grateful spirit thanking her. More light gushed through the ever-lengthening rift, warm on Meagan's face like the first sun of spring. She was panting, seeping blood from her ruined fingertips, shaking with religious fervor. She still didn't know what her prize was, didn't care, but she was close. She stopped when the hole was roughly 2 feet by 2 feet. Like the light in the closet, the light streaming through the gash dimmed, and she beheld a small room with walls made of earth and wood and containing a chair, a single, neatly made bed, and a table on which sat an old-fashioned oil lamp. Low firelight flickered across the walls and the dirt floor. Someone, or something, shoved Meagan's face into the hole, and the scene changed, becoming darker, damper, like a grave. Water dripped from the ceiling, and cold wind caressed her face like the insistent touch of the undead. She looked left, then right, then screamed when the girl appeared, her nose hovering inches from her own. She tried to pull away and flee, but the ghostly hands held her still. The girl smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling with merry light, and Meagan's terror lessened. "Hi," she said. "What do you want?" Meagan heard herself ask. "I need your help," the girl said. Didn't they just have this conversation? Or was that a different dream? Meagan couldn't tell. Her head spun with the surreality of it all, and she felt like she was going to be sick again. The girl drifted back like a puff of smoke, and Meagan realized that she was naked. Her frame was thin and shapely, her breasts small. Her skin was a pallid shade of white and crisscrossed with cuts and bruises, some of them seeping dark fluid that Meagan instinctively knew was not blood. An all too human look of shame crossed the girl's face, and Meagan was shocked to find her heart going out of her.
What happened?
Meagan asked, knowing even as the words left her mouth that she didn't want to hear the answer. Darting her eyes ashamedly to her feet, the girl said,
"They hurt me."
From her state and the agony in her eyes, Meagan thought she knew exactly what she meant by hurt, and a horrified pang cut through her stomach.
"Who?"
she asked. The girl looked up, her face a mask of pain.
"The bad men."
She took a step forward, and Meagan felt no fear, no trepidation, only sympathy.
"I need your help to stop them."
In the phantom's clear, brimming eyes, Meagan saw earnesty, and in a split second, her mind was made up.
"How?"
Inches away from her now, so close Meagan could feel her breath if she were breathing. The ghost reached out. Her hand cupped Meagan's cheek like a cold puff of air, and every nerve ending in her body crackled.
"I need your power."
"Power?" Meagan asked doubtfully. "What power?" Touching her other cheek, the girl smiled, and the warmth drained from her eyes. Meagan's heart stopped, and in a snap, she knew she'd been fooled.
"Your energy,"
the girl said. She wrenched Meagan off of her feet and fused her icy, dead lips to her neck. Meagan sat bolt upright in bed, a scream lodged in her throat and her chest pulsing with terror. Brody jumped up and looked bewilderedly around like a guard who'd fallen asleep on the job. Thin, murky morning light skimmed the pane, and the sound of pots and pans banging drifted up from the kitchen. So normal, yet so out of place. Fighting to catch her breath, Meagan brushed her sweaty bangs from her eyes. Ahead, past the footboard, the closet door loomed like a misshapen giant, closed as always. No signs of the dream in sight. Yet Meagan was morally certain that were she to open the door, the hole would still be there, the room beyond, just as it had been the night before. Brody nuzzled her hand, and sensing no immediate threat, she flopped limply back against the pillow. Brody licked her hand. "Please be okay, master. Please, please, please." And she drew a shaky inhalation and blew it out. The dream was so fresh and lucid in her mind that she could still smell the musky scent of closed-up space, and the insides of her nostrils itched as if from specks of dust. She pressed her fingertips to the spots the ghost bit. She knew they wouldn't come away slick with blood, but she was still nonplussed when they didn't. She closed her hand into a weak fist like a girl swearing vengeance, then turned to look at Brody.
"Am I going crazy?"
she asked. He cocked his head. "What? No. You're under stress and having nightmares. Perfectly natural." Maybe he was right, but she didn't think so. She knew bad dreams had had more than she could ever hope to count, and this didn't feel like one. It felt different. More, what was the word? Tangible. She could recall every minute detail, from the sensation of the nail tearing her skin to the musty smell wafting from the secret room. It was more like a memory than a dream, and she checked her hand just to make extra sure it didn't bear any marks. It didn't. Obviously it didn't happen, but that didn't make it seem any less real, and that perturbed her. She ran her fingers over Brody's flank and took deep, calming breaths through her nose. Every time Meagan had ever seen someone in a dream, they were blurry and indistinct, like a vision glimpsed underwater. She knew who they were supposed to be, but only in general. She could never suss out their finer features. The girl, however, was as clear as a mirror image, and though Meagan felt like she knew her, she was sure she had never actually seen her before. The alarm went off and her heart jumped. She hit the off button and sighed. Brody, heart resting on her chest, rolled his eyes up to her, and she trailed her thumb lovingly over his snout.
I don't know. I think I might be losing it. You better watch out, or I'll go full Jack Nicholson.
Brody missed a beat. Who's that?
He's the Here's Johnny guy. You know, from that movie.
She trailed off. That movie. About ghosts. Yeah, let's not think of things like that right now. Throwing the covers aside, she swung her legs over the side and got to her feet. She eyed the closet warily as she got her clothes from the dresser. Black stretch pants and a fuzzy pink and purple sweater. The overcast sky suggested a damp chill, but even if it didn't, she would have worn this stuff anyway. All of her dresses were in there, and even in the light of day, she wasn't opening that door. No way, no how. Brody jumped off the bed and sat in front of the closet. He acted really weird about it, but that was just because she acted weird about it. He could tell it unnerved her, so he kept an eye on it and made a show of guarding it, basically humoring her like a dad. Okay, honey, there's a monster in here, but your super-duper awesome teddy bear will protect you. But with the previous night's dream still fresh in her mind, she thought maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe there really was something in there, and he knew it. They say animals have heightened senses and can see and hear things people can't. Things like ghosts. Meagan shivered. Ghosts weren't real, though. She was just stressed out and having funny dreams. Brody sensed it and was on edge too. That's all. Aside from a couple nightmares, what evidence did she even have that something supernatural was happening? None. She spooked herself out, and now her imagination was running away with her, as Tom would say. It wouldn't be the first time. She was getting herself all worked up over nothing, and being hopelessly dumb. And for what? That had to be the truth. But why did it feel like a lie? 5:58 a.m. That's when Dad got home. Cody knew because he was sitting up in bed with his knees drawn to his chest. When the headlights splashed across the wall, his heart stopped, and he felt the way a soldier in the open might. He held his breath and strained to hear. Was it going to be a good morning or a bad one? The front door opened and closed, and Dad's tread passed in the hall. The bedroom door creaked open, then clicked shut. Cody waited 15 minutes before letting himself relax. If there was going to be trouble, it would have started already. Maybe Dad was too tired, or maybe he had enough yesterday before he left for work. It started shortly after Cody got home from school. As always, he went straight to his room and closed the door. There was nothing for him in the rest of the house, and sometimes when he passed through it, he felt like a stranger in foreign land. The things were not his, the people were inhospitable, and the customs were alien. He felt no connection to the place. Was never comfortable sitting on the couch. You lounge in your home, and this wasn't his home, even if he did live there. He was sitting at the desk under the window and trying to focus on his homework, pencil poised and notebook empty, but thinking of Meagan Herriman instead. It had been 2 weeks since school started, almost 4 since the day he first saw her in the park, and he still hadn't talked to her about whatever he was supposed to talk to her about. He didn't know what it was, but he felt it standing behind that tree, and he felt it, to a lesser extent, every time they sat together at lunch. She exuded a certain aura that pacified him. When he was around her, he felt good. He couldn't explain it, but he liked it. The slamming of the front door resounded through the house like thunder, and he tensed. Then the fighting started.
Fuck out of my face! Get your hands off me!
Mom shouted back. Something thumped and the house shook. Cody didn't need to hear his mother's pained whimpers to know what happened, and his stomach nodded. A moment later, the door was thrown open, and Cody went stiff with fear. His father, a squat man with graying black hair, stubble, and bleary eyes rimmed pink from drinking too much and sleeping too little, filled the frame.
his fat body shoved into a sweat-yellowed wife-beater like a sausage in a casing. Cody's bowels turned to water, and his heart careened out of control.
Take the goddamn trash out,
Dad spat.
I'm sick of it piling up.
Cody took out the trash every afternoon after dinner, when it was full, and never let it pile up, because he knew it would piss Dad off. He didn't argue, however. He simply got up and did as he was told. Mom sat on the couch with her hand pressed to the side of her face, and Cody did his best to avoid looking at her as he went into the kitchen. The trash can stood between the counter and the living room threshold. It wasn't even halfway filled. But he knew better than to challenge his father, so he tied it off and carried it outside. A line of dented metal cans sat next to the back steps. He went down the stairs, pulled the lid from one, and chucked the bag in. Back inside, Dad leaned into the fridge for another beer. Should he ask if he wanted him to do anything else? Just walking out would really make him mad. He'd say he was disrespectful and maybe even shove him down. That was the most physical Dad had ever gotten with him, but it was more than enough to strike the fear of God into his heart. Anything else? He asked, hating the weakness in his voice. Dad slammed the door and fixed him with a glare that would have made him shrink were he brave enough.
Watch your goddamn tone when you talk to me.
Sorry. He didn't use a smart tone, but it would do no good telling him that.
Go back to your room.
Dad said, and turned away.
I don't want to see you.
Bowing his head, Cody fled and spent the rest of the night alternating between homework and thinking of Meagan. The first time she sat with him, he was scared out of his mind, scared she would make fun of him like the others, scared because of what happened at the park. She seemed okay, and the more time he spent with her, the more he felt somehow drawn to her. Did he like her? He paused at his work and tilted his head thoughtfully back. At first, the answer was an emphatic no, but on deeper reflection, she was kind of cute, with her soft blue eyes and high cheekbones. That had nothing to do with the way he felt, though. It wasn't about liking her. It was about... what? He'd been trying to come up with a satisfactory explanation for weeks and still didn't have one. All he knew was that she had something he needed, or knew something, or something. But what? That was the billion-dollar question. He kind of expected the answer to reveal itself, like a divine shaft of light falling over an X in the sand, but so far it hadn't, and he was starting to get impatient. He probably had to say something and get the ball rolling, but he didn't know what. Then, last night, he had a dream. In it, he was standing on a street corner at night. No light, but the stars glimmering overhead. A massive, formless shape loomed over the opposite sidewalk, black against the sky. Energy poured from it in sickly waves, like fever from a dream. It was similar to the energy Meagan emitted, but stronger, choking the air, wrapping around him, reeling him in like a fish on the end of a line. His feet started to move, and the shadows evaporated it. The house. Meagan's house. The front door swung open like the sweep of an inviting arm. Cody's heart raced, but the siren songs of a dozen whispers lulled him, and he let himself be lured in. The last time he was here, the living room stood bare, the walls unadorned save for aged outlines where photos once hung. Now, couches, end tables, and other things materialized from the darkness like hungry ghouls slouching out of the night. He knew even then where he was going. Floorboards creaked underfoot. Cobwebs stirred in his wake. The stairs were longer than they should have been, and climbing them took forever. The second-floor hall was slanted like a pitched deck of a ship in stormy seas, and a wispy mist crept across the floor. In the back room on the right, pulsating light thrummed between the closet door and the jamb, putting Cody in mind of the neon sign on top of the diner in town. He stood before it, arms at his sides, and stared into the luminescence, becoming drunk on the light. Mind slow, body heaving. In here, the whispers said, and the door opened. That's when he woke up, panting and sheened in sweat, and he'd been sitting up with the lamp on ever since. He went back to all the times he'd broken into 625 before Meagan moved in,
to the pall it exerted over him. He had to talk to her about this. Maybe she felt it too. Maybe she even had an answer. Resolved, he got up and dressed in a pair of dirty jeans with a worn inseam and a black zip-up hoodie over a red t-shirt. He waited restively for the clock to strike 6:45, then left the house without breakfast. He wasn't hungry anyway. A watercolor of orange and pink streaked the eastern sky, and a cold for September breeze rustled the trees. The leaves were just beginning to change, vast green with sporadic embers of red and yellow. The streets and sidewalks were slick with overnight rain, and the yards fronting the houses glistened like flecks of diamonds. A block on, he turned onto the Rosedale and was considering walking by Meagan's house to see if he could catch her before going to school. But a voice stopped him.
Hey, fag.
His stomach sank. He shuffled to a stop and hunched his shoulders defensively. He turned, and Zeke Harper, flanked by his toadies Kyle Warner and Corey Mayfield, flashed an evil grin. Tall and toned with chestnut-colored hair, icy blue eyes, and a strong jaw, Zeke was everything Cody was not. Handsome, talented, popular, and athletic. Kyle and Corey were as well, the former white and the latter black with a fade haircut. But Zeke was King Turd of Shit Mountain, and he never let anyone, his friends included, his friends especially, forget it.
Where are you going?
Zeke asked. He circled Cody like a shark, his smile wickedly sharp. Sadistic delight rolled from him like a green cloud of stench.
School's the other way. He's playing hooky.
Kyle grinned. Zeke stopped in front of him, and it was all Cody could do to keep from shying away like a cringing dog.
No,
Zeke said with unshakable confidence.
he's not.
He leaned into Cody's face, and Cody swallowed.
He's gonna see his girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend, Cody blurted. The whole school said he and Meagan got caught kissing, and now everyone made fun of him for it, on top of everything else. They made kissy faces, asked if his breath tasted as bad as it smelled. He didn't know whether or not Meagan had bad breath, but they probably made that up to be mean, and worse. He'd gotten used to all the usual taunts and insults, but this one really got under his skin. He told himself it was because it was embarrassing, but maybe it was because he kind of did like Meagan. Zeke crossed his arms as though he and Cody were friendly neighbors having an amicable chat over the back fence.
That's not what I heard,
he said.
I heard they found you with your tongue down her throat and your little dick in her hand.
Kyle and Corey laughed, and Cody's face blushed.
That didn't happen,
he said.
Yeah, it did.
Zeke shot back.
Just admit it. There's nothing wrong with kissing a girl.
He looked at his friends.
Right, guys?
Corey and Kyle both shook their heads.
Unless you're gay,
Corey said. A car turned onto the street and passed at a crawl. For a moment, Cody thought the driver was going to stop and intervene. Then his hopes crashed back to earth when they didn't.
You gay, Miller?
Zeke asked, and looked Cody suspiciously up and down.
No,
Cody said.
Then admit you kissed her.
The bully stood in a semicircle, blocking him on three sides. He could spin around and make a break for it, but he was too slow. If he tried, Zeke would snatch him by the back of his shirt and fling him to the ground in 2 seconds flat. He knew. It had happened before. I didn't, he said. Zeke's features darkened, and Cody's heartbeat sped up. Zeke was a lot like Dad. If you didn't placate him and do what he said, he got mad. Cody knew that, but he was sick of placating people who treated him like dirt. They demanded you respect them, but they don't respect you, and it wasn't fair. A hot flush colored the back of Cody's neck, and righteous indignation clutched his chest. His hands balled into fists, and his jaw clenched defiantly. Before he could react, Zeke hit him in the midsection with a quick, devastating jab. A bomb blast of pain enveloped him, and the air ripped from his lungs. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, stinging tears welling in his eyes. Molten lead rose in his center, and the acidic taste of bile flooded his mouth. He wrapped his arms around himself as if to keep his guts from spilling out, and tried desperately to pull air into his smoldering lungs. Water streaked down his face,
and he was powerless to stop it from coming.
Pussy?
Zeke spat. Cody squeezed his eyes closed and gritted his teeth against the pain. Zeke stood over him, his face a mask of hatred, and Kyle and Corey exchanged an uneasy glance. Zeke opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again as a car turned onto the end of the street. He glowered down at Cody and seemed to consider his options. Hit him again and get caught, or leave without finishing what he started. Finally, he snorted, and a wad of wet, gummy spit splattered the side of Cody's face.
Anytime you want to go, Miller,
he offered. He shoved Cody to the side and huffed off, his friends running to catch up. For a long time, Cody lay there, curled on his side and fighting the urge to cry. Then he dragged himself to his feet. On his walk to school, his self-pity turned into something else. Hatred. By the time he reached the middle school, he seethed with it, panted like a wild animal, nails digging into his palms. He hated Zeke Harper. He hated Kyle and Corey. He hated Taylor for making fun of Meagan. Hated the principal and all the teachers who knew but let it happen. He hated his father, his mother, and everyone else in this stupid town. If he had a gun, he'd kill them all. He'd make them beg his forgiveness, then put a bullet between their eyes anyway. He imagined their terror, their pleas, the hunter now the hunted, the strong become the meek, and a fevered smile touched his lips. When he turned a corner and spotted Meagan at his locker, all of the pressure building in him drained instantly away, as if siphoned with a straw. She wore black pants and a sweater that looked like a Care Bear threw up on it, and her ponytail rustled as she dug through the locker. His stomach bounced, and without even thinking, he ducked into an alcove to avoid being seen. A few kids passed by looking at him oddly, and a fat girl with dirty blonde hair rolled her eyes. Typical weirdo Cody. But he ignored them. Later, he decided. He would talk to Meagan later. Part 15. At the end of the day, Meagan shoved her notes into her math book, closed it, and got to her feet. She dawdled, giving everyone else time to stream out, then went to her locker. Kids glanced at her as she passed and traded clandestine whispers that put her uneasily in mind of her dream from last night. A girl cackled mean-spirited laughter, and another smirked nastily.
I know,
She said, just loud enough for Meagan to hear.
pretty gross, huh?
She put a derisive little spin on the word gross, as though she were referring to something really bad. Meagan had no idea what that was, but everyone had been acting extra weird today, so she could only assume that Taylor had started another rumor. The injustice of it all hit her like a slap to the face. I didn't even do anything. There was a miserable moan in her inner voice that made her flinch. She sounded like a hurt little girl, but to be fair, she kind of was. All she did was look at Taylor, one time. Now she hated her guts and was doing everything she could to make her life miserable. She shouldn't have looked at her. Maybe if she didn't, this wouldn't be happening. Sniffing, she pushed those thoughts away and reached her locker. She had more important things to worry about, like her dream. All day, her mind kept going back to it, turning it over and over like an alien artifact, investigating it from every angle and looking for irrefutable proof that it was real, or not real. At lunch, while Cody stared down at his tray like a chastised cat, she looked her house's address up on Google in the hopes that something would turn up. It didn't. All she could find was a deed in the name of Benjamin Beauford. She searched 5 pages for something, anything, about a girl living or dying at 625 Chestnut. But there was nothing. She sagged in defeat. Then, an idea struck her. In the Nancy Drew novels she read, Nancy always went to the library when she needed information. Of course, that was because she didn't have an iPhone with a computer inside, but what other choices did she have? Go home and forget it. Fat chance of that. She was certain there was a mystery here,
and she was going to solve it. The more she thought about it, the better the library sounded. A lot of records aren't available online, especially those pertaining to small towns. They also had microfilm readers and, 50 years' worth of newspapers. If the information she wanted was anywhere, it would be the library. During her last class, she risked a surreptitious text to Julia, telling her she needed to go to the library after school for a book assignment. It was a white lie, composed with no malicious intent, but it still made her feel awful. Neither Tom nor Julia had ever lied to her, and doing it to them felt like a betrayal. It was easier to deal with a little self-loathing than it was to tell the truth, though. I think there's a ghost in my room, and... She couldn't even finish that thought, both because it both scared and shamed her. Did she really believe that there was any possibility of... that? Ghosts weren't real, and only babies thought they were. Be that as it may, something weird was going on. She could feel it in her bones. The dream, Brody, the crack in the closet wall that appeared out of nowhere. Those things weren't coincidental. And even if they were, there was nothing wrong with looking into it, was there? Tom always said you should have all your bases covered, and that's what she was doing here, covering her bases. After putting her book away and grabbing her backpack, she made a beeline toward the main door.
Hey, Meg!
A voice rang out. She missed a step and looked over her shoulder, just in time for something to hit her in the face and bounce off. Taylor stood by her locker with a group of girls. They all snickered, and a burst of anger seized Meagan in its grasp. Why couldn't those stupid bitches just leave her alone and die already? Putting her hands challengingly on her hips, Taylor bent at the waist.
For when you see Cody later on.
One of Taylor's friends held her fist to her mouth and prodded the inside of her cheek with her tongue to simulate something dirty. Megan's eyes went to the spot where the projectile had fallen, and her forehead crinkled. A small, square package with rippled edges. Understanding dawned on her, and her mouth fell open in a scandalized "oh."
Wrap it up,
Taylor mocked. The urge to punch her in the face swept Meagan like a wildfire, and she came so close to doing it that she twitched. Instead, she spun and slammed to the door. Bright September sunshine dappled the day, and a cool breeze blew from the east. Her skull throbbed with pressure, and her chest constricted tightly. She pounded down the stairs and started toward the library, ponytail whipping angrily from side to side. The fury she felt in the hall slowly bled off until she was cold, a bed of ashes following a fire. She hated feeling this way, hated feeling violated. She didn't want to hurt anyone, and she didn't like thinking about hurting anyone. This was the third time she almost lost it, and that it happened even once concerned her. Even at her worst in the group home, picked on by all the other girls with no friends, no family, and no hope, she never imagined herself hitting anyone. She did think about hurting herself, but never someone else. At Madison Avenue, she turned left. Houses lined either side of the street, and ahead, so far away she could barely see, cars zipped along Main. Something scraped the pavement behind her, and her heart blasted. She jerked around, and Cody fell back a step, his eyes widening in alarm. Here, for when you see Cody later. Cody Miller was the closest thing she had to a friend, but instead of relaxing, she tensed even more. What was he doing here? She knew for a fact that he lived in the opposite direction. Was he following her? For a long, pregnant moment, they faced each other. Then Cody coughed. "Hey," he said, doing his best to sound casual and failing.
Hey,
She said carefully. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked lost. "Going somewhere?" "The library," she said. "Oh, cool. Mind if I come along?" Her mind flashed back to everything their classmates had said about them, and she blushed.
Why?
She asked before she could stop herself. Cody opened his mouth, reconsidered, then threw caution to the wind. "I kind of want to talk to you." "What about?" A stricken look crossed his face. Well, about your house." They walked side by side, Cody taking small steps because his legs were longer, and if he didn't, she'd have to run to keep up. Late afternoon light spread through the trees flanking Madison. It was rush hour in Rossville, and the whoosh of cars on Main Street droned in Meagan's ears. "I need to talk to you about the house." She had never been punched in her chest before, but she reckoned it felt a lot like hearing those words. She looked up at Cody from the corner of her eye. He stared straight ahead, features strained like he had to fart. That analogy was so ill-suited to the gravity between them that she almost barked nervous laughter. As Adam's apple bobbed up and down as though what he had to say was stuck deep in his throat, and suspense coiled around her middle like a big, slithery snake. "Come on, talk to me about my house." Rather than force it from him, she took a deep breath and let it out through her nose. Cody ducked his head, reached behind him, and scratched between his shoulder blades. She was so used to seeing him sitting down that she forgot how tall and long-limbed he was. Watching him move, she was half tempted to add her own boing, boing, boing sound effects. "So, there's something going on, isn't there?" he asked. They were on Main Street now. The barber shop was off to their left, and the fire department was on their immediate right. The big roll-top doors open, and a red tanker engine sitting in the big, slanted drive. Meagan copied his awkward posture and stared down at her feet. "Yeah," she said. Then, "I think." "You think?" he asked quizzically. She nodded. "Yeah, like, I'm still not sure, but I suspect something is." A school bus stopped in front of them, and a bunch of elementary schoolers tumbled off. A cop car approached in the opposite lane and slowed, then drove by once the bus pulled away. Meagan caught a glimpse of the cop's face in her periphery. It almost looked like he was craning his neck to look at them. "Well, I'm the same way. I think something's up, but I don't know. But now..." He couldn't find the words to articulate himself, so he simply shrugged. "You think so too, so there must be." The library was ahead on the left. Brick, pitched roof. Stone steps leading up to a set of double doors framed by little sidelight windows. "So, what is it?" Meagan asked. "What's happened to you?" A gang of high schoolers appeared at the end of the sidewalk and started toward them. Cody hesitated, as though he didn't want them to overhear, then said, "I'll wait until we get inside." Inside, a cold, processed gust of air washed over Meagan, chilling her through the sweater. A U-shaped desk flanked the far wall, and a line of public access computers stood off to their right. 3 occupied, 4 empty, chairs pushed out and forlorn, like single sneakers abandoned on the highway. Left, tall bookshelves crammed with tomes jostled for position, reminding Meagan of skyscrapers crowding city thoroughfares. A deep, preternatural hush lay heavy upon the room, broken only by the click of keyboards, the quiet rustle of fabric, and someone clearing their throat. Meagan had been here twice before and knew just the place where she and Cody could talk. Slipping past him, she went down one of the aisles, then into a deserted reading area dominated by long tables, lamps, and padded chairs crisscrossed with rips and tears. They sat across from each other. Cody crossed his arms on the edge of the table and leaned over as though he had a super-secret secret, and Meagan swallowed. She came here for answers, but deep down, she didn't think she would get them. Now, faced with whatever Cody had to say, she was beginning to wonder if she really wanted to know. Ignorance is bliss, and the light of revelation sometimes shows us things we do not want to see. "So, what about my house?" she asked directly. Cody took a moment to collect his thoughts, then sighed. "Ever since I was little, I felt drawn to it. I didn't really understand it, but it was there, like a magnet." He fumbled for words and paused between sentences to consider his phrasing. An old lady lived there for a long time. Then she died, and that's when I really started to feel it. Like a fish on a reel, and I broke in through the basement window one time.
He told her all about how he'd steal away to 625 Chestnut and wander its corridors. When he mentioned whispers, the fine hairs on Meagan's arms stood up. I think I was looking for something. He struggled haltingly and furrowed his brows meditatively, as if he had just realized this. Meagan listened intently, holding her breath and waiting for him to say something about her bedroom. It was the strongest in the back bed. The closet? Meagan asked. He nodded. Yeah. He licked his lips. You felt that too. Someone coughed from the rows, and Meagan jerked. Yeah, she said, settling. That's my room. She started at the beginning, with the eerie feeling that came over her that first day, then finished with the previous night's dream. Cody's face, already pale, drained of color, until it was as white as a sheet of paper. He stared down at his arms like he was trying to process what he was hearing. When she was finished, he glanced up at her, and the fear in his eyes matched the foreboding in the pit of her stomach. Something uncanny passed between them, and a chill went up Meagan's spine, making her shudder. There was no denying it, or making excuses anymore. Something strange was happening. This is really creepy, she said, and hugged herself. Her skin crawled as if with 1,000 tiny bugs. Cody nodded. Yeah, it is. What do you think it is? A ghost? I don't know, Meagan said, and slumped back in her chair. In my dream, she said someone hurt her, and she needed my help to stop them. So, she wants justice? Cody asked doubtfully. Meagan spread her hands at a loss. I guess. I mean, that makes the most sense. Uttering that word, sense, brought a mad and sardonic laugh to her throat, and she swallowed it like a lump of oil. Nothing made sense right now. The rational side of her wanted to believe that there was a logical explanation for everything that had been happening. If it were just her, it probably would. But it wasn't. It was Cody, too. How do you account for two people who barely knew each other having almost identical experiences? Once might be a coincidence, but not twice. Cody nodded to himself and sucked his lips contemplatively into his mouth. How do we help her? I have an idea. 15 minutes later, they were ensconced in a small, out-of-the-way room in the library's basement. One of the overhead fluorescent lights flickered with an ominous hum, and shadows spread out from the teetering rows like creeping ink. Meagan sat at a microfilm reader and cycled through back issues of the Rossville Democrat. Cody perched on a chair next to her, his face bathed in the glow of the screen. Having no idea who the girl was or where she was, hurt. Meagan didn't know where to start, but she surmised that what happened would be front-page news, so she only scanned the headlines. The most exciting thing she'd come across so far was a car crash on Main Street 2 years ago that killed 3 people. Are you sure that this is going to get us anywhere? Cody asked. Maybe, she said. I don't know what else we can do. I looked the house up online and didn't find anything, remember? Yeah, but if something happened in the house, we don't know when. It could have been 50 years ago. Meagan spun the wheel on the side, changing between issues. Maybe it didn't happen in the house, she said. Maybe she just lived there. But what about the wall? You dreamed there was something behind it. She opened her mouth to reply, but stopped. He was right. She did dream about the wall, and the girl's instinct suggested that something was beyond it. A clue to help identify her killers, perhaps. That meant she'd have to break through the plaster just like she did in her nightmare. A prospect that sent a needling wind through her soul. I guess I'll have to look behind there then, she said grudgingly. She returned to the first dream, the one about the dolls coming to life and surrounding her, and her stomach twisted. She'd focus on that later. First, she had to know exactly what she was up against. And half an hour later, she found it. Cody had gotten restless and started to pace, and Meagan's butt was beginning to itch from sitting in the uncomfortable plastic chair for so long. It was barely 4 o'clock, but felt much later, and the light touching the transom window was rapidly weakening as the sun sank from the sky. She turned the knob, and a new page filled the screen. She started to flip to the next one, then froze.
Cody.
Cody came over, slapped one hand on the table and the other on the back of her chair, and leaned in.
That's her,
Meagan said, unable to hear the sound of her own voice over the pounding of blood in her temples. Local girl missing, red, bold, black script. Beneath was a grainy black and white picture of a smiling teen. Though some of the details were lost, Meagan recognized her instantly. It was her. Alyssa Preston, Cody mumbled, reading the name below the photo. Are you sure that's her? Meagan nodded. The girl stared out at her with a big, happy smile and dark eyes that penetrated Meagan's very soul. She gazed deeply into them, and icy fingers crept up her spine.
She looks just like she did in my dream.
The paper was dated April 21st, 2005. The accompanying column said that Alyssa, 14, left her house on Widow Street on the afternoon of April 19th to meet a friend in the park, and hadn't been seen since. The April 25th edition proclaims that Virginia State Police were joining the search and that helicopters, bloodhounds, and volunteers were scouring the countryside. Meagan looked for an announcement that she had been found, whether alive or done, but didn't find one. Alyssa Preston, it seemed, was still among the missing. What happened to her? Cody asked when she sat back, signifying she was done. When she told him what the girl, Alyssa, told her, she didn't mention what she thought she meant by hurt. Just thinking about it made her queasy, and despite the extenuating circumstances, it felt inherently wrong to talk about that kind of thing with a boy. He deserved to know all of the facts, though, since this somehow involved him too.
I think someone...
Her lips puckered, and she made a point of looking at the screen.
raped and killed her.
Cody drew a shocked breath through his teeth.
Oh, wow,
he said.
What makes you think that? The way she said it?
Meagan said, recalling the quivering hint in Alyssa's voice.
And she was naked?
Naked, ghost? Cody asked with a hint of horror. Maybe it was the stress of school, being haunted, and watching everything she thought she knew about the world go up in smoke. But something about his comments made her laugh until she couldn't breathe. He lifted a brow and regarded her quizzically, and she laughed even harder. Naked ghost. Ha. Getting a hold of herself, she said.
Yeah, that's why.
Remembering the gravitas of what they were talking about, she sobered.
That's why I think that.
Well, what's in your wall then? She didn't live in your house, so it's not like she left a diary or anything. Meagan sighed.
I don't know,
but I'm going to find out. She shut down the microfilm reader and got to her feet. She was 3 months shy of her 13th birthday, but the stiffness in her lower back made her feel much older. She picked up her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. Together, she and Cody climbed the spiral staircase to the first floor. The computer terminals were all empty, and the sole librarian stood at the counter scanning books. The lights over the adult fiction section had been turned out, and gloom enveloped the shelves. Outside, the sky had cooled to tepid orange, and the first stars of evening twinkled off to the east. I guess I'll walk with you, Cody said. I live in that direction anyway.
Okay,
she said, secretly grateful for the company. She wouldn't say so out loud, but she was heartened to know that whatever was happening, she wasn't alone. She almost asked him to come home with her. She really didn't want to do this by herself. Neither one spoke for a while, and when the silence began to make her chafe, Meagan racked her brain for something to say. They were inextricably bound here, and she still didn't know much about him.
Where do you live?
Westdale, Cody replied. He ambled along with his hands thrust into the pockets of his hoodie and his gaze downcast like he was embarrassed by his answer.
Where's that?
Meagan asked. He blew a puff of air and tilted his head back. It's by the river. It's kind of like the slums. Meagan blinked.
We have slums in Rossville?
Cody nodded. Yeah, pretty much. Not like it is in the city or anything, but yeah. He scratched the side of his head and pointedly avoided looking at her. She caught a glimpse of his eyes, and she thought she saw shame there. She knew all about being ashamed of where you live. She and the other kids from the group home got picked on in school a lot, especially on the bus. She hated walking from her seat to the door when it stopped outside, because everyone looked at her like she was a freak.
I used to live in the city, she said. Well, Stanton, when I was in the group home.
She didn't realize she was going to say that until she did. What's a group home? He asked.
A place for kids who don't have families,
she said simply. They were at the end of Chestnut now. Meagan spotted the fence separating her front yard from the street, and her step faltered. Oh, Cody said. What about your parents?
They're my adopted parents, she said. I've only been with them a couple of months.
The street lamps up and down Chestnut winked on one by one. Clean white pools of light painted the sidewalk, and bugs materialized from nowhere to launch themselves at the globes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not,
Meagan said with a fond smile.
I'm really happy they adopted me. They're everything I've always wanted in a family.
Cody nodded deeply, not knowing how to reply, and she frowned. She wanted to make him feel better. I live in a dump too, don't worry. Not make him uncomfortable. That's really good, he said earnestly. I wish...
What?
Meagan asked. He shook his head. Nothing. An expression of sadness flitted across his face, and Meagan's heart went out to him. She knew misery the way a girl might an old friend, and Cody Miller was miserable. And not, she inferred, just from the other kids picking on him. They stopped in front of her house, and all thoughts of Cody and what may or may not be bothering him fell away. In the heavy shadows of twilight, 625 Chestnut crouched like a monster waiting to snatch unwary passerby. Its front windows glinted like hungry eyes, its front door a mouth deceptively closed. The moment you turned your back, it would open wide to suck you in. She took a deep, fortifying breath. She didn't want to go in there. Are you gonna do it? Cody asked.
Yeah,
she said. Cody looked warily up at the house, then darted his eyes away. Text me when you find out what it is. He gave her his number, and she put it in her contacts. After he walked off into the gathering night, Meagan went around back and slipped into the back door. The kitchen was warm and intimately lit, like a cozy cottage in a fairy tale. And as soon as he heard her, Brody trotted in. She flashed a wan smile and ruffled his fur.
Hey,
she said. I'm home. She found Julia sitting on the couch in front of NBC Nightly News, where Lester Holt read the day's top stories.
Hey, honey,
Julia said.
Did you find the book you needed?
Meagan completely forgot her lie.
Yeah,
she said, covering it with another.
Sorry it took so long. I saw a friend from school and we hung out for a little bit.
That's nice, Julia said. I was going to text you, but I didn't want to blow up your phone like a crazy tiger mom. She laughed, and Meagan smiled. A lot of kids hate it when their parents constantly check on them, but not her, because it meant they cared. When Julia went off to finish dinner, Meagan forced herself up the stairs into her room. She stood in front of the closet door, taking shallow breaths. Brody looked uneasily up at her, and she swallowed.
I'll tell you everything later, she said. Right now I have to do something.
The dreams came back to her. Dolls, blood-sucking ghosts, and her heart palpitated. Better do it quick, she thought, like ripping off a Band-Aid. If she didn't, she might lose her nerve.
She opened the door and yanked the pull cord, filling the closet with light. Her dresses, sweaters, and skirts hung where she left them, and nothing seemed out of place. The crack looked slightly wider than it had that morning, but she couldn't be sure. She reached out and traced it with her fingers. In her dream, doing so sent a jolt up her arm. Now, it did nothing. Brody whined and looked from her to it and back again.
What are you doing? Are you crazy?
She looked around for something to use as a battering ram and settled on the closet rod. It was thick and heavy and perfect. She removed the hangers, tossed the clothes aside, and took it down. Clutching it in a white-knuckled death grip, she pressed it to the wall, pulled back, then rammed forward. The end of the rod sank into the plaster with surprising ease, suggesting it had been poorly patched at some point. She dropped it to the floor and picked shards away with her fingers, widening the hole. Dust clogged the air and tickled her nose, and pieces of plaster dropped to the carpet. Soon, the hole was wide enough for her to peer into. She pressed her face to it and squinted. She expected a room like the one she saw in her dream, but instead, she was greeted by a space barely 2 feet high and 2 feet wide. Something sat inside, and reaching in with both hands, she pulled it out. A cardboard hat box, heavily wrapped in duct tape. It was light in her hands, and when she shook it, something rattled within. Brody barked. Taking the box to her bed, she sat down and picked at the tape, brushing her hair behind her ear when it got in her face. Sweat trickled down the back of her neck, and her heart raced. The tape began to peel, and she managed to tear a strip off. Brody jumped onto the bed and sat beside her. When the tape was off, she carefully opened the flaps. Dust puffed out and coated her glasses, and she waved her hand in front of her face to disperse it. Brody sniffed the air, then whimpered, a trembling running through him. Pausing, Meagan wiped her glasses on her sweater and slipped them back on. She leaned over and looked in. What she saw brought a puzzled frown to her lips. Ash. Lots and lots of ash, like someone had scooped the leftovers of a campfire in to preserve the memory of an epic night. There were other things in there too, but she couldn't see them very well. Plastering her tongue to her upper lip, she turned her head to the side and reached in. Her fingers closed around something smooth and cool, and she drew it out. It was yellow, scorched, and roughly the size of a pencil. It took her a minute to realize what it was, and when she did, she dropped it back in with a gasp. A bone. A human bone. Part 16. Bill Harper stood in the kitchen of the Herriman house with a notepad in one hand and a pen in the other. The latter shook so badly that every word he jotted down came out looking Arabic. Tom Herriman, his wife, Julia, and their daughter, Meagan, sat at the table, Julia hugging herself and Tom with one arm protectively around the girl. Chuck Siebert, Harper's deputy, came in from the living room with a box in his arms. Bill's eyes went to it, and the greasy weight in his stomach shifted. He was just putting on his jacket to go home when the call came in. As soon as Terry told him the address, he knew. And on the drive over, he quaked. 15 years that damn thing has been there, 3 years unguarded. During the day, 625 creeped him out, but at night, it downright scared him. Chuck carried the box outside, and Bill fought against the vomit threatening to spew up from his depths. Miss Herriman had just finished her statement. Now it was Meagan's turn. A small, fragile girl with blonde hair and glasses, she stood just over 5 feet and weighed maybe 100 pounds. But something about her disconcerted him. She was the one who found it, after all. The one who uncovered his secret.
Tell me, honey, how'd you find that box?
Mr. Harriman rubbed Meagan's arm and said something into her ear, and the little girl nodded. She took a deep breath and looked up. Her blue eyes sparkled with an intelligence far beyond her years, and Bill instantly disliked her.
I had a dream.
A dream?
Bill asked, honestly perplexed. She nodded. What she said next hit him like a bullet.
Her name's Alyssa Preston, and someone killed her.
Her parents both looked at her like she had lobsters crawling out of her ears. She didn't waver, however. She told them about the dreams she'd been having and about stumbling across Alyssa's picture in a back issue of the Democrat. By the time she was done, claustrophobic panic gripped Bill's chest. He recalled what Millie Beauford said about a girl talking to her as she lay at the bottom of the basement stairs awaiting rescue, and he barely suppressed a shiver.
I felt her, presence,
Meagan said. Mr. Herriman's face went white. I noticed something too, she said. She related how she found the dog guarding the closet like someone was inside, and her husband threaded his fingers through his hair like a man being confronted with proof of the impossible. It talked to me, Millie said. It talked about you and Bobby. Though it was warm in the kitchen, Bill was cold. Later, after the county medical examiner came out and took possession of the box, Bill drove aimlessly toward the station, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and his face strained with worry. How did she know? How did the little bitch know? She said she dreamed about it, but he couldn't accept that any more than he could accept Millie's story. It nagged him. Hell, it even chilled him if he let it. But he didn't believe it. Not really. He thought back to Meagan Herriman's eyes. They were clear, her gaze frank and direct. He'd been a cop for going on 10 years, and he could read people like they were made of paper. She wasn't lying. Mistaken, maybe, or nuts, but not being intentionally deceitful. Jesus, if she was right, and... No, she wasn't. There were no such things as ghosts or prophetic dreams. That's all Stephen King bullshit. But how? God damn it, how could she have known? More importantly, what else did she know? A ripple of horror went through him, and he began to hyperventilate. If she found out he was involved, his life was over. He'd go to prison, maybe even the electric chair, and... He wrestled control of himself from the jaws of hysteria. This wasn't going to happen. There was no evidence, no proof, nothing linking him to it. Was there? The Rossville Police Department was housed in the basement of the old county courthouse. A narrow dungeon with concrete floors, cinder-block walls, and low, water-splotched ceilings. Bill parked in the back lot, killed the engine, and sat behind the wheel for a long time, his face cast in shadows. The first thing he had to do was call Amanda, then Joey Vandermeer. Getting out, he slammed the door behind him and went inside. Terry, the dispatcher, sat behind the front desk with a headset on and typed at the computer, probably playing solitaire. Not much happened in Rossville, and more often than not, she spent her shift killing time. When she saw him, she perked up.
Hey,
she said, with restrained excitement.
what happened?
Found the box and what looks like bones inside,
he said evidently. Terry's eyes widened. This was the most interesting thing to happen in months, maybe even years.
Bones? Human?
Dunno yet,
he said, and opened the door flanking the counter.
We're gonna have to wait till the ME's done.
He hurried through before she could grill him further and crossed the deserted squad room to his cramped office. A single metal desk sat amidst mountains of paper, folders, and other bric-a-brac that he swore he'd tidy up tomorrow, but never did. Framed photos and certificates dotted the walls. A painting of a wild Mustang in mid-trot hung next to the door where he could look up and see it. He liked horses, and always had. Something about their power and majesty, how free they were. When he was a kid, he wanted a horse of his own, but that never happened. A lot of things never happened. Sitting at the cluttered desk, he called Amanda and told her he'd be late. She didn't ask why, but simply said,
Okay, love you.
She understood what his job entailed, and sometimes that was late nights and holidays. Next, he dialed Joey Vandermeer. The playboy picked up on the third ring.
Hello.
It's Bill.
Oh, hey, Billy boy.
Joey said amicably.
I was just about to have dinner. What's up?
They found it. They found it.
Silence.
What?
Joey asked bewilderedly.
The box. They found the box.
The line went quiet, and he could almost hear Joey fumbling.
We need to talk. All of us.
An hour later, Bill pulled into the horseshoe drive servicing Vandermeer estate. Lights shone in every window, and 3 cars were parked near the door. Bill pulled next to Andy Miller's Chevy, killed the engine, and went up the stairs, the cool night air bringing a flush to his face. He rang the bell, and Joey opened the door moments later, dressed in white tennis shorts and a green polo shirt. He smiled, actually smiled like this was a friendly social call, then stepped aside. The strain at the corners of his mouth wasn't lost on Bill. Joey could pretend he wasn't worried, but he was.
For a man who was so hot to get everyone together, you're late,
Joey said.
Paperwork.
Bill replied. After hanging up with Joey, he called the others, Andy Miller, Dave Caswell, and Frank Stone. He didn't have Bobby Beaufort's number, but he was sure he could get it. He decided to wait on that, though. The box came out of his house, which made him the weakest link. Possession is 9/10 of the law, and he'd be the first one to fall under suspicion. Bill suspected his friend carried a lot of guilt over what happened, and might even talk.
bane of the law,
Joey remarked sardonically. They went into the parlor off the foyer. Frank, principal of the middle school, sat on the sofa, a pudgy man with glasses and a receding hairline. Andy, hefty with bleary eyes and graying stubble, sat beside him looking pissed. He was at work when Bill called and had to play sick to get off, losing hours and thus precious beer money. Dave, tall and thin with messy black hair, sat stiffly in one of the armchairs, clad in jeans and a denim work shirt. When Bill came in, Andy's eyes narrowed.
What the hell's this about?
He demanded.
I'm losing money over this.
I have work in the morning, Frank said in a slow, sleepy drawl. I want to know what this is about, too. Bill glanced at Joey, who gave a flippant shrug. Standing in the middle of the room, Bill took a deep breath.
Well, you know someone moved into Bobby's old house, right?
I heard something, Frank said guardedly. A family, Frank said. I have the daughter in school. Maggie something, I think. Why?
Well, tonight they found the box.
The air seems to leave the room with a whoosh. Frank paled. Dave sat forward, and Andy's sour expression deepened.
Oh, shit.
Dave muttered and ran his fingers through his hair. They found it? Frank asked disbelievingly, like it was oh so well hidden and not in a cubby behind a thin layer of sheetrock. Suddenly, everyone was talking over each other. Bill held his hand up.
Hey, we're fucked,
Dave said.
We are fucked. Told you it was a goddamn stupid place to put it.
Andy grumbled. Bill opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Joey brushed past him and took control like he always did.
Will you ladies shut up for a minute?
The cool protagonism in his voice sounded just as strained as his smile looked. There's no reason to act like a bunch of women over this,
There's every reason,
Dave replied.
No, there isn't,
Joey replied firmly.
All right, they found it. We knew that could happen. What do they have, though? A box full of burned up bones? They can't stick that on us. We're fine. They can find out who that is, Andy said. Don't they got all that CIA shit? Bill nodded. They can match her DNA. In a couple weeks, they'll know it's her.
He couldn't bring himself to speak her name.
So? Joey asked. They'll know it's her. What else can they prove? Nothing.
He was in Bobby's house, Frank pointed out.
You damn well better believe he's going to be questioned.
Joey shrugged one shoulder.
Someone stuck it in there when his back was turned. That place sat empty for 3 years. Anyone could have come in and put it there.
15 years later,
Dave asked sarcastically.
Sure,
Joey said.
Why not? The killer had it in his garage and decided to ditch it. Case closed. You seem to forget that our friend Billy, the sheriff here, he can flub the...
The state police is involved, Bill said, and Joey deflated. The medical examiner has the box. It's out of my hands. And he threw his head back and heaved a frustrated sigh. Kill me now. It didn't take long for Joey to recover. He always had all the answers, even when he didn't.
Okay, still, we destroyed all the evidence. As long as everyone here keeps his mouth shut, we're golden.
No, they weren't. There was still the possibility that something survived. Some tiny, microscopic shred of hair or semen that miraculously weathered the fire. Stranger things had happened. The annals of criminal history are filled with people taken down by the tiniest thing. The concept of the perfect murder was a lie, and sooner or later, almost every killer is caught. Bill's stomach rolled. He said as much then. And there's something else. Joey lifted his brow.
What?
He asked, a little too quickly. The girl, Meagan Herriman, she knows. The atmosphere darkened.
What do you mean she knows?
Joey asked. She's the one who found it, he said. She told me Alyssa's name and what happened to her. Now even Andy looked afraid.
How the hell did she know that?
Frank hissed. Bill told them. She said she had a dream. She saw Alyssa and knew something was in the wall. Then went to the library and found her in the paper. Dave nervously chewed his thumbnail, and Frank gazed down at the floor like a reprimanded boy. Andy held his face in his hands, and Joey gaped in shock.
That's bullshit.
He spat. His mask had slipped to reveal the fear underneath.
She knew some other way.
I think so too, Bill said. But the matter of the fact is, she knows. I don't think she knows about us, but she knows too damn much. Joey turned away, parked his hands on his hips, and thought. After a moment, his features hardened. I know how, he said, more to himself than anyone else. How? Bill asked. Instead of replying, Joey simply nodded, as if to say, so that's how it is. He looked around the room, then blew an exhalation through his nose.
Everyone, just keep your mouth shut. There's no physical evidence, nothing solid. Just act natural and we'll be fine.
After the others left, Bill sank onto the sofa while Joey made them both a drink at the wet bar. Joey's assurances may have mollified the others, but not him. He knew better. They were all in serious shit right now, and Bill had the distinct feeling that the walls were closing in on him. He regulated his breathing and focused on keeping himself in check. If he went to pieces now, he didn't stand a chance in hell of coming through this. How does she know? He asked when Joey handed him a glass of amber liquid.
Don't worry about it,
he said.
I'll take care of it.
Bill didn't like the sound of that. Who is it? He demanded. And what do you mean, take care of it? I mean, Joey said, and sat in the armchair. I'm going to take care of it, Bill. Bill sighed. I don't want you doing anything stupid.
Do you want to go to prison? Do you?
Bill sighed again. He pictured himself in a concrete cell, caged like an animal away from his family, cold, alone, and hated by all the other inmates because he was a cop. Inside, cops are on the same level as child molesters. If he was stuck in general population, they'd eat him alive. He'd spend the rest of his life there. He'd never kiss Amanda again. He'd never get to hug his son. He'd miss everything. Life would go on and he would remain behind. Everything he worked so hard to accomplish, everything he was and wanted to be, all of it would come down like a house of cards over something he barely even did. No, he said. Then stay out of my way, Joey replied darkly. Julia Herriman sat up in bed with her arms crossed against a chill that came not from without, but within. Tom lay next to her in a pair of pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt. His glasses were off and his expression grim. The police had gone, and Meagan's room was sealed off as a crime scene. She and Brody were sleeping in the living room. Julia asked her to sleep with her and Tom, but she turned her down. Julia let it go, but she really wished she would reconsider. After tonight, she wanted her daughter close. "So," Julia finally said to break the morbid silence between them, "our house is haunted." She expected Tom to argue, but he only sighed. "I don't know," he said. "I don't believe in that stuff, but how do you explain this?" Meagan said she dreamed of a girl living in the walls, a girl who was murdered. She went to the library, looked her up, and found her, then broke through the sheetrock and found that awful box. Though she was excitable and imaginative, Meagan wasn't a liar, and she wasn't given to flights of fancy. She said it unfolded that way, and Julia believed her. Tom did too, and right now he stared up at the ceiling, a man at war with himself. "You can't," Julia said. Tom pursed his lips and drummed his fingers restlessly on his chest. "I mean, you could, but it'd be so convoluted it'd make less sense than a ghost would." A shudder tore through Julia, and she hugged herself tighter. "What should we do?" she asked. Outside of Brody acting strangely the other day, Julia had noticed nothing strange. No cold spots, no voices, nothing to suggest the supernatural. "I don't know," Tom said, lost. "I just don't. We could have someone come out and check." "Okay," she said. "Say we have someone come out and confirm we're haunted. Then what?" Tom considered. "Well, if there is something here and it's not bothering us, we stay." Julia sighed. "We can't just abandon our home, Jules. Come on. If you want to sell, fine. We can sell and move somewhere else, but we can't just walk away if we do have a ghost." A sardonic laugh escaped her lips, and she shook her head. God, this was so absurd. Were they really discussing this? She tried to wrap her head around it, but couldn't. She and Tom were both practical people who believed in only what they could touch, and every fiber of her being rebelled against accepting, indeed, even entertaining, this matter. If Meagan said she had those dreams, though, she did. As much as they might not want to believe, they had no other choice. Meagan had no way of knowing there was anything behind that wall. None. And Sheriff Harper himself said that there was indeed a missing girl named Alyssa Preston. Like Tom said, any other explanation would be convoluted, grasping at straws in an attempt to account for something innately weird. 2 hours ago, the house felt safe and warm, like a cozy little hobbit hole. It felt like home. Now, it was strange and furtive, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror, a pretty lie made ugly by the truth. "I don't know if I want to stay here," she said honestly. I can't even right now." Tom nodded. "I know." He rolled onto his side and looked up at her. "We'll bring someone out, one of those paranormal guys, and we'll just go from there. If anything weird happens until then, we can leave. I'm sure Kevin won't mind putting us up for a little while. He owes me." He grinned in an attempt to make her feel better, and she flashed a wan smile that could not possibly have looked more fake than it felt. That night, they slept with the lights on. Part 17. If Meagan Herriman dreamed the night she found the box, she did not remember it upon waking.
Because the police declared her room an active crime scene, she had to sleep on the couch, which she didn't really mind except for the fact that it was too small to support both her and Brody. That morning, she came awake to the soft drone of voices from the kitchen. In her half-conscious state, she thought she was having another nightmare, until she recognized them as Tom and Julia's. She was too sleepy to get up. She had rolled onto her side and drifted until Julia came in and stroked the side of her head. "Honey," she whispered, "it's time to get up." 5 more minutes. The sleep was already clearing from her mind, however, and when the events of the previous night came back to her, her chest squeezed. She snapped to a sitting position, and Julia flinched. "Spring-loaded," she said and chuckled.
Sorry,
Meagan said sheepishly.
did the cops come back yet?
"No," Julia said. "The detective will be here this afternoon while you're in school." Before her bedroom was closed off, Meagan grabbed a couple changes of clothes and a few of her things, like Mr. Bob. In the bathroom, she dressed in a pair of jeans and a red sweater, then brushed her teeth, all the while thinking about Alyssa Preston. That she didn't have a dream last night told her that she had successfully helped Alyssa move on by bringing her murderer to light, and that now she was at peace. At least, that's how it'd go in a book. Done, she rinsed with water, spat into the sink, and went into the kitchen, where Julia was spreading cream cheese on a bagel. Meagan sat at the head of the table and patted Brody's head. One thing still didn't make sense. How did Cody fit into all of this? He felt the same thing from the house and had kind of the same dreams. Maybe Alyssa was reaching out to him too. Maybe, like, she and Cody were both kind of psychic or something, and they both happened to pick up on Alyssa's calls. Thinking about this too much made her dizzy. She was still kind of getting used to all of this, and brother, brushes with the unexplained take some adjustment. While she ate, Julia sat across from her and watched with a worried expression. "What were your dreams again?" she asked. Meagan swallowed.
Well, there was the one with the dolls, and the other one where I saw a room.
"You said the girl bit you."
Yeah, like a vampire.
Julia shuddered.
I think it was just to get my attention,
Meagan said quickly.
So I'd, dwell on it and stuff. That way I'd be more likely to try and get to the bottom of it.
"You're absolutely sure there's no possible way you knew about her beforehand? No one mentioned her name or anything like that?" Meagan made a show of thinking, even though she was 100% certain.
I'm sure.
After kissing her goodbye and petting Brody, Meagan left the house. The morning was cool and bright, and the smoky tang of burning leaves seasoned the crisp air. It was late September, and people were already starting to put up autumn decorations. Fat pumpkins on doorsteps, smiling scarecrows, flags with fall patterns. The trees had begun to change. Light shades of orange and yellow tinged the leaves, and some fluttered to the ground as Meagan passed. She turned onto Chestnut Street and set a course for school, her thumbs hooking to the straps of her backpack. 3 blocks later, someone called her name, and she stopped. Cody, in jeans and a black hoodie, likely the same one from yesterday, hurried up the sidewalk. "Hey," he huffed.
Hey,
Meagan replied. "Did you do it?" They started walking. Cody pulled slightly ahead, then slowing. His legs were really long and springy. They reminded her of that SpongeBob episode where SpongeBob took Pearl to prom and wore stilts that made funny sounds every time he moved.
I did.
She said, her buoyancy slipping a little. "Well?"
I found her.
It took him a second to understand. "Alyssa?" he asked incredulously. She told him about the box, and his jaw fell slack. "Holy shit," he breathed.
Yeah,
She said.
there's no proof that it's her, but I know it is.
Cody missed a step. "You're sure?"
Positive.
She said. What's next?" School was ahead on the left. Kids made their way toward it like troubadours en route to Bombay, and a line of buses idled at the curb.
I don't know,
She said.
I think she wanted one of us to help find her body and, put her spirit to rest. But she told me she wanted my help stopping the men who did it. So, your guess is as good as mine.
Cody scrunched his lips in thought. She didn't say who they were, right?
No,
he hummed. It would have been a lot easier to just do that instead of giving us the runaround. Meagan agreed, but maybe they weren't supposed to know. Maybe the box would have evidence in it that would lead to their capture. Maybe Alyssa wasn't allowed to say, or maybe she didn't even know herself. She said that, and Cody shrugged one shoulder. I guess. I don't know anything about ghosts.
Well, neither do I. It's not like I talked to them or anything.
Cody chuckled. Says the girl who talked to a ghost. Meagan opened her mouth to refute him, but he had her there.
One time, she said. I talked to a ghost one time. That's one more time than me, he said. At this point, you're basically an expert.
Meagan giggled.
Yeah, right. If I was an expert, I wouldn't feel so out of sorts right now.
Talking to ghosts will do that to you.
He grinned.
Did you have a dream about her last night?
Meagan shook her head.
No, I didn't. That's what makes me think she's satisfied.
Huh. Maybe. Still kind of early, though.
True.
Meagan nodded.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Joining the surge of kids flooding into the building, they went inside.
See you later,
Cody said.
See you,
Meagan replied. He ducked his head and hurried down the hall, and Meagan watched him until he disappeared in the crowd. Over the past 24 hours, she'd gotten to know him well enough that she could say this. She genuinely liked him. Joey Vandermeer carefully navigated the red 2017 Porsche 911 through the streets of Rossville. When he drove by, everyone looked at him with envy in their eyes, and a few with resentment, too. Joey couldn't say which reaction he liked better. It was like comparing cake to pie. Both were different, but equally great. It was just past noon, and he hadn't been to sleep yet. In fact, he hadn't been back to Vandermeer Estate since leaving shortly after midnight that morning. He'd been driving the back roads, crisscrossing western Virginia, and thinking. He didn't let on to the others, but he was worried. Not so much about the box itself. That was nothing. No, he was worried about that little girl, the one Bill said knew. How much did she know? How much did that fucking bitch tell her? It was only speculation, though. The bitch didn't really know anything. She was just guessing, and happened to be right. He'd sussed that out over the many long, moonlit miles he haunted that night, and was unshakably convinced that it was true. Even so, he didn't like that she was out there running her mouth. No one would believe her, but just knowing that she was out there, and that one day someone might, nagged the shit out of him. She was a loose end, and he should have tied her up a long time ago. But what could he say? He liked taking risks. Driving fast, trusting chance, having Bobby Beauford hiding that box in his house. That one, unfortunately, came back to bite him, and now he was kicking himself in the ass. How could he have foreseen the girl, though? How could he ever have guessed that this would happen? It was her fault. If she stayed away, things would be fine. Instead, he was worried, and he hated being worried. It reminded him that he wasn't bulletproof, that no matter how much he liked to think he was above other people, he really wasn't. On autopilot, he turned right at the corner of Main and Pine. A mail truck was parked at the curb, and the carrier stood by the front end, flipping through a stack of envelopes. The impulse to hit the gas, jerk the wheel, and run him down gripped Joey's chest, and imagining him crushing beneath the tires brought a ghost of a smile to his face. 3 blocks later, he turned onto Chestnut Street and slowed to let an old woman cross the street. She smiled and waved, and Joey waved back. Was that Miss Denneker, his 3rd-grade teacher? It looked like her. Old bitch. She had it out for him because she didn't like his father. She was one of those people who thought the Vandermeers were highfalutin or some damn thing. Jealous-ass old crone. If anyone deserved to be run down and left in the street to die, it was her. When she was clear, he continued on his way. Next time, bitch. 625 was ahead on the right. The pitched roof over the front porch peeked out from behind the house next door. He slowed to a crawl as he passed it, and leaned over the wheel to get a better look, damning the Porsche's low, sleek design. It's almost like the assholes who made it didn't want you to get the most out of your windows. The house was as it always had been, drab and nondescript, just like the other houses around it, and all the people who lived in them, almost as it always had been. Rather, for now, there it was, shrouded in foreboding, and gazing up at it unsettled him, which pissed him off. It was just a house, and all that bullshit Meagan Herriman fed Bill Harper might fool him, but it didn't fool Joseph James Vandermeer. He wasn't a fucking superstitious moron. At the side street, he came to a rolling stop. A woman knelt over a flower bed running the length of the house, and a black dog ran back and forth along the chain-link fence. As he watched, the woman rocked back on her knees, dragged the back of her hand across her forehead, and sighed. Tall and slender with shoulder-length red hair, she wasn't beautiful, but her figure, pert breasts, shapely hips, full ass, stirred Joey. That old familiar lead swelled in his loins, and he licked his chops like a dog staring through a butcher shop window. Meagan was likely at school, and her father at work. How easy it would be to go over, sweet-talk her, and... The crotch of his shorts tightened, and he forced those thoughts away. He had more important matters to attend to. Like Meagan. Somehow, she hooked up with the one fucking person she shouldn't have, and now she knew things she had no right knowing. Should he take care of her? That thought hit him like a thunderbolt. No, he couldn't do that. Could he? He was so deep in thought that he didn't realize he was parked in the middle of the street until the dog uttered a sharp bark. The woman turned over her shoulder, and Joey pretended to look down at a cell phone. Gee, I sure am lost in the town I fucking grew up in. He nodded, as though he'd found what he was looking for, then pressed the gas. He allowed himself a glance in the rearview mirror. The woman was back to her gardening, but the dog stared after him. Joey didn't like the defiance in its ugly face, and if they were alone together, he would have done something about it. Instead, he guided the car to River Street, which matched the course of the South Fork River, brown water rushing over polished rocks, rippling here and there like swirls of smoke. On the opposite shore, an asshole in big rubber boots cast his line into the water, and Joey hoped the current swept him away. He followed the river to Maine, then turned right, crossing the trestle bridge out of town. He'd drive a little more, then double back around and go home. He wanted to be well rested for later. Part 18. Cody Miller sat in fourth period math and gazed absently out the window with his chin resting in his upturned palm. Big white clouds sailed across the piercing blue sky, and the towering oak between the building and the parking lot swayed in the breeze, the shadows cast by its boughs dancing across the ground. The classroom was stuffy, and he was starting to get a headache. The day would be over in 15 minutes, and he would get to see Meagan. A pang cut through his stomach at the thought of her, and he took a deep breath. She'd been on his mind all day. He tried to think of other things, but he always came back to her, and he wound a little tighter every time until he was jittery and his stomach ached. At lunch, he studied her crystal blue eyes and the delicate curve of her jaw, and realized with a start that he liked her. When they first met, he thought she was kind of dorky, but okay. Maybe she was, but she was also really pretty. He kept replaying the musical sounds of her laughter like a favorite melody, and had already decided that he wanted to hear it again. He wouldn't tell her, though. The prospect of rejection was enough to scare him off. He'd liked other girls in the past, and every time he told them, they turned him down and stopped being nice to him. He didn't want the same thing to happen with Meagan. As it stood, she was his only friend, and if he told her he liked her, he might lose her. And right now, having a friend meant more to him than having a girlfriend. But what if she liked him back? That wasn't likely. He was tall, scrawny, and had creepy eyes. Why would she like him? Just because she was nice didn't mean she wanted to be his girlfriend. If everyone wasn't mean to her, she probably wouldn't even like him as a friend. In fact, she'd probably pick on him too. He tried to imagine her joining in with the others and calling him a slur or throwing balled-up wads of paper at the back of his head, and couldn't. She wasn't like that. She was kind and gentle and stuff. At worst, she wouldn't even know he existed. Outside, a squirrel streaked up the tree's trunk and perched on one of the branches. Cody watched it until it scampered off, then turned to the front of the room. Mr. Merkel stood by the board and touted the benefits of algebraic thinking. When class was over,
He was going to wait for Meagan and see if she wanted to hang out for a little while. Part of him hoped she did, but another part hoped she didn't, because if they spent too much time together, she might come to the conclusion that she didn't like him after all. He wasn't very exciting, or interesting, or anything, really, and he wasn't accustomed to having friends, so he didn't know how to act with them. What do friends even do? Throw in the fact she was a girl, and he was completely befuddled. Oh, I know, we can paint each other's nails and talk about boys. Shortly, the bell rang, and Cody waited for everyone else to leave before shoving his papers into his book and getting up. In the hall, he kept his head down and scuttled to his locker. He put in the combination, shoved his textbook in, and grabbed his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. He followed a crush of humanity out into the afternoon. He stopped and stood awkwardly under a no parking sign, scanning the crowd for Meagan. When he spotted her coming down the stairs, his heart staggered. She stopped to shift her backpack from one shoulder to the other, a look of discomfort crossing her face, and a girl bumped into her from behind, the wicked grin on her face telling Cody she did it intentionally. Meagan stumbled forward and nearly lost her footing, and her glasses slid off her nose, teetering for a second before slipping off and hitting the concrete. The girl and a couple of other kids nearby laughed, and Meagan froze, as though losing her glasses rendered her immobile. Kids streamed by on either side, none stopping to help. Some glanced at her with sadistic delight. Most ignored her. Without thinking, Cody pushed through a group of girls, bent, and picked the glasses up. Without them, Meagan's eyes were small and squinty, and her messy bangs lent her a harried appearance. "Here," he said, and pressed them into her hand. She slipped them on and looked up at him with those big blue eyes, like two, cesspools. Gazing into them made his heart slam, and his stomach spun like a tilt-a-whirl on drugs.
Thanks,
She said, and they started walking.
You have no idea how many pairs of glasses I've broken that way. Is that why you, seized up?
He asked.
Yep. Otherwise I might have stepped on him. I thought someone else was going to. I was just waiting to hear the crunch of breaking glass.
He laughed. What she said wasn't particularly funny, but he felt light and giddy anyway.
Yeah, that's because they're so big. Why don't you get smaller ones? Because they make my face look funny?
She said.
I've been wearing big ones for so long that I kind of, grew into them. So now anything less is unacceptable.
A bus lumbered by in the street, and someone called out, startling Cody.
Hey, fag!
Zeke Harper's head was thrust out of a window, a smug grin on his face.
And faggot!
In his 8 years of suffering through endless school days packed with taunts and teases, Cody had developed a resistance to being called names. They rolled off his back like water off a duck. But that last one, faggot, directed at Meagan, jammed into his guts like an ice pick, and rage spouted from his depths like a jet of scalding steam. The bus was dwindling, and there was nothing he could do, so he held up his middle finger. A shadow crossed Zeke's face.
Fuck you, Miller. See you tomorrow.
That wasn't a farewell. It was a threat. When the bus was gone, Cody blew a hiss of air through his nose. I can't stand him, he grumbled.
He's like Taylor,
Meagan said.
only a boy.
They're both assholes, he fumed. So is everyone in this town. His heart dropped. Except you. You're cool.
Thanks,
Meagan said, amused.
I wouldn't say I'm cool, but I don't deny it when other people do.
Ahead, Pine Street flowed into Schoolhouse Road. It dipped down between two low hills covered in rust-colored pine needles fallen from the trees that gave the avenue its name, then curved to the right and passed through a neighborhood of grimy houses. Well, Cody said and blushed. I think you're cool.
You're cool too,
Meagan said, and that one tiny compliment was better, more satisfying than anything he had ever gotten. I was wondering, he said, and faltered. Do you want to hang out? She gamely shrugged.
Sure. When?
Right now. It was her turn to waver.
I don't know.
She bunched her lips and squinted one eye cutely, as was her habit when she contemplated something. He'd noticed it before and thought it was weird. Now it made him want to hug her and kiss her forehead.
Sure. For a little while, I guess. Where?
Cody drew a complete blank. He kind of expected her to make up an excuse and beg off. Where do you want to hang out? She lowered her head and let out a long, thoughtful
I kind of want to check out the library a little better.
she said, and favored him with a bashful sidelong glance, as though she expected him to veto her idea with extreme prejudice.
Sure.
He said. 20 minutes later, they stood together between two shelves of adult fiction. A smattering of people used the computer terminals and browsed through the stacks, but here, away from the front, they were alone. Meagan bent forward to see the books at eye level better, pushing her glasses up her nose, and scanned the spines. Cody crossed his arms, uncrossed them so he didn't look bored, then slid a book out at random and opened it to the title page. Lunch with Hitler by Mason Medlaga. Huh. What did they eat, though? He leaped through it in an attempt to find out, but gave up after 10 seconds. Off to his left, Meagan got down on her hands and knees like an overgrown baby to study the bottom row. Cody looked anxiously around, expecting someone to yell at them, but no one did.
Oh, I've been wanting to read this one,
she said. She pulled a slim hardback out and set it on the floor next to her, then scooted down the line.
This one too.
By the time she reached the end, she had a stack at least 2 feet high. They blocked her face, and her arms quivered under the weight. Cody took a few off the top and carried them with her.
Thanks,
she said.
I should probably put a few of these back.
You really like reading, huh? A line 3 deep stretched back from the counter, and they fell in behind a fat man in a mossy oak sweatshirt.
I love reading,
she said.
I used to do it a lot more when I was at the group home, but now I do other stuff too.
How long were you there? Cody asked.
My whole life?
She replied.
Well, different places.
What happened to your parents? She lifted and lowered one shoulder nonchalantly.
I don't know. They gave me up when I was a baby.
Though her voice was light and conversational, as though she were relating something that had happened to someone else, Cody's heart twinged with sympathy. I'm sorry.
It's okay,
she said.
I have Tom and Julia now, and I'm happy.
At the front desk, Meagan applied for a library card, then checked out all the books, 11 in all. Outside, weak amber light streaked the sky and cool twilight welled up from the land. Cody carried 6 of the books, and Meagan the remaining 5. Are you sure you can finish all these before you have to bring them back?
Probably,
she said.
If not, I'll just check out what I didn't read again.
For a while, they walked in silence. Cody watched her from the corner of his eye, drinking her in. She was prettier now, wrapped in twilight, than she had been earlier, and Cody forced himself to look away before he said so.
You like reading manga, right?
She asked. They were on Chestnut Street now. The last vestiges of the sun had drained from the sky, and the street lamps came on.
Yeah,
he said.
What's your favorite one?
He thought for a moment. There were a lot of manga he liked. Death Note? He said at length.
What's it about?
Meagan asked. A boy finds a notebook, and whoever's name he writes in it dies. Meagan blinked in surprise.
Oh.
It's mainly about him trying to use it for good, but losing his humanity along the way. He hastens to add, so she didn't think he was a creep. It's kind of deep.
That sounds pretty interesting,
she said.
What other ones do you like?
Berserker, Tokyo Ghoul, stuff like that, he said. What's your favorite book? They were almost to her house, and Cody slowed his stride to prolong the inevitable.
Nancy Drew,
she said after a moment.
I really like those books. She's a detective and solves mysteries and stuff. She's really cool. I kind of wish I was like her.
Well, you are, he said, and winced at how dumb that sounded. Because you're cool. She smiled to herself.
Thanks. You're cool too.
Now it was his turn to smile. They reached the fence, enclosing her front yard, and stopped. 625 rose against the gloom like a tomb, and Cody favored it with an apprehensive glance.
It was nice hanging out with you,
Meagan said. You too, Cody replied. See you tomorrow?
Unless I get sick or something. Or I stay up all night reading and don't wake up.
She laughed. It wouldn't be the first time. She opened the gate, and Cody handed her the rest of her books.
See ya.
Bye. He wanted to wait until she went inside, but that might make him look weird, so he ducked his head and started home. And for the first time he could remember, he actually looked forward to school. 2 days. It had been 2 days since Alyssa stopped talking to her. 2 days of worry, torment, and loss. 2 days of her middle gnashing and her heart aching. 15 years ago, Alyssa walked out the front door of the house they shared with their parents and vanished like a puff of smoke on the wind. Now, it was happening all over again. And every moment that she didn't come back, a cold, steely fist gripped Marianne Preston's chest a little tighter, a little harder. She talked to herself in the hopes that Alyssa would answer, but she got no reply, save for the echo of her own voice. She prayed to God. This afternoon, she even sat at the kitchen table with a crude, homemade Ouija board. All to no avail. The first time around, Marianne was gutted. She and Alyssa were close. They shared a room. They told the other all their secrets. They giggled and painted each other's nails. They were one another's rock. This time, after finally having her back, she was devastated. She cried, she begged, she promised and bargained, but Alyssa wouldn't speak.
I'm sorry, okay?
She asked presently. She was in the cluttered living room, perched on the armchair facing the television set and hugging herself by nostalgic lamplight. The weatherman on a local NBC affiliate stood in front of a map of the region and listed tomorrow's temps. Marianne didn't like him. It was crazy, but she felt that he could see her through the screen, and that sly smile on her lips was at her expense. She was clad in a 3-day-old dress with sweat-yellowed underarms. Her blonde hair was messy, matted, and unwashed. She stared at a point above the TV with the distant eyes of a mad woman, and every so often she rubbed her long, spiny fingers up and down her arms as if to create warming friction.
I won't talk to her, I promise. Just come back, please.
Her voice trembled, and she swallowed a sob before it could break free. The day before yesterday, she and Alyssa argued. Marianne wanted to meet Meagan, and Alyssa told her no. Marianne didn't like that, and she told Alyssa she was going to do it no matter what she said. And why shouldn't she? You know why, Alyssa had said. There was a cruel twist in her voice, and Marianne bristled.
Because I'm crazy?
She demanded, her voice rising.
Because I'm a bad person? Huh? Why can't I?
You know why.
It was a mistake,
she screamed, all of the dark emotions she kept locked in her heart breaking free like a black tide.
I made a mistake.
She broke down, crying.
A mistake,
she whispered.
A mistake.
Alyssa hadn't spoken to her since, and Marianne could no longer feel her. Before, it was as though she were standing over her shoulder. Now, it was cold, empty, lonely. She drew a watery sigh and blotted her eyes with the heel of her palm. As much as people scared her, Marianne didn't like being alone. She never really had, but over the past several weeks, she had come to downright hate it. Having her so close by was like tasting the sweet air of freedom from a locked prison yard, knowing she was out there, close enough to hold and rock. I'm sorry, she'd say through her tears, and peppered her forehead with loving kisses. I'm so sorry. Then they could be together. She could live here and they could be normal. She'd even pick up the house and cook. She'd ignore the weatherman watching her and the neighbors plotting. She'd do anything. Anything, she mumbled.
Anything to have you back.
A blade of remorse sliced through her stomach, and she rocked back and forth. We're all human, and we do things we regret. Some of those things are minor, the kind that we think of and cringe just before falling asleep. And others are major. They eat away at us for years, like cancer, and we never quite get over them, even if we think we have. For her, this was one of the latter. She stuffed it deep in the darkest, most secluded corner of her heart and ignored it. She believed that she'd come to terms, but she hadn't. It was still there, still festering, covered by a scab so thin and membranous that one wrong move would tear it open. That one wrong move came, and all of that bitter poison backed into her system. A creaking floorboard brought her out of her reprieve, and her heart leapt. Alyssa. She got up and went to the head of the hall. It disappeared into a pit of darkness, black as ink.
Alyssa?
She asked, hopefully. She took a tentative step forward, then stopped to listen. Aside from the weatherman, the house was silent. Was she imagining things? Given how overwrought her nerves were lately, she very well could be.
Alyssa?
She asked again, her voice small and weak.
Is that you?
No reply. Letting out a disappointed breath, she turned, and someone grabbed her by the throat. Her heart jolted and her eyes widened, fingers clamping around the soft flesh of her neck. A blaze of shock dazzled her mind, then scattered when the intruder squeezed, cutting off her air supply. The world swam into focus, and Joey Vandermeer's face, clenched and flushed with frenzy, greeted her. His lips pulled back from his perfect teeth in a doggish sneer. Cold dread swept through her, and her knees went weak. 13 years ago, Joey Vandermeer hurt her, and 2 years before that, he hurt Alyssa. He was her boogeyman, her Satan, and terror paralyzed her.
You fucking bitch, he hissed.
He drove her back and slammed her into the credenza. Fire raged in his cold blue eyes, the same eyes that had haunted her dreams for over 10 years, the same eyes she feared meeting again if she left the house. Pressure swelled in her skull, and her lungs burst for air. Joey Vandermeer snarled down at her, and a memory struck her like a shot. Them making out in the back of his car on an out-of-the-way road. After Alyssa's disappearance, he came to her and offered his shoulder. She didn't know him, but he won her over with his kindness and sympathy. He said all the right things, held her when she needed him to, and understood her in a way that no one else ever had. She wasn't ready, though, not for that. She pushed him away, but he didn't stop. He hit her, choked her, and took what he wanted. Something deep inside of her snapped, and coming alive, she raked her nails across his face, tearing 5 jagged red streaks into his flesh. She kicked and thrashed like an animal, backed into a corner, nearly breaking his grip. Flashing, he brought his fist down on her nose, and blinding white light exploded in her head, stunning her. He grabbed her neck with both hands and bore down. The edges of her consciousness turned warm and fuzzy, and her heart pounded. She was going to die. At the last minute, she summoned all the energy she had left and cried out for Alyssa. But Alyssa wasn't there. 15 years ago, Marianne failed to protect her. And now, today, she returns the favor. Part 19.
Help me.
Meagan turned restively in her sleep, her face screwing up in an expression of consternation. Her head whipped from side to side. No, and her feet kicked at the bedcloths. Brody, stationed in front of the closet door, looked over his shoulder and whimpered, torn between comforting his master and protecting her from the light even now spilling from the seams around the door. If he moved, it might come out. He waffled a moment, then turned back. As much as he wanted to go to her, he had to be ready. If it did come out, he had to bite it and make it go away.
Please, I need your help.
Lost in a place of perpetual darkness, Meagan stumbled, sightless, her hands feeling along slime-coated stone walls. Water dripped a steady tempo, and a stale draft caressed her sweaty face. The sickly, sweet stench of rotting meat found her nose, and somewhere in the darkness, something scraped on the floor. A footfall.
Help me.
Alyssa said, closer than before, her voice beseeching.
Please, Meagan.
Somehow, Meagan knew that Alyssa wanted something from her. Something big, something awful, something that she couldn't give. Something that would hurt her if she did.
I helped you.
Meagan said, her voice turning into a sob.
I need more. I need you.
A hand fell upon Megan's shoulder, and every nerve ending in her body flared. Her feet tangled, and she fell to her knees. She felt her glasses slide off her nose and heard them clink to the ground. Warm, scummy water soaked through the fabric of her dress, and something wet, hot, and alive brushed her hand, and she wrenched it away with a cry. Hard hammering, she struggled to her feet and threw herself down the passage, hot breaths rasping from her chest.
We have to stop him, Meagan. He killed my sister. He'll kill someone else, too.
Like flipping a switch, the dream changed. Now she stood in a tiny living room. Feeble lamplight revealed dirty walls, matted carpet, and things strewn across the floor. A man bent over a woman, half lying over a credenza, his hands fused to her throat, and her body twitching weakly. Megan's heart stopped, and she went rigid with fright. The woman let out a long gurgle, and the fight slowly left her, until she was limp. The killer held on for a long time, then let go, and stumbled back like a man waking from a trance. She toppled to one side and lay on the floor in a heap. Panting, the killer stared down at her, then knelt. As Megan watched in horror, he hiked her dress up, yanked her panties down, and reached into her shorts. The light winked out, and Megan was back in the dark.
Please, Meagan.
Alyssa said.
We have to stop him.
Megan swallowed hard.
I don't want to,
she said. Alyssa materialized from the void, her face white, bruised, and dim like a wisp of smoke. She reached out one hand, a hurt look creeping into her eyes, and Megan sat up in bed with a gasp. Early morning sun, bright and vivid, suffused the room. Brody was curled in front of the closet door where he'd presumably fallen asleep, and Mr. Bob lay forgotten on the nightstand, looking at her upside down with a pitiful expression. Realizing it was only a dream, Megan took a deep breath and ran her jittering fingers through her damp hair. It had been nearly a week and a half since she found the box concealed in the wall. The dreams stopped, and she thought it was over. But 3 nights ago, they started again. In the first one, she was in the bathroom, staring into the mirror for some reason. After a moment, the glass rippled like the surface of a wind-dappled pond, and a decaying arm thrust out, tattered, mottled flesh hanging in strips from a skeletal frame. In the next, Alyssa's voice drifted from the closet.
Come here. I need you.
Megan knew instinctively that if she went in there, she would die, so she cowered under the blankets and begged her to go away.
Just leave me alone.
They were just dreams, she reminded herself. They couldn't hurt her, but the sense of danger in them lingered long after she was awake, and she could never fully relax. She once loved lounging in her room, her private domain after so long sharing with other people, but now she avoided being here alone as much as she could. She laid in the living room armchair, feet dangling over one arm and head resting against the other, and read or watched TV, and all the while, in the back of her mind, she dreaded going upstairs. Brody patted over and presented his head for a therapeutic pat, and Megan scratched behind his ears. She went back to the man and what he did, and she shuddered. Was that real? Or was Alyssa just trying to trick her into giving her what she wanted? Was any of it real? Alyssa was, but outside of that, Megan didn't know. Getting up, She dressed in a dark blue dress, then hurriedly brushed her hair. She'd been crampy and fatigued a lot lately. Her eyes lightly ached, and the corners of her brain were still foggy even as she sat down at the kitchen table. Tom sat across from her, eating a bagel, and Julia stood at the counter, spreading avocado on another. "Morning," Tom said.
Morning.
Meagan replied. Every morning for a week, Todd and Julia both asked her if she had any dreams the previous night. They were worried about the house being haunted or something. They never outright said, but their tension was palpable. Yesterday, she overheard them talking about having a paranormal investigator come out this afternoon. She didn't want to worry them further, so she didn't tell them she was having the dreams again. After all, they were only dreams. Julia brought Meagan's bagel over and sat in front of her. "How are you feeling?" While Meagan could hide the dreams, she couldn't hide the lethargy she'd been under since they started.
Okay,
Meagan said. "How'd you sleep?"
good.
She said. She quickly ate while Tom got up and helped Julia with the dishes. She was almost done when Julia said, "There's that Cody boy." She glanced up at the clock on the wall. "Right on time." An embarrassed blush touched Meagan's cheeks, and she pretended not to hear. She and Cody had been walking to and from school together every day. Julia said he was cute, and Meagan shrugged.
I guess.
She said, as though she hadn't noticed. She told them they were just friends, pleading her case with the impassioned zeal of a defense attorney whose entire career rested on getting her client off. But she had the nagging feeling that they didn't believe her. They were just friends, though. Even if he was kind of cute, and she did feel a little funny around him. Finishing her breakfast, she grabbed her backpack from the floor and slung it over her shoulder. She carried a plate over to the sink, wedged between her parents, and put it in. "Have a good day, honey," Julia said, and kissed her forehead.
You too.
Tom kissed the top of her head and then patted it. "If he makes any sudden moves, go for the throat."
I will.
She promised. One, Cody wouldn't make any sudden moves. He was nice, no matter what the other kids said about him. And two, if he did, well, she probably wouldn't punch him. That might really hurt him. She'd go for the guts. After saying goodbye to Brody, she went outside and through the back gate, then walked around to the front of the house. Cody stood by a fire hydrant looking around and metaphorically whistling to himself. The kids made fun of them even harder now, and she got the impression he was more embarrassed about it than she was. At lunch the other day, Taylor told her table they'd probably suck face in the porta-potty out back. That made her blush. Not because it shamed her, but because, well, thinking of kissing Cody made her feel like she had butterflies in her stomach. She wasn't lying when she told her parents she and Cody were just friends, but she wasn't being entirely honest. Yeah, he was her friend, but she liked him, too. He turned, saw her, and smiled tersely. "Hey,"
Hey,
she said.
sorry I'm late. I had kind of a rough night.
Another?
Yep,
She said, cutting him off.
another dream. Yay me.
They'd been hanging out so much lately that they were finishing each other's sentences now. Okay, well, that wasn't really the reason. It was like, despite their differences, they were on the same wavelength or something. She told him about her dream as they walked the 3 blocks to school. When she reached the part about the woman, his face went white. Did she even have a sister?
I don't know.
Meagan said.
I don't think the article we read mentioned one.
She thought back to the newspaper, but came up empty-handed.
We should double check after school.
Okay, Cody said. Part of her hoped they didn't find it. Hoped that the terrible vision Alyssa showed her was fantasy. All of her feared that it wasn't. Tom and Julia were sitting at the kitchen table over coffee when a light, rapped sounded at the back door. "That's probably him," Tom said and stood. It was 10 to 1 in the afternoon of October 2nd, an hour later than the appointed time. Though she wouldn't admit it out loud, Julia was beginning to hope the investigator wouldn't show. That way they could put it off a little longer. What you don't know can't hurt you, and she was terrified of learning something injurious. Since moving into the house, she was happier than ever. Then this came along, like a dark cloud casting a pall over a summer day. Now, finally, they were going to find out exactly what was happening. She carried a fragile flicker of hope in her breast. Meagan hadn't had any dreams since she found the box, and neither she nor Tom had noticed anything out of the ordinary. She just wanted her family to be safe and happy. That's all. Tom went to the back door, unlocked it, and pulled it open. "Hi," he said.
Mr. Herriman, a soft, breathy voice asked.
"That's me. Come in." He stepped aside, and the paranormal investigator crossed the threshold. Julia didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't the short, pudgy man before her. Dressed in black slacks and a black blazer over a powder blue button-up, he stood roughly 5'5" to 5'6", if he was lucky. Greasy black bangs veiled his beady little eyes, and Julia was reminded of Shemp from the Three Stooges after Moe slapped him silly. Acne peppered his chubby face, and Julia counted 3 yellowish zits ready to burst. She and Tom had spent nearly a week looking up local paranormal researchers. In this part of the state, where the mountains are low and the hollers lower, there weren't many. The closest with any type of reputation was the Hart Agency out of Harrisonburg, and even then she doubted it was known outside of the region. "This is my wife, Julia," Tom said.
Nice to meet you both. I'm Patrick R. You can call me Pat.
They sat at the table, Julia and Tom together, and Pat across from them. He produced a notepad from his coat, opened it, and flipped through, consulting notes he probably culled from his emails with Tom.
All right,
he said.
First of all, can you go through your story just one more time?
He looked from Tom to Julia. Taking turns, they related the events of the last 2 weeks, beginning with Meagan's dreams and ending with her recent lack thereof. Pat listened, nodding and making interested noises when appropriate, and jotted down everything. He asked questions here and there, but mostly scribbled like a writer in the throes of creative passion.
Can you show me the closet?
Julia swallowed. She hadn't been in Meagan's room since that night, and the prospect of going in unnerved her. Even so, she and Tom led him up the stairs. He trailed behind, breathing heavily, and at the top, he paused for a second. At the door, Julia froze. Tom, sensing her trepidation, gave her shoulder an affectionate squeeze, then went in, closely followed by Pat. "There," Tom said, and motioned to the closet. He didn't retreat, but he didn't approach either. Pat opened the door and peered inside. "We patched the hole after the police said it was okay," Tom explained, "but you can see where it was."
Do they know how long it was in there?
They said probably 10 years, at least.
And you just moved in this past August, correct?
Yes. Pat reached into his coat and took out a small, black device, roughly the size of a walkie-talkie. Arms crossed defensively, Julia leaned forward, her curiosity outweighing her fear.
This is an EMF reader,
Pat said.
It's used to detect spikes in electromagnetic energy, aka ghost energy.
He turned it on and static crackled. He went into the closet and held the EMF reader out in front of him, as if offering it to the spirits. "Prove to me you're here by taking this away from me. Can you do it?" He turned in a slow semicircle and glanced at the machine's readouts.
Can I have both of you go downstairs, please?
He asked.
I want to be sure that your electro-emanations aren't interfering with the meter.
Tom and Julia exchanged a puzzled look. Electro-emanations? But did as they were asked. In the kitchen, he sat down, and she poured them each another cup of coffee. "I hope he doesn't steal anything," Tom said. "Except the ghost," Julia said in an attempt to lighten the mood. She came over and sat next to him. "Well, he can have that," Tom allowed. 15 minutes later, Pat came back into the kitchen, and they both sat up straighter.
"Well, that's that,"
he said. "Did you find anything?" Julia asked. He hesitated, and her heartbeat quickened. God, what was it? A demon? A vampire? The Loch Ness Monster? The answer both surprised and relieved her.
No, actually.
Sitting down, he produced his notepad and scanned it. Julia let out a deep breath and tilted her head back. Thank God. She She didn't know how much she could trust parapsychology, but right now, she accepted his findings with gratitude.
I tried the EMF machine, the spirit box, and didn't get anything with either.
He held up a forestalling finger.
But that doesn't mean that there's nothing here. Your daughter, can you tell me a little more about her?
Well, she's almost 13, Julia started. And very bright, very imaginative, but very mature. We trust her on this, Tom said, picking up her thread. If she said it happened, it happened.
No, I believe something did happen,
Pat said.
but it might not involve a ghost per se.
Julia furrowed her brow. Then, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Pat said.
I think it's more likely that what we see here is a sort of a psychic manifestation. You said you never experienced anything for yourself, right?
No, Julia said. But our dog acted very strangely around the closet. Pat nodded.
Children and animals, too, are very perceptive. Their senses are, by default, a little sharper than yours and mine. Meagan, I think, may possess some form of telekinetic power, meaning that she was able to sense the presence of the box and mentally glean what happened. Every living thing, you see, emits energy, and some people can pick up on that energy. Usually it presents in very minor and non-supernatural ways. Empaths, for example, can instinctively read people. With some, however, it's slightly more dramatic. That is where I believe most ghost sightings come from. Someone with more highly developed senses, who doesn't know that they have more highly developed senses, tuning in, as it were, to a frequency that the rest of us aren't privy to.
He sat back and donned a smug smile, obviously pleased with his own theorizing. Julia digested his words, and Tom cocked his head. So, you're saying Meagan's a psychic?
Not exactly,
Pat said.
not in the Hollywood sense, anyway. Her brain is wired a little differently. She's more adept at reading energy. This girl who was put in the wall, she didn't get there herself. She was murdered. And something so traumatizing produces a lot of psychic and emotional energy. Think of it this way. Your dog can hear things that you can't. Like a dog whistle, for instance. His hearing is more tuned. That's Meagan. I think that energy was rolling off the box in waves, like a stench, and Meagan smelled it. Maybe I'm wrong here and something else is happening, but more often than not, the paranormal can be explained by extra-sensory perception.
So, there is no ghost? Julia asked.
Likely no.
Is it safe for her to be here with that energy hanging around?
Absolutely.
Pat assured her.
I'd like to schedule an appointment to meet her and talk to her if that's all right with you.
Sure, Julia said, and glanced at Tom, and he nodded. A Cheshire smile spread across Pat's lips.
Great.
After he was gone, Julia stuck out her bottom lip and blew a puff of air. Tom leaned against the counter and crossed his arms. Looks like we don't have a ghost. Good, Julia said and got to her feet. I can deal with termites and property taxes, but not the undead. Oh, now, hold on. I'd rather a ghost than termites. Ghosts don't need a house. She stepped into his arms and looked up into his blue eyes. He was several inches taller, and she had to push up on her tippy toes to kiss him. But they do eat computer analysis experts. He laughed and kissed her back. Our psychic daughter will protect me. Later on, Julia stood before an easel in her studio and mixed reds, blues, and greens on a palette. She was relieved, and for the first time in weeks, she felt good again. Things were looking up. Part 20. After school, Meagan and Cody walked the 6 blocks to the library. It was a beautiful fall day with a light, cooling breeze from the west. Golden sunshine set the trees along the street ablaze in shades of orange and crimson. Cody walked slowly so that he didn't pull ahead of Meagan. Even her purposeful stride wasn't enough to match him if he went at his normal pace. "I like to walk," he said. "My mind just wanders, and that's nice." "Mine does that when I'm trying to sleep," she replied. "It bounces around, and sometimes I'm there for an hour, maybe more." His did that occasionally. He'd cycle through thoughts like one of those flip picture books. Over the last week, however, only one thing had been on his mind. Meagan. She ruled his every waking thought, and his dreams, too. Sitting in class and trying to focus on the assignment in front of him, he'd think instead of her eyes, her laugh, her cute, closed-lip smile, and her big, dazzling beam. He hadn't known her for all that long, but being apart from her had already become almost insufferable. When she wasn't around, he felt empty and yearned to be with her. The strength and persistence of these feelings scared him, but they also anguished him. His stomach constantly reeled, his mind dwelled on her like worrying the same patch of flesh until it's raw and chafed, and pressure weighed down his chest every minute of every day. If he had to compare it to something, he'd say it was like being constipated. It was awful, yet somehow beautiful, too. He'd liked girls before, but this was different. He couldn't put his finger on it, but Meagan just felt right. They clicked together like two puzzle pieces, and when he was with her, he felt generally better, stronger, smarter, and all of the other things in life, all of the bad things, didn't matter. He never knew he was missing something until he met her. They weren't very much alike in their tastes. She liked reading long, involved walls of text masquerading as novels, and just thinking about it made his head ache. But they were alike in other ways. His home life wasn't so happy, and for the longest time, neither was hers. 2 days ago, sitting on a bench in town square with extra-large sodas from Tasty Freeze, he told her about his father. He didn't mean to, it just slipped out. Dad was pissed that morning because Cody drank the last of the orange juice and called him an inconsiderate faggot. Basically, the same thing Zeke always said. He was staring down at his feet and listening to Meagan slurp her Coke when it hit him, and he blurted, "My dad's a bully." She looked at him, funny. "What do you mean?" Normally, he would have balked at even mentioning this to anyone, but he didn't now. He told her everything, and a sad frown touched her lips. When he was done, she rubbed a circle in his back. "Your dad's a jerk." That was such an understatement, it made him laugh. After a minute, she laughed, too, and it was all okay. Currently, they reached the library and went in. All but one of the computer terminals were empty, and a few old ladies circled the rows looking for something to read. In the basement, Meagan loaded microfilm into the reader and turned it on. Cody looked around, found a chair, and dragged it over. "All right," Meagan said. "Let's see if we can find Alyssa's sister." She checked every issue of The Democrat from April 2005 to March 2008. Cody sat forward to see the screen, hyper-aware of her closeness. His eyes started between her legs and her hand resting on the table. Her fingers were slender and her skin translucent. The urge to lay his on top blossomed in his chest, but he beat it back. "Got it," she said, bringing him back to reality. She adjusted her glasses and leaned in until her face was barely inches from the screen. "Missing Girl's family marks 3 years since disappearance," said the headline. "Marianne," Meagan read. "Is there—" "No. No address." She sat back and scrunched her lips back and forth. "That doesn't mean anything," he offered. She sighed. "Alyssa said the bad man killed her sister, and—" She gestured at the screen. "Here it is. Proof positive." "You didn't see him in your—" She shook her head. "Is there anyone in town?" Cody thought. "I don't think so. Marianne, Preston, I don't know. Sounds kind of familiar." Later, as they walked home, Meagan said, "We should probably call the police, just to be sure." "And tell them what?" Cody asked.
That he had a dream about someone named Marianne Preston? Meagan opened her mouth, then closed it again.
Well, I did that when I found the box.
That was true. Still, something about it didn't sit well with him. If you want, I guess.
I kinda do,
She said. At Meagan's house, he sighed because, yet again, their time together had come to an end. Text me if you do,
Okay.
she said. He hesitated for a moment. Good night.
See ya.
He waited until she went through the door, then he turned and started home. Could he keep doing this? Every day it got just a little harder to hide how he felt, and before long, he'd take her hand and hold it no matter how hard he fought it. Maybe he should tell her. A shot of dread soured his stomach. Even if she rejected him, she wouldn't stop being his friend. She wasn't like that. She was nice. He had nothing to lose, really, and everything to gain. His stomach fluttered, and he decided, tomorrow. He'd tell her he liked her tomorrow. It was dusk by the time he reached his house. A light shone in the kitchen window, and he stopped. A cop car sat in the driveway. Oh no. What did Dad do? Every so often the neighbors heard Dad yelling and tearing down the house and called the police on him. Mom did a few times too, after he hit her, but she hadn't in a long time. The house, never inviting, took on a threatening cast, like a coiled viper ready to strike, and a voice deep in the back of Cody's head told him to turn around. But he couldn't. He had to meet it head on. If he left and came back hours later, he wouldn't know what he was walking into, and he might be a sitting duck. For what, he didn't know. For something. Sighing, he crossed the driveway, climbed the back steps, and went inside. TV sounds drifted from the living room, and the smell of coffee seasoned the air. Mom sat at the table with Sheriff Harper, whose titanic bulk spilled over either side of his chair. Mom's face was strained and paled, as though she were fighting to keep herself from breaking down. And Cody felt nothing for her. He'd seen that face too many times before to feel anything anymore. They looked up when he came in, and he swallowed. What's going on? Mom started to talk, but Sheriff Harper cut him off.
Your dad didn't come home today, and your mom's worried about him.
Cody looked to his mother for confirmation, and she nodded.
It's probably nothing.
She trailed off.
Can you go to your room, please?
That question struck him as odd, but he obeyed. At his door, however, his curiosity got the better of him. He opened and closed it so they would think he went in, then crept to the archway, back against the wall.
Like I was saying,
Sheriff Harper said.
knowing him, he could have just run off.
Cody's chest stirred. Dad ran off.
He wouldn't do that,
Mom argued. The chair creaked as, presumably, Sheriff Harper shifted his weight.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't. I can't say. It doesn't seem too shocking that he would. You called all the hospitals and the state police, and nothing, right?
No. And the plant said he didn't come in this afternoon.
It looks like he could have taken off on his own. Me and my boys can keep an eye out, but there's not much we can do till you file a missing persons. And you can only do that after 2 days.
Mom sighed.
Just hang in there. He could have gotten home with someone, gotten drunk or something. Give it another day, and if he doesn't come back, we can file that report.
In his room, Cody sat on the edge of his bed. His father was missing. Like Sheriff Harper said, he was probably drunk somewhere. He'd come through the door at midnight, reeking of booze, and start a fight with Mom. It wouldn't be the first time that happened. Cody hoped he didn't, though. He hoped his father never came back. After leaving Andy Miller's house, Bill Harper drove back to the station by way of Magnolia Street. The melting sun colored the western sky boiling scarlet, and cool purple shadows filled the world like rising waters.
He was almost into town proper when the CB crackled.
I just tried at the Preston house, and nothing.
Bill's heart sank. Preston.
All right,
Terry came back.
I'll radio Sheriff Harper in a bit. He's busy.
Bill snatched the headset up and depressed the talk button. I'm here. What's up? Static hissed and acid chugged in Bill's depths.
That Meagan Herriman girl called up a while ago and said she had a dream someone killed Marianne. Wanted us to check on her.
As soon as he heard that name, Meagan Herriman, Bill's stomach dropped out. I'll be right there. Replacing the headset back in its cradle, Bill curled his fingers around the steering wheel and resisted the urge to turn on the lights and slam the pedal to the floor. Meagan Herriman, the girl who somehow knew what happened to Alyssa Preston, the girl who Joey believed was getting intel from someone. Who, he didn't know. But as he pulled onto Marianne's street, he could hazard a guess. Christ, this was bad. Cold fear settled over Bill like a funeral shroud. Did she know who did it? Did she know he was involved? Joey said no one did, that anything she or her source said would be simple hearsay, and people wouldn't believe them over the sheriff and a respected, prominent citizen. Maybe he was right, but Bill knew damn well that once scrutiny fell on them, the state police would zero in, and if a bunch of determined cops set out to find something, they're going to find it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Joey's words came back to him. I'll deal with it. Stay out of my way. Bill sure fucking hoped so. Chuck's cruiser was parked under a streetlight in front of Marianne's house. He stood by the back end and nodded when Bill pulled up behind him. Full dark had fallen, and the houses up and down the way twinkled like stars in the sky. Bill glanced uneasily at the darkened facade of Marianne's bungalow and climbed out. He wasn't a drinker, but after the past couple weeks, he could use a couple stiff ones. And a vacation. Daytona Beach sounded nice.
I knocked, but no one's answering.
Chuck said when Bill walked up. Looks like no one's home, Bill said. Like a haunted house, every small town has its resident weirdo. Marianne Preston was Rossville's. Bipolar, depressive, and possibly schizophrenic, Marianne had always been off, but she got worse a few years after her sister died. She stumbled home one night, half naked and covered in dirt and bruises, and told her mother someone raped her. She wouldn't say who, though, probably out of fear. She spent a few months in the nut house in Stanton after a botched suicide attempt, and these days rarely left her house. People said they saw her walking around at night like a ghost, and outlandish rumors cropped up about her the same way they did Cody Miller. Maybe we missed her, he added. I don't know, he said. She's always there. Bill sighed. All right, come on. Taking out his flashlight, he went up to the walk and ascended the stairs. A wind chime tinkled in the darkness, and a potted plant on a fanciful iron shelf rustled in the breeze. Bill opened the storm door and knocked. After a minute, he went to the window, clicked on the flashlight, and shone it against the glass. The curtains were parted just enough for him to see in. That wasn't suspicious for someone like Marianne. He swept the beam back and forth and stopped when it fell on something jutting from behind the couch. A bare, pale, white foot. Bill's heart jagged. I see her, he said, and snapped the light off. He moved with a marked lack of urgency. If she wasn't dead, he wanted to give her as much time to get that way as possible. Break down the door. Chuck gave a jerky nod and went to the door. Taking the knob in his hand, he rammed his shoulder into it until it popped open with the crack of breaking wood. No sooner was it open than the unmistakable stench of decay hit Bill like a fist. He whipped his head away and swallowed his gourd. Thank God, he thought. Oh, thank God. Later, the medical examiner put Marianne into a body bag and shoved her into the back of his van. Neighbors in bathrobes stood in their yards and on their porches, gawking, and yellow crime scene tape snapped in the wind, making a crisp sound. Bill watched the van pull off and only then did it occur to him to wonder just how in the hell Meagan Herriman got mixed up with Mary Ann Preston. That question nagged him for the rest of the night, and before he dropped off, he decided he was going to find out. Part 21.
Help me,
the voice said, echoing through the chambers of the haunted house. Cold wind moaned in the leaves, and rats thumped in the walls like ghostly knocks. The walls rotted, bare boards showing through tatters of decomposing wallpaper and gaping holes dotted in the ceiling, admitting improbable moonlight. Vines, trees, and weeds crept between cracks in the living room floor, and shivering drafts swept in through broken windows, chilling Meagan's skin. The earthy odor of decay pinched her nose, and the teeming sounds of 1,000 bugs, burrowing mammals, and ghosts found her ears. She knew where she was, but she didn't know. Recognized this place, but could not name it. It looked like the group home, only completely different. The linoleum floor in the kitchen popped beneath her feet, and a cabinet door above the sink opened and closed on its own. Just the wind. Green eyes watched from the shadowy corners, and cobwebs broke across her face when she crossed into the dining hall. But she felt no fear. A table, elaborately set, stood before her. The candles unlit, dishes empty. White curtains whispered in the breeze, and the chattering of mice served as a call for every unseen thing to come and feast.
Meagan.
A steep, narrow set of steps led to the second floor. Several treads missing, and the handrail split in places. She was in the house on Chestnut Street now, only it wasn't exactly the same. The windows that faced the head of the stairs in real life were gone, replaced by a heavy oaken door. Everything around it was gray, coated in dust and decomposing, but it was spared, the wood polished, gleaming. She stopped and looked up at it. For the first time, apprehension twinged in her chest, and a tremble raced through her. Something terrible lay on the other side of that door, and if she opened it, she would die.
Please, help me.
Meagan's hand went to the knob, and her mind screamed for her to stop. She tried to pull back, but she was already turning it, already stepping through. Now she stood in the threshold of a tiny room boasting a bed, a desk, and a chair. Moonbeams bled through slats of wood covering the window, and the frosty air nipped at her exposed skin. She hugged herself, breath misting before her, and rubbed her arms for warmth. A flash of movement on the other side of the bed caught her eye, and she froze. A hand, white and streaked with dirt, clawed up from behind, gripping the sheets. Next, a face appeared, rising over the mattress like the craggy moon over blasted hell. Yawning pools of shadows where its eyes should have been. Mottled gray flesh, jagged yellow teeth cramming a too big mouth. It pulled itself onto the bed, and Meagan's heart stopped. She stood there, stock still, as it slithered over the comforter and onto the floor, less than 10 feet away now, its dead stench preceding it like a deadly omen. It reared up on its hands and knees and threw its head back with the wet, sickening snaps of breaking bones. Dark, scraggly hair framed its cemetery visage, and its skin hung in strips from its skull, much like the wallpaper downstairs. Meagan's soul shrank, but she herself did not move. She was rooted in place, unable to heed her brain's frenzied pleas to turn and run, unable to think, unable to even breathe. The thing scuttled forward, on long, spindly limbs like an overgrown crab.
Help me.
Meagan squeezed her eyes shut, but as in all the other dreams, she could still see every horrible detail. The thing was on its stomach now, dragging itself, nails digging into the floorboards and a greasy black blood trail marking its wake. It was 3 feet away, close enough to reach out and grab her, and Meagan was trapped, held in place, heart blasting, head throbbing, lungs heavy. Tears spilled down her cheek, and when the thing closed its icy hand around her ankle, a high, throat-ripping scream tore from her throat, and she sat up in bed with a gasp. Brody stood in front of the closet door, and in that disorienting moment between sleep and awake, Meagan swore she saw a glimmer of light beneath the door. Something screeched next to her, and she jumped. The alarm clock. She slapped the off button and regulated her breathing. The voice reverberated in her head, so clear it was almost like it had actually spoken.
Help me.
She swallowed hard and hugged herself, realizing she was shaking. Brody came over and looked up at her. "Are you okay, Master?"
I don't know.
Meagan said. On Thursday evening, she called the sheriff's office and told them about the dream where Alyssa's sister was murdered. They sent someone to her house and found her body in the living room. The paper said she was sexually assaulted and strangled about a week before she was discovered. Afterwards, Sheriff Harper came out and talked to her, while Tom and Julia sat, grim-faced at the table. She didn't want them to know about the dreams, but this was kind of important. Someone got murdered, and the killer was still out there, probably waiting to kill again.
"All right, Honey.
Sheriff Harper said.
Tell me exactly what you saw."
Steeling herself for the memory, she recounted the nightmare from start to finish, and the blood slowly drained out of his face, which told her Marianne Preston's death played out in real life, exactly as if it had in her dream. "Is that how it happened?" Julia asked. Her eyes were wide with horror as she hugged herself tightly. Sheriff Harper nodded.
"As far as we can tell."
After he left, Tom and Julia sat her down and told her about Pat, the paranormal researcher. Meagan instantly dubbed him Paranormal Pat. They wanted him to come out as soon as possible and meet her, and set an appointment for later that week. "He thinks this is all psychic," Julia said, the words coming hard. "Has anything like this ever happened before?" Tom asked curiously. "Dreams that come true. Knowing things." Meagan thought really hard. "Well, sometimes I'll think about a song or a certain episode of a TV show, and it'll come on." "That's all?" She went back over her entire history with a fine-tooth comb, scouring for anything out of the ordinary. There were small things, like finishing people's sentences the way she did with Cody, and one time at the group home, she somehow knew she was going to be blamed for something. But 10 minutes later, out of the blue, one of the other girls came into her room and accused her of not flushing the toilet in the communal bathroom. Those didn't really seem important enough to warrant the term psychic. They were coincidences or something, right? She thought of Cody and how being with him felt right, as though they were two halves of a whole. She thought of them as being on the same wavelength, and sometimes she got, feelings about him and knew what he was thinking. Not like word for word, but the general gist. Was she a psychic? Brody whined, and Meagan looked at him. "Why don't you know if you're okay or not?" "Because she wants something," she said to Alyssa. What something was, she didn't know, but she was starting to guess in a roundabout way, and it scared her. If Tom and Julia were right, though, she was only, reading thermal energy or something. Tom said Pat likened it to a dog hearing a whistle. It's like having a good nose so you can smell things that other people can't. "They're pictures," Julia said. "They can't hurt you." Meagan wasn't so sure about that. But if so, what did Alyssa really want from her? Were her dreams a metaphor? Did Alyssa want to use her powers to bring her killer to justice? Or did she want to use her powers, her essence, her very lifeblood? That latter is what Meagan assumed. The ghost wanted to suck up all her life so that she could come back
But maybe she was wrong. Either way, she didn't want to find out.
I don't know.
She admitted to Brody. Getting up, she got ready for the day. At least she had one good thing to look forward to. Seeing Cody. Cody woke on the morning of Monday, October 5th, from a thinned and fitful slumber. Rain dribbled down the window pane, and the clock on the nightstand flashed 3:13 a.m. The power must have been knocked out, though in his murky state, he couldn't figure out why. Rolling onto his side, he grabbed his track phone and checked the time. 6:04. Digging his elbows into the mattress, he drew himself to a sitting position and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. The house was silent, and he instinctively listened for the sound of his father's footsteps, but didn't hear them. Dad had been gone since Friday, and it was starting to look like he wasn't coming back. On Saturday, they found his car abandoned in a stand of trees along I-81, but not him, for which Cody was thankful. For as long as he could remember, Dad hated him. Mom said again and again that he didn't. Mom said again and again that he didn't. That's just how he is, honey. Well, yeah, hating him was how Dad was. He never understood it. He tried so hard to make Dad happy, but he was never pleased. Then, yesterday afternoon, he found out why. It was just after 4, and he came out of his room to get a drink of water. The last he knew, Mom went to the grocery store to grab a few things, but when he walked into the kitchen, he found her sitting at the table with a cup of coffee in front of her. His eyes went to the pill bottle next to it, and he knew at once that she was high. She looked up at him, her gaze hazy and unfocused, and gave a wan smile. Dad treated her like shit, smacked her, called her names, pushed her around, but she was taking him leaving really hard. That morning, he heard the sound of soft sobbing coming from her room, and every time he crossed paths with her, she seemed lost, like a mother hen whose nest was suddenly and inexplicably empty.
Hi,
she slurred. Hey, he replied awkwardly. He hardly ever talked to her except for in passing. He couldn't bring himself to say he hated her, but he couldn't bring himself to say he loved her either. Through it all, the taunts, beatings, and paychecks pissed away on natty ice, she stayed with Dad and let him do whatever he wanted. She complained and fought him here and there, but if she really cared, she would have left him a long, long time ago.
Come here,
she said.
We need to talk.
Cody didn't want to talk to her, especially not when she was doped up and looking like she was going to nod out at any moment. He sat across from her anyway. She lifted the mug to her lips and took a sip. It shook in her grasp, and some of the contents sloshed over the rim. She sat it down with a clunk and blinked, as if fighting against going to sleep.
How you doing?
She asked. Okay, Cody said neutrally. He really wished he stayed in his room. Mom ran her fingers through her messy hair.
That's good.
She looked like she wanted to say something more, then took another drink, perhaps to buy herself some time. She sat it down again and looked at the table. She took a deep breath, and when she spoke again, Cody thought he misheard her.
Andy's not your father.
It took those words a moment to sink in. What? She nodded.
Andy's not your father.
Bewilderment gripped him. Wait. Dad? Wasn't this Dad? What do you mean, he's not? Mom sighed.
Your father is someone else.
She trailed off, and a pained expression flickered across her face, as though what she intended to say hurt too much to relate.
It's someone else. That's all.
Who? He asked. She told him, and his jaw hit his chest. His mind went haywire, and for a moment, he just gaped, too taken aback to formulate words or even a coherent thought.
Seriously?
Mom nodded.
Yes.
The mist in her eyes seemed to clear, and she fixed him with a stern gaze.
Don't say anything to anyone, especially not him.
She spat the word like it was foul. Her vehemence caught him off guard. Why?
Because, just don't, okay?
She reached across the table and clamped his hand. That, more than anything else, communicated the severity of her admonishment.
Okay.
In his room, he flopped back onto the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Outside, he was calm, placid even. But inside, he was a raging tempest of emotions, and his mind raced as he processed his mother's revelation. He hated his father, or the man that he thought was his father. But what Mom told him hurt anyway. No wonder Dad was like this. He thought of every time he tried to hug him or ask him to play or anything, and he felt like a fool.
Not your father.
But how did Mom and his real dad happen? Their coupling didn't make any sense to him. They were as unlike as night and day, and he just couldn't picture them together. And why did Mom say not to tell anyone? A conflagration of confusion and curiosity engulfed him, and he lay awake long into the night, digesting the news. Sitting here now, he thought of his father, his real father. What was he like? Would he be happy if he went to him, or would he turn him away? Mom didn't want him to talk to him, but that's probably because they fought or something. A feeble spark of hope ignited in his chest, and he wondered. Mom looked really serious when she made him promise not to tell. He probably shouldn't. Still mulling it over, he got up, showered, and dressed. He and Mom went to the laundromat on Saturday afternoon, so he was able to dress in clean clothes for the first time in a week. That was important now more than ever, because he didn't want to smell funny around Meagan. His stomach nodded at the thought of the sweet, ponytailed girl he loved. Yes, loved. He wasn't certain what love felt like, but it was the only word strong enough to describe what he felt for her. It sure wasn't like. That you like a friend or even a crush. Meagan was neither of those things. She was more. He'd been meaning to tell her his feelings for days, but he always chickened out at the last minute. Today, he told himself, as he had for almost a week. He would do it today. Monday afternoon, Bill Harper drove out to the state police impound lot off I-81. A sea of repossessed cars, trucks, boats, and even a helicopter. It occupied 10 acres of wooded ground 5 exits down from the first off-ramp to Harrisonburg, and even in the middle of the day, there was too much traffic. Andy Miller's used 2003 Chevy Malibu sat in a garage attached to the building, its 4 doors standing open, and a crime scene investigator in gloves, white coveralls, and a respirator going methodically through it for evidence. Captain Gary Fordham, whom Bill had known for years, came in from the office and stood next to him, feet far apart and arms crossed sternly over his bulky chest. A tall, balding man with a weather-beaten face like cracked leather, Fordham reminded Bill of Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, except less handsome.
Find anything?
Bill asked.
Not yet,
Gary said.
I don't know if you will.
Bill said.
I've known Andy my whole life, and I don't know, this feels like him running out.
The tech emerged from the back seat and climbed in behind the wheel, kneeling to lean over the center console.
You think?
Gary asked. Bill pursed his lips. Andy Miller had been an alcoholic since he was 16 years old. He'd been arrested a dozen times on DUIs and domestic violence charges, and his wife admitted that every so often he wouldn't come home exactly when he was supposed to. He sounded to Bill like the kind of self-centered man who'd decided to cut out one day. Then the box.
In all likelihood,
He said.
He's a drunk, a woman beater, poor as dirt, prime candidate for getting fed up and leaving.
Gary shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
Sounds like it. You have any enemies?
Why did Bill feel put on the spot?
None that I know of, he said. Not many people really liked him well, but no one outright hated him. Except maybe his kid. He has good reason, if you ask me.
How old?
Gary asked. Bill thought for a moment.
13.
In his periphery, Gary deflated a little. He was hoping for a suspect.
If foul play is involved, the kid didn't do it.
Unless his mom's the one who did it.
Gary pointed out.
She could have had help. You said Andy beats her, right?
She didn't do it either,
Bill said.
Either she's broken all up, or she's the best goddamn actress this side of Hollywood.
Greg sighed.
Why would he dump his own car?
There was a note of bafflement in his voice.
Now, that I don't know,
Bill said.
Maybe he had someone pick him up. A girlfriend no one knew about.
Maybe.
Gary allowed.
An hour later, after the tech wrapped up with no new evidence, Bill climbed back into his squad car for the return trip to Rossville. The rain had let up, but the leaden sky promised to open up any minute. On the interstate, big rigs on their way to distant ports kicked up sheets of dirty, gray water and rocked the car with the wind displaced by their passage. Even on wet days, such as this, long-haul types had to bust ass to get their loads where they're going. Bill's uncle, Charlie, was a trucker, which gave Bill a deeper understanding of them than most. Poor Charlie used to stay awake for days at a time just to make his deadlines. It was either that or lose his job. Parking in the lot facing Town Square, Bill killed the engine and got out. Inside the station, Terry sat at her computer with the phone wedged between her shoulder and the side of her head. Bill paused at the counter and waited. When she hung up, he asked,
"Who was that?"
"Kiki Allen down at the middle school," Terry said. Deidre Allen was the head secretary and resident Hitler of Rossville Middle's front office, much like Terry was here.
What did she want?
It wasn't rare for her to call over a fight or something, or if she or Frank thought a kid needed to be scared straight by a visit from the sheriff. "Frank Stone didn't come into work today," Bill sputtered.
He didn't?
"Nope," Terry said. "He didn't call either. She says that's not like him and wants someone to check on him. I told her that's probably not going to happen unless he doesn't come in tomorrow either." Bill sighed. "Everyone's on edge on account of Andy Miller and what happened to Marianne."
Andy probably took off on his own,
Bill said.
Marianne.
He knew damn well what happens to Marianne and who did it to her. So far, the crime lab hadn't found any physical evidence, but Bill didn't think they would. He hadn't talked to Joey about it, but he was certain the playboy covered his tracks. There was the matter of the sexual assault, which shook Bill greatly. Killing her to keep her quiet was one thing, but doing that... He couldn't say he was surprised, though. Not really.
"Maybe I'll drive out by his house later on," he said.
Maybe it was a coincidence, but Andy and Frank both going missing, two men tied to what happened all those years ago. Leaning over, Terry picked up a folder. "Before you do that, you got this on the fax machine, those files you wanted."
"Oh, that was quick."
Bill took it and paged through to make sure it was what he wanted.
It was. "Alrighty then. I'll swing by Frank's later."
Taking the folder into his office, he sat behind the desk, the chair creaking under his weight. He opened it and took out the first sheet. The state seal of West Virginia occupied the upper left corner, and beneath that, in bold black, were the words, "Certificate of Adoption." Bill leaned back and scanned it. Before being adopted by Tom and Julia Herriman, Meagan's surname was Wilson, and she lived in a girls' group home in Maxwellton, West Virginia, under the supervision of Davis Stewart, Inc., a nonprofit organization housing children in state custody. Her records indicated that she was brought to a fire station in Bluefield by a Pastor Wilson, for whom she was named.
He found her on the doorstep of his church, swaddled in a heavy wool blanket and placed in a cardboard box, quote, like an abandoned kitten. She was approximately 8 days old and showed signs of being well cared for. As Bill read, a memory began to form in the back of his mind, vague and faint at first, then growing as it bubbled to the surface. A slight frown played across his lips, and he looked up from the page. Blinds half covered the glass partition wall, providing an unobstructed view into the squad room. Terry came out of the break room with a mug of coffee, and Chuck reclined against the front counter, arms bent on the edge and facing the door. Was he misremembering? No, that'd be too neat, too perfect, too coincidental. But what if? He sighed deeply. Meagan Herriman was really starting to get under his skin. Right now, he could readily accept that Marianne told her about Alyssa, but how did she know what happened to Marianne? He'd been telling himself she was lying, that she went over to the woman's house, found her dead, and called in under the guise of asking about her to keep a degree of separation between them. She had to be lying. Joey Vandermeer did it. He'd bet his bottom dollar, and she didn't describe him. She just said it was a man. How did she know about the sexual assault? Simple. Marianne's panties were off and her dress hiked up to her hips. Meagan somehow gained access to the house, saw, and just assumed. Nothing more, nothing less. It was all becoming clearer to him now. Meagan Herriman was trouble. But without Marianne, without hard evidence, she couldn't do a damn thing. Could she? He didn't know, and that scared the shit out of him. There could be proof of his involvement out there, a shred of something he knew nothing about, fabric or DNA or a single fucking hair. A tight band closed around his chest, and the walls seemed a little closer, the air a little hotter. Taking a deep breath, he returns the paper to the folder and closed it. Maybe he'd go out to Frank's, and if he wasn't home, he'd call Joey Vandermeer, just to make sure. Part 22. At the end of the day, Cody shoved his books into his locker and ducked into the bathroom. Gripping the sink top, he stared at himself in the water-splotched mirror. His face was ashen and drawn, and moist worry pooled in his eyes. His lips carved across his sallow flesh in a bloodless slash, and he looked like he was going to be sick. In all fairness, he felt like he was going to be sick. Nerves racked his stomach, and cold sweat lightly coated his palms. His knees shook, and if he loosened his hold on the counter, his hands would too. Today, he was going to tell Meagan that he liked her. He was twisted in knots and worried she'd reject him, but he had to do it. He pushed away from the sink and went out into the hall. But most of the others had gone, and only a few stragglers remained. Outside, Meagan stood next to the flagpole with her books pressed to her chest, and when Cody saw her, his heart blasted. Every afternoon, like a loyal dog, she waited for him. He always halfway expected her to one day not be there, to leave him just as everyone had. But she didn't. That's what he liked about her most. Not her beauty, but her personality. She was nice and fun and all that other stuff, and she made him feel whole. She could be fat and ugly and blind, and he would love her just the same. He went down the stairs and walked over, and Meagan flashed a big, heart-stopping smile.
Hey,
She said. Hey, he replied. Ready?
yep.
They crossed the lawn, separating the school from the streets, and picked up the sidewalk. Sunshine leaked through the cracks in the clouds and glistened on the slick pavement. A man in a charcoal gray sweater raked his front lawn. Wasn't it too wet for that? and a little girl rode a pink tricycle in circles, bundled in knee pads, elbow pads, wrist pads, and a helmet like a fragile vase packed in bubble wrap. At West Street, they turned right and walked 3 blocks to the northeast corner of the park. As they did, Meagan sighed.
So in my dreams,
She started.
I have the feeling like Alyssa wants to use me to get at the man who killed her and her sister.
She'd said that before.
Like she needs to use my energy, and if she does, it might hurt me.
Cody furrowed his brow. What do you mean, use your energy? A trail opened up in front of them, its edges lined by towering pines through which errant shafts of sunlight fell.
I don't know. It's weird,
She said.
I think it's a metaphor, though.
For what?
She wants me to use my time and energy to bring the killer to justice.
She spoke with a conviction that left no room for doubt. You don't know who the killer is, though. She hung her head.
I know. She hasn't shown me yet, and I don't think she can. How are you going to find him?
The forest fell away, and a wide, grassy plain stretched away toward a chain-link fence enclosing a basketball court.
I don't know.
Meagan sighed.
I wouldn't even know where to start unless she gives me more clues.
A bench set away from the court faced a garden of lilies surrounded by fanciful blocks. The past couple days, he and Meagan came here to talk and hang out. Today, the seat was speckled with beads of water. Meagan came to a halt.
Oh, it looks like we can't use our bench.
Yes, we can, Cody said. He unzipped his hoodie, shrugged out of it, and laid it on. There, he said, and gestured to it. She chuckled.
Now your shirt's wet.
Cody shrugged. Oh well. A fond smile spread across her lips, and turning, she sat with a flourish.
There's enough room for you, too,
she said, and patted the spot next to her. Yeah, barely. He'd basically have to sit in her lap. A prospect that wasn't so bad, really. He hesitated, then sat, his leg pressed against hers, and an inch or so of his butt touched the bench, water soaking through the fabric of his jeans. Meagan pressed her knees together to give him more space, and he did the same. For a while, they watched a group of teens playing on the court. Cody's mind drifted to what he was planning, and Meagan, like the psychic her parents thought she was, picked up on it.
What's up?
She said.
You've been really deep in thought today.
I found something out this weekend, he said. Half turning to face him, Meagan asked.
What?
Well, you know how my dad's missing, right? She nodded. He told her all about his father and how glad he was he left. He thought she'd think he was awful, but she understood. It turns out he's not really my dad. Meagan blinked in surprise.
Oh, he's not?
Cody shook his head. No, it's someone else, and that's why he never liked me. She darted her eyes uncomfortably to her lap.
I'm sorry. Did your mom?
No, Cody lied. She didn't say who it is. A sardonic smile ran across his face. It's funny. He hated my guts, and I hate his, but it's kind of... He didn't process the powers of articulation to convey the crazy tangle of emotions inside of him, or to describe the profound surreality of discovering that your entire life was a lie. I don't know, he said, finally. It's a lot to take in.
I bet,
she said.
At least I knew up front that I didn't have parents.
He nodded, more to himself. I just wish me and Dad got along more, and he didn't hate me. Meagan wavered, then laid her hand on his. The soft kiss of her skin sending his heart into his throat. He looked up at her, and she offered a diffident smile.
That's his loss, because you're pretty great.
You're great too, he stammered. Their eyes locked, and something seemed to pass between them. He weaved his fingers through her, and a lovely pink blush crept across the bridge of her nose. Cody's heartbeat sped up, and the head-spinning sensation of falling came over him. As one, gazing into each other's eyes, they leaned tentatively in, their heads tilting. Time slowed down, their noses brushed, and their excited breaths mingled. Then, with an electric shock, their lips grazed. For a second, neither made a move to follow through, teetering on the brink of something from which they could never return. The sweet taste of her breath filled his nose, intoxicating his senses, and the downy touch of her lips stirred him as nothing ever had before. Gingerly, Cody swirled his tongue around hers, and her body went rigid, her exhalations coming faster. Panting, her fingers curling into his hand as if clutching for purchase. After a long, uncertain moment, she kissed him back, clumsily and slow like a fawn on ice. Cody started to fall, literally this time, and caught himself. Their teeth clacked together. Ow! Meagan deadpanned against his lips, and they both broke into hysterical giggles. She was beautiful, but she'd never been as beautiful as she was then. Face red, eyes misty, lips a raw shade of kiss-scrubbed pink. Cody started to say, "I love you," but cut himself off at the last moment. Maybe it was a little too early for that. Meagan brushed her hair behind her ear and looked coyly away, a big, happy smile cresting across her face. Cody admired it for a moment before speaking. "I really like you," he said, "as more than a friend."
I like you too.
She said, then added, "The same way." Now it was Cody's turn to smile. He slipped his fingers through hers, and she looked at him, her big blue eyes shimmering cobalt in the meager sun. For a long time, they simply held hands and talked. The air between them was different now, lighter, warmer. And as they walked home, Cody wasn't sure his feet touched the ground. He'd never been this happy before. He felt like he was going to float away and never, ever come down. At Meagan's front gate, he took both of her hands in his, and she looked up at him with a loving twinkle.
I wish I didn't have to go.
I wish you didn't have to go either. She drew a deep, contented breath through her nose.
I'll see you tomorrow.
You will, he vowed. They lingered for a moment, then pulled apart.
Bye,
she said. Bye. When she was gone, Cody sighed and started for home. It might be too early to say it, but it wasn't too early to feel it. He loved Meagan Herriman with all his heart. Late afternoon, Bill Harper drove out of Joey Vandermeer's in a state of high anxiety. In the rearview mirror, his face was gray and stony, eyes staring, lips sour. He held the wheel in a white-knuckled death grip and thrummed with nervous energy like a high-tension wire. He was so deep in brooding that he sailed right past the gate and had to pull an illegal U-turn. At the top of the drive, he parked next to the stairs and got out, his Stetson casting his face in shadows. His features, normally doughy from age and the unpracticed sedation of a small-town cop, seemed sharper, harder, his stride longer. He climbed the stairs, grasped the brass knocker, and slammed it against the plate. Up here, staggered high above the valley floor, the only sounds were crows ducking and wheeling overhead, and the chilly October breeze roaring through the distant trees, defining Vandermeer Estate's back lot. Bill had always felt a certain tranquility up here, even if he didn't want to. But today, he felt only disquiet. When no one answered, he stabbed the doorbell. It pealed through the house, muffled like a funeral knell, and Bill impatiently tapped his foot. Just as he was about to knock again, the knob shook, and Joey Vandermeer's face appeared in the gap, eyes bleary and hair sticking out. "Oh, did I wake you, Your Highness?" "What?" Joey asked, voice thick with sleep. "We need to talk," Bill said. Sighing, Joey opened the door and stepped aside. He wore a blue robe with his family's crest over the left breast. Bill went in and Joey shut the door behind him.
Where's your maid?
Bill asked Riley.
Vacation.
Joey said.
You're alone?
For once. Bill hummed judgmentally. In the parlor, Joey sank onto the sofa, but Bill remained standing, too restless to sit.
Frank Stone's missing,
he said, without preamble. Joey's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
What? He didn't come into work this morning, and I went out to his house. No one's there. I called the hospital, everyone. Nobody knows where he is.
Joey rubbed his temple.
I know you heard about Andy.
Yes, I heard about Andy.
Pretty coincidental, isn't it? First Andy, then Marianne, now Frank.
For a second, Joey regarded him with a blank stare. Then his face darkened. What are you saying? He asked, a defensive edge in his voice.
I know you killed Marianne Preston, Bill charged. And now,
I didn't do shit.
Frank and Andy are gone.
Joey's jaw clenched and the mist in his eyes cleared. Nothing wakes a man up quite like being accused of a triple murder. I didn't do anything to Frank and Andy, he said tightly.
What the hell happened to him then?
Fuck if I know, Joey spat.
You told me. I'll handle it. Stay out of my way.
Flashing, Joey got to his feet. I meant. He stopped himself before he could say Marianne.
I don't care about her,
Bill said.
I care that we're all going missing. Andy, I thought he'd done left on his own, but now Frank, too. Who's next? Dave? Me?
Bill's voice shook and his chest heaved. He looked like a man one stiff breeze away from a catastrophic meltdown. Joey opened his mouth, then closed it again, as though that thought that the men who killed Alyssa Preston were being targeted by someone had never occurred to him. He ran his fingers through his hair and started to pace. You're sure Frank's gone? He asked.
Like I said, he didn't come in, and he wasn't at home.
Is it just today he didn't come in?
Yeah,
Bill said.
He was in on Friday.
At the mantel, Joey put his hands on his hips and stared thoughtfully up at the portrait of Louis Vandermeer. That doesn't mean anything.
I think it does,
Bill said coldly. Out of all their friends, Frank had always been the most reasonable. As a kid, he was the impressionable kind who followed the crowd, but on his own, he didn't get in trouble, made good grades, and always did what he was supposed to do when he was supposed to. Andy was the kid to break and run when the pressure was on, but Frank wasn't. Joey knew that as well as anyone. What about Andy? He asked. Did you find anything?
Just his car,
Bill said. He started to add something else, but stopped himself. He wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to bring up Meagan Herriman's dream or not, but decided to hold off for now. If he did, he'd all but be signing his death warrant, and even though she was a thorn in his side, he couldn't sanction the killing of a little girl. Not yet. I didn't do it, Joey said. Okay? But yeah, it does look a little strange. Where's Dave?
On the road, Bill said. I talked to him before I came over here.
Joey nodded. All right. If someone's doing something, who?
Your guess is as good as mine, Bill said. Someone who knows.
Joey sat on the edge of the sofa and chewed his thumbnail. From the look of worry in his eyes, he was being honest. He didn't do anything to Frank or Andy. Who? That Herriman bitch? Bill snorted.
You think a 100-pound little girl can get the drop on 2 grown men and make them completely disappear?
Who else could it be? Joey asked, throwing his hands strickenly up. Bobby? Bill missed a beat. I betcha that's exactly who it is, Joey said. You know how he's been about all of this. He's a bigger goddamn coward than you are. He's trying to eliminate everyone who knows he was involved. Bill tried to picture Bobby killing someone and couldn't. He said as much, and Joey waved him dismissively off. I guarantee it's him. Joey stapled his fingers and tapped the tip of his nose. We watch our asses, and if we see him... Just before dusk, Cody slung his backpack over his shoulder and poked his head into the hall. Save for the drone of David Muir on ABC World News tonight, the house was silent. He slipped out, pulled the door softly shut behind him, and tiptoed to the living room. Mom lay on the couch, curled up and asleep, a pill bottle open on the coffee table beside her coffee. Cody waited a minute to see if she would stir, then moved into the kitchen, wincing when the floor creaked underneath him. Mom didn't wake from her drug-induced sleep, and emboldened, Cody hurried to the back door and outside. Crimson light bathed the world, and the laughter of playing children infused the cool breeze. He paused one last time, saving for the mother who wouldn't stir, and likely wouldn't care if she did, then crossed the driveway and hung a left. He wasn't going to meet his father tonight. He was just going to... what? Observe. Observe what? He couldn't say. His plan wasn't very well laid out, but he had to do something. It made him feel weak and dumb to be this way. But he really, really wanted to know his dad. On the main street, he followed the sidewalk across the bridge. The terrain began rugged outside of town, and the road's gravel shoulder narrowed. There were a number of walking trails and dirt bike paths crisscrossing the countryside, and he left the highway in favor of those. The sun gradually melted in the western sky, its fiery color bleeding across the horizon. The first stars of night appeared in the east, glinting in the purplish heavens like winking eyes encouraging his quest. He climbed a brief hill, hunched forward like a mountaineer on a history-making hike, and when he reached the top, he was winded and covered in sweat. Several times along the way, he unconsciously ran his tongue over his lower lip to catch the last lingering taste of Meagan's kiss. Giddy happiness fizzed in his chest, and he let out a sigh. Could life be any more perfect right now? Andy was gone, hopefully dead. Meagan was his girlfriend, and he was taking the first steps to know his real father. Nope, he didn't think it could. For a time, he followed a barren ridgeline commanding a sweeping view of the valley, then came to a stand of pine trees. The land sloped gently down until it evened out, and the trees pressed closer together. Dense gloom pooled in the forest, and fireflies danced between gnarled trunks like flurries of irritated snow. Cody paused, unshouldered his backpack, and dug his flashlight out. He didn't click it on, though. The highway was less than 200 feet to his left, and he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself. A half-mile on, the trail came to a rutted dirt road and petered out. The sky was a deep shade of blue, and twilight filled the land. To his right, the road crossed on for maybe a quarter mile before curving out of sight. On the left, it angled up and met the highway, its head partially hidden behind a screen of hanging branches. A pair of headlights zipped by, heading in the direction of the interstate, and Cody instinctively ducked. He checked Google Maps, confirmed that he was on the right track, and went on. It was full dark when blazing lights came into view through the trees on his left. Drifts of dead leaves papered the ground, and a half-moon lifted above the rim of the earth like the mad grin of a pagan god. Cody leaned against a tree and craned his neck, hoping to get a better look at what lay beyond the glow. He didn't. Hunching his shoulders, he moved as quietly as the leaves would allow and stopped at another tree, this one with a rusted "No Trespassing" sign nailed into the bark. He could just make out the shape of the house. Staring at it, so close to knowing his real father, Cody's throat went dry and his heartbeat accelerated. He went to take a step, but his mother's words came back to him. Don't tell anyone, especially him. Rarely had he ever seen her so sober, severe, and it gave him pause. She was just mad at Dad over something. Maybe he broke up with her and wouldn't pay child support or something. If he went up to the back door and knocked, Dad would be happy to see him and invite him in, wouldn't he? Or would it be Andy all over again? That thought chilled him. All he wanted was a dad, a real dad. One that didn't sneer at him like he was slime, or call him names, or lose his patience after 2 seconds. One that would give him advice and play catch with him, and do all that other stuff dads are supposed to do. Instead, he'd probably wind up with someone else to hate his guts just for being born. The longing in his chest flickered like a small, wind-harangued spark, and he vacillated. Maybe he should just go home and forget about it. He didn't really even need a dad anymore. He wanted to be close to Andy, for a long time. But now he had Meagan, and she made him so incredibly happy he could scarcely contain it. What could Dad possibly add to that? A lot. Making up his mind, he pushed away from the tree and crept into the backyard. He'd knock and go from there. Or maybe he'd only look through the window. He wasn't entirely sure yet. He'd decide once he got there. Past the tree line, the grass was lush and green, neatly raked and free of debris, as though leaves simply evaporated as soon as they landed here, like flakes of snow on too warm ground. He darted to an outbuilding, moved along the wall, and came to the opposite corner. Pressing his body to splintered wood, he poked his head out. The back steps, pragmatic and unadorned concrete leading up to the door, were roughly 75 feet off. A window flanked them to one side, and if he stood on his tippy toes, he could lift above the sill, just high enough to see inside. He slid around the corner and approached the house, but froze when a twig snapped behind him. He started to turn, and someone snatched the back of his neck, wrenching him back and off his feet. A shocked gasp exploded from him, and before he could scream, his attacker spun him around and slammed him hard against the side of the shed. Hot, red agony spider-veined through his skull, and a moan disgorged from his lips. Without warning, large, calloused hands closed around his throat and bore down with crushing strength. Cody's eyes bulged from their sockets, and barbed, bursting panic welled in his chest. Mindless with fear, Cody flailed his arms and legs like a drowning boy. The adversary, cloaked in shadows, redoubled his grip, and Cody's face began to tingle. He was going to die. That revelation sent a shockwave through Cody's body. He gave a frantic, body-wide thrash in futile effort to break loose. His nails tore at the backs of the killer's hands, and his feet pummeled his knees, but his assault did no good. Warm wool tingled the edges of his consciousness, and his lungs burned for the slightest taste of cool, life-giving oxygen. He scratched harder, faster, his panic metastasizing into hysteria. His head swam, his face throbbed. He sucked for air, pulled a nun in, and sucked deeper. In the shadows, his assailant panted like a predator, working itself into a blood-hungry frenzy. Silvery moonlight reveled only his outline, blurring as tears filled Cody's eyes. Cody tried to beg, to plead, but only a series of strangled gurgles came out. He was sinking, the void of death rising around him like black water, dragging him down into the depths. Giving in, he started to cry. He didn't want to die. He just wanted his dad. In the last seconds of Cody's life, his bladder released, and warm liquid spread across the crotch of his pants. He was numb now, and barely felt it, barely even registered the humiliation. He just hoped Meagan didn't find out he pissed himself. She might.
Brody, you're making me nervous.
The dog, pacing back and forth in front of the closet, spared his master a quick, uninterested glance, as though she were but a gnat buzzing in his ear. Well then, Meagan thought, with a faux indignity that was supposed to lighten the mood, but didn't. She was sitting barefoot and cross-legged in bed, books, loose papers, and scribbled notes fanned out before her. The room was dark, save for the sphere of baited light cast by the lamp, and silent, too. She was listening to music on her phone, but it died, and she was too lazy to get up and plug it in. She favored the door with the way one might a vicious animal temporarily subdued, then flicked her eyes to her book with a sigh. It could have been her imagination, but she could feel Alyssa's presence all around like static energy. If she squinted hard enough, she might even be able to see her. Picking up her pencil, she slipped a sheet of paper out from beneath the text and consulted the page to make sure she did the equations right.
Whoops. Bungled this one. How did she manage to place the decibel? Something clamped down on her throat, and the breath left her lungs in a sudden rush, as though sucked out with a hose. Her heart did a backward somersault, and her eyes widened in alarm, her hands flying instinctively to her neck. A steely band pulled tight across her windpipe, and the fringes of her vision strained white. She threw her head back and gulped like a fish flopping on a dock, but her airways were blocked. What was happening? Brody turned, saw her distressed, and jerked. A scream, high and mournful, rang in her ears, and animal panic clawed at her chest. Someone was choking her, but no one was there. Brody let out a sharp bark, and Meagan rocked forward on her knees, her fingers digging into the soft flesh of her neck as if to dislodge the invisible hands throttling her. She distinctly felt the thumb pressing against her trachea, pushing into it, snapping it, bone splinters drawing into her convulsing lungs. Brody barked again, the sound echoing as unconsciousness stole over Meagan's brain. Dying. She was dying. The scream came again, louder this time, and the world abruptly changed. She was no longer inside her warmly lit bedroom. She was outside in the nighttime chill. A hulking, formless mass, black as the sky above, held her off the ground, back pinned against splintery wood. Her legs kicked, the arms waved, fluid sluiced down the insides of her thigh. She was not in control, merely watching, feeling. She was crying unashamedly, gripped by the pitiful terror of a small child, alone and afraid in its hour of dying. A strand of moonlight fell across her murderer's face, and in it she beheld the mad, fixed stare of a monster, penetrating her soul, violating her heart. In a flash, she was lying supine on her bedroom floor, Brody desperately licking her face. The hands relented, and she sucked a great, heaving breath. Something was wrong. Really wrong. Jamming her elbows into the floor, she pushed herself up, and vertigo overcame her. She started to fall, but caught herself on the nightstand. Brody circled her excitedly, and she unthinkingly pushed him away. She got to her knees, slapped her hands on the edge of the bed for support, and drew up on her knees. Her chest ached, her head hurt, and the keen, stabbing panic lingered in her stomach like seeping wounds from a blade. She swallowed and winced. Her throat was sore, her larynx pulsing like a cartoon character's finger after a swift hit from a hammer. Brody growled, and she turns to the closet. Brilliant white light shone under the door. Part 23. Bill Harper stood on a grassy embankment overlooking the South Fork River and stared out at the gray, churning water and the trees beyond, all smoldering with dull shades of red and yellow like the embers of a dying fire. Thin droplets of chilly rain falling from the rolling sky lent the morning a somber atmosphere. Old George Probst, 75 with jowls and hound dog eyes, stood across from him, clad in tattered brown slacks and a red and black flannel coat over a dingy white t-shirt. His wispy white hair blew back and forth in the damp wind, and the stale stench of booze rolled off of him in waves, upsetting Bill's stomach even more than it already was. The old man's tackle box and rod lay in the underground where they fell when he spotted the body, face down in the water and snagged on a fallen tree trunk. This section of River Road, well south of town, was seldom traveled, to which the grass growing up from its cracks could attest. If it weren't for George deciding to come out here so he could drink while he fished, something he couldn't do in his favorite spots on the Routes 29 bridge, the body could have gone undiscovered for days after evidence-damaging decomposition set in. They were lucky in that regard. Bill looked down at the notepad in his hand. Wet spots sprinkled the paper and smeared some of the ink, rendering it only semi-legible.
"Can you run through it one more time for me, please?"
he asked. Taking a deep breath, George said,
"Well, I came up on the road there on foot, minding my own business. Then I said, well, this looks like a good enough spot. So I walked over, and that's when I saw it."
A shout rang out, and Bill glanced down the hill.
Chuck and a couple state boys in windbreakers and blue caps were clustered on the riverbank, Chuck kneeling. The medical examiner stood over them, arms crossed, and supervised, a dour expression on his wrinkled face. Chuck and a statey leaned over, caught the body, and dragged it on shore. The whine of an approaching motor drew Bill's attention. A silver pickup truck coming from behind and slowing as the driver gawked at the line of police cars, and the ME van parked in the grass.
Who is it?
Bill called down the slope. Chuck looked up and squinted against the white glare of the clouded sun.
Cody Miller!
Jesus, Bill muttered. George waited a second, then continued.
So I dropped my gear and hauled it back to town.
Bill had been in his office less than 15 minutes when George stumbled through the door and came to the desk, winded and looking like he was going to fall out. He told Terry what he found, and 5 minutes later, he and Bill were in a squad car heading over. George pointed the way from the passenger's seats like a boozy hellhound. Because of the river's disputed and piecemeal jurisdictional status, Bill had to call in the state police before he proceeded, and for a long time he contemplated that body. Snapping the notepad closed, Bill shoved it into his pocket. He believed George. It all happened the way he said it did, and he didn't know anything he hadn't shared.
All right,
He said, with a deep sigh. You can go now.
That's Andy Miller's boy, right?
George asked.
The troublemaker.
That remark had no right offending Bill, but it did anyway.
He wasn't a troublemaker.
He snipped. People believe any damn rumor you give them if you repeat it enough. He'd been sheriff 3 years, and while he heard a lot of complaints about Cody Miller, he had evidence of him doing exactly nothing. No one ever saw him doing wrong, no one heard him, nothing. Yet they insisted because, by golly, old Jimmy says he's bad news. Old Dale, too. They piss and moan about fake news like it's something the Russians came up with, but people have been eating bullshit and liking it since the dawn of time.
Shame either way,
George said. He gathered his things and hurried off with his head down against the rain. At the river, they put Cody in a body bag and carried him up like pallbearers at a funeral. The ME playing the part of pastor and walking slightly apart, gaze downcast. At the top, they loaded him onto a stretcher and wheeled him to the van. Bill walked over as the ME slammed the double doors.
Can you tell me how it happened?
Looks like strangulation, the ME said, then pointedly added, just like Marianne Preston. Bill let out a shaky breath. What the hell is going on here? The ME asked lowly. Your homicide rate jumped up 100% in 2 weeks, and I hear someone's missing too.
Hell if I know,
Bill lied.
but I'm gonna find out.
If you ask me, there's a link. Bill opened his mouth to refute that, but didn't. Normally he'd question that, since the victims were so different, a woman and a boy, but this wasn't the big city where people were killed left and right. This was a small town whose last murder was committed almost 20 years ago. In New York, or even Harrisonburg, 2 people being strangled to death might not be related, but here it was a certainty. Later on, he'd call Joey Vandermeer, or maybe he wouldn't. A lot was happening right now, and part of him wanted to just skip out and be done with it.
You're probably right about that,
He admitted. After the ME left with the sad remains of Cody Miller in his cargo hold, Bill drove into town. The rain fell faster, splattering the windshield, the gloom matching his mood. Even now, rumors would spread through the town like a prairie fire. George was probably even now at the tavern, knocking back beers and telling his story. By noon, when the old drunks got home and told their wives, they'd be on the phone lines, in the hair salon and supermarket, passing mouth to ear like a game of telephone, likely changing and changing again until it resembled the truth only passingly. Right now, that wasn't his main concern. His main concern was telling Cody Miller's mother her son was dead. In her dream, Meagan walked through a wooded lot, the warming light of the April sun shining through the interlacing branches above. A cool wind redolent of flowers, promise, and new life caressed her face, and soft grass tickled her bare feet. the hem of a white dress bespeaking purity, whispered around her knees and clung silkily to her skin, awakening strange feelings in the pit of her stomach, feelings that were both puzzling and exciting. Happiness swaddled her like a woolen blanket, and her chest ached with the most beautiful feeling she had ever known. She was on her way to see Cody, the boy she loved. A picture of him formed in her mind, tall with curly hair, blue eyes, and handsome features. He looked nothing like Cody, and on some level, she realized this. Cody was the same age as her, but the man in the mental snapshot was older than her, 16 or 17. That didn't matter, though. She was a girl in love, and love conquers all, even logic. Love can lead a girl, or a boy for that matter, over the edge of a precipice, and if Cody asked it of her, she would leap like a lemming. Coming to a clear, rushing stream, she knelt in downy dirt and leaned over. The reflection staring up at her was not her own. It was someone else, a girl with dark hair and freckles. Alyssa. This did not disturb her. She took it in stride the way one would a minor hiccup. She got to her feet and continued on. She didn't get to see Cody very often because they had to keep their relationship a secret. Their love was forbidden, their meetings clandestine, and every time they were together, a little pinprick of fear pierced her joy, for if they were caught, something might happen, and she would never get to see him again. They were just like Romeo and Juliet, and her girlish mind spun romantic notions that wrapped around her like satin. When she was old enough, they would run away together. They would travel the world, and their love would sustain them forever and ever. Soon, she reached a sun-bathed clearing where they sometimes met. Cody was there, and she started to smile, but faltered. He wasn't alone. His friends were with him. Frank Stone, Dave Caswell, Bill Harper, and Andy Miller stood around Cody's car, drinking from cans of beer and laughing over something Andy said. Bitter disappointment coursed through her, and her smile fell. She was hoping to spend time with Cody, and just Cody. Across the field, a bright smile crossed her lips, and she smiled back. Undaunted, she went to him like a bride to her groom. He held her in his arms, and she was at peace. He stroked her cheek, staring into her eyes, and kissed her, and all was right with the world. His mouth tasted like beer, but she didn't care. Andy and Dave picked on Frank feet away, but she barely noticed. Cody was her world, her hope, and her future. Nothing else mattered but being with him, and the intense, all-consuming jubilation he stoked inside of her. She kissed him deeply, and his hands wandered over her back, down her flanks, his hands gripping her butt and pulling her body tight to his. His erection insistently prodded her stomach, begging to be touched, but she couldn't. She loved Cody Miller, but she wasn't ready for that. Not yet. A cloud passed before the face of the sun, and the day turned dark, cold, and threatening. Cody's eyes flashed with anger, and Meagan's heart thumped a fearful beat.
You always do this?
Cody charged.
I'm sorry,
She said, scolded.
I'm just not ready.
Andy and the others were at the other end of the car, passing a bottle of alcohol amongst themselves. Andy kept stealing furtive glances at her like he always did, and they made her feel dirty.
Don't give me that shit.
Cody spat.
You tease me every time we make out, then you, oh, please, I'm not ready. Do you have any idea what that does to me?
She darted her eyes away, cheeks burning from his rebuke, and he grabbed her face, made her look at him. Her heart raced, and in his eyes, she saw hate where there had once been love. He was so mad he shook, and Alyssa suddenly felt very small.
I'm sorry,
she said, but it came out garbled. She tried to pull back, but Joey held fast, hurting her jaw. His face rippled like a surface of disturbed mountain pond, and his features morphed into a mask of evil. Blazing red eyes, sharp fangs dripping venom, gnarled bones in place of angelic perfection.
I always get what I want.
The creature hissed, its fetid breath sinking deep into Alyssa's nose. It leaned in, its forked tongue slithered from its mouth. When it lapped her cheek, she let out a scream and shoved with all her might, breaking its hold. She turns to flee, a scream building in her throat, but the Joey thing grabbed her hair and dragged her back. Her feet went out from under her, and she hit the ground, the air ripping from her lungs. He stood over her, shoulders rising and falling, and she gaped up at his demonic countenance. Too scared to move, too betrayed to understand what was happening. He was supposed to love and protect her, not hurt her. Grinning, Joey mounted her. His knees caged her hips. His weight held her down, crushing her chest. In just the short time it took for her paralysis to break, his face changed again, flesh mottled and red, eyes yellow, ram's horns protruding from his bulging forehead. Stark fright erupted in her breast, and she threw herself from side to side in a panicked attempt to get him off. He grabbed her wrists and pinned her arms above her head in a V. The others gathered around like titulated spectators. Andy Miller held a beer. Bill Harper crossed his arms. Dave Caswell smirked in anticipation. With a primal grunt, Joey pulled his hips back and slammed roughly forward. A high, cat-like screech exploded from her chest, and skull-cracking excruciation swelled in her head like steam in a boiler. Joey strained, drawing blood above as below. The pain was so great it robbed her of oxygen and rendered her immobile. Tears brimmed in her wounded eyes, and she wept like a child. This must have excited Joey, for he went faster. Alyssa tossed her head from side to side as if to deny what was being done to her, and her sobbing intensified. At once, Joey froze, head down, back heaving. He finished with a long sigh. Pushing shakily to his feet, he fixed her with a withering glare.
You want to turn, Andy?
Andy smiled. His elongated face, snout, and eyes gave him the appearance of a wolf. Alyssa cried out when he mounted her, and shrieked when he sank himself into her flesh. Bill was next, then Dave, then Bobby. Frank was last. Pale and bloodless, he looked on in horror, and the others had to drag him forth.
I don't wanna.
He stammered. His voice was echoey and far away, as though coming from the other side of a yawning chasm. Alyssa lay with her arms and legs thrown out on either side of her, broken, bloody, oozing tears, and the mingled sexual assaults of 5 men. She didn't resist when Frank climbed on top of her. She barely felt him through the numbness that had settled over her. When he was done, Joey took his place, and this time, he choked her. She thought he loved her, thought he would marry her one day and give her his children. Instead, in that clearing under the April sky, he killed her. Meagan came back to herself with a gasp. She floated high above the clearing like a leaf on the wind, and her heart clutched. Below, Frank Stone sat against the car and hugged his knees to his chest, head swaying drunkenly. Bill Harper panicked and paced. Andy, Dave, and Bobby stared dumbly at the dead girl before them. Pretty in life, Alyssa Preston was covered in scratches, bruises, dirt, and blood. Twigs and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clear eyes gazed sightlessly unto heaven.
Oh God, oh God, oh God, Bill chanted.
Meagan could feel his fear. In the moment, booze and lust clouded his brain, but now he was clear-headed and afraid.
You fucking killed her. We did this,
Joey said, and the others looked at him. Their faces were normal now, drawn and gray with the enormity of what they'd just done, but human. Frank started to cry, and Bobby ran his fingers through his hair.
What should we do?
Dave asked.
She's dead,
Frank moaned.
Shit,
Andy hissed.
We're going to jail,
Bill moaned.
We're all going to fucking jail.
Shut up, Joey thundered, and the others fell quiet. Joey was the leader, and always had been. He'd known what to do. He'd saved them. All they had to do was believe.
We're not going to jail. What do we do? Bill asked again. Joey glanced at the corpse. We burn her, he said. Behind him, Alyssa spontaneously combusted, the fire consuming her in seconds. Joey held a box in his hands and knelt next to the charred remains. They were in a warehouse now, a place of shadows, mold, and disused machinery. He scooped Alyssa's ashes up with his hands and dropped them in. Bobby, he said without opening his mouth, I know just where we're putting her. The wall. Joey didn't say it out loud, but Bobby answered. What? No one will ever look there, Joey said. Whoa, Bill said. That is the worst place to put her. Shut the fuck up, Joey snapped. It's perfect. Bobby stood in his closet and shoved the box into the wall, hands trembling as he did so. He covered it with new plaster, and sometimes, in his sleep, he imagined he could hear Alyssa Preston's muffled crying. Now it was Meagan who stood in the closet. It wasn't his anymore, and the plaster was gone. The room she saw before had returned. Alyssa, wearing an impossibly old-fashioned white dress and bonnet that was out of style long before 2005, sat in a canned rocker, rocking back and forth and staring abjectly at her lap. Will you help me now? She asked. The cold terror Alyssa felt as her life eddied away, the jolt of her final thought. I thought he loved me, came back to Meagan, and her chest welled with emotion. But that fear was not as great as her own. No, she said. I can't. Alyssa sighed. She looked up and... The dream rippled and dispersed, and Meagan's eyes fluttered openly. Chilly October sunlight lay across her stomach in a thin slat, and tepid tears coated her cheeks. For a fleeting moment, a raw edge of sadness pinched her chest. Then, it was gone, the horror of Alyssa Preston's assault and murder fading, until she no longer knew it the way Alyssa had. A shiver went down her spine. Who did it again? There were 4 of them. No, 5. Their names and faces eluded her, and she let out a frustrated breath. She had to think of it. If she did, she was sure she could recall them. Right now, however, she wanted to think of anything but. Getting up, she grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom, where she stood under the spray of the shower and inevitably thought of the dream. What happened last night made perfect sense now. Alyssa was showing her what happened to her, which is why she felt like someone was throttling her. The dream itself, or what she could remember of it, didn't make much sense. Like how everyone had monster faces and the way they acted, but those things were probably like metaphors. Like Nancy Drew, she was close to solving this case. She couldn't wait to tell Cody. Cutting the water, she got out, toweled off, and hurriedly dressed. In the kitchen, Julia sat at the table with a mug of coffee, the spot across from her set with toast, orange juice, and a bowl of Wheaties. Tom had already left for work, and other than Brody, who had made his way downstairs while Meagan was showering, they were alone. Excitement pumped through Meagan's veins, and the last thing she wanted to do was sit down. But she did anyway. Good morning, Julia said. Morning, Meagan said. How'd you sleep? Meagan picked up her spoon. Good. No dreams? No. She didn't tell her parents about the strangling incident because she didn't want them to worry. As she lay in bed, struggling to sleep, she debated whether she should bring it up at all, but now she didn't have to. Alyssa wasn't trying to kill her. She just wanted her to know what happened. At least, she wasn't trying to kill her that way. Ha! Maybe Meagan was wrong about the dead girl wanting to use her energy as a means of crossing back into this world. Maybe she was way off base. Maybe.
Or maybe not. The point was moot. She saw the faces of the men who killed her, knew her names the way she did Cody and Tom's. Once she talked to Cody and got herself into a place of concentration, aka study hall, it would all come back to her. That's good, Julia said. She picked up her mug and took a drink. We talked to Pat last night. He's coming out Friday so you can meet him. She drew a blank and started to ask who the heck Pat was. Then she remembered. Oh, Paranormal Pat. The ghost guy who thought she was part psychic or something.
Okay,
She said.
do I have to do anything special, like bend a spoon with my mind?
Julia laughed. No, at least I don't think so. Meagan rushed through her breakfast, washed it down with orange juice, and carried her dishes to the sink. She gave Julia a kiss on the cheek, scratched Brody behind his ears, and slung her backpack over her shoulder. She went out the back door, down the steps, and through the gate, closing it behind her. She walked around the front of the garage and down Ridge Crest to Chestnut. Cody wasn't at his usual spot by the fire hydrant, which was a little unexpected, but not much. He was usually early, but sometimes ran late. While she waited, she thought back to the dream. 5 men, each one with a demon face. She remembered one looking like a wolf, and another like the devil with horns and forked tongue and yellow eyes. What were the others? And who were they? She knew their names in the dream, but now they danced mockingly out of reach, like a word stuck to the very tip of your tongue. When she had some time, at lunch and in study hall, she'd make a list of all the male names she could think of, and see if any of those jogged her memory. 10 minutes passed, and Cody still hadn't shown. Guess he's not coming today. A rush of disappointment went through her, and she sighed. She was really hoping to hold his hand and tell him about her dream, and kiss him again. She waited a few more minutes, just on the off chance he'd come rushing down the street, then gave up and walked by herself. Joey Vandermeer sat alone in his study, his hands gripping the arms of the chair and his eyes fixed on the fire crackling in the hearth. Louis Vandermeer stared loftily down at him, his neutral expression seeming now a sneer of distaste. Normally self-possessed, today ensconced in the shadowy recesses of his ancestral home, he was disconcerted. That was as far as he was willing to go. He wasn't scared, he wasn't afraid, he was just disquieted, uneasy, off his guard. Things were starting to fall apart, and he could sense it like a drug-sniffing dog imbuing the sweet tang of meth hiding in a black man's rectal cavity. Everything was fine and dandy until that little Herriman slut showed up. What were the odds? 1 in a million? 1 in 2 million? He wasn't a gambling man, that was his father, but he knew a long shot when he saw it. And that she was even here was as long as they came. Now, because of her and that idiot Marianne Preston, he was backed into a corner. He acted unaffected for Bill's sake, since Bill was a fucking pussy, but he was just as alarmed, if not more so. Gazing into the flames, he went back to the day he and the others killed Alyssa. It was an accident, a spur-of-the-moment thing fueled by cheap beer, stolen jack, and hormones. So fucking many hormones. He was almost 18, straddling the dividing line between man and boy, and need smoldered in him always, scorching his body like fire, filling his mind with smoke, needling him like an addiction to heroin needles a junkie. His dick had already gotten him into trouble before he started dating Alyssa, and he knew in the back of his mind that it would get him into trouble again. He didn't see her as much as he liked. She also didn't put out as much as he liked. She rubbed him through his shorts once, but not to completion. He tried to be patient, but every time he touched her, kissed her, felt her, and didn't finish, the pressure grew in his loins. One day they met in the clearing in the woods. Andy, Bill, and the others were too. They'd been cruising and drinking all afternoon, and were well on their way to being drunk by the time Alyssa showed up. Though what happened in that field was one of those monumental, life-changing moments, Joey couldn't remember it very well. He was drunk, horny, and when she pushed him away, his rage boiled over. It was evening, and by the flickering light of a campfire, he took her.
When he was finished, she lay on the ground, dirty and sobbing, and cold fear swept through him. Oh shit.
What's wrong with her?
Dave slurred dumbly. They were going to tell. They kissed his ass and simpered around like disciples to his Christ, but they'd sell him out to save themselves. And that boozy logic is what led him to include them. And he didn't need much prodding. He leered at Alyssa whenever she was around and told him she was hot. He was the drunkest of them all, like always. Did he even know she wasn't letting him do it? Or did her tears and fighting turn him on the way it turned Joey on? Probably both. Oh, Bill, Frank, Bobby, and Dave wouldn't say, but they all probably enjoyed it just as much as he did. They played contrite and pensive when they were sober, but no one stopped. No one questioned. No one complained. Well, Frank did a little, but Joey persuaded him. A little peer pressure on a drunk 16-year-old kid works magic. Joey was the last, and choking her wasn't something he intended to do. It just happened. When he was spent and realized what he'd done, the panic set in. Frank cried, Andy puked, and Bill paced back and forth like a worried woman. What are we gonna do? It was Bill's idea to burn her. He said that was the only way to destroy the evidence. He was already obsessed with pathology and all the shit that goes into police work. So Joey trusted him. They loaded her body into the trunk, and she stayed there for 3 days. Having a dead body in his car, knowing that he could be discovered at any moment, was the most exciting and terrified Joey had ever been in his life. And he remembered it fondly. He spent most of those days looking for a suitable place to burn her, but there were none. As rural as Appalachian County was, it wasn't so rural that you could set a corpse on fire anytime you wanted. Someone would smell it, and they'd all go to jail. Finally, he settled on an abandoned factory his father owned. It had been out of service since the 80s and sat on the edge of a long dirt road. They all stood around her and watched her slowly char and bake. The stench was incredible. Joey still smelled it as he fell asleep sometimes. The idea to put her in Bobby Beauford's wall was twofold. The danger of having her close by, linked to him always, excited him. Bobby was also more broken up over it than even Frank was, and in his childish logic, Joey thought having her in his wall would keep him quiet. Possession was 9/10 of the law, or whatever. If he told, it'd look real suspicious, her being in his house and all. That came back to bite him, though. Did it fucking ever. Now what? What should he do? He didn't know. He had to think. He'd come up with something. He always did. He was a Vandermeer, and Vandermeers always get their way. Meagan had known Cody only so long, but not having him already left her feeling out of sorts. They had 2 classes together and sat far apart from each other, but just knowing he was in the building somewhere was comforting. He remained, even now, her only friend. The other kids didn't like her. So it goes, she figured. It didn't upset her anymore, until it did. And right now, with Cody absent, it upset her plenty. Why didn't they like her? What did she do? She told herself it was Taylor just being a bitch, but there was a hint of doubt. Wherever she went, people were mean to her. Here, the group home, even her own parents, her real parents, didn't want her. Outside of Tom, Julia, and Cody, almost everyone hated her. She came dangerously close to self-pitying and crying. So, she threw herself into her work. Using a purple gel pen she found on the floor and took because it was cute, she listed almost 100 male names and circled the ones that stood out to her. When she had 4, she stopped and scanned them. Joe, Bill, Dave, Andy. She called the dream up in her mind. Recognition sparked in the back of her mind, but she was far from certain.
If these were the names of Alyssa's killers, what should she do with them? Give them to Sheriff Harper? Sure, but that wouldn't hold up in court. She needed hard evidence, which meant she'd have to go out and collect it. The list wasn't much, but it was a start. Later, she'd go through the phone book and look for people in town with those names, then search for them online. If they were the right age, mid to late 30s, she hadn't thought that far ahead yet. The bell rang, signifying the end of class, and she collected her things. In the hallway, she went to her locker, shoved them in, and went to the cafeteria. Tray in hand, she weaved through the room, unconsciously going out of her way to avoid Taylor, and sat at her customary spot. Only when she looked hopefully up and found the table empty did she remember that Cody wasn't here. She sighed, taking out her phone. She opened their message thread and shot off a text. How was it going? She stared down at the screen, silently willing the little dots that meant he was texting to show up, then sat the phone aside. Shouldn't he have texted her already? If she wasn't going to be in school, she'd let him know. Why didn't he do the same? By the time lunch was over, she was tied in a ball of nerves, and Cody still hadn't texted. At the end of the day, she put her books and homework into her backpack and walked home through weakening sun showers. Foreboding took shape in her stomach, and worry gnashed at her chest. She pulled her phone out and texted again. Hopefully he was just sick and nothing awful had happened to him. That thought made her shiver. At home, Brody waited by the door, standing and wagging his tail when she came in. He sniffed at her and licked her hand, easing some of her tension. "You know my schedule better than I do," she said. His tail thumped happily against the floor. Julia was curled up on the love seat in her studio and drawing on her tablet, so Meagan dropped into the armchair and turned on the TV. After last night, she was a little leery about hanging out in her room. Alyssa probably didn't mean anything by it, but yeah, let's just stay right here, shall we? She pulled her backpack onto her lap, took out the notebook, and opened it. Next, she Googled the Appalachian County telephone directory and checked it against her list. There were 11 Josephs, 6 Williams, 8 Davids, and 4 Andrews, one with the surname Miller. Just like Cody's. She exited out of Google and checked her texts on the off chance he sent her one. Her last 4 messages remained unread. What was Cody's dad's name? Was it Andy? She tried to remember, but I didn't think he ever told her. Getting out her trusty purple pen, she copied the name and address of every suspect on her list. What now? Recon. She needed to stake out and or make contact with each of them. Maybe seeing their faces would remind her. Closing her notebook, she got up and went to her room. Cody still hadn't texted, and her worry deepened. If he didn't text by 7, she decided, she would call him, just to make sure he was okay. Part 24. Bill Harper parked his squad car in the driveway of the Miller house and cut the engine. It was early evening, and the news of Cody Harper's death had been making the rounds since noon. He'd been at the medical examiner's office for most of the day, so he hadn't heard any chatter, but he could feel it in the air, like the fizzle of electricity before a thunderstorm. The streets were emptier than usual, deserted save for the wind, and the houses hunkered against the coming night. In 2 weeks, a man had gone missing, a woman was assaulted and murdered, and a boy was pulled from the river dead. It hadn't officially been announced, but people knew, and they also knew it wasn't an accident. An air of dread permeated the village. Or maybe it was him. All day, a cold, steely hand had been closing inexorably around his chest, and he felt like an outlaw surrounded on all sides, the cops slowly but surely closing in. He cautioned himself that it was mostly self-induced, but he'd always been a warrior, and, some might say, a coward. The Miller house, its siding grimy and broken in places, was dark, but for a single light in the kitchen, shining like a beacon, welcoming the sore and weary. In his capacity as a police officer, he'd informed a dozen or more people that a loved one had died, and each of them reacted a little differently. Some with shock, others with tears, and others still with phony high spirits. Robin Miller fell apart, almost literally. She let out a high, horrified scream, broke down, and collapsed into his arms. It was so bad that he gave her a Valium from a bottle he kept in the cruiser's trunk-bound first aid kit. When he left 5 hours ago, she was stretched out on the couch, dazed, and he made a mental note to check on her later. He also needed something from her. Opening the door, he got out, hitched his pants up, and climbed the rickety wooden stairs. At the door, he knocked, waited, then tried the handle. Unlocked. He opened it and went in. The kitchen was neat but dirty. Food stains splattered the stove and crumbs were scattered in the corners and along the baseboards. A stack of dishes filled the sink, and flies buzzed back and forth over it like planes over a particularly popular airport. Bill crossed into the living room and found Robin where he'd left her. She lay on her side, a pillow clutched to her chest, and stared vacantly at the nightly news. Bill faltered, then cleared his throat.
Are you holding up?
She didn't reply for a moment, and he began to think she wouldn't.
Fine, she said. Her voice was thick and toneless. That's good to hear,
Bill said, humoring her lie.
I wanted to stop in and make sure you're okay. You need anything?
Another one of those pills would be nice, she said.
Sure,
Bill said.
I'll go get one.
He started to leave, then turned back again.
First, though, I have a question.
Robin didn't reply, and after a minute, Bill continued.
A while back,
he trailed off. This woman had just lost her son and her husband. The last thing she needed was for someone to bring this up. He needed to know, though.
A while back, Andy said something to me.
Bill and Andy were friends once, but life took them in different directions, shaped them into different people. Bill wouldn't call Andy his friend anymore, even at his most charitable. But every so often, he'd stop in the tavern and have a beer with him for old time's sake. They never talked much. What happened with Alyssa Preston heavy between them, but 6 months ago, drunker than usual, Andy opened up. He pissed, moaned, and bellyached over everything wrong with his life.
And that goddamn kid,
He grumbled.
Cody,
Andy nodded.
he ain't even mine.
Things got awkward after that. He didn't say anything else, and Bill didn't ask. It wasn't his business, and he put it out of his mind.
He said he wasn't Cody's real father.
On the couch, Robin showed no emotion. She went on gazing at Lester Holt with wide, traumatized eyes. "He's not," she said. Her use of the present tense, as though her little boy were still alive, was not lost on Bill, and he lowered his head in shame.
Who's his real father?
Robin blinked like a woman coming awake from a trance. "What?"
Who's Cody's real father?
"Oh," she said, and told him. Meagan glanced away from her history book and at the phone lying next to her on the bed, hoping against hope that the screen would be lit up with a text from Cody, like the last time she looked. However, it was cold and dark, like a hearth without a fire. She let out a weary sigh and picked it up. Maybe she'd missed something. She braced herself and swiped her thumb across the screen. Nothing. Now she was officially worried. Brody, sitting on the floor beside the bed like a faithful manservant, tilted his head. "Are you okay, Master?" "Cody still isn't answering," she said, a note of apprehension in her voice. Unable to concentrate on her stupid homework, she typed Andy Miller's name into the Google search bar, followed by Rossville, VA. A list of results popped up, and she clicked the first one. The page loaded, and halfway down she found the same address from the phone book. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath through her nose. It was almost 7 and dark. There was no way she could go there tonight, unless she snuck out later. She could find her house easy enough, thanks to Google Maps, but was it actually his house? If so, where was his room? What if her showing up got him in trouble or something? Sighing, she tossed her phone aside and picked up the book again. A restless energy coursed through her, and she drummed her finger on the thick back cover. She started to read, but her mind wandered, and she had to go back over the same paragraph 3 times. Pain like a single hot coal twinged above her left eye, and she rubbed her temple with the heel of her palm. She was hot now, and her lungs refused to expand. She looked up from the book, and like a shot in the dark, a spike plunged deep into her brain, sending a shudder of torment through her head. Her mouth dropped open in a silent scream, and Brody whimpered. Something was happening. The fire in her skull spread to her chest, and a loud, toneless wail assaulted her ears. Her hands flew to the sides of her head as if to keep it from splitting apart, and her airways shrank to a tiny pinpoint. Fear crashed against her like a pounding storm surge, and she gasped madly for air. Brody trembled in terror, then darted under the bed for shelter, his self-preservation instincts far outweighing his commitment to his master. Meagan's fingers clawed at her chest, and her back rapidly rose and fell. The wail turned into whispers. They started low, babbling, then increased until they were shouts. The world started to go gray, and Meagan flopped back against the pillow, her hands spasmodically curling and uncurling, shaking, face turning pink then purple. Darkness came over her vision, and she sank quickly into the blackness, the fear knotting her chest released. And for a while, she floated, sounds carrying her along like midnight tides. Crickets, wind-swept treetops, specks of cold, twinkling light salted the void, and Meagan stared up at them with the detached indifference of a ghost. She felt nothing, no pain, no concern, only a warm, muddled numbness. Without warning, she jolted back to Earth, and the fog shrouding her drained away like mist in the morning sun. The world took on a shimmering cast, like a flashback in a second-rate sitcom, and she sat up. Where was she? She looked around. Ahead, a tall, rectangular structure stood, backlit against the night. To her left stood the corner of a house, and to her right, a looming forest. The crescent moon sat low over the trees, its ghostly light filtering through bare winter branches. A gust of icy wind slammed into her, and she hugged herself with a shiver. She got to her feet and rubbed her hands up and down, the goosebumps dotting her bare arms. A flicker of movement froze her, and Cody appeared from the left, creeping along the building. It looked like a shed or a garage. Her heart dropped. Then, on realizing who it was, she relaxed. She called out to him, but no sound passed her lips. At the corner of the building, Cody stopped. In the light of the forest moon, his face was white, and his eyes twin puddles of shadows. He looked like a ghost. Meagan's heart stopped a split seconds before a dark mass brushed past her. She tried to call out a warning, but Cody didn't hear her. It grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. Terror gripped Meagan as she screamed soundlessly. Cody kicked and thrashed in a desperate effort to get away, but the thing wrapped its shapeless hands around his throat and squeezed. Cody's eyes bugged out of their sockets, and his lips bunched together, his legs kicking faster in his fear.
Stop!
Meagan shrieked in her head, a tidal wave of panic crashing over her, and she threw herself at the thing, intending to tear it apart and protect her boyfriend, but an invisible leash held her back. She pulled frantically against it and let out a hysterical caterwaul. Cody's face was deep purple, and his movements were growing weak and sluggish as his life ebbed away.
Please stop.
She begged.
Let me help him.
As though he had heard her at last, Cody turned his head, and their eyes locked. Beads of tears trickled down his face.
and his bottom lip quivered like a hurt little boy. She broke down crying and tugged at the unseen tether.
Stop!
In the blink of an eye, the scene jumped. She was standing in tall grass along a river. Cody lay on his back in the water, his arms outstretched, and his eyes pointed sightlessly at the sky. The world blurred, and she let out a shuddery breath. The water made ripples in Cody's hoodie and lapped at his face. She remembered their kiss and the warm, happy feelings it sparked in her, and she wept even harder. This wasn't a dream. It was real. Cody was dead. Someone killed him, and he died alone, afraid and crying. She knelt in the mud and reached for him, but pulled her hand back and curled it to her chest. She couldn't touch him, not like this, when he was cold and dead. Someone spoke behind her, but she did not startle. "I'm sorry." Alyssa, in a white dress that she had likely never worn but seemed fitting for a ghost, stood with her head hung and her shoulders slumped, a perfect picture of bereavement. Her dark hair veiled her face, and her naked legs were crisscrossed with cuts and scars. A shaft of moonlight touched her, and she shimmered like a Mojave mirage. Meagan bit her bottom lip between her teeth and blinked back fresh tears. "This is why I need help," Alyssa said. "To stop the bad man." She laid her hand on Megan's shoulder. "He won't stop, and next time, it might be your mom and dad." Meagan flinched, and her brimming eyes began to leak. This was her fault. The bad man killed Cody and Mary and Preston, and maybe even Cody's stepdad, all because she was selfish. If she agreed to help Alyssa sooner, Cody would still be here. But now, he was dead, and she would never see him again. That cut her deeply, but the threats of Tom and Julia dying was so much worse. They took her in when they didn't have to, and treated her just like their own daughter. They kissed her, hugged her, tucked her in, and made her feel loved for the first time in her life. Her own mother and father didn't even love her, but Tom and Julia did. They didn't have to. They weren't saddled with her the way some parents are saddled with children. They chose her, and that made them all the more special. Alyssa knelt beside her and fixed her with a serious look. "Will you help me now?" she asked. Sniffling, Meagan nodded. She did not see satisfaction touch Alyssa's lips or the outward tilt of her chin. She stared at Cody's body, steeling herself for whatever was to come. Nothing happened at first, and she turned her head to see what Alyssa was doing, just in time for a jet of warm, whitish vapor to break across her face. Her eyes watered, her nose tingled, and she reflexively sucked it into her lungs. She coughed, and in the center of her head, Alyssa laughed. Julia Herriman scrolled through her phone as she stirred the mashed potatoes, her brow furrowed in consternation. She was on Facebook, that great wild wilderness of cat memes, political bickering, and childhood friends with whom you no longer have anything in common with. There had been another mass shooting, this one in Seattle. AR-15s are a penis replacement for men you don't have one, a liberal ex-coworker of hers posted. Great, here come the gun grabbers again, because that works so well with drugs, a distant cousin opined. Sigh. She rarely checked her social media accounts for just that reason. A centralist who leaned left on some things and right on others, Julia fit with neither party, and had been called everything from a Trumper to a commie when she expressed an opinion one way or another. She finally stopped and limited herself to no more than 3 visits to Facebook or Twitter a day. She was better off for it anyway. Being constantly bombarded by negativity wasn't healthy, and it only serves to put everyone in a bad mood.
Setting the phone aside, she stirred the potatoes, cut the burner, and leaned back to see into the living room. She could just make out Tom's legs on the coffee table. That was a no-no, but he had a bad day at work, so she let him slide just this once. "It's almost done."
All right.
He called. He got up, stretched, and shuffled into the kitchen on socked feet. He opened the cabinet above the sink and took down 3 plates while she opened the oven and peeked in. The chicken was nearly done, just 5 more. Upstairs, Brody began to bark, a high, mad, ferocious sound that sent her heart splashing into her stomach. Call it paranoia, call it superstition, call it mother's intuition, but she knew in an instant that something was terribly wrong. Brody's voice broke off in a long howl, and before she knew she was moving, Julia was rushing to her daughter's side. Tom, picking up his wife's urgency, let the plates clatter to the counter and followed. On the stairs, the barking was louder and more insistent, a sound of distress if she had ever heard one. At the top, she swung around the newel post and sprinted the last 20 feet to Meagan's room.
Meagan?
At the door, she froze. Meagan lay on her bed, arms thrown out, back arching off the mattress, and body violently convulsing. Her head whipped from side to side, and white foam bubbled from her lips. Julia screamed, and Tom all but shoved her out of his way to get to their daughter.
Meagan!
He dropped onto the bed and dragged her head into his lap. She bucked, shook, and gurgled deep in the back of her throat. Julia just stood there, cold terror washing through her.
Call 911,
Tom shouted, and that brought her back to reality. She patted her pockets, didn't feel her phone, and blanked. Where was it? Where was it? She remembered leaving it on the counter and started to dash away, but stopped when Meagan spoke. "Don't," she said, in a low, dark voice that wasn't hers. Julia's breath caught, and she turned, eyes wide and rimmed with pink. The little girl staring at her with void, milky white eyes. Tom gaped down at her in shock. Then Brody shrank into the corner. "If you call anyone," Meagan said, "I'll kill her." Part 25. Light and sound whirled around Meagan in a distorting tempest. She had no weight, no form, was nothing but pure energy. Her thoughts came not as words, but as images and emotions. Cody lying face down in the river, the bad man thrusting into Marianne Preston's dead body. Alyssa's naked flesh, welted, bloody, and caked in dirt. Tom and Julia hacked into tiny pieces, victims of their daughter's selfishness. Taylor Hogan uttered a cruel, hateful laugh. The girls in the group had called her names. One pulled her hair. Meagan herself lying in bed, sad and alone, and wishing everyone wasn't so mean to her. Pictures, taunts, insults, the sting of a slap, and Cody's eyes as his soul disincorporated. Beautiful brown fading to dead gray, all flashing by, each one stoking the fire in her center until she glowed red like the heart of hellfire. She saw herself kissing Cody, bitterly remembering the happiness ripped away from her. She remembered Joey Vandermeer sexually assaulting her, betraying her, letting her friends all hurt her. The fury grew, throbbed, swelled, burning hotter and brighter, blotting out everything else, until nothing mattered. Nothing but making them pay. Pay for assaulting her, pay for killing her sister, pay for putting her in a box and leaving her in darkness. Pay, 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 pay. She was hate. She consumed. She was Meagan, and Meagan was her. She was vengeance. The girl didn't matter. The boy didn't matter. Even Marianne didn't matter. They were pawns, cogs, objects moved across a board. She waited so long for this, passed so many years caught between worlds like a fly between window panes, too angry to pass, too weak to come back. She called the boy, but he wasn't strong enough. The girl was. Her body was young, her vitality potent.
She was pure, powerful, alive. And now, after 15 years, so was she. Eyes long closed, shot open, two dazzling beams on high. Auburn hair writhed like gorgon snakes, dead flesh rejuvenated, and a cold, still heart began to beat anew. A hate-filled scream exploded from dusty windpipes, and a soul once trapped broke free. The lights flickered, the closet door slammed open, then closed, bulbs burst. Tom clutched his daughter protectively, and Julia screamed. The TV screen in the living room scrambled, then detonated like a bomb, spraying glass. The house shuddered as if in fear of her return, and streaks of lightning rent the night. Doors slammed, windows bowed, the plaster hiding Alyssa's seconds to final resting place crackled like the altar veil upon the death of Christ. Tom held Meagan's hands to his chest, then screamed, his voice lost in the roar of second coming. Julia, white-faced and wide-eyed, fell back against the wall, chest heaving, gaze darting from one impossibly to the next. Beneath the bed, Brody whimpered and piddled. A creaking moan sounded from the walls, a chorus of splitting struts and timbers, or perhaps a ghostly choir seeping through the tearing fabric separating their world from ours. A shaft of unearthly white light poured from the closet, and wind shrieked through the room, breaking the window, knocking the closet door off its hinges, shoving Julia roughly to the floor in a tangle of limbs and hair. A sizzling ball of light emitted from the closet and hovered before the terrified family. Jagged tendrils feeling the air like tiny, ropey tentacles. It seems to vacillate. Then, with a shrill, banshee-like lament, it was sucked through the shattered window. Car alarms triggered spontaneously up and down the street, and the trees rustled as if in a great gale. Head resting in her father's lap, Meagan Herriman smiled. Alyssa Preston's rage was now loose in the night. Dave Caswell took a long drink from the crumpled can, burped, and tossed it onto the empty passenger seat. Country music whispered from the radio in the dash, and the gentle rocking of the big rig's cab lulled him. He shook his head, blinked his eyes, and rolled his neck. Lit by the green glow of the control panel, his face was haggard and drawn in the mirror, the pallid mask of a man who slept too little and worked too hard. He was sailing south on I-95 from Pittsburgh with a load of electronics. He was 15 miles north of Fredericksburg and nearly 50 from Richmond, his final stop. He'd been awake and on the road for 2 days, maybe 3, kept alive by gas station coffee, Monster energy drinks, and handfuls of caffeine pills. A lot of guys would take meth in his shoes, but not him. He didn't do drugs or drink. He didn't like not being in control of himself. Bad things could happen when you weren't in control. Like... He stopped that thought before it could form. Something happened a long time ago when he was drunk, and it scared him off booze and dope forever. That's all. Sometimes, though, he flirted with the idea of speed. They say it pumps you up, and right now, grainy eye and nodding, he could use a pump up. He was exhausted and sore. Sitting behind the wheel of a trunk might not sound labor-intensive, but it was. His back hurt, his legs hurt, and his butt itched something fierce. There was a T&A truck stop just this side of Falmouth, and he was seriously considering stopping, but already knew he wouldn't. He was close to finishing this haul, and once it was over, he could go home. Would he make it to Rossville tonight? It was 120 miles from Richmond to Rossville. He could be there in less than 2 hours. That wasn't far, but in his condition, he wasn't sure he could get there without falling asleep. In an 18-wheeler, you can't slack for even a moment. It's like a ship. You gotta stay alert at the helm, or you're in big trouble. Drawing a sigh, Dave turned the radio up. Blake Shelton was on with God's Country, and Dave grimaced. He was listening to a classic country station out of Maryland's eastern shore, but lost it somewhere around Warrenton. He didn't like the new stuff. It was too modern and bland,
pop shit about sex with the occasional mention of fried chicken or dirt roads to remind you were listening to a country song. He liked the old stuff. Hank Sr., Waylon, Conway Twitty. There was something honest in their music. They weren't trying to be country like the hat and boot-wearing assholes on CMT. They sang about life and hardship, things everyone could relate to. Ahead, the road stood black and unspoiled beyond the reach of the truck's big headlights. A concrete retaining wall separated the north and southbound lanes, and cars whizzed by in the opposite direction. Their lights washed over him and making him wince. Behind, his lane stood deserted, save for another truck way back. I-95 is a major artery and runs the entire length of the eastern seaboard, but he wouldn't know that now. Once he got closer to Fredericksburg, traffic would pick up. In Richmond, it was apt to be heavy, even at 11 p.m. God's Country went off, and a commercial for Big Bill's used car emporium replaced it.
Now that's what I call a deal.
Static hissed beneath the announcer's boisterous pitch, and Dave changed it, settling for a station playing AC/DC. It, too, was staticky. Whatever. Par for the course on the road. Stations come and stations go. He yawned and shifted his weight. The reflective mirrors on the asphalt were starting to hypnotize him, and he forced his eyes away. It was just after 8 p.m. by the dash clock. He'd be in Richmond by 10, out before 11, and in his own bed no later than 1:30. 1 if traffic was light. AC/DC gave way to Metallica, and the static was so bad he could barely make out the vocals. A half-mile later, it was all white noise, interspersed with pops like knots in a fire. He touched the dial, and a shock raced up his arm. He wrenched his hand back with a startled grunt. Shit! The radio's LED face flickered and cut out, then came back. Only now, instead of green, it was fluorescent white. Electrical issue. Great. Perfect. Just what his night needed. The possibility of the dash blowing up in his face. Fucking shit, he said. He leaned over the wheel and shook his head in exasperation. The siren song of the radio called him back, and he calmed, forgetting the danger. How many miles before he heard the voices? 5, 10. He became aware of them gradually, the way a sleeping man might the brush of insect legs on his cheek. He glanced uneasily at the radio, expecting it to explode in a shower of plastic and metal at any moment. Then back to the road. A dozen, maybe more, stations overlapping grew in volume until he could make out errant words. Forecast, President, mind. He began to relax again, but bristled when he heard his name, a quick, sharp sound in the white noise. Dave! His eyes darted nervously to the radio. Words scrolled across the readout now, blinking black type. Just a coincidence. Sure, but kind of spooky nevertheless. Dave! Coincidence, though it may be, the back of his neck pricked. He fixed the radio with an uncertain look, then he yelled when a spark of electricity arched out of it. Dave, Dave, Dave! The voice was clearer, louder, and God help him, he almost thought he recognized it, like a face glimpsed once from afar. His heart pumped cold water into his veins, and phantom bugs crawled over his arms. Something wasn't right here, and call him what you want, but he was getting scared. A green exit sign appeared ahead, and he changed lanes, intending to park somewhere and get out, at least until the heebie-jeebies passed. Dave! Every light in the cab flashed on at once, then went out. The wheel locked in his hands, and his heart rocketed in his mouth. The readout cracked, and steam rushed out in a plume. He tried to turn, but the wheel was stuck. Dave! The seatbelt grew tight across his chest, as though someone had pulled it from behind, and something smashed his foot into the gas pedal. The truck's engine kicked into high gear, and the tires flew over the pavement. Someone screamed, and Dave realized it was him. Mist swirled around his head, and the voice tapered off to whispers again. 12, 100, 1,000. The truck was barreling through the night, faster than it had any right to go, and the wheel grew hot in his hands. He tried to let go, but his palms stuck fast. Jesus, what was happening? What was happening? The seatbelt tightened even more, biting into his chest, cutting his airflow.
Searing agony snaked up his arms, and the sizzle of cooking flesh found his ears. He threw back his head and moaned through clenched teeth. Dave. Crystal, right next to him. He turned his head, and his breath hitched. Alyssa Preston knelt in the passenger seat, facing him. Her face was bloodless white, and her eyes like those of a dead fish. Lifeless, soulless, cold. Dave didn't have time to process what he was seeing or to even be afraid before she was on him. He let out a howl, and all at once the wheel unfroze. He jerked unthinkingly to the left, and the headlights revealed an impossible forest of concrete. The ghost was gone now, but her mocking laugh lingered. Crazy. He was hurtling at nearly 100 miles per hour. The truck was a 40,000-pound missile. The front end smashed through the retaining wall, crushed a sports car under its tires, and slammed into the support column of an overpass. In the moment before impact, Dave Caswell's eyes widened. Then, the cab snapped closed around him like a set of avenging jaws. He was alive, impaled and twitching, for a long time afterwards. The shrill, monotonous cry of a smoke alarm echoed through the house, piercing Julia's ears and sinking deep into her brain. Cold night wind rushed in through the broken window, and the curtains danced like gleeful ghosts, celebrating the long-awaited return of their mistress. Tom sat on the bed with Meagan's head in his lap, dazed and staring into the space, as though what just happened required the utmost contemplation. Brody issued a series of pathetic whimpers, and the overhead lights dimmed, then brightened again. Julia, sitting against the wall with her legs splayed in front of her in a V, tried to make sense of it, but her mind rebelled. She was a rational woman. She could buy someone being able to pick up on psychic energy from time to time, but not this, whatever this was. She swallowed thickly, ran her fingers through her tangled red hair, and blinked rapidly, as if by doing so she could dispel the events of the past 5 minutes and make everything normal again. She was numb, drunk, her head stuffed with cotton and her insides chilled. Was she in shock? She tried to remember the signs and symptoms, but they wouldn't come. Nothing would, except for the firm, demonic voice that spake from Meagan's throat. She shuddered and shot an uneasy glance at the bed. Tom stroked Meagan's forehead, looking as lost and stricken as Julia felt. "Honey?" he asked, his voice barely a croak. "Meagan, can you hear me?" Meagan gazed up at the ceiling, her eyes milky white and her lips moving. Julia's stomach twisted, and the realization that her baby was in trouble burned through the fog, swaddling her brain. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and on her knees she scuttled to the bedside. "Meagan?" she asked, shakily. "Baby?" The little girl's lips formed a litany of silent words. Her eyes didn't blink. Julia pressed her hands to Meagan's forehead, and it was clammy, slick with sweat. Verging on skull-blasting panic, Julia looked her daughter up and down, not knowing what to do or how to do it. "That thing said it would kill her if they called anyone. And if they did call an ambulance, what could they do? How do you fight something like this? A priest, Ghostbusters, Pat, the paranormal investigator, he'd know what to do. He had to. But if she called him..." Frustration knotted her chest, and a sob welled in her throat. She had never felt more helpless, more powerless than she did right now, kneeling next to her daughter and unable to help her. Tears flooded her eyes, and she pressed the heels of her palms to them, as if to keep them from overflowing. Scarcely audible, Meagan whispered a single word, over and over again. Julia wasn't sure, but she thought it was Bobby. After shutting down the grill, scraping the flat top, and turning out the light, Bobby Beaufort left the kitchen and walked into the dining room.
Phyllis, a short, pudgy little woman with short brown hair and glasses, sat behind the register and counted a stack of crumpled bills. Her husband, Donnie, tall and so scrawny that his black Mel's Diner t-shirt hung from his frame, weaved aimlessly between the empty tables, stopping to wipe one here and there, with a white rag so grimy it should have been tossed out a week ago. A varied and schizophrenic mix of framed posters dotted the pale blue walls. Babe Ruth, Gone with the Wind, Frank Sinatra, the Brooklyn Bridge at Night, and an old-school payola jukebox sat unused in the corner. Bobby had been working here for 7 years, first as a dishwasher, then as a cook, and finally as kitchen manager, and in all that time it had never once moved or played. It's for looks, Donnie told him once in his challenging New York gangster accent. Everything he said sounded like a threat, and sometimes you couldn't tell if he was sore at you or just making small talk. Transplants from Staten Island, Phyllis was half Italian, Donnie, to literally everyone's surprise, was Irish-German. They had been living in Daytona Beach for 20 years. They opened Mel's with their daughter 8 years ago. Bobby had been with them since almost the beginning. The pay was decent enough, especially with Florida's lack of state tax, and Phyllis gave him cash every day, so he always had a little spending money in his pocket, for groceries, and cigarettes, and Coke.
You almost done?
Donnie asked sharply.
Give me a minute,
Phyllis replied defensively. She counted out $60 in 5s and 10s and handed it to Bobby. Here you go, she said.
Thanks. You want me to come in early and clean the hoods?
Phyllis opened her mouth and closed it indecisively. Dottie and Ditzy, she had trouble making up her mind, and usually didn't until the 25th hour, which drove Donnie and everyone else nuts.
Yeah, you can come in. 5:30?
Alright, yeah, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Pocketing the money, Bobby crossed the dining room to the door.
Take it easy, Bob,
Donnie said.
You too.
Pushing to the door, he went out into the warm Florida night. The symphony of crickets made light, summery music, and a hazy moon kept watch from the inky heavens. He took a deep breath and let it out through his nose. He loved Florida, and had since his folks took him to Disney World when he was 10. The temperature was always nice, even in the dead of winter, and you were never more than a couple of miles from a white, sandy beach. He moved here shortly after high school and never looked back. Literally, the only time he'd been back to Rossville was when Mom died. He didn't even come back when the house sold. He hated that house. And behind the wheel of his '98 Dodge Avenger, he pulled his seatbelt on, put it in reverse, and swung left. Mel's occupied a suite in a largely deserted strip mall on the corner of South Clyde Morris Boulevard and Herbert Street, an intersection boasting a gas station and an ice cream parlor where people sat outside on picnic tables year-round. Bobby turned left onto Herbert, then right onto Clyde Morris. 10 minutes later, he pulled into the narrow parking lot fronting his building. A tall, boxy contract with stucco walls and a red terracotta roof. He parked in front of the stairwell, got out, and went inside. The apartment, spacious, with an island separating the kitchen from the living room, was neat and tidy, the floors vacuumed, the throw pillows on the couch placed just so, and the wall-mounted flat screen new and flashy. On his days off, Bobby bumped a couple rails of Coke as soon as he woke up, and by evening he buzzed around like a kid on sugar, cleaning this, polishing that, dusting, waxing, washing, scrubbing, fluffing. He lived alone and spent most of his time at Mel's, so the place was never messy to begin with. In fact, it sometimes struck him as downright unlived in. He woke at 5 a.m., was at work by 5:45, and didn't come back again sometimes until 8 or 9. At most, he ate, watched an hour or two of TV, and went to bed. Locking the door behind him, he made his way into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and grabbed a bottle of Corona from the top shelf. He twisted the cap off, tossed it into the garbage, and took a long, thirsty drink. Next, he opened the freezer and scanned the boxes crammed inside for something to make. Pot roast, meatloaf, chicken fried rice. Nothing looked good. Finally, he settled on a Stouffer's French bread pizza. You're supposed to put these in the oven, aren't you? He checked the back, saw that you were, and let out an indifferent, meh. He took it out of the box, ripped off the inner cellophane packaging, and sat it on a plate. He popped it in the microwave, set the timer for 6 because the rig was a low-wattage piece of junk, and went into the living room with his beer. Dropping onto the couch, he kicked his feet up on the coffee table, snatched the remote, and turned on the TV. The Goldbergs was on, and he hesitated before tossing the remote aside. That was the show about the 80s, and Bobby didn't give a shit about the 80s. It was either that or Dancing with the Stars, though, and he'd rather 80s nostalgic over Sean Spicer's fat ass doing the Roomba any day. Taking another drink, he settled in and let out a long belch. He was just getting interested in the generic sitcom storyline when the screen flickered. A second later, it turned to snow. Son of a bitch, Comcast strikes again. Hurt at being left out, the power flickered too. And there goes FPL. Whatever. His food should almost be done. As long as the central air stayed on, he didn't give a shit. He sat his beer down, got up, and walked into the kitchen. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than his ears detected a strange, zapping sound. He looked at the microwave and sputtered. Through the glass viewing window, stalks of electricity streaked back and forth like lightning. The smell of burning ozone pinched his nose, and coming alive, he rushed over to grab the cord and yanked it from the wall. The microwave's hum died and the current faded away. Bobby took a moment to catch his runaway heart, then drew a deep breath. So it wasn't Comcast and FPL. It was this hunk of cast-off tag sale crap. You little fuck. The microwave exploded. Searing heat rushed over Bobby's face, blistering his skin, and shards of glass and plastic embedded in his flesh. He let out a strangled cry and danced back, his hands flying to his wounded visage. Bright, pulsing pain ballooned in his skull, and his eyes burned like embers. His feet tangled, and he fell against the wall, knocking a clock from its nail. It fell to the floor and landed face up, the hour hand spinning backwards like out-of-control fan blades. Bobby slumped to the side and landed on his knees. Blood and bits of wet, lumpy flesh oozed through his fingers, and his eyes ran down his raw cheeks in white rivulets. He gave voice to his torment, and something answered. Like throwing a switch, the kitchen came alive. The toaster dinged, cabinets slammed, ice cubes shot from the fridge's water dispenser and pelted Bobby like hail. The TV cut back on, the volume blaring. A glass flew out of the drying rack and smashed into the side of his head, shredding his scalp. His heart pounded and terror seized him, burning off the pain. Another glass hit him, and another, then a wooden spoon. The air shimmered with electricity, and a low, guttural rumble shook the walls. The TV flew from its spot and hit the far wall, cracking the plaster and breaking. The pipes groaned, and a geyser of hot, sludgy water burst from the drain. Bobby curled up on the floor and did his best to protect himself from the onslaught. A plate slammed on the floor next to him, showering his face with jagged pieces of ceramic. A fork stuck in his leg. The toaster caught fire. The fridge trembled, then waddled out of its alcove before tipping over and crushing his legs to the knee. Bones snapped with a wet crack, and Bobby screeched like a trod-upon cat. A voice, barely a whisper, but somehow loud, spoke from the center of his head. Bobby. Bobby's heart came to a halt, and every muscle in his body went stiff. He recognized it. Alyssa Preston. Not a night went by that he didn't hear it in his sleep, that her screams didn't resound through the haunted chambers of his own mind. He didn't mean to do it. He wasn't thinking straight, and when Joey told him he could have her, he was drunk. He regretted it every single day. He didn't mean to. It was Joey's fault. Bobby, I'm back. She stood over him. He couldn't see her, but he could feel her. He pictured her as he last saw her, naked, covered in purple bruises, and afraid. She looked so young, no more than a baby. That image was burned into his memory, only now she wasn't lying on the ground, sobbing and trying to get away. She towered, strong and proud, chin tucked to her chest, white light glowing in her eyes. I'm sorry, Bobby cried.
Please, I'm so sorry. She knelt beside him, and he cringed. Warm pressure laid on the back of his head like a ghostly touch, and his spine tingled. Please, I'm sorry. The hand went to his throat. No, no. Another joined in. Bobby broke down, his sob cutting off when Alyssa squeezed. Every thought, every feeling, every ounce of pain poured out of her and into him, filling his heart, his soul, his head. His nerve endings quivered in the most exquisite and excruciating agony Bobby had ever known, cut through him like 1,000 electrician knife blades. He didn't want to die. But when the escape of death finally came, he embraced it heartily. Part 26. 700 miles away in her room, once Bobby Beaufort's, Meagan smiled. It was almost over. The clock on the mantel struck 9, and Joey Vandermeer took a stiff drink of brandy. Above him, Lewis stared down with the critical eye of a man who could never be pleased, and Joey made a distasteful noise in the back of his throat. It was early for him, but he was already tipsy, his mind wrapped in the warm, fuzzy good cheer of inebriation. After the stress he'd been under these past couple weeks, he deserved it. Stress that included this morning's dream. He couldn't recall much of it, but in it he stumbled through the desolate halls of Vandermeer Estate, pursued by something he could neither see nor fathom. His heart jackhammered against his ribs, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and his feet moved with the sluggishness of nightmares. Each time he looked over his shoulder, the shadowy corridor was empty, but not alone. At dusk, he rose like a vampire, threw his robe on, and came down here straight away. A tiny, shameful part of him wished he hadn't let Rosa and Miguel go on vacation at the same time. But he had his reasons. Women. It was always women. They'd been getting him in trouble since his first erection, and every so often they still did. He had a certain reputation to uphold, because I'm a fucking Vandermeer, and the help always talks, so he rarely brought skanks home. And when he did, he smuggled them in like a teenage boy afraid of being found out by mommy and daddy. Since they'd gone, he'd had brought 5 in, 3 from a bar in Stanton, and 2 from an online directory of sex workers. No matter how many he did, it was never enough, and already mere hours after seeding the last on his way out, his loins were filled with hot lead, the need as keen and pressing as an alcoholic's yearn for bourbon or scotch. Lewis favored him disapprovingly, and Joey met the old man's eyes. He lifted the glass to his lips, chuckled coldly over the rim, and drained it. Ice cubes clinked against his teeth. You've seen a lot of shit from up there, he croaked, haven't you? The captain of industry did not reply. 4 generations? Or is it 5? A lot of drama. Births, deaths, weddings, cheating. You've watched your descendants fuck themselves. Is that why you're always so pissed off? Lewis went on judging. You saw... He cut himself off. He was going to say, you saw me cut Mom and Dad's brakes, didn't you? But even loose and high, he wouldn't speak of that. The walls have ears. His grandfather told him that. And the idea of living walls listening scared the shit out of him when he was a kid. So he never forgot. Never forgot. If he were aware, Lewis more likely knew. That Joey's parents were worth more to him dead than alive, and he hated them both anyway. Cutting their brakes was a childish and foolhardy thing to do. At least there was no guarantee they'd be killed, but it all worked out for the best. He had the house, what was left of the fortune, and all the other shit that goes along with being a Vanderqueer. None of it mattered, though. None of the things he had made him happy. He didn't care for the swimming pool or the billiards room. Didn't give one flying fuck about the cars or the tennis court. He cared about one thing, and one thing only: satisfying his urges. Only he never quite could. Nothing doused the fire down below. Nothing. Well, almost nothing. The only times his insatiable lust had calmed were the days he sexually assaulted and murdered Alyssa Preston, and then her sister 15 years later. Being rough didn't help. Choking almost to the point of death didn't. But going all the way did. He knew the shape and character of his nature, but he locked it deep inside of himself. Now, antsy and drunk, he was thinking of doing it again. How easy to find a slut, bring her home and crush her velveteen throat beneath his hands. No one would know. No one would suspect, except for you, Joey said to one of his ancestors. His face was numb and tingly, and despite it all, the urges, the dreams, the recent troubles, he felt good. You see it all. He knocked the glass back. Brandy-flavored melted ice water splashed down the back of his throat. He swiped the back of his hand across his mouth, then stiffened when a footstep sounded behind him. He spun around, his hands tightening on the glass for an epic throw, then furrowed his brows in bafflement. "How the hell did you get in here?" he slurred. Bill Harper, clad in a green canvas jacket over his khaki uniform, stood by the edge of the couch, his expressionless face semi-hidden by the shadows of his hat brim. "We need to talk," he said flatly. And that's when Joey saw it. The sheriff clutched a revolver in his hand, the barrel pointed right at him. Something about the sight of short, pudgy little Bill Harper holding a gun made Joey snort, then devolve into stupid laughter. Guns are supposed to make you look tough, but not Bill. He looked just as frumpy and ineffectual as ever. Tipping the glass back and swaying on his feet, Joey said, "Am I under arrest?" That made him laugh even more. Bill, putting him under arrest. The sheriff didn't move, didn't talk. His face showed no emotion. "No, but I do have some questions, and I want them answered." Joey chuckled humorlessly. "I don't like your tone," he said, then added acrobatically, "Billy boy, you don't have to," Bill retorted. For a moment, they stared down at each other. The thrill of the gun's black eye being upon him made Joey giddy, but even with the brandy steeping his brain, he was curious. What did this fat little bastard want? "Fine," Joey said, and lifted his glass as if to propose a toast. "Let's talk." Bill regarded him warily for a moment, searching him for signs of trickery, and ultimately finding none. "Why'd you kill Mary Ann Preston?" That question caught Joey off guard. He wasn't expecting Bill to be so forthright, and his first reaction was to hush him. The help wasn't here, however, and when the help isn't around, the walls most certainly do not have ears. Drawing himself up, Joey said, "I told you not to worry about it." "You told me someone was in Meagan Herriman's ear," Bill said, "and that you'd take care of it. You took care of it, all right. But how? How'd Mary Ann come to know Meagan?" Joey took a drink. Nodding, Bill said, "All right, you don't want to tell me. I'll tell you. When I first saw Meagan Herriman, I thought she looked familiar. The night I scraped Mary Ann off the floor, it hit me. I knew exactly who she looked like. I did some digging, and Meagan Herriman was born in November '07. That jogged my memory." Joey reached for the bottle on the mantel and poured himself a drink. His eyes darted to the gun. Bill was fat and slow. He could spring across the room and take it from him if he wanted. For a little while there, Mary Ann gained some weight, looked pregnant. Then One day, she didn't anymore.
There comes a point in every pregnancy where the mother's no longer pregnant, Bill.
Joey quipped. Harper ignored him. I asked myself why they'd hook up, and why Meagan looked so much like Marianne, and I got my answer. What I want to know is, how'd you know? How'd you know, as soon as I told you, that Marianne was the one Meagan was getting it from? Taking a long drink, Joey smacked his lips by way of answering. You knew because she's your daughter, and Cody Miller's your son. For a long moment, Joey stared thoughtfully into his brandy, then held the glass out as if to give it to Bill, and slowly, mockingly, clapped the heel of his palm with the tips of his fingers. Bravo. You cracked the case. Like Bill, the first time he saw Meagan Herriman, he thought she resembled someone. Only later, looking into the mirror, did he realize who. Her being here was impossible, confounding, and plain fucking coincidental. But she was. Somehow, his little girl made it home and instantly set out to make his life a living hell. She was doing a damn good job of it, too. Cody came here to talk to you last night, Bill said. Though he didn't show it, Joey was taken aback. I told you, I know, Bill said. I did. Joey blinked. Then, understanding presented itself to him. You did something to Andy and Frank, too, he said. Didn't you? Only to protect myself, Bill confirmed. I didn't get my jollies on it like you do. For the first time in a long, long time, Joey was actually, honestly, crestfallen. Though he shouldn't have been. You're an even bigger coward than I thought, he said. Killing everyone to save your own skin. He sneered his disdain. He should have known a pussy like Bill Harper would do something like this. You're gonna kill me too? The gun jumped, and Joey felt the bullet before he heard the report. It punched into his stomach and drove him back into the mantel, the glass flying from his hand and shattering on the floor. His feet went out from under him, and he dropped to his butt with a pained groan. He slapped his hands to his guts, and warm blood spurted from the wound. In an instant, cold numbness spread through him, and he felt nothing. He shot him. The stupid son of a bitch actually shot him. Bill Harper strode over, and Joey swallowed. The thrill was gone. He'd spent his entire life seeking death and the rush that went along with it. But now that he had it, standing over him, Bill favored him with a disgusted look, much like Lewis's, much like his grandfather's and his father's. You assaulted Alyssa Preston, Bill said. And you assaulted Marianne Preston. Fucked her up so bad she went crazy. Then you killed her. You assaulted Robin Miller. Who else did you assault? How many dead bodies you got hidden in your yard, Joey? How many babies? Fuck you, Joey spat. Blood stained his lips, coated the inside of his mouth. He tried to move, and fire engulfed his middle. You fucked her too. I'm not like you, Bill said defensively. Yes, you are, Joey hissed. You're just like me. Bill's eyes flashed. Just like me, Joey sang. It was getting darker, and mockery was his only recourse. Just like me, just like me. Bill jams the gun against Joey's forehead, and Joey's voice faltered. He started to open his mouth, but with a skull-cracking pop, he died instead. The shot resounded through the halls of Vandermeer estate long after Joey slumped over. Blood, chunky brain matter, and bits of broken bones seeped from his ruined cranium, and Bill's stomach turned. He didn't plan on killing Joey when he came here, and panic closed around his chest. Did he leave any evidence behind? Any hairs? Fibers? What about the bullet? Jesus, he couldn't leave the bullet. They'd match it to his gun in no time. He looked at Joey's mangled head, and bile rose in the back of his throat. Later. He'd worry about that later. First, he had to take care of Meagan Herriman. He was convinced she knew he was involved in Alyssa Preston's murder, and one way or another, she was going to prove it. It might be messy. He might have to kill the parents, too. But right now, she was the enemy. And if he let her go free, she'd see him down the river. He'd cuff them, he thought, as he shoved the gun into his holster, and take them out in the woods. No one would ever know. If he played his cards right, no one would ever find them. Part 27. In the darkness, Meagan seethed. Every bad thing to ever happen to her flickered before her eyes like a mosaic of torture, making her madder and madder. She saw Taylor, Cody's body, her mother leaving her on a doorstep like cast-off rubbish, the girls from the group home, 1,000 recollections, all bad, none good. Tom didn't exist here, Julia or Brody either, only the phantoms that lurked in her mind. The demons locked deep in her heart and now free to convert in the night. Taylor lay in her bed, a look of bliss upon her sleeping face. She heard Meagan, she heard others, and rested assured every day of getting away with it. The strong eat the weak, and no one makes them pay. No one. They kill, violate, laugh, and taunt. Then they go to bed and snuggle up like little fairy angels at peace with their own rotten hearts. Meagan had no teeth, but if she did, they would have bared. She had no mouth, but she screamed anyway. Rich, red blood trickled from Taylor's nose, and her brow wrinkled as though something peculiar had invaded her dreams. Her pink curtains stirred in a breeze with no source, and the iPhone on her nightstand lit up. Her eyes fluttered tiredly open, and Meagan lashed out, focusing all her energy, all her hatred, everything she kept inside, building, always building. Taylor's face twisted in pain, and her hands went to her head. Miles away, somewhere else, Cody lay on a metal table, a sheet pulled to his chest, and his sharp features bathed in cold, white light. His skin was gray, eyes closed. "Remember the dream," Alyssa said. "Remember what the bad man did to him." She remembered. She remembered every little detail, how he cried, how he fought, how he pissed himself as he died, humiliated even at the end. Andy Miller, Zeke Harper, every kid and grown-up in Rossville hated him. They made his life hell, and for what? He was sweet and kind, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve to be dead while those people lived. "It's not fair," Alyssa said, an excited lift to her voice. She wanted Meagan mad, for anger is power. She used it, drank it, siphoned it. But Meagan didn't care. She didn't care about anything but making them pay. Making the bad man pay. A mortician came to the table and rolled his sleeves up. He held a long, wickedly sharp spear attached to a hose. To drain Cody. Meagan knew what it was. Knew Cody was beyond feeling, but the moment the mortician touched it to his flesh, she let out a thunderous roar. The fluorescent lights exploded, and the spear wrenched from his hand. He let out a fearful exclamation and tripped over his own feet. She screamed again, reveling in the liberation of rage, and the building's power grid went out with a hum. Generators kicked on to shoulder the burden, but she screamed again, and they all failed, plunging Mercy Mennonite Hospital into darkness.
life-sustaining machines died, and so too did the people to which they were hooked. Doctors and nurses ran back and forth to save what and who they could.
Where is he?
Meagan demanded.
Where's the bad man?
Here, Alyssa said, pleased. A pair of headlights rushed along a twisty road flanked by hills. Despite the lack of illumination, she could see the car clearly. From the star on the hood, to the light rack on the roof, to the fat man hunched determinedly over the wheel. Sheriff Harper. Meagan remembered telling him about her dreams, then calling him about Marianne. It's okay, she thought. He's a policeman. But he was just another liar, another wolf pretending to be a sheep. So many people had lied to her. So many people acted nice by stabbing her in the back. Her social workers, staff members, so-called friends, bullies. Tom and Julia will do it too, Alyssa teased. Meagan wavered. Would they? No, they loved her. They were the only people to love her. They're lying to you, Alyssa said. Just like Bill. Just like Cody. No. Yes, they all lied to you. That couldn't be true. Not about Tom, Julia, and Cody. Other people lied, but not them. Tom and Julia never lied to her. They gave her kisses and bedtime stories and made her feel, for the first time in her life, like she was part of a family. They're not your family, Alyssa said. I am. As soon as those words were out, Meagan knew them to be true. In a single, blinding instant, she saw everything. Joey assaulting Marianne, Marianne's stomach swelling, and her mind shrinking. The stress, horror, and fear taking its toll. She saw herself be born in a bathtub like a dirty little secret. Pink and crying and covered in blood. Saw the dazed and distant look in her mother's eyes. Saw her set her baby on a doorstep and turn away. Infant Meagan yawned and shifted in her sleep, and Mom paused, on the verge of picking her back up and never letting go. Only she did. She fled, and their fates were sealed. She left her baby to the wolves, and the wolves came. Caseworkers, other kids, staff, indifferent or hostile. She was alone, afraid, and every night she'd look up at the moon and wondered if someone who loved her was looking at it too. A mother, a father, someone, anyone. Please, there has to be somebody in this world that loves me. I can't be alone. Am I really alone? Tom and Julia love me, she said again, but her voice was weak, unconvincing. Of course they didn't. No one did. Grief tempered her fury, then blew away like topsoil in a nuclear explosion. They were liars. They thought they could do whatever they wanted to her, just like Taylor. She'd show them. She'd show them all. Him, Alyssa said. Let's show him. Bill Harper's squad car appeared high above Rossville. He was coming to kill her. He thought he could throw her away just like everyone else had. Drawing a deep breath and clenching the fists she didn't have, Meagan turned herself over to vengeance. Bill Harper stared grimly over the wheel, his face ghoulish in the dashboard light. The road into Rossville weaved between rugged hills and dipped into wooded hollers, and as he followed it, he plotted. Tom and Julia Herriman were placid, law-abiding people, or so he thought. Getting them into the back of the car wouldn't be hard at all. He'd tell them, what? Something about the box. He needed them to come to the state police barracks and answer a few questions. Yeah, that would work. I know it's late and I'm awful sorry, but this is real important. I promise it'll be done in 20 minutes tops, and you folks will be on your way. Chances are neither one of them knew where the barracks was. He'd drive them out of town on a back road, find somewhere secluded. He'd do the girl first. No matter what the sick bastard Joey Vandermeer said, he didn't get off on suffering. He would have made it quick for Cody, too, but he had to be quiet. Joey couldn't find out he was being watched. In the back of his mind, he wondered, not for the first time, how he'd live with himself. Killing Andy and Frank was nothing, but Cody bothered him. And as much trouble as he caused, Meagan Herriman would probably bother him too. He didn't know, but he'd worry about that when the time came. He had to stay out of prison, couldn't go. They'd eat him alive in 2 seconds flat, and if they didn't, the hopelessness and loneliness would get him. He couldn't survive in a box. He'd go crazy and hang himself and never see Zeke or Amanda again. He had to do whatever it took to avoid it. It wouldn't be easy, but the right thing rarely ever is. The CB crackled.
Bill?
Without taking his eyes from the road, he picked it up, brought it to his mouth, and depressed the talk button.
Hey, what's up?
No reply.
I'm here.
He said.
Go ahead.
He sat in the back of the cradle and gripped the wheel. A pickup truck blew past in the other lane, and the road curved left around a steep rise.
Bill?
Snatching the CB, he stabbed the button.
Yeah?
He asked impatiently. The line fell silent, and he sighed in exasperation.
Terry, are you there?
The CB squawked and suddenly grew hot in his hand, like a rod suffused orange with heat. He sucked a sharp breath through his teeth and dropped the headset. It landed in the console, then went off like a firecracker. Plastic, wire, and metal mushrooming up like shrapnel from a bomb. He yelled, swerved, and laid on the brakes. With a squeal of tires, the car came to a jerking halt, slamming Bill forward. His forehead struck the wheel, and stars burst across his vision, dazzling him. Panting and wincing in pain, he sat up and started. A tall figure clad in white stood in the road just beyond the reach of the headlights. Her head was down, dark hair hanging in her face. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her skin looked gray, sickly. When she lifted her head, Bill's blood turned to ice water. Alyssa Preston. He blinked like a cartoon character, but she remained, arms slack at her sides and eyes shining. That wasn't possible. Alyssa Preston was dead. Her bones were in a fucking locker at the barracks 20 miles away. Yet, here she was.
You're a liar.
The CB said. Bill shot it a rattled look. It was blown out and gutted, a charred and fire-scorched shell.
You're a liar.
It wasn't Alyssa Preston's voice. It was Meagan Herriman's.
You killed Cody.
Her voice trembled with emotion, and Bill stared warily down at it. Remembering Alyssa, he whipped his gaze back to the road. She stood there, unmoving, a statue come to infernal life.
Rapist.
A memory came to him. Alyssa lying on the ground, her hair pulled around her head, and her legs far apart. She didn't move, didn't resist. She only wept silent tears. All the fight having run out of her. Just like me, Joey said. But that wasn't true. He wasn't like Joey. Joey was the one who started this. Bill only went along with it. But he enjoyed it. He enjoyed what he did to Alyssa Preston, and sometimes his mind drifted back to it, like a nostalgic man to a fond memory.
I'm not a rapist,
he said tightly. Joey was a rapist. Bill liked it, but he never did it again. It never would. Joey did it again and again and again. He didn't kill Alyssa Preston, and neither did Andy or Frank or Dave or Bobby. Joey did.
You're a liar and a killer, and you're going to die.
Meagan said.
Bill's jaw clenched. You're going to hell. Throwing the car into drive, he grasped the wheel and stomped the gas pedal. The engine rumbled like a big, predatory cat, and the car surged toward the ghost. He didn't kill her the first time, but he would now. Meagan watched through Alyssa's eyes, their fused being sparking like the inside of a thundercloud. The car sat slanted across the blacktop, its bright headlamps bathing a shallow ravine running parallel to the road. Bill's bloodless face peered over the wheel, and his eyes roiled with worry. She could smell his fear like a hawk to a mouse, and it brought a satisfied smile to her lips. After all he'd done, all the people he hurt, he should be afraid. You're a liar and a killer, and you're going to die, she muttered. You're a liar and a killer, and you're going to die, she muttered. A mixture of alarm and outrage crossed his flabby countenance, and in one shared voice, she and Alyssa giggled. You're going to hell. Bill's face hardened. He shifted into drive and hit the gas. The engine purred, tires shrieked. The car took off like a rocket, and Bill spun the wheel, correcting his course, aiming right for them. Bill held the wheel straight, teeth bared, heart slamming. Alyssa lifted her head. Then, like a videotape rewinding, she fell back, just fast enough to stay always out of the light. Bill snarled and shifted gears. You're not getting away that easy. The car gained speed, flying like a missile down the center line, the night-soaked world passing in a blur, faster and faster. The frame shook, the tires sang, and the wheel vibrated. Alyssa matched his pace, pulling away. A mirage on the horizon, taunting, mocking. Can't get me. Catch me if you can. Come on, he yelled at the car, as if to bully just a few more miles from its guts. Come on. Alyssa smirked at him. Stupid bitch. Stupid fucking little bitch. Why was she doing this to him? He didn't even want anything to do with it. He just wanted to live his life. It was over. You can't get us, Meagan said to the CB. Oh, we'll see about that. We'll see about that real nice. Leaning over the wheel, Bill locked gazes with Alyssa. I'm coming for you. Wind blew in Meagan's hair and against her face. She was soaring, flying, her feet not touching the ground, hers and Alyssa's dress fluttering around their body. The feeling was stirring, exhilarating, arousing. She held her arms out as if to embrace the onrushing car and relish the speed and the cool breeze. All of her hate was gone now, all of her anger, all fed to the fires of Alyssa's wrath like cords of wood. All was right, all was good. The sting of Cody's death, the betrayal of her mother's rejection, none of it could hurt her anymore. A weight had been lifted from her soul, and at long last, she was truly at peace. Then it was over. The night closed over her head, and she began to drown. Trembles racked the car's frame as it shook like it was going to fly apart at the seams. Bill held the wheel tight and kept his eyes on Alyssa. Was it him, or was he getting closer? He was. She was slowing. A harsh laugh jumped from his throat, and he donned a leering smile. In the distance, Alyssa stopped and waited. 20 feet, 15, 10. The specter growing closer, closer. Got you now, bitch. Her smile sharpened at the corners. Then, like that, she was gone. Specks of light glinted far off in the night, and the headlamps reflected on something long and metal. Bill's heart sank. Guardrail. The road bent abruptly to the right and began its descent into Rossville below. He smashed his foot into the brake, but he was already ripping through, already sailing through open space and angling down like a bum plane falling from the sky. Bill screamed then, and didn't stop until the front end hit the ground with an earth-rocking jar. The steering wheel rushed up to meet his face, and the braking windshield peppered him with glass. His right leg twisted and fractured, his collarbone snapped. Something hot and metal punctured his left eye, and red filled his skull. Unconsciousness took him as the car began to roll down the rocky slope, shedding pieces of itself as it went. The seatbelt tore loose of its moorings, and his limp body was tossed around the spinning interior like ball bearings in a tin can. Flesh ripped, teeth chipped, bones were pulverized. He was still alive when it came to rest upside down against a pine tree. Gas chugged from the shattered fuel tank and ran in rivulets down the undercarriage, dripping onto the hot, sparking engine. In moments, a puddle had formed, and in moments more, it caught with a low whump. Miraculously, Bill Harper regained consciousness just as the flames reached him, and he kept it for far, far, far too long. In her room, Meagan's lids flew open and her chest heaved. A wet, sickly gasp exploded from her lips. Panic pooled in her eyes and her back arched off the bed. Julia whipped her head up and Tom held the girl still.
Meagan?
Julia jerked. White foam frothed from the little girl's mouth, and she began to convulse, her body shuddering violently like a condemned woman being pumped full of 500 volts.
Oh, God!
Julia cried. She pushed up to her knees and bent over her daughter, hands going frantically to her face.
Meagan!
Her flesh was cool, clammy, slick, and she fought to breathe, her head thrashing from side to side, and her legs kicked. Tom did his best to hold her still, shushing her. He didn't know what else to do.
Call 911.
Like a shot, Julia was on her feet and tearing down the hallway, tears threatening to overwhelm her. She pounded down the stairs, flew to the living room, and grabbed her phone from the counter. The acrid scent of burning food assaulted her nose, but she didn't notice, wouldn't care if she had. She swiped her thumb across the screen, dialed 911, and brought the phone to her ear. When the operator answered, she said,
My name is Julia Herriman. I live at 625 Chestnut Street. My daughter's having some kind of episode. Please hurry.
All right, ma'am. Can you please stay on? Julia didn't hear the rest. She was already running upstairs, falling, pushing herself up. In the room, Meagan flopped and twisted. Her face was purple, her chest crushing. Julia dropped the phone and went to her side.
Hang on,
she begged.
Baby, please hang on.
Childlike fear shimmered in Meagan's misty eyes, and Julia choked back a sob. She knelt on the bed and stroked her daughter's face.
Hang on,
she repeated.
Stay with us, please.
Meagan's tremors stilled, and the light in her eyes, the light Julia fell in love with the first time she met her, slowly dimmed.
Meagan, no, God, stop.
Instead, Meagan's head lulled, and a deep, ominous rattle sounded from her throat. Julia went to shake her awake, to pull her back from death, but her shaking hands froze, and her mind blanked. Sirens swelled in the distance, but it was too late. Meagan was dead. Part 28. Icy rain drizzled from a leaden November sky and soaked an already saturated world. Water sluiced through gutters, pooled in marshy front yards, and flooded low-lying streets. The river, brown and still, broke its banks before noon and flowed between the trees crowding the shore. Nearly 5 inches total had fallen since the previous morning, and another 3 was expected before the system moved on. Light drifts of mist enshrouded the houses along Chestnut Street like thin cemetery fabric, and as the few orange and yellow leaves remained in the trees, clung desperately to life against the storm, loath to join their fellows, even now stuck to the ground or disappearing on rushing tides. 625 stood empty and cold, sheets of water cascading from its clogged gutters. Its garden, once a symbol of hope and life, had long since aspirated. It had yielded late-season vegetables already, but most of them stayed on the vine, rotting like unrequited love. No one came to pick them and take them away. No one washed them in the sink, sliced them into pieces, and cooked them. No one cared if they lived or died. And now, at long last, the rain had killed them. Inside the house, ashen light coming through the windows revealed desolation. The walls, once hung with trinkets and photos, sprinkles on the cake of life, were now naked. The living room, so recently the epicenter of love, life, and laughter, was deserted, returned to the mice and chipmunks, who were even now beginning to creep back into the attic. Upstairs, down a shadowy corridor, the last room on the left was empty. Nothing dwelled there anymore but dust bunnies. The presence that had for so long beckoned had left. The house was truly alone. On their way out of town, Tom and Julia stopped at Heaven's Gate Cemetery, a wide, spreading patch of well-manicured green. It occupied 10 acres west of Route 10. In the east, glimpses of the river were visible through lacing branches, and beyond, a forested hillside broken only by a white frame house. Smoke poured from its chimney, and warm, inviting light touched the windows. A rustic sight such as this would have once awoken feelings of longing and sentimentality in Julia's breast, would have inspired her to render it in the bleary watercolors like a faint childhood memory. But today, it stirred nothing. It was only a house, nestled among trees, old, dirty, gray in the falling rain. Tom pulled off the highway and onto a gravel road, bisecting the lot. Headstones, statues of angels, and above-ground crypts swept back from it to neatly ordered rows. It was a peaceful place, a place of quiet contemplation. Julia once liked graveyards for just that reason. She would walk the aisles and meditate on the life and times of the dead, wondering who they were, what they were, and who loved them most. Now, just the sight of one turned her stomach. Neither one of them spoke as Tom pulled to the grassy shoulder and parked. Ahead, a squat stone wall covered in places by moss and vines marked the end of hollowed ground and the beginning of the swamps that bordered Rossville in the west. Tom cut the engine, and as soon as the heater was off, damp chill wormed its way into the cab. Julia opened the door and climbed out, her boots squelching in the mud. Drops of rain pelted her, dampening her hair and the shoulders of her coat, but she was numb to it. Slamming his door, Tom came around the front end, and together they made their way down through the rows. His hand crept into hers, and she gave it a needful squeeze. In her periphery, his profile was sharp, stony, his eyes fixed forward. He liked coming here even less than she did, and every time he did, tears tracked down his face. They had always been completely open with each other, no secrets and no reservations, but Tom wouldn't talk about it, refused to even acknowledge what happened. He already acted as though Meagan had never existed, and though Julia understood he was trying to cope, just like her, that hurt her. Someone as beautiful as Meagan didn't deserve to be forgotten, even if you risked your own sanity to remember. Tom had changed over the past month, but so had she. Their evenings were quieter, dimmer. They ate in silence, watched TV with dazed expressions, then went to bed. Rinse, repeat, recycle. Sometimes she'd page through the photo album she kept always within arm's reach and smile sadly at snapshots from the happiest months of her life. Sometimes she wouldn't even be thinking of Meagan, but break down crying anyway. She wanted to stay in the house because Meagan's spirit dwelled there, permeating every surface. But Tom didn't. He couldn't bear being always surrounded by the memory of his departed daughter. They reached the grave, and Tom stiffened slightly. Not much, just enough to communicate his emotions. The headstone was pink marble with rough, unsanded edges. Ornate designs, hearts and stars and teddy bears graced the front, along with Meagan's names and dates, and just looking at them, emblems of childhood loss, brought Julia to the edge. She took a deep, calming breath through her nose and let it out evenly. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair to her or Tom, and it especially wasn't fair for Meagan. Pressing her trembling hands to her lips, she kissed it and laid it on the rough stone. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and her throat bobbed as she fought back the coming storm. Tom took a series of deep breaths, fighting his own battle, and looked pointedly away. "We better go," he said. There was no force in his voice. "It's getting late." It was only noon, but yes, it was getting late. "I love you, Meagan," she said. "We'll come back. We'll always come back." Tom tugged her hand, and she let herself be guided away. At the truck, however, she yanked her hand out of his and veered right. Tom stopped and watched her go, then sighed and looked down at his feet. He didn't want to be here any longer. He just wanted to forget. Near the wall, 2 new graves had been dug side by side. So new that they didn't even have proper markers yet, only place cards thrust into the ground. There were other new graves elsewhere, 4 in total. Bill Harper, Joey Vandermeer, Dave Caswell, and Cody Miller. Frank Stone and Andy Miller hadn't been found, but something told Julia they'd soon join the others. They were the ones who killed Alyssa Preston. She could feel it in her bones. And Alyssa Preston killed them. Tit for tat, an eye for an eye. Now the whole town's blind. She stopped and stooped over one of the markers, her hands curling into fists and her brows angling down in a severe V. Her lips pulled back from her teeth and her eyes flashed dangerously. Getting down on one knee, she read the raised lettering. Alyssa Preston, 1991 to 2005. Just seeing that name sent a ripple of poison through her. "I hope you're happy," she said, and swallowed a sob. "I hope you're happy, you little bitch." Alyssa Preston didn't reply. Julia flared and hit the marker with her palm. It bent back, but did not fall. Without another word, tears overspilling her eyes now, Julia Herriman got up and walked away. Though she promised, and though it always bothered her, Julia never came back. And for the rest of time, Meagan lay alone. Thank you for listening and delving with me into the dark together.
Please remember to leave a thumbs up and subscribe if you feel so inclined. The more engagement this video gets, the more YouTube will push my content to others.
Thus, the following will grow.
All stories read in this channel will be available on Spotify, iTunes, and just about everywhere else. Links in the description.
Thank you for listening and feeding the cause. We'll be seeing you